Terrified, upon awakening in a room imbued with ancient charm, the university instructor Song Fuling gazed around at the disheveled space. Her body hunched as she pressed her hand against her forehead. For 5 long minutes, she remained in that position, struggling to regain her composure. Deep within her heart, she was certain she had traversed time, likely finding herself in the midst of a modest family from a bygone era. The mere thought tightened her heart in anguish. She could scarcely fathom the despair her parents would endure, bereft of their only daughter. Would they be able to carry on without her? Perhaps they would cling to her lifeless body, weeping in sorrow, yearning to join her in death. But wait, perhaps there still lay a glimmer of hope. Sitting upright, she finally lowered her hand from her forehead, her large, expressive eyes widening in astonishment. In a flurry of panic, Qian Ping burst through the door, her body swaying as she stood at the threshold. When their eyes met, Qian Ping stared, somewhat dazed, at the frail girl on the bed, whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to that of her own daughter at the tender age of 10. Her heart raced tumultuously, and she found herself momentarily voiceless, her mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound. Breaking the silence was Song Fuling, her eyes brimming with tears. She pinched her thigh to muster courage and, with heartfelt trepidation, ventured, "Mother?" In her mind, she had already devised an escape plan should this not be the case. She would simply claim it to be a vivid dream. The single utterance of "mother" sent Qian Ping into a torrent of tears. Yes, indeed, though she could not yet comprehend how her daughter had transformed from her 20s to a mere 10 years of age, she was unequivocally certain. This was her beloved child. Qian Ping was weeping uncontrollably, her voice trembling with emotion. "You nearly scared me, today. Fuling. I thought I would never see you again, never again." At this moment, the mother and daughter finally recognized each other, resulting in a scene filled with chaos, heartfelt sobs, and an outpouring of incoherent words as they embraced and comforted one another. Qian Ping incessantly caressed her daughter's face. "Why do you become so thin? How old are you now? Have we squandered our youth with those long legs and tall stature, only to find ourselves in someone else's body? Mom, don't you have any memories either? This is terrible. How are we supposed to live? I don't even know my age. I just woke up like this. But you, Mom, you seem to look younger, quite similar to your former self, though your skin appears yellow and unhealthy. What a calamity. We didn't commit any wrongs in our past lives. So why have we been thrust into this ancient era? My dear, you have no idea how terrified I was when you fell from that ladder. My heart nearly stopped. I was so frantic and confused that all I could think of was grabbing you. Looking back, I'm so relieved I caught you otherwise. What would you have done alone here?" Upon hearing this, Song Fuling became extremely agitated and furious. She felt an urgent need to confront the situation, for only the spirits knew the extent of her terror when she realized she might never see her mother again. "You're aware of that, Mom? Just a moment ago, I felt like giving up on life." Thus, she inquired, "Why is it necessary to conduct a thorough cleaning at the end of the year? Why must every nook and cranny be tidied? Who pays any attention to the corners of their home when guests visit? If someone does, it is surely indicative of their own troubles. Hey, as soon as I recline to play on my phone, you accuse me of laziness, claiming that during my vacation, I do not assist you with chores, and that I am not as obedient as the daughters of your colleagues. And my father has explicitly stated that if cleaning is absolutely necessary, we should hire 2 individuals, as he is not lacking in funds. He insists that you refrain from troubling me and allow me to enjoy my winter break. Where's my father?" Qian Ping, upon awakening, found herself in a state of utter despair, both mentally and physically disoriented. The mention of her daughter brought her thoughts back to the pressing reality. In this tumultuous era, the distinction between ancient and modern seemed trivial. She would not mind if her child were to be reduced to ashes, for the essence lay in the unity of their family. But what of her husband? The 2 women exchanged terrified glances, their spirits fully returning to their bodies. Qian Ping, as if attempting to reassure herself, spoke with unwavering conviction, albeit with trembling hands. "Yes, indeed, you are absolutely right in your analysis. Let's hasten our search." Song Fuling nodded in agreement. Yet, despite their words, an underlying fear lingered in their hearts. What if he had not followed them? What if her father was an ancient old song figure? That would indeed signify a calamity. Is anyone there? Is anyone present? Qian Ping grasped her daughter's hand tightly for encouragement and called out into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Song Fuling hesitated momentarily regardless of ancient or modern times. Calling out for a father was never amiss. She tentatively called out into the emptiness. "Father? Oh, Father?" What greeted them was the pure, untainted air from the break of dawn, when the sky was a somber gray, until it transformed into a vibrant azure, and the first wisps of smoke began. Oh, rise from the chimneys of the neighboring houses. The mother and daughter meticulously searched every room. They even ventured out onto the street, yet their efforts to locate the family, to find Papa Song, proved futile. This engendered a profound silence between them, their hearts sinking with each passing moment. For the subsequent hour, not a single word was exchanged, yet they both arrived at the same solemn resolution. Songful, dispirited and crestfallen, resolved that should her father not be with them, regardless of the hardships that lay ahead or how much she might yearn to leave, she would persevere and live valiantly for her mother's sake. Qian Peiing, gritting her teeth with determination, vowed that in this state of amnesia, with no recollection of her family or even the era in which she found herself, if she were to lose Lao Song, she would become her daughter's sole support. She must remain resolute, standing as a bulwark before her daughter, ready to confront any adversity. As the minutes ticked by and despair threatened to engulf them, the sound of footsteps finally echoed from beyond the doorway, but a figure paused at the entrance, and the door was pushed open from the outside. Standing before them was a tall man, adorned with a square kerchief and a long, azure robe. Chapter 2. Together the man stood at the threshold, hesitating, with one foot inside and one foot outside the door, exuding an air of uncertainty. He first offered a polite smile to the mother and daughter, remaining silent. As his lips curled upward, the swelling on his forehead became all the more pronounced. This appearance, this expression, rendered the pair, who had just crossed over from the modern era, increasingly anxious. The moment he opened his palm towards Song Fuling, the hearts of the mother and daughter leapt into their throats. In his palm lay a misshapen piece of dove chocolate, a testament to how tightly he had clutched it in his nervousness. Upon seeing the chocolate, Qian Peiing felt a rush of conflicting emotions. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed onto the ground, weeping. "Old Song, I knew you could do it. You came after all." Her voice was thick with lingering fear, unease, and excitement. "Dad." Song Fuling dashed into the man's embrace like a little cannonball. It had been at least a decade since she had last clung to her father and cried, expressing her fears and seeking his protection. Gratitude flooded her heart, thankful to the heavens, the earth, and fate for reuniting their family of three once more. While continuously wiping away his daughter's tears, he took a couple of hurried steps forward, extending his large hand towards his wife, eager to help her rise from the ground. "Get up, Peiing." "I'm not getting up. Don't pull me. I can't stand. I just need a moment." Song Fuling continued to lament. "My mother and I were terrified. We exchanged our course. We don't know where we are. We don't know who we are. Even more frightening is that we have no memories at all." "Dad, can you imagine? The thought of living in a world devoid of you renders existence utterly meaningless." Yet the man, in a moment of crucial resolve, firmly grasped his wife, who lay despondently on the ground, and took his daughter's hand, guiding them both inside. "We cannot afford to cry here. There are too many eyes. And we must not be overheard. Fear not. I retain my memories. Let us discuss this in private." Once the three of them secured the door, they neglected to quench their thirst or appease their hunger, forming a triangular arrangement as they sat closely together, as if proximity could grant them solace. In truth, Old Song had little desire to delve into the details. His heart was burdened, and, in the recesses of his mind, he could only think, "What on earth is this all about?" His wife sought to take her time, while he longed for silence. However, he lamented, "I lack the luxury of emptiness. My mind has unearthed memories, yet they are indeed quite terrifying. Let us begin at the beginning, the part one cannot recall. In that moment, upon awakening, my mind was still clouded, when a peculiar woman, dressed in an eccentric fashion, stood at my bedside, cheerfully presenting a bowl to me. 'Quickly, drink this medicine,' she urged. Upon hearing this, I hesitated, feeling an instinctual dread, as if I had heard such lines before in a television drama about Wu Dalong, compounded by her resemblance to Pan Jinlian. Seizing the moment as she stepped away, I fled. As I made my escape, I gingerly touched the wound on my scalp, furtively evading detection. Uncertain of my own identity, I cautiously observed the attire and speech of passers-by, my heart sinking with each glance. In my distraction, I failed to notice the ground beneath me, and with a misstep, I tumbled headlong. Do you see the swelling upon my forehead? I collided with a stone right then and there. Regardless of the tumble I took, it left me quite disoriented and caused an old injury on my scalp to bleed anew. With both old and new wounds combined, I suspect this is how I stumbled upon my memories. As Father Song recounted the tale, Qian Peiing and Song Fuling hurried to examine his injury. He nonchalantly waved his hand and continued, "No need to fuss, it's nothing. Let us first discuss the family situation. I shall elaborate in detail. You two must pay close attention, lest you inadvertently reveal inconsistencies later. This ancient society is steeped in superstitions and feudal beliefs. As for my body, my surname is also Song. Allow me to introduce the Song family. I have an elder sister named Song Yinfeng, who married a brother-in-law living in the mountains. In my recollection, she was quite beautiful in her youth, and we bore the closest resemblance to one another. My sister declined marriage proposals from families in the neighboring village, as they offered better conditions solely to provide me with the funds for my education. She was unwilling to marry a hunter who resided in the mountains. It is worth noting that hunters own no land, and in the eyes of the villagers, they are seen as rootless and lacking security. Yet, the suitor from the neighboring village only offered 6 taels as a bride price, whereas my brother-in-law's family could provide 15. My parents readily consented, taking that money to continue funding my studies, hoping I would achieve something significant. Indeed, I did manage to excel, as a son of a humble family. I passed the examinations and achieved the distinction of being the top scholar, gaining a modicum of renown. From that moment, one might say I altered the fate of the Song family, for I took you as my wife. I shall discuss matters pertaining to you later. For now, I must continue speaking about at this point. Father Song faltered, indicating a considerable disarray in his thoughts. It was Song Fuling who prompted him. Speaking of how your elder sister's fate was altered, is there no one else in the family? Indeed, your aunt is referred to as rather than my dear daughter. Take note, her family has now relocated down the mountain, as her son and daughter have grown up, making future marital arrangements more cumbersome. Moreover, her husband is of advanced age, rendering it unsuitable for them to continue residing in the mountains. Thus, I discreetly borrowed 25 taels of silver from her without my wife's knowledge. At that time, she was engaged in building a house and purchasing land. After all, what sustenance could one expect without land? Her husband had spent a lifetime hunting, yet his savings were hardly sufficient. In my recollection, I never anticipated repayment. It was essentially a gift. This matter holds significant weight in my memory. Could this be considered a turning point in her fate? I married a virtuous wife and found myself with a wealthy father-in-law, thus altering not only my destiny, but also providing support to my family. My eldest sister is the firstborn, followed by 2 brothers, Song Futsai and Song Fushi. I rank as the 3rd son, the youngest in the family. Named Song Fuxing, not Song Jianya, mind you. The widowed mother currently lives with my 2 brothers, managing the household amidst a plethora of nieces and nephews. As families do not separate while parents are alive in this region, the fortune I have bestowed upon my parents and brothers stems from the fact that my grandfather, in his time, allocated merely 7 acres of dry land to our family. However, since marrying, I have gradually added 6 acres of prime farmland for them. Paying, unable to endure the lengthy discourse, remarked that after a couple of minutes, he still hadn't reached the crux of the matter and noted that she had never encountered anyone as loquacious as Old Song. I interjected, Old Song. All I wish to know is where we are, where we live, what we are called, and what our course of action will be. Why are you digressing? Didn't you ask me to elaborate? He replied, in my mind, these few pivotal matters are paramount, and must I not address them one by one? Song Fuling remained speechless as the 2 continued their bickering. You only ever take your father's side. Chapter 3. Aftermath. After praising his daughter, Father Song glanced at Qian Peiying's expression and realized that his wife's irritation stemmed from her understanding of the situation. He cleared his throat softly and suggested, this conversation between the 2 of us is clearly aimed at you, Qian Peiying, and it seems to be quite effective. Qian Peiying, overwhelmed with sorrow, wiped her tears and spoke with a quivering voice. I won't interrupt any longer. Please continue. You must remember this. Remember? He replied, let us not dawdle. With a wave of his hand, Old Song indicated that it was time to get to the crux of the matter. He turned to his wife and said, I am Song Fuxing, 29 years of age, the same as you. After that, I never managed to pass another examination. It was a misjudgment on my part. Following our marriage, we were blessed with a daughter, Song Panya, our beloved girl, who is currently 13 years old. In the first 2 years of our marriage, we lived with the entire Song family in the countryside. The village we resided in was called Dying Village, quite a distance from the county town. Our county town is already rather remote, so one can only imagine the conditions of that village. Dying Village is the most peripheral village in this administrative district, and even reaching the county town for market day is a strenuous endeavor. To put it plainly, if you traverse the winding mountain paths of that village, you would walk for days without being under the jurisdiction of the city official. In modern terms, this area would be considered part of Hunan province. Qian Peiying chose not to engage with him. Song Fuling had always shared a close bond with her father. In times of need, she would turn to him for financial assistance, and he would provide without hesitation. Their relationship was undeniably strong. She chimed in, I understand. It's a place that is more about the essence than the appearance. I'm Song Panya. And it seems that all the girls in the Song family have names ending with Ya. Dia, Arya, Sonia, and I, being the youngest, have become Panya. My daughter is indeed astute. Her analysis is spot on. Indeed, you have 2 daughters above, the daughters of your second uncle's family. Since childhood, your health has been fragile, and you were so slender that they affectionately called you Fat Girl in hopes you would gain weight. Oh, Father, what does that make my mother? Father, how coincidental. Could this be our past lives intertwined? Have we been transported into the essence of our ancestors? Father Song felt a wave of nostalgia, particularly in this moment of dwelling in antiquity. He responded, even more coincidentally, whether in the modern era or here. I have always relied on the financial support of the Song family, borrowing from the wealth of the Jean family, just like your maternal grandfather, who passed down his culinary skills to me and lent me the majority of his life savings, enabling our family to run a snack shop and an ice pop factory, earning little by little until I could finally establish my own factory. Alas, your grandfather's health deteriorated, and he departed early, following your grandmother. Even your biased paternal grandfather received my respect. Your grandfather, after all, spent 2 years bedridden. I attended to his every need, covering his hospital expenses. Yet in his final moments, he insisted on being taken to your uncle's home. What was the reason, Fu Ling? Your grandfather simply wished to pass away at your uncle's house, so that the gifts received would go to his eldest son. He claimed to be confused, yet he still managed to draft a will, dismissing the dilapidated house in the countryside as something of little value. He left behind not a single cherished thought. His favoritism was so pronounced that I often questioned whether I was adopted. Yet, despite that, your grandfather was able to grant me a grand farewell. Your maternal grandfather, however, offered me no such opportunity. He slipped away in his sleep, dedicating his life solely to giving to me and your mother. Money Pain could no longer contain herself. Her husband was intentionally stirring her memories of her parents, adding to her already anxious heart. We find ourselves transported to ancient times, so why dwell on trivial matters? Does it not weigh heavily on the heart? The conversation lacks focus. Are we not discussing the antiquated figure of Fu Ling? Old Song, with a stiff neck, felt a surge of indignation rising within him. He was determined to address the issue at hand, insisting vehemently, with rapid speech. Even if I were to transform into a great flower and ascend to the heavens, I would still bring this up. I am justified wherever I go. The mere thought of it infuriates me. We toiled tirelessly, saving a lifetime's worth of money. Song Fu Ling quickly reassured her father. Yes, Dad, please calm down. My mother may not understand you, but I do. After all, it's hard for anyone to accept such a sudden change. We might call it the after effects of time travel, and we cannot dwell on it too deeply. For instance, we cannot linger on our modern careers or the friends we have lost. Those familiar faces, both good and bad, like my uncle, whom you might wish to quarrel with, are now mere shadows. Lamenting is futile. As for our finances, well, primarily the finances, especially since my mother is quite thrifty. She disallows my spending, and even a small purchase prompts her to accuse me of being wasteful. Now, the 3 of us have departed, and our money remains unspent. As for me, I have grown so much only to regress to the age of 13, starting all over again. Look at my short legs and small hands. I was once youthful. You know, I certainly do not welcome this unexpected reset. After 20 years of education, enduring countless examinations that nearly drove me to despair, I find myself illiterate in this ancient script. Moreover, the societal norms here, with their patriarchal undertones, are beyond my imagination. I can no longer travel, nor can I earn a salary to spend as I wish. So many restrictions weigh heavily upon me. Song Fu Ling's voice dwindled as she rested her chin in her hands on the table, murmuring, "Forget it. I no longer wish to speak." Song's father remarked, "Is this a lesson for others? You've nearly driven yourself mad." The atmosphere became notably somber. Qian Peiying exchanged a glance with her husband, silently urging him to speak, reassuring him that their daughter would soon recover her spirits, especially since she was not truly 13. Song's father felt a twinge of regret for his earlier lack of composure. Realizing that his daughter had lost her zest, he cast a sidelong glance at her, understanding that repetitive reassurances were of little value. Rubbing his face with both hands, he mustered his spirits and addressed his wife, Peiying, "To be honest, your father from the ancient times has been quite generous to us." Old Master Qian, who traversed the land in his youth as a merchant, had a head full of daring ideas. Eventually, he stumbled upon a secret brewing recipe, and having mastered the craft, he settled in the county to open a tavern. That venerable man had but one son and one daughter in his lifetime. You, my wife, are the eldest, with a younger brother who lost his mother when he was merely 10. These are memories you ought to cherish. I had mentioned before that my fortune lies in marrying you. After you bore our daughter, the old doctor warned of the toll it had taken on your health, making further childbirth a daunting prospect. This only intensified your father's concerns. He first witnessed my failure in the imperial examinations and then arranged for me to secure a position in the county, teaching young children, ensuring we distanced ourselves from rural hardships, fearing the burdens of my parents would weigh upon you. Furthermore, he prepared a home for us. The very house we inhabit now was a gift from him. Due to the thriving liquor business, the elder had to relocate to the capital city for development, taking along your brother's family and leaving the county town behind. Do you understand? It's akin to receiving not only a house, but also a business as a gift. Hence, he has toiled tirelessly for you, providing your daughter and son-in-law with a house and a shop, yet he cannot boast about it outwardly, as he fears it might affect my chances of passing the scholar's examination. After all, in ancient times, there were distinct classes of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. As for Uncle Nyo, for reasons unknown, he has never married and remains dedicated to managing our family's tavern, residing within the establishment itself. The shop is located just a turn to the right on West Street when you exit our home, and on the first of every month, old Nyo dutifully delivers the profit to our family. This means we do not have to manage the shop while still receiving silver. Speaking of silver, Father Song paused, recalling the impetus that transported the three of them to ancient times. He glanced at his wife, furrowing his brow, and said, "Paying, there is something else at play here. The fact that we have a tavern generating monthly income is known only to my father-in-law, my widowed mother, and my two elder brothers. Not even my own elder sister is aware of the details. Previously, I mentioned that I send money to the countryside for my mother to acquire an additional acre of land each year, claiming it as earnings from copying and teaching books. How did we become the target of thieves? How did they come to know?" As the conversation turned to this matter, Qian Paying casually inquired, "By the way, where did you go after I and our daughter were incapacitated? Aside from the fall, did you sustain your head injury from fighting with them?" "Fight? What fighting?" Song Fuxing internally scorned the original owner's cowardice and loathed this body of his, which seemed to possess a penchant for trivial matters while incessantly scheming to take advantage of his father-in-law, achieving nothing of significance. In the depths of memory, the original owner knelt before the venerable teacher who had guided him to pass the examination for a child scholar, only to find that the old gentleman had passed away. In mourning, he had prostrated himself until dawn, embodying the role of a dutiful son and grandson, while secretly evading the intoxicating fumes. Of course, even at home, it bore little significance. Perhaps he believed that as a child scholar, he held a certain prestige, and that even the local officials would show him some regard and expedite their response. However, he encountered disappointment, as the county magistrate was absent from the yamen, having ventured out of the city with his retinue. At the outset, I likened the act of serving medicine to that of Panjinlian, referring to a maidservant from the magistrate's household. It was unclear whether Qian Paying grasped the underlying implication, but Song Fuling, who had only half listened, comprehended it well. "Oh dear. Father, it's fortunate you came along. You have given his unburdened spirit a new essence." At this pivotal moment, she remarked on the character of a man who, when scrutinizing silver and coins, neglects to consider the well-being of his wife and children, revealing a rather dismal moral compass. With that, she was the first to rise and head towards the kitchen. Song Fuling leaned against the doorframe and inquired, "Mother, did the thief also steal the rice and flour?" "No," Qian Paying replied, glancing at the grain sacks, a flicker of emotion stirring within her, no longer as indifferent as before. Why? Because even without memories, even without understanding the nuances of ancient times, she recognized that in this era, possessing flour and rice signified a decent living. It is essential to acknowledge that not only in antiquity, but also in the modern era, during the 1970s and 1980s, many families struggled to afford such staples. The terse words that followed from her husband brought a rush of emotion to Qian Paying's eyes. "This body of mine is merely that of a child scholar. You cannot expect to share in these provisions." Master Qian, fearing his wife might deprive herself of sustenance, instructed Manager Nyo to deliver not only silver coins each month, but also to procure 50 pounds of fine flour, 20 pounds of rice, and a jar of oil. This arrangement had been in place since the day he moved to the city, regardless of the soaring prices of grain, The supply of fine flour never faltered. Qian Ping paused momentarily while scooping rice, her voice tinged with a nasal tone as she remarked, "I will treat him as my own father. We must be kinder to him in the future." Sang Fuling, sensing something amiss, cautiously approached. "Mother, why are you crying again?" The tears continued to flow. At that moment, she yearned for her parents, who had passed away many years ago, and missed her biological father. Unlike what her husband claimed about being considerate to her in-laws, her true father, much like this ancient one, genuinely cared for her. Without eyes, where would there be eye sockets? They had devoted themselves entirely to their daughter's well-being, worrying about her comfort and hunger before her marriage, and even after, they refrained from expressing their concerns to the family. Chapter 5. The futility of a golden finger. Sang Fuxing sighed, realizing his wife's thoughts were with her in-laws. He approached and gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "All right. I will prepare the meal today. Do not be disheartened by the scarcity of ingredients." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and sat on a low stool, ready to ignite the fire, urging his wife and daughter to step outside and wait for the meal to be ready. Upon the mention of ingredients, Sang Fuling and the tearful Qian Ping exchanged a glance, suddenly realizing they had overlooked a most crucial question. Qian Ping hastily wiped her tears, and together they asked in unison, "Where did you get the chocolate?" Sang Fuxing replied leisurely, "Indeed, why did you only ask now?" At that moment, my face turned pale with fright. There exists a personal space, an embodiment of modern domesticity. With a mere press of his right thumb upon the crimson birthmark in the center of his palm, Papa Song can conjure images of his former home in his mind. To extract an object from this personal space, one must have visual knowledge of the item's precise location. In other words, one must be mentally capable of envisioning it. However, ancient artifacts cannot be contained within this space. Conversely, modern items may indeed be transported to ancient times. For this to occur, Papa Song must focus his thoughts, resolutely desiring the object in question. During the transformation process, his ancient self appears momentarily dazed, as if possessed, rendered mute and immobile, with his eyes fixed in a trance. For his consciousness traverses the realm of his personal space. Moreover, it is paramount to note that all items within this space remain unchanged, impervious to the ravages of time. However, it lacks electricity, water, and internet connectivity, rendering phones and televisions useless. It is merely a bright and spacious abode. Thus, the state of their home prior to their journey to ancient times remains unchanged. For instance, if the cucumbers on the north balcony were slightly wilted before they departed, they shall remain in that state indefinitely. If there were fresh persimmons resting in the kitchen basin when they left, upon their arrival in the past, they would still glisten with dew. The temperature of the frozen meats in the refrigerator would also remain constant, reflecting their condition at the time of departure. Accompanied by the enchanting journey of this family of three into antiquity, Qian Ping stands with a vacant expression, cradling a cup of yogurt, an item her father has just conjured at her behest. She appeared somewhat dazed as she peeled back the lid of the yogurt and delicately licked it with her tongue. As the creamy yogurt spread across her lips and teeth, Comrade Qian Ping suddenly experienced an epiphany, feeling liberated from within. She realized that her previous existence had been rather constrained. Henceforth, there was truly nothing she could not accept. In her ears, she heard her daughter urging her father, "Could you conjure up another lighter? Otherwise, with you away, my mother and I won't be able to cook. We both need some time to adjust to this flint." The child's father readily agreed, saying, "Yes, we need to consider what you two will eat in my absence. Primarily, since neither of you knows anyone here, you can't venture out casually. Regardless of the situation, everything must be approached with gradual familiarity. Father, I'll prepare some fried dough twists for you. I'll make plenty, so that if I'm not home, you and Mom can munch on those. I'll also cook some lean meat porridge, braise some pork, and whip up some sauced eggplant, considering it our ancient homely feast. Just wait for my little magic tricks," he added. Suddenly, the daughter seemed to grasp the nuances of daily life, grabbing her father's arm and widening her eyes. "No, it's best to gather ingredients on site. Didn't you say that once something inside is used up, it's truly gone? We can't bring in anything from outside, unless absolutely necessary, from now on. We must not disturb the items in this space. Do you understand?" To ensure he was listening, she emphasized to Song Fuxing, "We can only take oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and essential supplies for living. Everything else, you must earn in the ancient times. Hurry and earn more to buy it." Qian Ping interjected, "Indeed. Listen to what your daughter is saying. Are you capable of this?" Song Fuling chuckled, I find it hard to believe in your father's capabilities. The former Song Fuxing truly struggled to earn a meager salary from teaching. If your father were to rely solely on his teaching, he would be a mere imitation, devoid of any substantial knowledge. Back in the day, he couldn't even pass the entrance exam for junior high and had to resort to connections to enter secondary school. Alas, you have become increasingly unscrupulous, spinning fanciful tales in front of the child. When did I fail to gain admission to junior high? Qian Ping burst into laughter. It was no wonder old Song was in a tizzy. After all, this matter had been concealed for over 2 decades in modern times. It should be noted that the child's father had always boasted that his daughter Fulling's admission to graduate school was a direct result of his influence, claiming that his own low education stemmed from not having good parents or being born in a fortunate era. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been a postdoctoral scholar. Just listen to the bravado he exudes. If boasting were taxable, their household would be facing famine by now. I was merely speaking metaphorically. It's a concern for a better life. We are unfamiliar with ancient times, and our lack of memory may hinder you, so I thought to offer a gentle reminder. Song Fuling anticipated that her father would undoubtedly be embarrassed and angrily declare, "No need for your reminders. Just watch." However, contrary to her expectations, he remained silent, quietly washing rice and kneading dough, his posture appearing increasingly dejected. Song Fuling approached to offer comfort. "Dad, I believe in you. You will surely succeed." Song Fuxing shook the flour from his hands and responded in a deep, resonant voice, "It's not that. My worries stem from something far more unsettling than merely possessing space." Song Fuling was taken aback. "I have never disclosed the dynasty we are in because I cannot comprehend it myself. Observe. We have soy sauce and a cast iron wok, along with scallions, ginger, and garlic. We are indeed capable of cooking. The crux of the matter lies in the corn, albeit its yield is not particularly high. The absence of sweet potatoes, tomatoes, and chili peppers is noteworthy, at least to my recollection. I have neither seen nor tasted them." Qian Ping did not comprehend her husband's meaning and questioned how such a statement could be more unsettling than possessing a spatial pocket. Nevertheless, this did not deter her from immediately turning to her daughter, who boasted the highest level of education, despite her philosophical studies being of little relevance in this ancient era. Song Fuling pondered for a moment before articulating her analysis. "Father, the presence of corn suggests we are in the Ming dynasty. The lack of sweet potatoes and potatoes is quite normal, as historically, their introduction indeed followed that of corn. As for chili peppers and tomatoes, they are even later arrivals. The crux of the matter, however, is that this is not the Ming dynasty. It is the Jiayu dynasty. Just listen to the name. Even I, a mere student transitioning to junior high, find it difficult to grasp the existence of such a dynasty. I have never even heard of it. What does this mean?" Qian Ping was taken aback. "Are you implying that there is no such era? Have we drifted into a vacuum? Yet we are indeed real people. A pinch would hurt." The notions of time travel, spatial pockets, and a fictional dynasty were swiftly accepted by Song Fuling, who took but a few moments to compose herself before inquiring, "Father, please speak plainly. Do not fear to frighten us. What troubles this dynasty? I fear it is unstable, and chaos may ensue. Moreover, we are entirely ignorant of the nature of this dynasty. Your historical studies would be of no avail. We cannot foresee calamities, and that is what concerns me." Chapter 6. Matters at hand. Song Fuxing recognized that voicing these thoughts would undoubtedly yield such a reaction. The mother and daughter were rendered incapable of absorbing any further information. Taking over the task from his wife, he observed that the dough had risen to twice its size. He deftly flattened the dough and sliced it into long strips, twisting each one into a delicate twist. As he worked, he remarked, "Do not be alarmed. We are not at that stage yet. I merely believe we should be prepared in our hearts, in case we need to accumulate more grain and silver." "Can you truly analyze this? You are but a young scholar. I doubt the accuracy of your assertions," she countered. "Indeed, father, might you be overthinking this?" Song Fuling chimed in, supporting her mother. Song Fuxing, feeling exasperated, replied, "Do you think I relish such unfounded analyses? This is a matter of broader perspective. You must understand that in the early years following my marriage, I failed to pass the scholar examinations due to personal reasons. However, in the past 5 years, it is not that I cannot take the exams, it is that they are no longer held. Where can I take them now?" Noticing that his wife and daughter still stared at him in disbelief, he continued, "You may ponder this as you wish. The imperial court has not descended into chaos. Can the imperial examinations be suspended indefinitely? For 5 years? I have heard the emperor is quite advanced in age, perhaps in his 60s or 70s. And without an heir apparent, I doubt he will appoint one. Just watch those dramas depicting Kangxi. His sons, each cunning as a fox, seem to wish for one another's demise. You must realize that even amidst such fierce competition, Kangxi maintained order, and his reign was deemed a prosperous era. Now, however, we find ourselves in the Jiajing era, where the common folk live in mediocrity, and the court has already been divided among the 5 princes, each ruling their own territory. Understood, it implies that one must take action decisively. Once war is declared, one must be prepared to engage fully. To speak of anything else would be irrelevant, and admittedly, my knowledge is limited, as our county is rather remote. I have only heard from colleagues that the king of Wu from the Jiangnan region and the 4th son of the emperor, who occupies the territories of Fujian and Guangdong, have clashed over territory on 2 occasions in recent years. Fortunately, we reside within the borders of Hunan, under the jurisdiction of the Qi Wang, the emperor's 2nd son, who is disinclined to invite calamity upon himself. We have lived peacefully as his subjects for several years. However, this fortune is also a misfortune, as I hold little optimism for him. Why? Qian Peiing furrowed her brow. In her perspective, earning a living under the stewardship of a pragmatic individual is far superior to being under the rule of a warlike one. My dear, she remarked, his influence is minimal. He resides in the same city as your father, and the prince's residence is there. Yet, it is not due to an affinity for Hunan that he dwells there. Rather, it is because his dominion is limited. Besides Hunan, he oversees only a significant portion of Anhui province to the east. Beyond that, even the Lu province does not fall under his purview. Our tranquil existence appears increasingly precarious. If you doubt my broader perspective, consult your daughter. Am I mistaken in my assessment? If we wish to lead a peaceful life, we shall inevitably need to relocate. Song Fuling nodded, succinctly analyzing for her mother. What my father says is accurate. We either submit or harbor ambitions to expand our influence and engage in conflict. To remain timid and hold onto a small territory will surely lead to our demise, especially given our current position. Mother, you must have heard of Zhengzhou Station in modern times. It is the only train station that connects to all provincial capitals across the nation, highlighting the significance of this location as a vital transportation hub. As Song Fuling's words fell, they seemed to validate her suspicions, for outside there came a series of urgent, resounding knocks upon the door. The sudden noise startled the 3 individuals, and their expressions shifted dramatically. Qian Peiying's face paled the most. Clutching her chest, she urged, "Old Song, quickly, go and see who it is. They are pounding on the door with such ferocity." Upon noticing her daughter attempting to accompany her husband outside, she seized Song Fuling's arm, exclaiming, "Don't go. We wouldn't recognize anyone. We might inadvertently reveal ourselves with just a few words. This ancient world is frightening. It's an era we hardly comprehend, where killing is as casual as butchering a chick. Mother, please remain calm. You are being overly cautious. We cannot simply hide away forever. If my father instructs us to call out, we should do so. Who could possibly apprehend and execute someone without cause?" With her rationale firmly established, Qian Peiying took a deep breath and resolutely followed her daughter outside. However, it soon became evident that the trio, having traversed from the modern age, was ill-prepared for the reality that awaited them beyond the threshold. As the door swung open, they collectively gasped in shock. Standing before them was a youth of 17 or 18, his body partially stained with blood, cradling in his arms a young boy who appeared to be 4 or 5 years old. The child's face was smeared with dirt, and he bore a small bundle on his back. Upon spotting Song Fuxing and the others, the injured young man uttered not a word. Instead, he abruptly knelt before them. Bowing his head, with his bloodied right hand, he retrieved a letter from his chest and solemnly presented it. Sensing impending calamity, Song Fuxing took the letter and, raising his voice, demanded, "Why are you kneeling? Rise and speak. What has transpired?" Fortunately, Old Bullhead has also arrived, the very one that Father Song previously mentioned. The esteemed father-in-law who entrusted the management of the shop to Steward Neo. He had not made his appearance immediately, as he was busy securing the mule cart. At this moment, Old Bullhead's eyes were reddened with urgency. "Son-in-law, please refrain from asking any further. It is futile." He goes by the name Si Zhuang, a mute, one of the attendants purchased by the master for the young master many years ago. You must quickly read the letter. Something must have gone awry at the master's end. And it must be grave, for otherwise, the young master would not have been brought here by Si Zhuang. Very well, I shall do so at once. As Song Fuxing unfolded the letter, he discreetly gestured towards the boy nestled in the youth's arms, subtly reminding the memory-impaired wife and daughter, "Quickly, take the little one inside. Offer him something to eat, and inquire about what has transpired with our nephew." With these words from Song Fuxing, Qian Peiying and Song Fuling turned their gazes towards the boy held by Si Zhuang. It was the first time the little boy raised his head since his arrival. His dark little face obscured his features, revealing only his strikingly clear, large eyes, which were filled with profound unease. It seemed he had become so parched that he could hardly articulate a word, merely gazing at Qian Peiying, silently mouthing the words, "Aunt." Qian Peiying was unfamiliar with this sensation. In modern times, she was an only child, and apart from her daughter, she held little regard for any younger kin, having never taken on the role of an aunt. Yet, in that fleeting moment, it was oddly as if the emotions of this body were beyond her control, causing tears to well up in her eyes and her heart to ache. Qian Peiying stepped forward to take the young boy into her embrace, sensing his body tense up. She softly murmured along his back, "Michao, do not be afraid. It is all right now." Song Fuling reacted even more swiftly, "Mother, please take my brother inside and check for any injuries. Father, you should hurry to the doctor and bring someone back. Look, this boy named Si Zhuang is still bleeding." The newly appointed young lady, Song Fuling, had no time to dwell on the awkwardness of her new title, as Si Zhuang, having lost too much blood, wobbled unsteadily upon rising, startling her into instinctively reaching out to steady him. Unfortunately, her gesture frightened Si Zhuang as well, causing him to instinctively dodge and collide with the doorframe. Before her embarrassment could settle in, her father inadvertently exacerbated the situation. Song Fuxing appeared to be faltering, tripping over his own feet and almost tumbling to the ground in the courtyard. "Father, are you all right?" she inquired anxiously. Song Fuxing clenched the letter tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. "I am not well." Chapter 7. "Daughter, I am afraid." Song Fuxing assisted Si Zhuang into the back courtyard side room, gesturing towards a basin and then to a wooden barrel in the yard. The barrel contained water that had been heated under the sun, intended to prevent the chill of freshly drawn well water, typically used for washing and cleaning. "You should clean yourself first, lie down, and rest for a while. Try to keep your eyes closed as long as possible. You have not slept for 2 days and nights. Rest is imperative, or you will find it difficult to endure the journey ahead. When the old Neo family arrives, I will have the doctor dress your wounds. If you need anything, just shout for me loudly from the front yard." Having imparted his instructions, Song Fuxing hastily turned and tugged at his daughter's arm, urging her to move forward. Song Fuling had intended to remind her father that Si Zhuang was mute and could not possibly call out loudly to summon anyone in the front yard. As she grasped her cumbersome skirt with one hand to keep up with her father's strides, her other hand pressed her nails into her palm, pondering the meaning behind her father's remark about setting off shortly. When Song Fuxing pulled his daughter into the room, he deliberately peeked around, perhaps sensing that mere absence of sight did not guarantee safety. He then instructed Song Fuling to cough loudly within the room, wishing to ascertain the effectiveness of soundproofing from outside. Song Fuling thought to herself, who is he guarding against, or is he merely overly anxious? She bit her lip, gripping the doorknob tightly, and softly implored, "Father, please speak your mind. Truly, no one can hear or see us. Your manner unsettles me." With a frustrated exclamation, Song Fuling observed her father's sudden outpouring of fears as if he had unlocked a door to his inner turmoil. He paced anxiously, gesticulating wildly as he lamented, "What a stroke of ill fortune. They grant me no respite. Our family of 3 has scarcely arrived in this wretched locale, and already calamity strikes. I warned that this place was not safe, and lo and behold, your grandfather and uncle have been thrust onto the battlements as cannon fodder." He raged against the Qi King, decrying him as worthless, declaring, "Everything has been lost, utterly lost. The city is on the brink of collapse." "What do you mean, lost? Who has been lost?" Song Fuling felt a wave of confusion wash over her, struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation. This was not merely the modern world she once knew. It was a far cry from that. Song Fuxing noticed his daughter's pale face, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm and assume responsibility. Yet, his composure lasted no longer than 5 seconds. "We must flee quickly, my daughter. Your grandfather has stated in his letter that if the Prince Qi cannot win, he will fight fiercely without surrendering. The soldiers from other cities have yet to arrive, and he has already sent all the men in the capital to battle, releasing only the young children like Michou, who are of no use. Furthermore, A conscription notice has been issued, targeting men aged 12 to 45 in the surrounding cities. No wonder when I first arrived, the county magistrate was absent. The notice must be racing towards us as well. Aren't you a student? In this place, they tend to regard scholars with esteem, don't they? Isn't it said that one can be exempt from labor and other duties? They portray it like that on television. He gazed at his daughter, whose eyes were filled with hopeful pleading. You don't pay attention to those dramas. A student is of no consequence. Even those who hold the title of Jurenorshiots must go. In times of war, even the emperor and the princes are not spared. The foremost priority is survival. If we defend the city, there will always be opportunities for examination later. What difference does my absence make? If we cannot hold the city, they might breach the walls, and that would lead to slaughter. I am 29. I will undoubtedly be captured. The weight of his words resonated deeply. Song Fuling grasped her father's hand with urgency, exclaiming, "Then what are you hesitating for? Why are you burdening me with so many words? Let us go, quickly." The final word "go" came out in a tone of desperation, revealing the extent of their panic. Where would they go? What would they eat or drink? Even if they fled, they could not leave without preparation. Finally, Song Fushing managed to shake off his daughter's hand and, with a thud, sat down heavily on the ground. Before entering the space, he sat cross-legged while reminding, "Quickly think of what else your father might need, and keep an eye on the door to ensure no one discovers our family's grand secret." After staring intently at Song Fushing for a few seconds, Song Fuling suddenly sprang into action. She hurried to the bedside, looked up, and noticed that the curtains were hooked shut. Without hesitation, she yanked them down. In that moment, she was uncertain of her intention, frantically seizing anything in sight. She then dragged the quilt and tossed it onto the floor, ripping the bedsheet to fashion a makeshift bundle. Items from the table such as the candlestick, sewing basket, and cooking oil, along with the incense burner on the basin stand, and several pieces of cotton cloth resembling towels for the face and feet, were all hastily thrown into the bundle. She opened the wardrobe and pulled out several pieces of dark-hued ancient garments, specifically searching for a cotton jacket and pants. To her disappointment, she found only skirts, those that reached the ankles, specifically the long, traditional skirts. Song Fuling muttered in frustration. As she rummaged through the wardrobe for ancient fabric shoes and cotton shoes, Song Fushing, who had been seated cross-legged in the middle of the room, finally returned mentally from the space, bringing with him the first batch of goods taken from their modern home. "Daughter, quickly check what else we might need for our escape. Is there anything missing?" Song Fushing wiped his forehead, though no sweat was present, and urged, "You first assess and pack the essentials. I'll search around a bit more and think of how to help your mother accept the reality swiftly without causing a scene. No shouting or crying." After saying this, he fell silent once more, retreating back into the space. Due to the urgency of the situation, Song Fushing did not close his eyes as he had previously. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on the table leg, remaining completely still. Song Fuling crouched down to begin her inventory. A sealed 5-liter bucket of soybean oil, 2 bags of non-iodized bamboo salt, 2 unopened jars of fermented bean curd, and a small half-bag of white sugar, carelessly wrapped in paper. Indeed, in modern times, she and her mother had been dieting, rarely using sugar in their cooking unless they were baking cakes at home, which they hadn't done in quite some time. Therefore, opening a bag of sugar would last them for ages, leaving no surplus. Song Fuling glared at her father's profile, thinking to herself, "Alas, this is truly exasperating. You only allow me to remind you, yet when I call out to you, you cannot hear me in this space." Chapter 8. Preparation. He is indeed my true father, my own flesh and blood. Song Fuling gazed at the clothes in her hands with gratitude. Although her father had forgotten the medicine on his second trip, he had brought her garments. Among those garments was the most essential item, a pair of shorts. Song Fuling had long wished to address this matter, yearning to change her attire, but since her arrival in this new world, she had been preoccupied, scarcely finding time to eat, let alone consider such things. To speak candidly, she initially felt quite uncomfortable wearing the original owner's clothes, which were somewhat irksome. However, given the dire circumstances, one must speak as the situation dictates. To be overly fastidious would only burden her own parents. After all, her current body was that of a 13-year-old, slender and small. Modern clothing was both unwearable and intimidating, and if she were to disdain the ancient attire, she would have to procure new fabric entirely. Moreover, it is rather pretentious. Having donned the attire, why should one complain about it? Thus, she resolved that, even if she found herself unaccustomed to the peculiar and verbose garments of ancient times, she would adapt, keeping her mouth shut and making minimal demands. For her parents were already on the brink of mental collapse. Yet, no matter how understanding she aimed to be, she certainly could not be expected to wear open-crotch pants. Could she? Indeed, it was true. These were indeed open-crotch pants, with the undergarments beneath the skirt allowing for ventilation, featuring a triangular cut likely designed for convenience in the restroom. Both men and women in this realm donned such attire. When she first realized the nature of her undergarments, she was taken aback by the unexpected gentle breeze that accompanied her movements, leaving her utterly mortified and reluctant to speak of it. For anything taken from the space would inevitably pass through her father's scrutiny. It finally dawned on her why the skirts of ancient women were so lengthy and why revealing one's undergarments was considered improper by men in those times. Indeed, one could argue that even in modernity, such attire would be deemed inappropriate. It was simply too revealing. Therefore, at this moment, Song Fuling felt a surge of gratitude, touched by her father's anxious diligence in seeking out clothing for her and her mother from their space. Upon rifling through the selection, she discovered that her father had procured quite a considerable amount. There were undergarments and shorts for 3 individuals, each receiving 3 pairs. The undergarments seemed to be a chaotic mix, including standard autumn shirts and vests, along with 2 half-sleeve cotton t-shirts, and even shorts that appeared to be mistaken for larger ones. Nonetheless, it sufficed. She could wear the little shorts beneath the larger ones. There were socks as well, 5 pairs for each person, and particularly within her own collection of socks, there were not only cotton ones, but also 2 pairs of velvet ones. She could hardly recall where those socks had been stashed away, pondering how they had come to be rediscovered. Moreover, there are several pairs of thin autumn trousers and thick fleece pants, but only 1 pair is allotted to each person. Song Fuling tied up the excess socks and 3 pairs of thick fleece pants with hemp rope and stuffed them into a makeshift bundle fashioned from bed sheets, placing them alongside the ancient garments and shoes. Although autumn has just begun, and the temperature fluctuations may not yet necessitate such heavy attire, the uncertainty of their journey's duration makes preparation for warmer clothing essential. She set aside the 2 pairs of sports pants her father had brought, 1 gray, belonging to her mother, and 1 black, designated for herself. She planned to don her short shorts and hot pants once her father had left, layering the thin autumn trousers and sports pants over them. The autumn trousers and sports pants appeared excessively long compared to her current stature. Hence she intended to tuck them into her socks and secure them with rope. Her mother would dress similarly, donning the ancient skirt over her attire, ensuring that no one would notice while keeping warm. Should the situation deteriorate, removing the skirt would allow for swift escape. Once she had organized everything, she packed the essentials, such as the binoculars and flashlight, into a waterproof backpack. At that moment, Song Fushing regained his composure. Upon his 3rd entry into the space, he finally remembered to retrieve the medicine and brought out the thermal flask previously used by his daughter during their outdoor excursions. How did you manage to take that out? Dad, just our oil barrel is plastic, and the binoculars and flashlight are already daunting enough. You must concoct an excuse to evade this. Unless we abandon the 4 sturdy oxen and the rice show, leaving only the 3 of us to face them. Song Fushing waved his hand dismissively. Who has the time to consider such matters? Survival is paramount. The kettle is made of stainless steel, a material that was non-existent in ancient times, and it appears rather ostentatious. Alas, you truly are something. A flashlight and a telescope are essential tools for survival. Such items are not irreplaceable. I had almost forgotten to remind you. You need not say more. Song Fuling hastily interrupted. Whenever her father faced her and her mother, he tended to ramble excessively. This medicine is our family's lifeline. Each box consumed is 1 less we have, particularly the anti-inflammatory ones. Without them, our survival in ancient times is uncertain, and even in times of great wealth, they may be unattainable. I shall not play the role of a naive benefactor, and I shall ensure my mother does not succumb to sentimentality. I understand. Song Fushing. He had yet to utter a word, yet his daughter had already spoken at length. That? Enough of this and that, father. Please venture once more into our storage room, the small compartment converted from the cloakroom. Find the ladder and ascend. Within the 2nd door of the topmost cabinet, there lies an aluminum moisture-proof mat. The one you use when going camping? Precisely. Your tent. Oh dear. I had placed it in the garage. How unfortunate. If only I had known. Enough. Father, no need to dwell on the futile. That aluminum mat is the kind given as a gift from the dealership when we purchased the car. Do you recall? It is quite lightweight, capable of insulating against both heat and cold, and there is one in your car as well. In a crucial moment, it can even shield against rain. I bought a large roll for merely 28 yuan with free shipping. It takes up little space and can be utilized for camping. Is there anything else? Song Fuxing pondered. Indeed, it takes a good man and 3 helpers, and his daughter's assistants would make their preparations far more comprehensive. Please fetch 2 more bags of salt. As the new year approaches, given my mother's penchant for stockpiling, she should have some reserves. Please take a thorough look. Also, gather all the grains. We are uncertain how long our journey will last, and with 6 individuals to feed, we must remain together at all times. Do refrain from bringing out any more items, particularly larger ones. Even rice cannot be trifled with. While it is convenient, I will fill the packaging into the stove pit, replacing it with burlap sacks, blending it with the household provisions. After speaking, I settled into the space. What? Going to the maternal home? Song Fuling's eyes widened in surprise. And after a moment's pause, she comprehended. Indeed, if conscription were to occur, her 2 uncles and several cousins would not escape either. Having occupied their bodies, one must fulfill their familial duties. Alas, she was unaware that this was a beautiful misunderstanding. Her biological father lacked such noble awareness. Firstly, their ancestral home lies on the outskirts of this administrative district, and one must pass through there to exit Qi Wang's jurisdiction. Secondly, strength lies in numbers. Traveling in a group minimizes the risk of being attacked or robbed. To form a team for battling monsters, one must either connect through skill or blood relations. In critical moments, kinship tends to be a more reliable alliance. Chapter 9. Farewell. Old Nyoto called from outside. Son-in-law, the doctor has arrived. Song Fuling urged Song Fuxing, father. Wake up quickly. The doctor was busy in the space and did not awaken. With no other choice, Song Fuling opened the door slightly and slipped outside. Unsure whether to address him as Old Nyoto, Uncle Nyoto, or Grandfather Nyoto, she opted for silence. The 4 strong men are in the backyard. Please lead the doctor over, she instructed, her expression revealing a hint of hesitation. Old Nyoto gestured for the doctor with the medicine box to proceed first, then inquired, Miss, do you have any further instructions? Song Fuling hastily waved her hand, unaccustomed to such treatment. I do not possess the silver for the doctor's fees. You must have some, correct? He said, I thought so. How did the young master end up with such a large swelling on his forehead? Miss, I have some, he replied, and there is silver in the shop as well. Manager Nyo. Song Fuxing emerged from the room, signaling to Song Fuling to continue gathering her belongings inside, then turned back to close the door, beckoning Old Nyoto to follow him to the backyard, appearing to have something to discuss. In truth, Old Nyoto had matters to report as well, and to avoid wasting time, he spoke first. Young master, I sense something is amiss. Just earlier, on my way to the clinic, I noticed several wealthy families' carriages leaving the county, including relatives of the county magistrate. They were carrying a substantial amount of goods, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Song Fuxing nodded slightly, standing firm as he succinctly relayed the situation and offered a few instructions to Manager Nyo. Suddenly, the sound of a child's wailing erupted from the outer kitchen. Even from a distance, one could vividly feel the child's terror and hear the heart-wrenching cry of Annie, run. Qian Peng did not flee. It was Old Nyoto who ran first. Before he took off, he handed all the loose silver in his possession to Song Fuxing, intended for the 4 strong men's medicine expenses. As Old Nyoto dashed out of the Song residence, tears streamed down his face, his heart incessantly echoing Song Fuxing's earlier words. A drought in the south, the fleeing populace, along with the 10,000 troops of King Wu, are coming to attack. The master has passed away, the young master is gone, and the loyal attendants, De Zhuang, Er Zhuang, and San Zhuang, who devotedly served the young master, were tragically slain one after another as they sought to escort Qian Misho safely out of the city to find Si Zhuang, who guarded the orchard on the mountain. It was only before the master drew his last breath, having exhausted his wealth, that he entrusted the task of sending Qian Misho to safety to those who transported provisions for Prince Qi. The city had already been sealed off 2 days prior, and upon hearing the news that Prince Qi intended to conscript young maidens and married women as rewards for soldiers who claimed enemy heads, the young mistress took her own life that very night, after the young master was shot while defending the city. Old Nyo wiped the tears from his face, fighting back the rising sobs with determination as he swiftly climbed onto the mule cart and made his way to the shop. He resolved that his tears were futile. If the master were to know, he would surely scold him. He must live on, for the sake of the last remnants of the Qian family bloodline. Qian Peiying and Qian Misho, to protect them. That is how he could repay the master's kindness. Shopkeeper Nyo. As soon as old Nyo's cart came to a halt, the anxious Bai, the grocer, rushed over, grasping his arm and saying urgently, Brother Nyo, there's news from the capital. Have you heard anything? The word on the street is that King Wu is attacking us. And others say it's a disaster from the south, not a war. To be frank, my household is in chaos. Just a moment ago, several carts from the Yu family left the city, and they are among the most prominent families in our county. Old Nyo shook off Bai's hand, secured the mule cart, and brought some fodder for the mules, ensuring they were well fed. While attending to these tasks, he informed Bai, Old Bai, to be honest, you should pack your things and leave. When the fighting starts, your 4 sons and 3 sons-in-law will have nowhere to run. Moreover, considering the bond of trust one have shared with you, I implore you to refrain from spreading this information indiscriminately, lest it attract the attention of the authorities and result in the premature locking of the city gates. In such a scenario, escape would be impossible for us all, and I assure you, I would hold you accountable. Old Nyo did not even raise his eyelids. He turned and entered the shop to tidy up. Gazing at the neatly arranged rows of liquor on the counter, he selected only 2 jars to place onto the mule cart. He then crouched down and hurried to the backyard, where he retrieved the box containing his savings, emptying its contents into his bosom. After hastily gathering a few articles of clothing, he finally shouldered his usual rations along with a jar of oil and a packet of salt, locking up the shop before departing. At that moment, the eldest grandson of Boss Bai arrived, panting heavily. Grandpa Nyo, my grandfather sent this for you. Without uttering another word, he promptly placed the items onto the cart and dashed away. As old Nyo cracked the whip to urge the cart forward, he glanced over the offerings: 8 water pouches, 4 bamboo tubes, 2 raincoats, and 5 oil paper umbrellas. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on how it was not the weight of the gifts that mattered. After all, when one is fleeing for their life, abandoning the shop holds little significance. Old Nyo scrutinized the woman's face carefully. Throughout his life, he had never taken a wife. In his youth, vengeance for his mother led him to endure grievous wounds at the hands of his enemies, injuring his very essence. It was only through the intervention of a nobleman that he survived. He had never contemplated marriage, believing it would hinder others. Yet this woman consistently tended to him in secret, washing his clothes and preparing warm meals, never once expressing discontent. He pondered that good days were approaching. The 2 of them could simply be companions, and life would be quite pleasant. Who could have anticipated that after he spent the majority of his life savings to purchase the courtyard, the woman's son would object, driving the matchmaker away? Fearing that his elderly mother might remarry and invite gossip due to his new position as a county official, here are 5 taels of silver for you, along with the deed to the courtyard I acquired. I shall take my leave now. With that, the old man truly climbed back onto the mule cart and departed. To her, it seemed her son had lost his mind, yet as a woman, bound by the dictates of father, husband, and son, what recourse did she possess? The woman gazed down at the silver in her hand, aware that the old man had little left, having spent it all on acquiring the courtyard. At this moment of parting, he could still gift her 5 taels, sufficient for her expenses for 4 or 5 years. And her heart felt as if a sudden chasm had opened within it, with only the hope for his safety remaining. Chapter 10. Departure. Although Qian Mishu was merely 5 years old and struggled to articulate his thoughts coherently, he managed to convey the essential points while drinking porridge in the kitchen. As he recounted his woes to his aunt Qian Peiying, his sorrow intensified, and he abruptly lost his appetite for porridge. In a fit of frustration, he smashed the bowl and lamented, "What's the point of eating? I feel as if I could perish from grief." This led to his subsequent outburst of tears and a terrified cry for his aunt to flee. When Song Fueling rushed to the kitchen, she found her mother kneeling before the stove, nearly singed by the flames, her hands trembling with oil and flour. She thought she would have to coax her mother gently. However, she simply exclaimed, "Mother?" Qian Peiying swiftly turned her gaze toward her daughter's face, staring intently for a good 10 seconds. However, rather than waiting for her daughter to assist her, she adeptly sprang to her feet, displaying remarkable agility. Upon rising, she aimed to flee outside. Grabbing hold of Song Fulling's arm with one hand, she kicked aside a troublesome wooden stool with her foot and dashed out, raising her voice in exclamation, "Oh my goodness, Lao Song, this is bad. Where are you? Hurry and come out. We must leave quickly." Without allowing her daughter to finish, Qian Peiying interrupted with a flushed face. "What are you packing? I just realized your father has become quite reckless. He seems oblivious to the urgency of our situation." And here he is, gallivanting off to buy medicine for others, as if they have any connection to us. The three of us can leave without any fuss, come on. In her fervor, she raised her voice towards Song Fuling, pulling her daughter toward the backyard in search of her husband. Despite Song Fuling's struggles to free her arm, her mother's heightened emotions were overwhelming. In a moment of desperation, she pinched the sensitive area of Qian Peiying's hand, signaling her mother to notice Qian Mishu. Standing at the kitchen door, Qian Mishu met his aunt's gaze, and with a sudden outburst, he burst into tears. His sorrow was palpable. At merely 5 years of age, he bore an unbearable weight of grief. Listening closely, it seemed his aunt no longer wanted him, and with his grandfather and parents gone, the household staff either deceased or fled. How was he to survive in the future? Qian Peiying looked at the weeping child, swallowing hard against the non-existent lump in her throat. Upon witnessing the child weep so profoundly, with a hint of evasiveness in her gaze, avoiding the sight of Qian Mishu, she suddenly struck her chest with a fist, exclaiming, "My heart feels somewhat uneasy. I shall take a moment to compose myself and return shortly." As Qian Peiying hastily made her way toward the bedroom, she casually waved a handkerchief from beneath her arm. Meanwhile, Song Fuling was not idle. Nor did she have the luxury to console Qian Mishu. She dashed into the kitchen to gather provisions while assessing the available stock. To her dismay, she found that while there remained a substantial quantity of rice, amounting to more than half a bag, and an ample supply of flour, over 50 pounds, there was but a solitary can of oil, specifically rapeseed oil. The sugar was limited to a meager amount of cane sugar, and the salt amounted to no more than the bottom of a jar. Kicking aside scattered items, such as the 20 or so eggs nestled within a clay basket, she instructed the children, "Move these items to the front gate. If you find it too heavy, take fewer at a time and make several trips. Be careful not to break anything." During her first trip, Qian Mishu still sobbed, but by the time she made 2 or 3 trips, she had already worked up a sweat and forgotten her tears. On her end, Song Fuling was prepared to retrieve a large iron pot, an essential item. Without it, they would have no means to cook along the way. The thought of needing to drink reminded her to also bring water. She glanced at the large vat, pondering the weight of it. Would it not topple the mule cart? Nonetheless, water was indispensable. She decided to fill a wooden barrel, for it was impractical to search for a water source while on the run. At the very least, they needed to carry enough water for cooking temporarily. Song Fuling handed a gourd ladle to Qian Mishu, saying, "Stand on the stool and scoop water into this barrel." "Sister, the basin." Qian Mishu pointed toward the dough intended for frying twisted donuts, which had long since risen, yet remained unfried, and then gestured to the rice porridge that Qian Peiying had specially prepared for him. Qian Mishu now cannot tolerate even the slightest waste of food. Haunted by memories of his past experiences of hunger on the road, it is no wonder that the children are so affected. Their plight is indeed harrowing. During the span of 2 days and nights, they were first robbed of 4 strong silver pieces by desperate refugees fleeing the city. To expedite their departure from the city and to protect Qian Mishu from harm, the 4 strong men did not resist. They surrendered the silver without a struggle. Subsequently, they journeyed on, enduring hunger for an entire day, realizing that their pace was too slow and fearing they would not deliver their message in time. One of the strong men concealed Qian Mishu in a distant thicket under the cover of darkness while he resorted to robbery himself, sustaining injuries in the process. However, he did not seek to steal silver nor take lives. His sole aim was to commandeer a cart pulled by 3 mules. After the theft, he urged the mules forward while discarding the belongings of the robbed family onto the road, thus avoiding a fatal confrontation, leading the assailants to cease their pursuit. It is clear that there was a misunderstanding. Qian Mishu, being young, could hardly articulate the tragic deaths of his grandparents and parents, and thus remained silent. The strong man, being mute, could not clarify either. Song Fuxing and manager Niu assumed that the mule cart was acquired for travel, while individuals like Song Fuling and Qian Peiying, although aware of the arduous journey ahead, could hardly fathom that their means of transport relied solely on theft, coming from a country that espouses socialist ideals. As the entire family worked together to gather their belongings at the entrance, old Niu also arrived punctually, driving a wooden cart drawn by 3 mules. Upon encountering Song Fuxing, old Nyoto reported, "Son-in-law, this is salt, 2 caddies, purchased at a premium price. It is no longer available. I visited several shops, pleaded tirelessly, yet they refused to sell. Additionally, I have procured the charcoal brazier and the tripod, though I could only acquire half a bag of charcoal. as it is still early autumn and supplies are scarce. As for the kitchen knife and iron rake, the blacksmith's wife claimed there were none readily available, and I was unable to secure them. Please accept these remaining silver coins. I have brought all the funds from the shop, and this is all that remains, though it is somewhat lacking. As old Nyoto spoke, he took the 2 quilts that Pei handed him and deftly tucked them into the corner of the cart, swiftly pressing the silver coins into Song Fuxing's hands, evidently preparing to head to the backyard to catch and slaughter chickens. He tied the chickens onto the cart, then began lifting the water buckets and rice sacks, moving the larger items that Song Fuling was unable to manage. Song Fuxing watched old Nyoto's busy figure, gripping the silver pouch tightly. This was no exaggeration. Just 3 days prior, old Nyoto had delivered all the shop's earnings. How could there be any funds left? He understood that this was likely old Nyoto's last personal savings, 22 taels, all given to him. Upon hearing this, the 4 strong men felt a twinge of shame for not contributing any silver to the collection, prompting them to work even harder. One of them used his uninjured arm to hoist the iron pot onto the cart, and finally, he dashed inside to search for Song Fuxing's book box. Bringing it out, in his view, books were of utmost importance to scholars, precious as gold. However, Song Fuxing merely pulled out a handful of papers, intending to keep them for kindling, discarding the remainder at the door. Old Nyoto was taken aback. For a scholar, books were life itself. "Son-in-law, what about your books?" he exclaimed. "They are too heavy and of no use to me. Let us go. Drive." Chapter 11. No more. As the mule cart departed from the county town, Song Fuxing, Qian Peiying, and Song Fuling simultaneously turned their gazes back towards the city. They had only been there for less than 12 hours, and now they were leaving in such a hurried manner. Song Fuxing patted the old ox's shoulder and advised, "Take the back roads. Avoid the route that goes through 2 towns. The old ox raised his whip in admiration, exclaiming, "Master, you are truly wise and considerate." I was just about to suggest the same. In modern times, Song Fuling would have laughed at the notion of such wisdom. However, she found no humor in the present moment. With a hint of unease, she remarked, "Father, let us take the route past Grandma's place. I recall you mentioning that it leads further north, doesn't it? Are we headed towards the north?" "Indeed, the south is plagued by drought. We must venture northward. Upon reaching your grandmother's, I must inform the village headman, urging all those who can to flee. Alas, it is a difficult situation. We are all impoverished souls, and lives are at stake. I reckon no one wishes for their sons and grandsons to be conscripted to their deaths. We should hastily seek out families with strong laborers, those who possess livestock so that we are not hindered. We need provisions that are on par with ours as we embark on this journey. In case we encounter bandits or a throng of refugees, it would be prudent to have mutual support along the way. Father, I doubt the refugees from the south will arrive so swiftly. I speculate that our city has yet to fall. If it had, or if the conscription orders had reached the county, a mass exodus would surely ensue. No one would wish to face death without fleeing. I imagine the officials would be the first to flee, rather than us, a mere handful who have received the news early. If that is the case, it would likely improve matters somewhat. After all, if we avoid the capital, the southern refugees would not be able to reach us, allowing us to escape with greater ease, free from the fear of being assaulted or robbed." Song Fuxing glanced at his daughter, still so young. She had never experienced hunger in the modern era, preoccupied only with the pleasures of food and entertainment, and had spent her days engrossed in her studies and work, unaware of the darker aspects of human nature. Shaking his head, Song Fuxing remarked, "I believe the conscription order is imminent, or perhaps it has already arrived. It seems the county magistrate is preoccupied with something, as the city has not yet been sealed off, but I suspect that moment is not far off. Could it be that he wishes to avoid a shared fate with Prince Qi, taking his family and fleeing first? Regardless of their intentions, everyone in the nearby towns and villages is well aware that war is approaching. To consider it from another angle, even if the majority cannot escape conscription, a small number will undoubtedly find a way to flee, and even a small group can be significant in number. What defines a refugee? The more they flee, the more dire their circumstances become, and the less sustenance they find. This year, the South has been afflicted by disaster, and we too are experiencing drought. My intention is not merely to hide, but to leave entirely, for this place has become untenable. We may evade conscription, but we cannot escape the onslaught of southern refugees. Nor can we avoid the increased taxes imposed by King Wu after he seizes the city, which is a sentiment echoed in your grandfather's letter. In truth, Your maternal family has also suffered poor harvests this year, with grain prices skyrocketing, barely enough to quench our thirst. If we were to flee, how much food could each person carry? How much could we take with us? Without adequate provisions, we would be compelled to resort to theft. Killing one or two would surely be preferable to starving to death. What are you doing? Asked Qian Peiying, murmuring. I am holding a kitchen knife to seek some semblance of security. You continue to hurt yourself. This is merely the beginning. What lies ahead is. Qian Peiying urgently interjected, raising her voice. Silence. Stop your baseless assumptions and analyses. You two are not permitted to speak either. I do not wish to hear it. The more she listened, the more she felt that escape was futile. We might as well await death, for wherever we go, it would be the same. The four sturdy men clutched their bandaged wounds, quickly glancing at Song Fuxing's expression. He seldom encountered women who dared to speak to the head of the household in such a manner. Surely, such defiance would lead to her being cast aside? Qian Mishu huddled in the corner of the vehicle, her gaze timidly directed towards her aunt wielding a kitchen knife, her heart racing with anxiety as she pondered. Aunt, I am but a child and you are a woman. If uncle becomes angry, what shall we do if he no longer takes us with him? For the sake of survival, you must be more amiable towards him. However, contrary to their expectations, Song Fuxing merely sighed and gently patted the clenched fist of Qian Peiying in a gesture of reassurance. It was only at that moment that he realized his wife possessed a timid nature, even more so than their daughter, who had yet to encounter the harshness of life. Indeed, he felt a twinge of anxiety himself. Conversing with his daughter could serve as a balm for his worries. Fear not. Everything will be all right. I am here. As long as we evade conscription, the plight of the refugees is inconsequential. They lack even weapons, and their kitchen knives cannot match our own. Should anyone dare to rob us of our sustenance along the way, I shall strike them senseless. If they dare to challenge us, I will break their bones. Besides, even if we cannot prevail in battle, we possess the fundamental skills for retreat and escape. Both mother and daughter recognized that Song Fuxing was once again boasting, and they found no solace in his words. Mother, put down the kitchen knife and prepare the meal. Look at that flour, at the very least. You should fry the twisted pastries. One must eat well to have the strength to face challenges ahead. Indeed, my daughter speaks wisely. The child hasn't had a morsel to eat, and we still have several hours of travel ahead of us. Since the road is relatively empty now, whether you are stir-frying, ing, or stewing, the aroma will waft away without fear of being snatched up by others. Prepare a little extra to sustain us. With that, Song Fuxing rummaged through the bag and retrieved a Japanese-style alcohol stove. This contraption is quite convenient, allowing for cooking on the go without the need to stop and light a fire. At this moment, he felt grateful for his daughter's penchant for spending money in modern times, as today they were on an outing and tomorrow they would have a barbecue. Thus, the household had acquired an alcohol stove and a box of solid alcohol blocks, of which only a few had been used, leaving more than 40 remaining. Moreover, he felt fortunate that the three of them had traveled to Russia to witness the World Cup, where his daughter had purchased a military-grade telescope and flashlight from an ant shop, truly valuable items that would serve them well in ancient times. Reflecting on this, Song Fuxing gazed at Song Fuling with a pang of sympathy. The child had endured hardships, and greater trials were yet to come. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Let us stew the chicken. The dough has risen sufficiently. We might as well add more flour to create more twisted pastries. I shall fry them. This food can sustain us for several days. Si Zhuang, please assist me in setting up the large iron pot. Remember to place the iron rack over the charcoal basin. Then set the pot atop it. We will cook rice using both pots. Do not hesitate to use the charcoal, for each day is a challenge unto itself. Michaud, tidy up and help your uncle clear some space." Song Fuling was startled by her father's demeanor, which suggested he intended to consume all the provisions. "Father, that won't do. If mother pickles the chicken, it can sustain us for many days. If you use all the grains and oils, what will we do when my maternal family joins us? If there is not enough food, we will have to devise a way together to endure hunger." "Your grandmother," he replied. "I know her better than you do. When we arrive at her place, if you wish for something savory, it will be utterly impossible. She would rather hoard supplies, bearing the burden herself. And when it comes time to cook, while others have long run out of provisions, she will still have some. If it gets stolen, that's just her nature." Song Fuxing brushed aside his daughter's tight grip on the bag of flour. "We'll eat our fill for the day. I'll make you some fried dough twists. And your mother can prepare braised eggs. You carry them separately. If anyone asks, do not give them anything. He noticed Michaud gazing at him intently and added, "Make sure Michaud has a portion as well." Chapter 12. Still unaccustomed to her new identity, Qian Peiying felt a slight heaviness in her heart upon hearing her husband's words. So, after serving her mother-in-law in the modern world, she thought she had finally found liberation, only to find herself bound again in ancient times by the same constraints. It was truly perplexing to contemplate what her ancient mother-in-law would be like. Qian Peiying glanced at the grain sacks, her eyes flickering. Earlier, she had found her daughter's reasoning sound. It was indeed essential to conserve resources. Almost overwhelmed by her emotions, she felt the urge to confront her husband. It was also crucial to consider that upon returning to their hometown, if her husband's assumptions held true, they would be fleeing famine with nearly 20 mouths to feed. It was easy to imagine the poor quality of food they would encounter along the way. Listening to her words, it seems that this ancient matriarch is not to be trifled with. Upon meeting, it is likely she would demand the surrender of provisions, dictating the quantity of food each meal for everyone. This is unacceptable. Why should the elderly woman have such authority? To speak candidly, she possesses no memories nor emotional ties to these individuals. Who are they to her? Do not mention obligations regarding the bodies of children as if anyone would willingly embrace the hardships of ancient times. It is truly a stroke of misfortune. Once Qian Peiying came to this realization, she exclaimed, "Then why bother adding more flour? Let us just use what we have." Song Fuxing, taken aback by his wife's assertiveness, hesitated as he questioned her. Use it all? He regarded her with suspicion, feeling that perhaps his wife was speaking in jest. One must understand that she is far more adept at managing life than anyone else. How could her words be less reliable than his? Although he had just tried to persuade their daughter out of concern, wishing for her to enjoy a final decent meal before their potential hardships. The reality is that if they find themselves lacking food and water during their journey, what would they do? Despite the existence of modern provisions stored within their space, could they be readily accessed? He feared the discovery of their secret. This was information that must remain concealed from outsiders. Otherwise, what was the purpose of his earlier efforts? Qian Peiying sighed, casting a glance at her daughter before turning to her husband and suggested, "Let us prepare some twisted donuts and pieces of chess. You should bake more, as you do it well, and also fry some oiled flour. These foods are not only space-efficient and convenient to carry, but they also stave off hunger and can be preserved for a long time. Utilizing all this flour will sustain us for quite a while." Upon arriving home, if the girl's grandmother insists on serving rice porridge for every meal, we should not seek any special treatment. It would be unreasonable to eat differently from others. If you and the girl find yourselves unable to withstand hunger, discreetly take out some food to alleviate your discomfort. Mentioning this reminds me of Qian Mishu. Qian Peiying gently patted the child's hair. Since her arrival in this ancient time, she has managed to steel her heart against everyone, except this little one. Regardless of whether this journey through time connects to past lives, as long as she bears the surname Qian and her father treats her well, she intends to care for this lone descendant of the Qian family. Adults can endure hardship, but I cannot bear to imagine what it would be like for Mishu and the girl to subsist solely on thin gruel. Thus, I shall strive to prepare some sustenance that can stave off hunger and is still palatable. Song Fuxing gazed at the smile lines that appeared at the corners of his wife's eyes. "I share your sentiment. Why waste words? Let us begin." With that, the couple immediately set to work with great enthusiasm, unwilling to waste a single drop of water for washing their hands. The bucket of water they had brought along was reserved for cooking. In no time, the mule cart grew as hot as a steamer. With a large iron pot resting on a charcoal stove and a Japanese pot perched atop an alcohol burner, both ignited simultaneously, including the provisions for the old ox. There were over 80 pounds of flour. Song Fuxing planned to use 30 pounds of flour to make fried twists, estimating that with the dough properly risen, he could produce around 500 pieces, which would require more than 3 liters of oil. Glancing at the 5-liter oil drum he had conjured from his space, as well as the meager pound of rapeseed oil available in their ancient household, he decided to utilize the oil from the drum first, once it was depleted. The drum could still serve as a container for water, which was far superior to a heavy wooden barrel that could hold little water. On the other hand, Qian Peiying was even busier than Song Fuxing. Not only did she need to knead the dough for the chess pieces, but she also had to fry 30 pounds of oil tea flour. In her view, it was preferable to reduce the quantity of fried dough twists rather than skimp on the oil tea flour. After all, those twists could only last a little over a month now that autumn had arrived. Moreover, She had to seize the brief moments when she could step away to use the restroom to remind her husband to find an opportunity to open the bags of snacks for their daughter, extracting the small packets of desiccant within to prevent the hundreds of dough twists from becoming moldy. However, the oil tea flour was quite different. It had numerous advantages, the foremost being its economical use of oil. Only 30 grams were needed for a pound of flour. For 30 pounds, less than 2 pounds of oil sufficed. Furthermore, it was quite convenient. When hungry, one could simply soak a bowl in hot water and be satisfied. Qian Ping directed the 4 strong men. Go rummage through the bag for the paper wrappers for the sugar, and find the bags for the sesame seeds. Qian Mishu grew anxious. "Aunt, are you going to put sugar in the flour tea?" "Ah, you're quite perceptive." Using his 5-year-old intellect, Qian Mishu calculated with his fingers. "Aunt, sugar is precious. If hungry, a bowl of water will suffice for a meal. If you fry that flour tea without sugar, that is 1 meal. If you nibble on sesame seeds, that is yet another." Qian Ping chuckled. "Look at you, sounding so pitiful. Go on. Don't linger by the pot. You'll cook yourself. Take a nap with your sister for a while." Mentioning her daughter suddenly reminded Qian Ping that the girl had been unusually quiet for some time. No wonder she felt something was amiss. She glanced up to see Song Fuling frequently wiping the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve while diligently sewing the quilt cover. "What are you sewing?" Song Fuxing chimed in. "Can you sew? Or will you prick your hand?" Song Fuling immediately shot a glare at her parents, pondering how a girl from ancient times could possibly be unskilled in sewing. The old bull and the 4 sturdy men, overhearing this, were left in bewilderment. After all, her original self could even embroider. With such a lack of intellect, if her parents were to be transported to ancient times, they would surely become mere cannon fodder in a spy war. Without uttering a word, Song Fuling nudged the items in her hand forward, signaling them to inspect for themselves. She was occupied with stitching the moisture-proof mat into the ancient hemp quilt cover. Otherwise, the mat would be too conspicuous. Contemplating this, Song Fuling anxiously gestured to her father to take a look at the Adidas bag, implying that there might be binoculars and such inside. "You must devise a way to deceive the old bull and the others, securing them as witnesses to validate the origins of these peculiar items. It will be easier to convince those back home." Chapter 13. "I am a good man." Song Fuxing cleared his throat and called out to the old bull, "Uncle Niu?" This startled the old bull, who nearly lashed his whip at the mule. Turning in shock, he replied, No, son-in-law, that won't do. Just call me old Niu." It was an overstatement to address me as Manager Niu before. "Why won't it do? We have fallen to such depths. We no longer adhere to those formalities." "Son-in-law, please, do not say that. Regardless of the circumstances, you and the young lady remain my masters, and do not call me Manager Niu. The shop is gone. Such titles are no longer fitting. I beg you, just call me old Niu." "Enough. I shall not argue with you over this," Song Fuxing said, pointing at the Adidas bag and the rainproof silk bag, feigning ignorance while clearly understanding. "Have you ever seen these items before? There are many items here. I believe my father-in-law must have shown them to you before, right?" "What? That shouldn't be the case. How could you not have seen them?" Hearing her father say this, Song Fuling quickly lowered her head, fearing that she might witness her father's theatrics and lose control of her expression. Meanwhile, Song Fuxing continued to express his confusion, saying, "These are all goods my father-in-law acquired during his trade in the southern regions, purchased from the local people. Didn't you accompany him?" "Oh." The old servant suddenly seemed to understand, nodding as he explained, "No wonder I have never seen them. When the master traveled to the southern regions for trade, I was not by his side. I was taken in by him when he passed through Anqing, at which time he had already opened a tavern along the official road and later established a shop in the county town. Although I did accompany him south, it was merely for cotton trade and not to the southern regions." Song Fuxing still looked puzzled and continued to mutter to himself, "Are these peculiar items truly available only as a single set? Haven't you seen them with my brother-in-law? Surely, my father-in-law did not intend to reserve them as a dowry for his daughter?" Upon hearing this, Song Fuling nearly rolled her eyes, deeming it superfluous. The old servant, however, felt that the son-in-law's analysis was accurate. Letting out a long sigh, "The master cares deeply for the young lady. He always thinks of her when he comes across something valuable. It must be as you say." The old servant's mind was preoccupied with the earlier incident when the young lady raised her voice at the son-in-law, startling him. He and Si Zhuang exchanged glances, hardly daring to breathe, and for a brief moment, he nearly thought that their gathering would end before they had traveled even 2 miles. But what was the outcome? The son-in-law's conduct was utterly unexpected, Not only did he refrain from expressing anger towards the young lady, but he also consoled her. Consequently, he found himself perplexed, pondering the sudden shift in the son-in-law's demeanor. It is worth noting that the young lady, in the past, would never have dared to act as she did. After giving birth to her daughter, and due to her weakened condition that precluded further pregnancies, she lived in constant dread that the son-in-law might contemplate taking a concubine. Thus, she proactively proposed that all the earnings from the shop be entrusted to the son-in-law, to the extent that from that day forth, she was more aware of the whereabouts of the family's silver than any thief could ever be. Moreover, one must question why, after so many years as the manager, he rarely visited the household. His concern stemmed from the belief that frequent visits might serve as a reminder to the son-in-law of the dowry. Additionally, over the years, the son-in-law had gradually acquired prime farmland for the old Song family, spending a considerable sum of silver. Both the master of the house and the young lady were well aware of these transactions. Old Neo still vividly recalls his visit to the capital last year when the master inquired about the situation between the young lady and the son-in-law, only to berate him for not speaking the truth. In all fairness, he felt unjustly accused, for the young lady would never confide in him nor share her grievances for him to relay. It was a situation where one was willing to be beaten while the other was willing to strike. He was oblivious to the reality. Then the master chastised the son-in-law, decrying his insensitivity. Such words are nothing but nonsense. How can my wife wear patched clothing at home while my daughter and granddaughter are denied silk and fine garments? I must ask him, as his mother sips thin gruel, how can he claim to be a dutiful son? How can he have the audacity to fill his own belly? His mother is deprived of proper nourishment, which is a reflection of the inadequacies of his brothers. What does that have to do with my daughter enjoying good food and clothing? My daughter spends her own family's silver. It is of no concern to the Song family. In my younger years, I was truly blind to the essence of life. The status of a scholar held little meaning, as I lacked the wisdom to comprehend the principles of existence. Reflecting upon this, I find myself yearning to visit the grave of the venerable Mr. Qian to assure him, "Rest easy, sir, for you are not blind in your discernment." It is not merely for any other reason, but rather the striking display of the young lady's robust voice as she commanded her husband to silence, which he accepted without any display of indignation. Instead, he tenderly promised, raising a finger to the heavens, to safeguard the young lady's well-being. This singular moment left me both astonished and inexplicably sympathetic towards Song Fuxing. After all, which wife would dare to challenge her husband with such fervor? Even a son-in-law ought not to be treated in this manner. Moreover, consider this. The son-in-law was aiding the young lady in the kitchen, a sight I had never before witnessed in my days. When had he acquired such skills? The aroma of the fried dough twists was irresistible, and despite my efforts to suppress my hunger, my stomach could not help but rumble. Alas, it is undeniable. No wonder the son-in-law excelled as a scholar, achieving top honors in his time. Adversity reveals one's true character, and the old gentleman could finally rest in peace. Little did Song Fuxing know of my inner musings. Had he been aware, he might have eagerly sought my admiration, proclaiming, "Cooking for my wife is merely the beginning. Once we settle down, I shall also wash her clothes, for that is the essence of our bond." Grateful for the simplicity of the situation, he reveled in his own talent for deception, enthusiastically handing over the first batch of freshly fried dough twists, perspiration adorning his brow as he cheerfully urged, "Eat, everyone. Do not stand on ceremony. A hearty meal at the start of our journey is a harbinger of good fortune, signaling that hunger shall not plague us in the days to come." One person, two tasks. Before urging Qian Pei to get busy, Song Fuxing cracked open a shell and suddenly realized that he needed to take the time to discuss a rather intriguing question with his young scholar at home: how to address one's mother in public without incurring a beating. It is essential to understand that scholars in ancient times were notoriously humble in their speech, and he, too, held a certain status, did he not? A student would refer to his wife as the humble one. He was certain that if he dared to call Qian Pei the humble one, in her current amnesiac state, she would undoubtedly glare at him and retort, "You are the humble one." Chapter 14. Glutinous rice bricks. Such is the nature of women. When busy, they prioritize tasks over meals, always appearing more industrious than others. Thus, Qian Pei did not heed Song Fuxing's words and continued to prepare batch after batch of fried noodle tea, eager to avoid wasting oil. She deftly took on the task of frying twisted donuts as well. She suggested that her husband sit beside the old oxen to enjoy the cool breeze. For for the heat in the carriage while cooking was nearly unbearable, and he should take a moment to relax and eat. Even so, she was anxious, determined to finish cooking quickly. She planned to empty out a couple of pots, one for boiling tea eggs, using the 20 or so eggs they had at home, so that they could soak in flavor for longer by boiling them well and making them saltire. She set a pot of water to boil, filled several water bags, and used the remaining water completely. This served a dual purpose. First, to empty out the container, so they could refill it upon returning home without wasting space. Second, to distribute the water bags to the oxen and their sturdy companions, providing them with a means to drink, rather than relying on gourd ladles to scoop water from the bucket, sharing germs in the process. Additionally, one must separately prepare a water bottle for my daughter and a water pouch for Michaud, ensuring to include some brown sugar and ginger shreds, as a precaution against the significant temperature fluctuations that may cause the two children to catch a cold during the journey. Even if they do not fall ill, the presence of sweets will serve to delight their palates. This approach is far more considerate than showing favoritism in front of a crowd upon arrival at our hometown, where it would be awkward to provide for these two while neglecting the other children present. It is not merely a matter of affection. She simply cannot bear to see little ones suffer. In the past, whether boiling dumplings or during regular meals, Qian Peiying has always had this habit. For instance, if the dumplings are not fully cooked, she would insist that they start eating without her, claiming she would finish cleaning the countertop while the steam was still rising. They have grown accustomed to this. The two men each took a couple of twisted dough sticks and opened a jar of fermented bean curd, which they relished alongside their meal. Qian Michaud glanced around, observing everything. At 5 years old, clad in tattered clothes that had not yet been changed, he fittingly embodied the identity of one fleeing from hardship. However, his small face and hands were clean, and on his delicate visage, adorned with a small handkerchief wrapped around his hair, he appeared remarkably endearing, almost like a cherished son, evoking a sense of tenderness in Qian Peiying, stirring something within her heart. As he leaned closer, before he could utter a word, Qian Peiying called out, "Michaud, that won't do. Don't come so close, or you'll get splattered with oil. Go eat over there." Michaud did not retreat. Instead, he persisted, raising the twisted dough stick toward her. "Aunt, eat." Qian Peiying glanced at the small bite marks on the dough stick. "You eat first." Upon realizing the child was disobedient and attempting to stuff the greasy treat into her embrace, she swiftly blocked him with her hand. "What is this? Are you already full? Who knows when the next meal will be? Eat a bit more. Why are you saving so much for me? It's not like it will last long. Each person hardly gets a few pieces. If you count it, you'll see. I'm small, so I'll save some for my aunt." Fearing she might hesitate to eat it, Qian Peiying swiftly called out to her daughter, "Fulling, listen, you'll understand once you see your brother. My efforts are worth it." Qian Michaud blinked, thinking to himself, "How can you compare to my aunt? You don't even measure up to my sister. It is only because my aunt and sister are well fed that I can survive. These two are my only blood relatives who will always care for me, no matter the circumstance. If my aunt were to reach her breaking point due to hunger, my uncle would eventually find many new aunts. And my sister's situation would likely deteriorate as well, let alone mine. So, pleasing my uncle? It is unnecessary. Without eyes, there are no eye sockets." With this thought, he quickly tugged at the burden he had been carrying. Qian Michaud covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Song Fulling, "Sister, let's keep this between us and not tell our uncle." "All right," Song Fulling replied, cooperating as she positioned herself to shield her father's view. "Open it." "He can't see." Song Fulling assumed that such secrecy indicated something akin to a national treasure, if not gold or jewels, at least something of great value. She never imagined it would be a brick. Qian Michaud corrected her. "It's a sticky rice brick. It can sustain you with a couple of bites when you're hungry." Song Fulling nearly retched as the scent hit her. "Can this even be chewed? Do not damage your teeth further. Refrain from consuming this, for it has developed a green mold on its surface. Dispose of it promptly. Listen to me, dear sister. I assure you, should I have any food, you shall not go hungry." Unexpectedly, her words incited a sense of urgency in both Si Zhuang and Michaud. Si Zhuang waved his hands frantically, making a soft whimpering sound, while Qian Michaud lunged forward, shielding the two bricks. "Do not discard them. These were given to me by my grandfather. He said that on the day when hunger nearly overwhelms us, we shall share them, one for you and one for me." Qian Peiying shot a stern look at her daughter. "Do not let them be thrown away. You might provoke him to tears." Allowing Michaud to use them as a pillow, preserving a memory, Song Fuxing rolled his eyes at Qian Michaud. internally lamenting, "How much disdain must this ancient father-in-law hold for me, believing I would allow my wife and daughter to starve?" It is no wonder his letter reached the point of entrusting his orphaned grandchild to me, while simultaneously scolding me for an entire half-page, relishing in his grievances. That letter, I am certain, must not be read to my daughter and wife, for fear of becoming the subject of their ridicule. They speculate that Qian Leoi prepared this in anticipation of preventing his grandson from being robbed of other provisions during the journey, while this glutinous rice brick, which can be bitten and crumbled, holds no allure for anyone. Moreover, if he had truly prepared delicacies in silver, it could jeopardize his grandson's life. Only the most despised rations could ensure his survival. Song Fuxing directed the old ox. "Isn't that a waterhole ahead? Stop there, let the mules rest, drink some water, and graze a bit. We shall disembark and stretch our legs." The old ox exhaled with relief, having run for 2 consecutive hours. It estimated that with another 3 hours of travel, they would likely arrive before nightfall. Song Fuxing extinguished the flames beneath 2 pots, assisting his wife and daughter in disembarking from the vehicle. He then handed Qian Peiing a raincoat, indicating that she should use it to shield their daughter while she attended to nature's call. Qian Mishu squatted on the ground, her gaze fixated on the bundle resting on Song Fuxing's shoulder, which belonged to him. With a hint of irritation, Song Fuxing reassured her, "Rest assured. My possessions far exceed yours. I am not so miserly as to carry everything with me. I am quite adept at keeping track of my belongings." Qian Mishu remained silent, hastily tearing a handful of grass to wipe herself. Just as she finished, she grimaced, "It's so rough." Sighing, Song Fuxing replied, "Just wait. Here, use this. Remember to wash it afterward and hang it up to dry. We must conserve, as this was once what I used to cleanse my face." Unable to continue the conversation, he lamented the absence of paper. Without cloth, his discomfort would be unbearable. "Take this, and later I will cut open the soap pots. Each of you should tuck a small piece at your waist. Without the luxury of bathing, we must be particularly vigilant about cleanliness to avoid illness." Chapter 15. On the matters of excrement and flatulence. While Song Fuxing grappled with the predicament of finding a restroom, Song Fuling's situation was even more dire. Firstly, squatting in the vast wilderness, she looked up to see the azure sky and drifting clouds, while small insects buzzed around her. It was a far cry from sitting in the comfort of a bathroom, scrolling through her phone without a care for time, and the urgency only added to her discomfort. The incessant nagging of her mother filled her ears. The more her mother fussed, the more strained she felt. "My dear, you have no idea that we only have 4 bags of soft tissue in our storage room, which amounts to very little. Additionally, there are merely 2 or 3 packs of paper towels, not to mention the open ones on the dining table and in your room. Calculate it, that's all. Oh, by the way, there are 2 boxes of your cotton facial wipes in the bathroom. This constitutes our family's entire stock. Once it's depleted, your father will have no alternatives, for he cannot conjure more." "What? Only that little amount? One would have to dig with their fingers." "Don't fuss, this is it, and it cannot be used every day, at every meal. Do you see?" Money Paying, pulling out a velvet sock, declared, "Today is the first meal. You may still use paper, just to acclimate. However, that paper, dear daughter, I must remind you, should be reserved for when there's no water nearby, and furthermore, it must only be used when no one is watching you. Your father remarked that in ancient times, using paper for such purposes was unacceptable, especially our modern paper, which is likely superior to their writing paper. Should ancient people catch sight of it, they would surely mock us behind our backs, cursing our very existence, for paper is precious, exceedingly so." Song Fuling looked up, contemplating. "Mother, I am not being difficult, but socks simply will not suffice. Cannot we use a towel instead?" Money Paying resolutely refused, "Absolutely not. Our towels are even scarcer than the paper, merely a few. If we unfortunately find ourselves here for a lifetime, what will you use in the future? I have it all planned out. Once things stabilize, in our space, your father's old foot towel will be thoroughly washed, so he can use it for his face. It is certainly better than the tattered cotton cloths here. Besides, all our towels were purchased by you. Do you not know the size of what you bought? Such a large piece. Even if I were to magically create more, how much soap would you need to wash your hands after every use? A sock is ideal, palm-sized. Soft velvet that dries quickly. Could you please fetch me a bar of soap? I carry it with me. Otherwise, it becomes quite unpleasant, and I assure you, even after washing, there will still be an odor." As Song Fuling's words trailed off, Qian Peiing waved her hand dismissively. "No, you shall make do with this ancient household soap. There are 2 bars in my bundle, one for the men and one for us. I find it rather agreeable. Reminiscent of the soap your grandfather used in his time for laundry. Our family soap, you shouldn't waste it on washing your hands. It should be preserved for your face. Just think about it, my dear daughter. It's not that I am being stingy, it's simply practical. When your facial cleanser runs out, what will you use then? Can soap from ancient times compare to ours? I feel fortunate, especially since just before the new year. I took advantage of the sales at various supermarkets and purchased quite a bit. I stocked up on many tubes of toothpaste from the promotions, all baking soda based, which are far superior to your Japanese and Korean brands. Moreover, I benefited from discounts on JD.com, acquiring a large box of laundry detergent, a box of laundry pods, and a deal of buying 9 toothbrushes while receiving 3 additional ones for free. See, I am quite clever, and you used to tease me about being thrifty. In crucial moments, you might find that I am more prepared. Consider your electric toothbrush. It is exorbitantly priced, equivalent to over 10 ordinary ones. Tell me, how many uses will you get from it? Where will you charge it? Song Fuling felt deflated, sensing that she was being denied everything. Qian Paying appeared oblivious to her daughter's distress. I am truly troubled. While we maintain our hygiene to avoid ailments, what of the folks back home? Eating from the same pot, they rarely brush their teeth. Oh dear. Moreover, those children surely do not have lice, do they? In ancient times, women did not cut their hair, allowing it to cascade down, almost to their feet, a potential source of contagion. Mother, please cease your words. I am getting goosebumps. I truly admire you. You either shy away from reality with a loud outcry or, when faced with it, analyze every detail meticulously. Thus, it is best to simply live. Challenges will abound in the future. Do not grimace. If you have not finished speaking, rise quickly, for I am exerting myself alongside you. Song Fuling. It is of no concern. Song Fuxing did not inquire further, for the sounds of horse-drawn carriages could be heard both ahead and behind. Particularly ahead, squinting into the distance. It appeared that several families were on their journey. The old ox driver cracked his whip and remarked, "Young master, observe. It is indeed wise that we did not enter the town and chose the smaller path. The situation within the town is truly unpredictable. Look at those households ahead. Most are using carriages, indicating they, like us, have received news in advance. These families must possess some means, likely with connections at the post station, having heard the news early. As for those behind us, it is certainly not a mere handful. However, as we glance further back, we see fewer carriages, only those traveling on foot and the impoverished, moving slowly." Ah, indeed. Song Fuxing looked towards the sky, gauging the sun. It was approximately 5 o'clock in the afternoon. If they could arrive by 8, it would be quite fortunate. He felt a heavy weight in his heart and said, "We must press on. There can be no more resting after this. The few families traveling nearby are not lacking in food or drink and pose no danger. Let us not provoke one another. If we fall behind and are overtaken by destitute families fleeing with nothing, it would not bode well for us. We shall rest once we arrive." But would they truly be able to rest upon arrival? Song Fuxing understood that while his wife and daughter could take a brief nap in the cart and the mule could lie down to drink some water, he alone could not afford to rest. Not only did he have to organize his relatives for an orderly escape, but he also had to bear the burden alongside his brothers, allowing space in the cart for his parents and nieces and nephews. In the end, he would have to carry a heavy load himself, all while walking, and this moment of respite was indeed a rare luxury. Sighing at the thought of tomorrow, he felt a sense of despair. Without his wife and daughter by his side to traverse the journey, he could scarcely imagine living on. Song Fuling, with her eyelid swollen from a mosquito bite, could barely open her right eye and looked at Song Fuxing with unshed tears, longing to cry out to her father. "It's so hard. Life is filled with obstacles. First, I struggled with the indignity of no paper to wipe after using the restroom. And now I am besieged by mosquitoes." She held back her emotions for several seconds, unable to voice her feelings, and awkwardly scratched at the mosquito bites on her bottom against the cart. During the brief moment spent in the restroom, she had been bitten 7 or 8 times. Chapter 16. The difficulty of carrying supplies regarding how to fend off the large mosquitoes and pesky insects of autumn, which can draw blood with a single bite. Old Nyoto said, "Son-in-law, forgive me for my lack of foresight, but once we reach your hometown, things will improve." Typically, in rural areas, people gather mugwort, dry it, and burn it. Si Zhuang also gestured with his hands to illustrate a few actions. Old Nyoto explained. He means that boiling mugwort and applying the water to one's skin is also effective. Ah, for strong figures nodded in unison. Qian Paying was puzzled, pondering how this girl seemed to attract mosquitoes more than others. After all, she herself had not been bitten. She pointed at Qian Mishu, exclaiming, "How peculiar. That child hasn't been bitten either." Qian Mishu, with her legs crossed, replied, "Sister, I was sitting by the door of the vehicle, right in front of you, fanning the smoke from the pot, cough cough," implying that the smoke was a remedy against the pesky insects. Song Fuxing observed his daughter throughout. Noting her fidgeting and the way she scratched her ears, her eyelids swollen to the point where she seemed to want to scratch, but dared not do so. His heart ached. Oh dear, the child is truly unfortunate, far too unfortunate. What was the use of these idle words now? They still had over 3 hours to go, and those already bitten could not simply endure in silence. A plan must be devised, an immediate solution to this pressing dilemma. Before speaking, Song Fuxing exchanged a knowing glance with Qian Paying. "I recall, during my examination days, a classmate once gifted me an anti-mosquito ointment, suggesting I use it during tests." Qian Paying was taken aback. Although she understood that her husband's gesture implied he wanted to search their space for it, the truth was, they had no mosquito repellent at home. Last year's supply had been exhausted. Song Fuxing's brows furrowed slightly, his patience wearing thin. "Did you not bring it? Have you forgotten?" The implication was clear. Think carefully about where it might be. Qian Paying and Song Fuxing exchanged silent glances, both on the verge of speaking, yet suddenly their eyes flickered. Wait a moment, her husband had mentioned, during the examination, to use it then. Ah, can I forget it? In the past, I cherished it like a treasure, deliberately placing it on my daughter's bedside. Qian Paying intended to refer to the bedside table, but it seemed that such furniture did not exist in ancient times. It was merely a small low table set beside the bed, positioned by the window. Song Fuxing understood instantly, suggesting they rummage through the 2 drawers at the bedside table, and he cooperatively inquired, "Did you bring it?" "Yes." Qian Paying casually handed over the Adidas bag from within. "It's right here." "Where?" "It hasn't been revealed yet. Why do I suddenly feel a bit dizzy?" "It's hot. I'm feeling quite warm." Qian Paying quickly organized. "Well then, you should take a short nap. I'll sit beside you to block some of the sunlight from the window, and it will also provide a gentle breeze for your daughter to ease her discomfort." At that moment, Song Fuxing truly felt no itch. She believed that no matter how uncomfortable she felt, she could endure it. Not for any other reason, but for her parents who had brought her cooling ointment to alleviate her discomfort. This performance, this carefully crafted dialogue, truly made her want to laugh. Ha ha. Song Fuxing's laughter startled Qian Mishu. It made Qian Paying's face flush slightly. She was not one to lie easily. And now she had no choice but to tease her daughter. "Your father is about to faint from the heat. How can you still laugh? You're disturbing his sleep." Ha ha ha. Song Fuxing did not intend to laugh, yet she could not help herself. Suddenly, she recalled a skit by Zhao Benshan, which contained lines that went, "Some people become wealthy through hard work, some through cunning, some through deceit, some through risking their lives, but I achieve wealth effortlessly," relying solely on 2 words, dreaming. Her father, too, believed that to obtain something, one must first sleep and dream. Chapter 17. The masked Qian Mishu gazed up at Song Fuxing in a daze. Shouldn't being bitten by a mosquito hurt? Yet, why was her sister smiling? Was she dazed from the bite, or had it struck her laughing spot? "Sister, let me fan you." "Yes, please do." Song Fuxing turned Qian Mishu's petite form away from their father. Meanwhile, Si Zhuang and old Niu were outside tending to the cart, allowing their father to conjure items from the space without anyone noticing. Before her father became entranced, he had deliberately placed his Adidas bag under his head, leaving its zipper open and his hand reaching inside the bag. "Hee ha ha, hiccup." Qian Paying shot her daughter a disapproving glance. "You should rein it in. Your laughter lacks restraint. Have we encountered some fortuitous event that you're so carefree? Don't be oblivious. It's just right for Mishu to fan you. I still have work to do, so don't disturb your father's rest, all right?" With that, Qian Paying deftly placed the grilling rack she had conjured from the space onto the charcoal basin, which had previously served as a barbecue grill. In a matter of moments, she had learned to use a flint, demonstrating the remarkable adaptability of humans. She ignited the alcohol stove to continue boiling the tea eggs in the Japanese pot, then checked the remaining 20-odd pounds of flour, which had risen significantly after resting for half the day. Seeing that the dough had expanded to nearly 2 to 3 times its original size, she crouched down in the cart to knead the dough, as otherwise, she would lack the strength to do so, and began rolling out the pancakes. To what extent can she truly manage to roll out the dough, ultimately slicing it into pieces the size of chessmen? With the charcoal stove ablaze, she places the dough pieces atop to bake. As they reach the desired level of doneness, she sprinkles salt evenly with her right hand while her left hand continues to knead the dough without missing a beat. This remarkable skill undoubtedly stems from the time-honored traditions of the wealthy family, as the elder Qian once served in the public kitchen and honed his craft alongside Song Fuxing in establishing their snack chain. Despite the fact that Song Fuxing had resorted to underhanded means, such as bribing the hospital director to secure a legitimate position with a white coat, he still dedicated himself to assisting in the snack bar, rising early each day to prepare buns with over 20 attendants before heading to work around 7. Qian Mishu paused to call out to her sister, instinctively turning her head to sniff the air. Song Fuling inquired, "Does it smell good?" Her inner thoughts reflected that their mother had yet to add milk powder, which would have enhanced the aroma, but circumstances did not permit it. Meanwhile, Song Fuxing, in a state of physical faintness yet mentally invigorated, was unaware of the happenings around him, preoccupied with his own endeavors. He thought to himself how difficult it was to enter this space and resolved to take whatever he could. He first made a beeline for his daughter's bedside table, retrieving the cooling oil and casting a glance at her vanity, casually grabbing a few hair ties. Then, he wandered into the living room, glancing out the window. Climbing onto a stool with a fruit knife in hand, he intended to remove the mesh from the window screens, so they could cut pieces to protect their heads and avoid mosquito bites while on their journey. One cannot expect pedestrians to carry dried mugwort while strolling. And with the old oxen pulling the cart, the mosquitoes are incessantly swarming. Simultaneously, Song Fuxing found it quite curious that the space provided everything without fail. The amount spent per square meter back in the day was precisely reflected in what was gifted to him, yet if he hadn't made the purchase, such as reaching out through the window to touch the air, it would be futile, even if he were to injure his finger. There were 5 or 6 young girls adorned with masks stained with blood, and others that were as pale as ghosts. Fortunately, the loud music masked his startled cry. Otherwise, it could have alerted those girls. Oh, where did those masks that he confiscated end up? If he could find them, he could give one to his daughter to ward off mosquitoes, ensuring her eyelids would no longer fear bites. In Chapter 18, even fright can be lethal. Uncle, you're awake. Doesn't this smell delicious, made by Aunt? Would you like to try it? Song Fuxing glanced at Qian Mishu and realized he had been roused by temptation, prompting him to rise and sit cross-legged, cradling his Adidas bag. Qian Paying quickly inquired, "How do you feel? Are you still dazed?" "Not dazed," he replied. "So bring out that ointment for your daughter and let her apply it." Song Fuxing indeed rummaged through his bag, which was nearly as packed as a treasure chest. "Here, take it," he said, handing it to his daughter. He then feigned curiosity, asking Qian Paying, "Oh, what is this, my dear wife? Is this your handiwork?" Qian Paying replied, "Isn't this a screen window? It seems that once we entered the space, the window was removed, and you, silly man, still inquired. It appears quite authentic, doesn't it? Oh, I just assembled it casually. What nonsense are you concocting? There's south no place for proper items, and you present this?" Song Fuxing paused deliberately, as if a sudden spark of inspiration had ignited in his mind. With an expression that conveyed his thoughts perfectly, he remarked, You know, this thing is quite useful." After laying down the steps himself, he immediately called out to the outside with an urgency that suggested, "For strong men, the old ox must pull the cart. And you shouldn't be idle either. Take the scissors and trim a bit, starting from the top and wrapping it around to the neck. Then just tie it off with a string. This contraption is splendid. We need not fear the mosquitoes anymore, and it allows for breathability. Let us see how many pieces we can cut. When we get home, I'll share it with a few brothers." He understood well that while 10 might sound plentiful, in reality, only half of those present would receive anything, as he would certainly distribute it to those walking outside, leaving none for those in the mule cart. He needed to cut carefully to minimize waste. Song Fuxing continued to adapt and innovate, adding a few remarks while scolding Qian Paying, saying, "I've come to realize that you are quite the gatherer of odds and ends." Qian Paying shot a glance at her husband, thinking to herself that he was rather amusing in his performance. She was curious about what he intended to do with that broken item he had unearthed from the space. What was he up to? Song Fuxing handed his daughter a mask resembling the Grim Reaper, exchanging a knowing look with her as he said, "Let us repurpose this. After all, your mother has crammed it into her bag. Oh, wear it. It will serve to fend off the mosquitoes." Thus, They were set to confront the mosquitoes, with every word underscoring their presence. Meanwhile, the old ox driver held his whip aloft, anxiously believing that the child had burned herself, as cooking in the cart was indeed precarious. However, when he turned to look at Song Fuling, he nearly toppled headfirst from the cart. Alas, dear heavens! This is not merely an unfinished mask as the young master claimed. Rather, it is overdone. At this moment, Song Fuling, attempting to console the wailing Qian Meishu, said, "Do not cry, do not cry, sister will change it right away." Indeed, she changed it, leaving her face devoid of color, transforming it into a ghostly white visage. Old Nyoto remarked, "Ah, this is what the young master meant by unfinished. This is as if nothing has been painted at all." Meanwhile, outside, children were also in tears. A boy of 6 or 7 first broke free from his nurse, then shoved aside the maid who tried to stop him, taking small steps as he dashed after the Song family's mule cart, inhaling deeply as he shouted, "It smells so good, stop it for me." Chapter 19. If you have the ability, don't run. Young master, it's bad. Someone is robbing the cart. Old Nyoto shouted, and without a moment's hesitation, he seized the reins. The 3 mules were already agitated, braying as if in a race. He bellowed, "Whoa!" Instantly, chaos erupted within the cart. The skewered pieces of meat on the grill scattered everywhere, and the hot pot nearly toppled over. Simultaneously, 4 strong men reacted swiftly, leaping from the cart with agility, positioning themselves defiantly in front of the oncoming individuals, ready to declare that anyone wishing to rob would have to step over their corpses first. Song Fushing threw aside the tattered curtain, brandishing a cleaver as he shouted, "What are you doing? Are you here to rob? Come on, I will kill you." The 2 horsemen, having exchanged a glance filled with awkwardness, dismounted. One of them clasped his hands together and said, "Gentlemen, it is all a misunderstanding. My brother and I are here for a specific request." Before anyone could utter a word, a voice filled with exasperation broke through the silence of the carriage. It was Qian Peiying, indignantly declaring, "Misunderstanding? What a misunderstanding! How dare you approach us with such demands? You nearly burnt my children. If anything happens to them, I swear I will hold you accountable. To be honest, my young master, upon catching a whiff of the delectable aroma emanating from your vehicle, has been incessantly pestering me to learn what delightful dish could produce such an enticing scent. The old lady, worried for her grandson's well-being, sent me to inquire if you might be willing to share or sell a portion of it." Song Fushing, drenched in sweat from the unexpected confrontation, thought, "So it turns out this is not a robbery, but merely a child's craving." He addressed the man, "My good fellow, is there no decency in your approach? You and your companion ride alongside us. If you were to simply call out and ask, we would certainly halt. Yet, you recklessly obstruct us, fully aware that we are preparing food that is sizzling hot, while your esteemed old lady is concerned for her grandson's desires. Do remember that we too have children in our carriage. Are they not deserving of consideration as well? They could easily be scalded." The 2 attendants clasped their fists in silence. Acknowledging the tension, Song Fushing glared at the newcomer and moistened his parched lips. "How old is your young master? Is he still in need of sustenance?" "Not yet 7, came the reply. "Then I shall not comply," Qian Peiying interjected. The attendants, now enlightened, realized that it was the outspoken woman who held the final word. They turned to the carriage, bowing slightly. "Madam, may we proceed?" "Not for sale," she replied curtly. At that moment, another rider approached swiftly. Upon their meeting, the newcomer raised an eyebrow, recognizing the well-known scholar, Song Tongxing, who had once achieved the highest honors in examinations. "Song brother?" Song Fushing furrowed his brow, recalling the prominent wealthy family in the county, known for their silver shop, and the eldest son of the Yu family, Brother Yu. Oh, it is no wonder that when they passed by earlier, a grand household was calling upon their servants to prepare meals. Just as the eldest son of the Yu family was about to utter a few polite opening remarks, Qian Peiying erupted once more, exclaiming, "Song Fushing, are you leaving or not? Why so many superfluous words, with all this talk of young masters and young gentlemen? I am still a young lady of the Qian family. Each of you has fallen to the point of fleeing. What airs are you putting on? Regardless of others' fates, you block the carriage, demanding food as if you have the audacity. What a lack of quality. And to buy? I wouldn't sell even a morsel. How could I possibly find something to fill my stomach while squatting in the carriage? I am drenched in sweat, and I wouldn't exchange it for gold. Let us see who dares to snatch it. If you have the capability, don't run away. Go to the capital and help the prince in battle." Song Fuling discreetly tugged at her mother's sleeve, whispering softly, "Mother, While you may scold them, these women do not show their faces. It would be best not to mention your sweat so freely. These people are locals. They might think something is amiss. Qian Ping picked up the mask of death that had fallen by her feet and donned it on her face, lifting the curtain of the carriage. Get in, Song Fuxing. I command you to board. Chapter 20. A bloodshed caused by a cow. He found it quite puzzling. Could it be that the master, the young gentleman, and the lady of the house had suddenly passed away, leaving only the young lady of the Qian family? In a state of considerable distress, she might have decided to venture out. Upon hearing Song Fuxing enter the carriage, he inquired, "So, is everything all right?" The old bull released a long breath, and the four strong men seated beside him also relaxed, easing their tension. After speaking without reflection, she abruptly turned to Qian Mishu, smearing soy sauce on his reddened forehead while chiding, "When your uncle's relatives arrive, there will be even more people, and you won't even have a place to eat. Remember this well. Wherever your sister goes, you must follow. She possesses the discernment to avoid misfortune, and you may benefit from her light." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qian Mishu's eyes suddenly moistened, and he quietly wept, tightly embracing Qian Peiying's waist and burying his head in her bosom. The child recalled the earlier scene, feeling a warmth swell within him, deeply moved by the sight of his aunt selflessly standing in front of him as the pot threatened to topple and crush him, pulling him into her protective embrace. He had thought that his aunt would treat his sister and him differently. Yet, Qian Ping merely assumed the child was frightened, offering a perfunctory pat on his back while continuing to complain. At that moment, Song Fuling, who had been tidying up in the carriage, couldn't help but stifle a laugh at her mother's words, shaking her shoulders in silent mirth. Meanwhile, Song Fuxing, who was also quietly cleaning up, softly inquired, "Daughter, where's the seed?" "What seed?" "Oh, that child." When he left the space, he specifically took a box of 21 gold waida and selected 2 large cherries. The gold waida was tossed into his bag, intended for his wife and child to have one each day during their journey, while the cherries were meant for his daughter. Realization dawned on Song Fuling, and she softly informed her father, "Those people are truly lacking in virtue. Mother should have scolded them a bit more." As she was indulging in a clandestine treat, she hesitated to bite into it, savoring it for an extended moment until it became delightfully soft. Just as she took a tentative bite, the cart began to jolt and rattle, accompanied by loud exclamations that startled her, prompting her to gulp it down in one swift motion. Sighing deeply, Song Fuxing lamented, "What has happened?" "I was pondering where to stash the seeds." In the days of cherry abundance, she would leisurely enjoy a plate while watching television, but now, even eating a cherry necessitated the removal of seeds, a notion that was utterly perplexing to Song Fuling. The abrupt shift in circumstances left her astounded. Everyone seemed to have adapted so well to the new way of life. With her hand slipping beneath her skirt, she suddenly realized that hiding things in her pockets was no longer advisable, as it appeared rather unbecoming for someone of her stature to constantly reach into her trousers. Qian Peiying, momentarily taken aback, gaped for a few seconds before letting out a soft laugh. Swiftly feeding the small head of Qian Mishu nestled in her arms with the cherry, while shushing him gently. Song Fuling covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. It was utterly tragic, merely one cherry, and they were both too reluctant to partake. The thought was repugnant, one cherry shared between 3 mouths. Moreover, her father had the audacity to extend his hand towards Qian Mishu's chin, insisting, "You can't eat the pit. Come on, spit it into your uncle's hand. You can't hide it all, share it with everyone. Are you foolish? 2 pits are sufficient, one for you and one for your mother. And what about Mishu?" At that moment, she had forgotten him. "What about yourself?" Song Fuling felt a twinge of jealousy and chose to ignore her father for quite some time. In the picturesque scene where the sunset meets the solitary eagle in flight, and the autumn waters blend seamlessly with the vast sky, the mule cart hastened its pace, finally arriving at Dying Village around 8 o'clock in the evening. Song Fuxing presumed that the village would be quite tranquil at such a late hour, considering that the villagers were preoccupied with the autumn harvest during the day and would likely retire early to conserve their provisions. However, upon entering the village, he was greeted instead by the resounding voice of his parents engaged in a heated argument, their shouts mingling with the barking of dogs and the encouragement of neighbors holding torches outside, creating a lively atmosphere. The villagers deliberated, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance, remarking that one could not possibly encapsulate the essence of the Song family in a single stroke. What a heartless disposition for a blood relative. Today, I shall confront them thoroughly. I am seething with indignation, and if this continues, I might just set their house ablaze." Another elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, voiced her grievances with considerable volume. "Sister-in-law, back when we had not yet divided our households, we never hesitated to assist when your younger brother was ill, requiring years of medication. After the division, my son's father insisted on helping you more, claiming it was only right to care for your brother given his frail health. Yet, when your brother passed, and Fuxing was preparing for his examinations, my son's father accompanied him for 2 miles, reluctant to part, shedding tears in secret. How could you utter such words about burning down my house? How dare you?" Song Fuxing's father, overwhelmed with rage, shouted in a fit of fury. "The division of our household was instigated by your meddling with the old man. You, with your malicious intentions, have taken advantage at every turn, dividing homes, land, and belongings. You only know how to play the benevolent role." He mentioned to the old gentleman that Fuxing's father had passed away early, fearing that I might not be able to uphold the family. Therefore, he distributed more to you all, if I managed to hold on. A true brother cannot allow his nephews to starve. However, what transpired? The properties and lands were divided less, and we accepted it. Yet, as soon as the old gentleman departed, you swiftly took away the oxen. Those oxen were utilized for our family's agricultural work during the old gentleman's time, as he believed we were vulnerable, and it would be difficult without Fuxing's father. Now, where are those oxen? Bring them forth. Furthermore, regarding your earlier remarks, I urge you to reflect upon your conscience. If the elder truly cared for my family's Fuxing during his examinations, why did he not lend a single coin back then? When I came to borrow, you lamented your poverty, and in my naivety, I almost relinquished the few coins I had. In the end, I felt I could not contend with this sister-in-law who feigned sympathy with her eloquence. No one in the village dares to speak ill of her. Frustrated, I shouted, "Elder uncle, come out. Stop hiding behind your wife, pretending to be a good person. If you do not reveal the truth today, I will not point out the houses anymore. I shall slaughter the ox instead, and we shall all be at ease." Chapter 21. I, too, shall slaughter the ox. The sentiments of Song Fuxing and his wife and daughter toward the people of his hometown are distinct. His wife and daughter possess no memories, existing in a state akin to that of a bachelor, starting anew regardless of whom they encounter. He, however, is different. Firstly, he possesses memories, which signify a body infused with emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, all intertwined, sometimes even uncontrollable. It is precisely this emotional pull that tugs at his nerves, leaving Song Fuxing with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Why does he feel guilt? He often pondered during his travels, imagining that if he had not seized another's body, he would have been devoid of such emotions. Yet, that existence would have been woeful. Moreover, as a modern man, he was certainly unfamiliar with ancient characters, rendering him illiterate and relegating him to a life of tilling the soil. Even more tragically, lacking land meant he had no means to support his wife and children, leaving him in abject poverty. Even begging could lead to a perilous fate, as a careless encounter with the powerful could result in his demise. To toil in menial labor required signing a contract of servitude, reducing him to a mere slave, whose life could be extinguished by their master without a second thought. Thus, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for possessing this body, as it granted him the ability to read and write, and his family treated him well, making him the most promising member of the household. One could only imagine the anguish his parents would feel if they knew their beloved son was lost to the void. This reflection instilled a sense of guilt within him, having taken over this life and enjoyed the rights of the original owner. He felt compelled to fulfill his obligations to his family. Even though he was dependent on them, he believed he should treat them with kindness. Consequently, when Song Fuxing learned that his father had not confronted his aunt, he was filled with anger. He was incensed by the plight of his family, suffering under the oppressive hand of his aunt, who undoubtedly received support from his uncle. His mother was perpetually at a disadvantage with her sister-in-law, akin to encountering a lifelong adversary. The more she protested, the worse her reputation became, with whispers branding her a shrew, a formidable force. In stark contrast, his aunt's meager contributions to his family from years past were well known throughout the 10 miles and 8 villages, earning her a reputation for loyalty and righteousness. As a result, his uncle's family had inherited the lion's share of their estate, possessing the largest house and the most land, with only an old cow remaining undivided since their grandfather's passing, which they now claimed as their own. Uncle initially spoke eloquently, suggesting that he would lend a hand in farming with the old ox. But now his family finds themselves in a position where they must borrow the very ox that is ostensibly shared between the two households. At times, they are unable to borrow it at all, as was the case today when they were met with a closed door, provoking his parents to raise their voices in a tirade that could be heard 2 miles away. It is infuriating how the village women, lacking discernment, choose to trust only the smooth words of a silver-tongued individual, failing to consider who ultimately reaps the benefits, and instead gossiping about his mother. The sound of the mule cart echoed from the village entrance, silencing the quarrel between Song Fuxing's parents and aunt. They, along with the others, turned their gaze towards the approaching cart. As the weary mule cart crept closer under the glow of the torches, Song Fuxing's mother, Madame Ma, finally recognized her son. "Slow down, please," she urged. Song Fuxing's second cousin, Song Fuxiu, murmured to himself amidst the crowd, "What is there to flaunt?" Only to receive a gentle reprimand from aunt. Even with the reminder, it did not quell his inner contempt. The son-in-law of the Qian family, touted as the most successful of the Song clan. How despicable. If it were him, he would rather shun the wealth of the Qian family than be labeled a barren wretch. Song Fuxing's eldest cousin, Song Fulu, emerged supporting uncle. Song Fuxing directed the old ox, urging it to enter their yard, momentarily bypassing Uncle's figure, and pointed towards his elder brothers, instructing, "You two, follow quickly, and give the mule some water, and find it something good to eat." After issuing these orders, he sought out the figure of his brother-in-law, contemplating seizing this opportunity to call the family together, thereby avoiding the need to repeat the same narrative multiple times. In other words, Song Fuxing searched the crowd twice for a familiar figure, and on both occasions, he overlooked his own uncle. Uncle Song had ceased smoking his pipe and cleared his throat, prompting his second son to exclaim, "Third cousin, have you not seen my father?" Song Fuxing gestured to 2 villagers, instructing one to summon the village head and the other to fetch his sister-in-law's family from the foot of the mountain. Citing an urgent matter, Song Fulu, assuming the role of the elder brother irrespective of the family's division, addressed Song Fuxing with an air of superiority, saying, "Third cousin, one cannot simply." Song Fuxing furrowed his brow and interjected, "Do not waste my time with your nonsense. The cow belongs to grandfather. It remained undivided before his passing. Thus it rightfully belongs to both families. Now that your household is utilizing it without even offering us a loan." "What are you talking about?" Song Fulu was taken aback by the bluntness of Song Fuxing, who was typically the most dignified and scholarly among them. "You? I say. Third brother, have you lost your mind? Your mother has quite the temper, and it is well known throughout 10 miles and 8 villages. No one wishes to ally with our Song family. Are you not aware? If your mother continues in this manner, it will tarnish your reputation. How can you allow this? Excuse me, from this moment forward, we shall change our approach. With her temper, the 3 of us, along with my eldest sister, will indulge her. We are more than willing. As for whether it affects our reputation, we shall tolerate it, as it is of no concern to you." He then forcefully shoved his elder cousin aside and, pointing at him, shouted for their uncle to hear, "I have no time to argue with you. If you dare to meddle again, I shall slaughter the cow." The villagers were taken aback as the scholar Song Fuxing, after uttering these strange words, astonishingly drew a cleaver from behind him with a swift motion. Chapter 22, First Impressions. In the rural fields, who would resort to drawing a weapon over a mere quarrel? This was indeed terrifying. The suddenness of his action rendered the surroundings utterly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, paralyzed with fear. Uncle Song gazed at Song Fuxing in disbelief, as if he were a stranger to his own nephew. His eldest son, Song Fulu, having stumbled from Song Fuxing's earlier shove, had desperately clutched the arm of the person next to him to regain his balance, and now he clung to that arm without letting go, seemingly in shock. Even Song Fuxiu, who often spoke too freely and had been internally cursing Song Fuxing as a misfortune, found himself silenced by the gleaming blade, swallowing back his provocative words. Only Ma Cher exhibited any movement. She was weeping. Yet this cry was unlike her previous wails mourning her late husband, which felt as if the sky had fallen. Nor was it akin to the times when she had been bullied by villagers, throwing herself into a fit of tears. And it certainly was not the outraged cry she had emitted when her land had been unjustly seized, as she stomped and shouted to alert the entire village of her plight. In this moment, she wept softly, covering her eyes, her body slightly turned, wishing for no one to witness her tears. A weight seemed to bear down upon her. Just moments ago, when her third son had assured her of his willingness to indulge and cherish her, promising that she would never be scorned for her actions, a sense of relief washed over her, lightening her burden. Masha wiped away her tears, though they seemed endless. She forced a smile, reflecting that her husband had never uttered such warm words. Sanner, she thought, my sacrifices for your education were not in vain. At critical moments, knowledge makes a difference. Come. Sanner, hand your mother the cleaver. As for the cow, I shall never mention it again. I do not want it. The last two sentences she directed boldly at her sister-in-law. She had made up her mind. When it came to the cow, she would speak and act accordingly. If her son could go to such lengths for her, she certainly could not allow him to endure the hardships of the paternal home, which would tarnish his reputation. That would be a disservice to their family. Even the familiar curse about her black-heartedness, that she would eventually be struck down by thunder, she swallowed back, fearing that the conflict might escalate if Sanner truly acted upon his anger. What? Did you not eat? Isn't this just an act of seizing the harvest? Song Fuxing, seizing the opportunity, engaged in conversation with her while leaning on her strength to head home. In truth, he did not wish to confront them outright, but they were exceedingly bothersome, relentless in their chatter. Whispers circulated about whether Song Fuxing had become a different person, questioning his previous demeanor. Some even scoffed in the direction of his mother, speculating if her influence was truly as significant as she claimed. After all, Song Tongsheng was literate, unlike many who could barely read. This chatter ultimately served to vindicate Song Fuxing, establishing that he was a person of deep loyalty and honor, and that his unsheathing of the blade was undoubtedly justified. What could the justification be? Suddenly, it seemed everyone understood, realizing they had been misled all along. Annie smiled, feigning ignorance, and remarked to herself, look at that rascal Fuxing, over 30 yet still so arrogant. In a couple of years, that plump girl will be getting married, and we'll all be the butt of the joke. He must be struggling out there, pondering his foolishness. Life in the county seat is no easy affair. He resides in his father-in-law's home, and that meager teaching job was also arranged by his father-in-law. I reckon all the money he earns is managed by my niece-in-law. After saying this, she glanced at everyone and suddenly clapped her hands, exclaiming, look at me, rambling away. I shouldn't go on. I've been working hard these days. I specifically ground the tofu this morning without eating any. I intended to treat my family tomorrow, but I can't let it go to waste. With Fuxing's family coming over, I must serve my sister-in-law and ensure my 3 nephews enjoy it, for he loves the tofu I make. Her words caused the villagers, who had been chattering just moments before, to waver in their opinions. However, before they could ponder further, someone announced that the village head had arrived. The village head, surnamed Song, not only held the title of headman but also served as the clan leader. In this small area, his words carried considerable weight. Although he was reluctant to step down from his position due to his age, choosing not to involve himself in matters. Leaning on his cane, supported by his eldest grandson, he strolled past, offering only a brief remark without inquiring about the earlier commotion, seemingly oblivious as he made his way directly to Fuxing's home. Upon entering her grandmother's courtyard, Song Fuxing noticed that everyone was outside, gathering around a small fire. Children of all ages were busy with various tasks, twisting hemp ropes, collecting dry grass, chopping vegetables, and so forth. The women utilized the firelight to wash clothes and tidy up the yard. Not far from the bonfire, there stood a low table adorned with bowls and chopsticks, suggesting that a meal had yet to be enjoyed. Upon the arrival of the mule cart into the courtyard, the sight of Qian Peiying and Song Fuxing evoked surprise from all present. Qian Peiying found herself encircled by adults, who enthusiastically referred to her as sister-in-law. Among them was a boy, no more than 8 years old, who squeezed in beside her, eager to call her third aunt while drooling in anticipation. She recognized that the aroma of tea-infused eggs was indeed a temptation for the children. Chapter 23. The battle between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Upon entering the courtyard, Ma began to orchestrate the chaos without pause. Eldest daughter-in-law, why are you idly chatting with the third daughter-in-law? Can't you see there is work to be done? Can't you even fetch a bowl of water? He sure, the eldest son's wife of the Song family, replied with a smile, I shall go boil some water. Boil water? First, steam the dry rations. She shot a glare at the second daughter-in-law. Is you sure? Is the West Wing tidy enough for guests? Shouldn't you hurry to clean it up before I get to it? Noticing that her second son's child, Song Jinbao, was pestering Qian Peiying for food, Ma directed her ire towards her grandson, delivering a swift reprimand. Zhu Shi had initially prepared to tend to the fire, contemplating the unfortunate fate of her dinner, as it seemed she wouldn't even be able to sip a thin porridge. Upon witnessing her only son being scolded, she quickly turned to embrace him and whisk him away. As for her daughters, the eldest and the second, they were not spared from their grandmother's chastisement. The matriarch, displeased with the latter's lack of awareness, delivered a sharp slap, while Zhu Shi chose to feign ignorance. The eldest and second daughters of Song Fushi, upon hearing their grandmother's rebuke, were not angered. Rather, they felt a twinge of delight and promptly dashed towards the main house to retrieve apricots. It should be noted that since the apricots had ripened, their grandmother had guarded them as if they were her lifeblood. First, some were sent to the aunt's house, while the remainder, which had been nibbled by insects, was allocated to the elder brothers at the uncle's home. The wilted ones were reserved for their younger brother, Song Jinbao. However, the two sisters were left without any. Even if they attempted to gather the fallen ones, they were rebuked, as their grandmother insisted that everything should be kept for the third uncle's family. She even mentioned that after the autumn harvest, when it was time to pay taxes, they should walk a few extra miles to deliver the collected apricots and freshly harvested corn to the third uncle's household. At that moment, the plump Song Fuling was left dumbfounded. Despite her grandmother's previous indifference towards her in her past life, she had never dared to scold her. Of course, the primary reason was that she never provided an opportunity for such disrespect. If anyone dared to treat her poorly, she simply would not visit them, as her maternal grandfather cherished her. It was unheard of to berate one's own granddaughter in such a manner. Nevertheless, they treated her, the so-called burden, with exceptional kindness. Mrs. Ma insisted that Song Fuling sit down and enjoy some porridge, then spoke to Qian Ping with utmost cordiality. Third daughter-in-law, once they finished their tasks, please urge everyone to take a break and eat well. Our family must not let others claim that the Song family hires workers without providing sufficient food. Tomorrow, I shall procure a few more taels of meat. Mrs. Ma then pointed to Qian Mishu and inquired, are those two helping hands from your family? No, they belong to my brother's household. Mrs. Ma was quite taken aback that the only male descendant of the Qian family was dressed so shabbily. She initially furrowed her brow to suppress her curiosity, then smiled at Qian Mishu, as though she were a blooming flower. Grabbing the wooden bucket filled with porridge from the table, she dipped her ladle deep, serving a bowl of thick porridge to both Qian Mishu and Song Fuling. After serving, she departed, cheerfully asking, third child, what were you and your brothers discussing at the door? Is there something your mother shouldn't hear? There is nothing that cannot be heard. Sooner or later, it must be spoken. Let the elder brother take his two nephews to commence their tasks. Additionally, the second brother should lead the 4 strong men to transport the grain into the courtyard, so that later they can load it directly onto the cart. What is this all about? The Ma family was taken aback, and a wave of unease swept through everyone present. At that moment, the village official Song also arrived, accompanied by Song Fuxing's brother-in-law, Tian Shifa. Song Fuxing supported his mother with one hand and the village elder with the other, inviting his brother-in-law Tian Shifa into the house. As they passed the dining table, he urged Qian Ping to hurry up and eat, reminding her to tidy up afterward and to assist in determining what should be taken and what should not, advising against loading any unnecessary items onto the cart. 5 minutes later, the room was filled with the anguished wails of the Ma family. Uncle Tian Shifa, disregarding everything, rushed out of the main house, stumbling as he made his way outside. He then turned back into the kitchen, glancing at his sister-in-law, who was standing by the stove, and reminded her. After speaking, he swiftly gathered the essential oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar from the kitchen, ensuring that everything necessary was packed, while mentally noting to remember to fill 2 buckets of water later. At this moment, he dropped the rolling pin from her hands, ignoring Qian Ping's words, and suddenly yelled for her husband and 2 sons, her voice piercingly sharp, instructing them to deliver a message to her family. This cry drew Ma out from her sorrowful lamentations. Upon emerging, Ma furiously slapped her eldest daughter-in-law across the face. He covered her face, her eyes glaring red at her mother-in-law. In the past, she always felt a sense of dignity within this household, especially after giving birth to 2 sons shortly after her marriage. In contrast, the second sister-in-law only produced 2 daughters before finally delivering Song Jinbao. While the third sister-in-law's situation was even more dire, without a reputable family, she would surely have faced dismissal. Madame Ma scolded her eldest daughter-in-law, pointing an accusatory finger. There is no need for you to glare at me. If you wish to send a message to your family, feel free to traverse the mountains on your own. Do not instruct my son and grandson. While you may not fear for your life, theirs is at stake. Off you go. Flee to your family and save us some rations. As she berated her, she seemed intent on shoving her eldest daughter-in-law out the door. Song Jinbao clutched a tea egg in one hand and a twist of dough in the other, devouring the tea egg without even peeling it. Qian Mishu could no longer contain herself and lunged to snatch it away, exclaiming, "That's ours for the journey, made by my aunt. My sister and I have been reluctant to eat it." "What do you mean yours? What belongs to my third aunt is my third uncle's. And what belongs to my third uncle is my grandmother's. It is all part of the Song family. Who do you think you are?" My mother declared that from now on, everything belonging to my third uncle is mine. At this moment, Zhu hurriedly stepped forward and covered her son's mouth. Qian Pei stood at the kitchen door, asserting, "Who taught you to speak such nonsense? Do you have any shame? Your third uncle and I are still alive. Yet you're already eyeing our belongings. Normally, sharing a meal wouldn't be an issue, but given the current circumstances, we must be cautious. If you find yourself idle and unbothered about fleeing, do not follow the cart. The mule belongs to the Qian family, and the provisions on the cart are also ours. If you insist on causing a scene, we shall part ways and each fend for ourselves." Chapter 24. The warmth and coldness of human relationships. Song Lar, Song Fushi hastily dropped the sack of grain he was carrying and swiftly rushed over, delivering 2 sharp slaps to Song Jinbao's backside. Upon witnessing his son being punished, he was filled with indignation, especially as the boy continued to kick and protest, stuffing his mouth with twisted pastries. This only exacerbated Uncle Song's irritation, as he felt deeply embarrassed by his wife's earlier remarks. In a fit of anger, he raised his leg, preparing to strike. Zhu, the wife, immediately rushed forward, tearfully pleading, "Please, my husband, we have only this one child. Do not strike him, I implore you. If you seek to vent your anger, then take it out on me instead." The scene devolved into chaos, with the child wailing and the woman sobbing. Simultaneously, at the entrance, Song Lada, preoccupied with modifying the mule cart, had just kicked his wife twice in quick succession, in his desperation to hasten the process of attaching the cart to the mule. He had developed numerous blisters on his hands, and in the dim light, he could scarcely see. His eldest son, who was assisting in holding the wooden structure, bore the brunt of several painful jabs. They were frantically spinning like tops, and in a shocking turn of events, his wife had approached their younger son, attempting to coax the 12-year-old Erlang into sneaking away for several miles to deliver a message to the He family. This was hardly the behavior of a concerned mother, showing a blatant disregard for her child's well-being. He, having been kicked, chose to stumble forward a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. As he beat the earth with his hands, he cried out in despair, "I do not wish for this. But what of my parents? They are unaware of the situation. If we delay, what will happen to my 3 younger brothers? They could be conscripted into the army, and on the battlefield, who knows if they will survive? This threatens my parents' lives. Your parents' lives are of great importance, yet our Erlang is not a piece of flesh torn from your body. I went to deliver the message, yet his grandmother would hardly care about my fate. Erlang, our Erlang is different. His grandmother would certainly not abandon him and would wait for him. Yes, head of the family, I implore you, I bow before you, just allow Erlang to run swiftly. We shall all wait for him, and also for my maternal family. I beseech you." Song Laodao advanced and kicked Heisher squarely in the chest. How could this woman not consider whether his younger brothers would be willing to risk their lives waiting? Heisher was forcefully knocked down again, coughing violently. Had it not been for her 2 sons intervening, she might have sustained serious injuries before even fleeing. In the courtyard, children were being beaten, and at the entrance, a daughter-in-law was being struck. Ma Shi felt as if her skull might burst at any moment, her vision dimming, and she plopped down at the door, looking up at Qian Pei with a face full of fury, exclaiming, "Third daughter-in-law, are you satisfied?" Qian Pei, taken aback, thought to herself, "What is this old woman talking about? Is she reasonable? What is she satisfied with? Did she instigate the 2 princes to fight? Did she cause the drought in the south? If she were truly that formidable, it would be different. As for me, I am not satisfied at all, and I have no time for this verbal sparring." Extending her hand, Qian Pei said, "Give me the key to your kitchen cabinet." Ma Shi, wary, clutched her waist. "What do you need the key for? What do you think I need it for? Would I truly abandon you? Or them? Everyone must leave. What will we eat and drink on the way? Is your oil and salt locked in that cabinet? Hand it over." Defeated, Ma Shi lowered her head and unfastened the key from her waist, obediently offering it. In that instant, as she handed it over, a sense of foreboding washed over her, causing her hand to hesitate. Qian Pei snatched the object away and, turning back towards the kitchen, cast a glance at the commotion in the yard and at the entrance. Remarking, "Everyone seems so idle," yet they have the audacity to squabble and bicker. Ma, observing her third daughter-in-law unlocking the door, felt a surge of frustration and anger. In such a brief moment, she had been confronted multiple times. In the past, her daughters-in-law would speak to her as if they were timid kittens. But the current situation was decidedly different. With a mighty swat of her palm against the ground, Ma raised her voice to reprimand. Are you all so idle? I am still alive and kicking. There is no need for your lamentations. If you wish to leave, then hurry back inside. After her tirade, she initially intended to sit down and reflect on the decades of hard work that seemed destined to vanish, her mind buzzing with distress akin to flames consuming her thoughts. However, the ruckus from the neighboring uncle's house suddenly erupted with even greater intensity. The uncle's wife had sent her daughter to eavesdrop, curious about the unexpected visit from Song Fuxing, and this act of espionage had thrown their household into disarray. The dispute was ignited between Song Fuxiu, who often cursed Song Fuxing as a harbinger of misfortune, and his elder sister-in-law. The altercation between the younger brother and sister-in-law was evidently escalating, with the sounds suggesting that physical confrontations were imminent. Meanwhile, Song Fuxiu was quite anxious, aware that his father-in-law's residence was not nearby, and he was eager to fetch his wife, hoping to have everyone wait for him. His sister-in-law, however, was opposed to this notion. She retorted that it would be more expedient for those who left first to arrive sooner, and thus he was responsible for transporting the grain with an ox cart. With the ox providing swift means of travel, he could retrieve his wife and then catch up with the others, ensuring that neither task was delayed. Upon hearing the words, Song Fuxiu's sister-in-law suddenly exploded with rage, seizing the cattle and grain without hesitation. The long-suppressed grievances within her erupted at once. She hurled fierce insults at her selfish younger brother-in-law, her anger unabated. Gripping the door latch, she swung it with ferocity, ready to confront anyone who dared to intervene. Yet, deep within her, a stark realization settled. Today could very well be their last, and there was no room to consider the feelings of her indolent brother-in-law. What did it matter if her parents-in-law were displeased? The values of filial piety, integrity, and reputation all had to yield to the instinct for survival. Meanwhile, Ma Shi, listening from across the courtyard, was struck by the intensity of the altercation in the neighboring house, which far exceeded the squabbles of her own family. An unexpected sense of urgency surged within her. The elderly matriarch swiftly rose to her feet, calling out to her daughter-in-law in the kitchen, San Er Xiang. Do not forget the soybean paste jar and the pickled vegetables. After delivering her reminder, she dashed towards the vegetable cellar, not overly concerned about the quantity of vegetables she could carry. If she could manage to grab a few extra, it would suffice. After all, she had hidden 4 taels of silver in that very cellar. Meanwhile, Song Fuxing, who had remained in the main room, finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He had overheard his wife's tirade earlier. It was not that he had wished to remain seated, but rather, he felt utterly powerless. As the village headman had nearly met his demise right before his eyes. Sitting on the wooden chair, he drained a bowl of water in one gulp, wiping the moisture from his lips as he glanced at the village headman. The sight was alarming, indeed. How could one not feel cornered in such a predicament? Chapter 25. The weight of worry. The village headman, with a face lined by age, turned his gaze towards Song Fuxing. This young man had been under his watch since infancy. Bit by bit, I have made my way to today. In the surrounding villages, apart from the occasional old scholar, this young lad before us possesses the most profound knowledge, having once excelled in the imperial examination for young scholars. It is well known that it is no easy feat for a peasant family to support a scholar, and to raise one capable of achieving academic distinction is akin to a blessing from the ancestral graves. At that time, as the village head and the patriarch of the Song family, he was even more elated than the boy's own parents. Understanding the boy's character deeply, he sensed that his inquiries would not be without purpose, and with a glimmer of hope, he asked, "Is there no way to escape? Perhaps to hide in the mountains?" Song Fuxing replied solemnly, "Father, our family possesses a total of 13 acres of land, based on the usual weather patterns of previous years. My elder brothers and our entire family toil relentlessly, laboring until we are utterly exhausted, our backs aching to the point of immobility, yet we yield but a meager harvest. Let me present you with some calculations. Our family requires approximately 1,500 jin of grain annually for 10 members, which amounts to 150 jin per person each year, translating to 13 jin per person each month, or merely 4 liang per person each day. A robust laborer cannot possibly sustain himself on such a scanty ration. which inevitably must be taken from the mouths of women and children. The children wail in hunger, lamenting that their grandmother is stingy, providing only thin gruel. Given our circumstances, our household is relatively small. My 2 elder brothers often seek work during the busy seasons, while I send money home yearly. Our village is considered to have decent conditions, yet a portion of the villagers are tenants, who must first give 40% of their harvest to the landowners. I can hardly bear to contemplate what such families consume daily. An average of merely 1 liang per person? Is it enough to merely stave off starvation? Grandfather, you may not comprehend why I am presenting this account to you at this moment. What I intend to convey is that the aforementioned figures do not yet account for the taxes. Over the years, our tax burdens have steadily increased, from 1/15 to the current 1/7. Indeed, even under such duress, we are barely managing to survive, subsisting on roots and wild vegetables. Truly, it is merely a matter of clinging to existence. However, with the resurgence of conflict outside, safeguarding our city demands that the Lord must sustain a larger contingent of soldiers. How much grain do you suppose we will be compelled to surrender this year? Will it be half, or perhaps a considerable portion? When you consider the calculations I just shared with you, it is evident that even with your 30+ mu of land, some will inevitably perish from starvation. This place has become untenable. We cannot endure being conscripted or captured any longer. And this is under the assumption that we can defend the city. Should we fail to do so, the conscripted youths will meet their demise in battle. If we were to change our fate, the victorious Lord would undoubtedly commandeer our resources to assist his original subjects, who are suffering from drought in the south. This is my most optimistic outlook. Conversely, if he were to disregard our territory, a disaster could ensue, allowing refugees to invade and plunder, leading to a massacre of our city. War, grandfather, leaves the land barren and strewn with bones. Song Lerzhang trembled as he listened, his heart heavy with despair. There seems to be no escape. We must flee. He pointed at Song Fuxing and asked, "Young man, where do you suggest we run to?" "We can take the small path behind the mountain, heading north, toward the Yin Prince. Surely, the Yin Prince will be compassionate towards the common folk and lessen our taxes, won't he? Could it be that he is also being pursued by other princes? Just as we arrive, we might have to flee again. To be honest, I am uncertain of the situation, only hearing rumors that seem to hold some truth. However, for now, the most prudent choice is to seek refuge there, for one. We cannot head south where calamity looms. That would be akin to walking into the line of fire. And 2, the Emperor is there." "What?" Song Lerzhang's eyes widened in astonishment. "The Emperor is there?" Song Fuxing was taken aback. "For 5 years, my lord, the Emperor has been there." "How could you possibly not know? Such news must be terribly obscure." "I understand, though. Common folk are primarily concerned with their basic sustenance." Song Fuxing hastened to continue. "Therefore, the Prince of Yin is temporarily safe. Think about it. If any prince dared to attack the Prince of Yin, their father is there. So the aggressor would bear the grave charge of patricide and regicide. The world would rise against them, and at the very least, the other princes would seize this opportunity to join forces and eliminate him first. I suspect there will be peace for at least a few years. As long as the Emperor remains alive, no one, no matter how envious or anxious, would dare to act recklessly. Not having pondered it deeply enough, which concerns many lives, Song Lerzhang inquired, "Is your speculation to be taken as fact? Is this knowledge derived from books?" "Oh my heavens!" Song Fuxing truly wished to exclaim. It is only with the belief that saving a life is worth more than erecting a towering pagoda that he is wasting time with such idle chatter. For if he does not speak up, a significant portion of the village would be too fearful to flee, given his authority. Song Fuxing, stifling his emotions, finally exclaimed with an elevated voice, "Isn't this precisely what the books articulate? It is evident. This is political acumen, the very essence of governance. Do you not grasp this?" Immediately, Song Lerzhang was moved to tears, his face streaked with age-worn sorrow, startling Song Fuxing into believing that he was the cause of such a display. "Oh, my dear child, I cannot bear to part with our ancestral hall. It is the foundation of our lineage. Our forebears rest here. Moreover, I possess over 30 acres of land, painstakingly acquired, each parcel a testament to effort. Throughout these years, I have refrained from selling our land to support our descendants' education. In the end, the land cannot be taken along, and our ancestors' graves will be left desolate. Was my life as toil in vain? Oh dear, father, please cease your crying. We must hurry to sound the alarm. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Remember this, and let the villagers remember. In this life, The matters of eating and drinking hold no significance beyond death. Song Fuxing found himself on the verge of tears, moved by his own sentiments. His kindness was overwhelming. Yet he wasted time instead of seeking partners for escape. Standing at the entrance of Song Fuxing's home, Song Lerzhang shouted, "Where are those chatterers from earlier? The onlookers? This is truly the time to speak up. By heavens, have they dispersed?" After venting his frustration, he cast aside his walking stick, finding he no longer needed it for support. With a rolling pin in one hand and a large iron pot in the other, he clanged and banged in a cacophony. The old man worried about those who lived farther away, fearing they might not hear the commotion. He abandoned his leisurely gait, sprinting forth to gather people, calling out that trouble was imminent, all while banging the pot. He sprinted ahead, while Old Ma pursued him from behind. "I've just pulled the pot off the fire, and it hasn't even been loaded onto the cart yet. In the blink of an eye, you've run away with it. How am I supposed to cook on the road without you?" Pausing to catch her breath, Ma realized that she could not outpace the old man. Frustrated, she clapped her hands and stamped her feet, tears streaming down her face in bitter resignation. Chapter 26. Once departed. Do not inquire about the way. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, Dying Village erupted into a cacophony. The air was filled with the sounds of barking dogs, squealing pigs, and the fluttering of chickens, creating a chaotic symphony of unrest among the livestock, who seemed to wish they could all cry out in unison. The animals occasionally let out heart-wrenching cries, signaling the grim reality that their owners were indiscriminately slaughtering them. The weeping of the elderly, women, and children, mingled with the hurried footsteps of those anxious not to leave anything behind, echoed from one household to another, creating a dissonant chorus. Amidst this turmoil, some elders, particularly a few old gentlemen, who were usually quiet, suddenly raised their voices defiantly. "You may leave. The draft will not reach me. My age is beyond that threshold. I will guard our ancestral grave, maintain the ancestral hall, and tend to our modest plot of land. When the situation stabilizes, send word to me, and I shall return home, for one cannot be without a home." Some elderly individuals spoke not from a sense of duty, but rather from a feeling of helplessness. "You should go. My frail body cannot flee far and may burden you." Upon hearing these words, their dutiful children wept even more profusely, as if facing a tragic separation. Song Lerzhang, however, maintained a surprisingly light-hearted demeanor. Despite being older than many of those present, he refrained from intervening, for in his view, the principles that needed to be articulated had already been expressed. Having reiterated Song Fuxing's arguments to the crowd, there was nothing more to convey, and it was impossible for anyone to go door to door urging compliance. The village head merely turned to his eldest son, raising his voice to declare his stance, a statement intended for the elderly around him. Hoping to sway their convictions as a final appeal, "My son, I must accompany you. With so many acres of land, I can no longer manage it alone. What of the ancestral hall? At my age, if I were to perish within its confines, who would even know? Even if my health fails me en route, you can simply dig a grave for me. No matter what, being together as a family allows me to see my descendants. If I remain here alone, my heart would be restless with worry." His eldest son was deeply moved, recognizing that such a father was indeed a good one, and that his words were spoken to avoid burdening his children. This declaration had a slight impact. While some of the elders remained obstinate, others displayed signs of hesitation. Amidst the ongoing disputes within the village regarding who would leave and who would stay, it became apparent that the 3 mule carts belonging to the Song Fuxing family had already exited the courtyard. Following them, the prosperous butcher family, renowned in the village and having arrived years prior, appeared with 3 ox carts, even more lavish than the preceding mule carts. Song Fuxing and the 4 robust men drove the first mule cart, and from a distance, upon spotting the village head, they called out, "Grandfather, we are departing." With a wave of his hand, the village head's gate swung wide open. 2 ox carts were driven by 2 sons, while 2 hand carts were pushed by 5 grandsons, all appearing before the crowd. Suddenly, the entire clan of Li Jing joined in a grand procession. Observing this, the villagers grew increasingly anxious, urging and shouting, with some exclaiming, "No matter how urgent it is, we must harvest the grain. We cannot leave it in the fields." A bold man declared that they had nothing to lose, as those exiled had perished without sustenance, and suggested they hastily gather the crops, saying they could always hide in the mountains if necessary. This notion ignited a flicker of hope in the hearts of many villagers, prompting more men to rush out of their homes, shouldering their hoes and dashing toward the fields. Upon their arrival, they were astonished to find that Song Fuxing and his group had not left in haste, but were instead gathered closely together, their sickles swinging vigorously. Meanwhile, the children from those families had dismounted to gather corn, their heads bent low in concentration. Notably, they were harvesting land that did not belong to their families. By the roadside, the mule-drawn carts stood idle, as the children picked corn indiscriminately from whichever patch caught their eye. Seeing this, the villagers decided to follow suit, abandoning the notion of their own fields. By 10:30 in the evening, initially 3 families, then 5, and later 10, eventually over 20 families surged into the fields, their eyes bloodshot as they frantically harvested. At this point, Song Fuxing and his group had completed their task. Wiping the sweat and dirt from his face, he declared, "Let us go." Though the adage suggests that greed often leads to demise, they were content to gather enough for their journey. For who could predict what the next moment might hold? The priority was to ensure survival. "Then I shall take my leave as well. Be obedient, Fuling." Mr. Ma, having settled himself, called out, "Lao Air," allowed Jinbao to come up. Song Lao Air cast a glance but did not permit it. For the first mule cart was laden with his mother, his younger siblings' children, his third brother's daughter, an array of belongings brought by his third brother's family, and all manner of luggage, clothing, alongside a cart driver, completely filled to the brim. He worried about the cart overturning with such a heavy load. Yet, he genuinely felt for his son, having yearned for him for so many years. After bearing 2 daughters, he finally had this one boy. Thus, he glanced at the second cart, and, upon a mere look, realized it was hopeless. As for the third cart, Song Lao Air did not even consider it, for it was piled high with the corn they had just harvested. Additionally, his father-in-law and mother-in-law needed to be accommodated at their age. They deserved a place on the third cart. Song Lao Air and his brother-in-law collaborated to maneuver the hand truck, which bore jars of fermented soy paste, pots, bowls, and 2 filled water buckets. He instructed Song Jinbao, "Stay close to your father and behave yourself. If you cause trouble again, I shall discipline you. We shall speak of rest later." Meanwhile, Song Lao Da and his 2 sons had also set up a hand truck, laden with an assortment of oilcloth raincoats and other miscellaneous items. Song Lao Da urged Song Fuxing, "No need for you. You and your siblings go handle the mules." Song Fuxing thought to himself that it would be a lighter task, allowing him to sit, but he did not know how to manage the mules. He feared stumbling in the dark and ending up in a ditch. "I shall have my brother-in-law, as Huzi, handle them. He can sit in the same cart as his grandmother for support. Eldest brother, please let me have this. I wish for my nephews to rest a while, and we can take turns." "No, my dear third brother, you are not suited for such laborious tasks. Trust your elder brother." Thus, the group, in a display of courtesy, took turns holding torches as they made their way forward, with most of them having to walk. The procession flowed like a meandering brook. Chapter 27. Heart weighed down by 8 pounds, old Lady Ma lifted the curtain of the carriage window, her gaze fixed on the road they had traveled. She reflected, "This path was once familiar, but it shall not be traversed again." Her eyes lingered on the land where corn had recently been harvested. In the past, she would have fought fiercely over even a fraction of this 13 acres, but now it was all gone. No house, no land. "Oh, my father, my mother, my dear husband. I too am left with no choice. It is all for the sake of our descendants. Without them, what purpose is there in living? That would truly be hopeless. So, I cast you aside." The more she pondered, the heavier her heart grew. The old lady covered her eyes, tears streaming down her fingers. In a short while, her front garment was drenched, her shoulders began to shake, and suppressed sobs escaped her chest, resembling the sound of hiccups. Qian Mishu leaned forward, casting a glance at old Lady Ma. Once he confirmed that she was indeed concealing her eyes and could not perceive his small gestures, he gently patted his sister, who sat opposite him. Song Fuling raised her eyes. Qian Mishu gestured with his chin towards the direction of their grandmother, indicating, "Look, grandmother is crying." With a sigh in her heart, Song Fuling chose not to look at her grandmother. Instead, she twisted her body slightly, turning her face towards the door of the carriage. She thought to herself, "Let her cry freely. I shall pretend not to see or hear. For it is in the depths of sorrow that one desires the greatest comfort, simply not to be disturbed." That was precisely what she wished for. In this way, grandmother can weep without burdens, crying to her heart's content. Regardless of whether she can come to terms with it, she can still look forward. Song Fuling discreetly rubbed her left arm with her right hand, then reciprocated with her left hand on her right arm. Finally, she pressed her hands together, intertwining her fingers tightly, only to discover they still trembled. In desperation, she clasped her hands between her legs. Why were her hands trembling? from the fatigue of shucking corn. Finding amusement in adversity, she mused, if only she could harness that fervor from earlier, when she had been frantically competing for the corn. In the modern era, truly, there would be no trouble at all. If she could assemble the same group from the ancient family to participate in the corn shucking, the shells would be completely emptied. With that thought, she smiled faintly. However, this smile was ill-timed. Just as old Lady Ma had finished her tears, she looked up to see her granddaughter laughing, which incensed her. I'm crying, and you're laughing, is that so? Song Fuling was startled and turned to her grandmother. What's this, child? Are you foolish or just plain reckless? Your heart seems to weigh as much as a stone. What is there to laugh about? With everything at stake, you find joy. Do you? No, I wasn't laughing. Do you think I'm blind? In this pitch darkness, how can you see so clearly? Perhaps you've been mistaken. I see clearly. All right, I was wrong. This sudden misunderstanding took her by surprise. What do you mean by that? Oh dear, grandmother, could you please refrain? You're too entangled in this. Even if I were genuinely laughing, it's not at you. What would you like me to say? After a pause, Song Fuling added. I misspoke, I did say it. What use is it to speak incorrectly? You are merely mocking my tears. If you choose to converse in such a manner, it lacks meaning and is contradictory. My laughter does not derive from your sorrow. I could be laughing while contemplating something entirely different. Furthermore, there exists a phrase, finding joy amidst suffering, suggesting that laughter does not necessarily equate to genuine happiness. It may very well stem from unexpressed pain. Madame Ma narrowed her eyes, pondering the implications of her granddaughter's demeanor. How had she transformed so distinctly? While her granddaughter was once delicate, she was also honest and had always been endearing, knowing well that it was her grandmother who had washed her diapers, having cared for very few grandsons. The old oxen pulling the cart sensed a rigidity in their backs, noticing the sudden silence within the vehicle. A quarrel or a few scoldings would have been preferable. In truth, the elderly lady was simply dissatisfied, and with no one else present, she sought to provoke her young granddaughter. Qian Mishu gazed intently at Song Fuling, his heart filled with admiration. His sister's expression mirrored that of someone who had not been arguing moments before. She appeared remarkably composed, her mindset exceedingly positive. Suddenly, Madame Ma sprang into action, rummaging through her surroundings until she unearthed the basin that Song Fuling had brought along at their departure. With a swift shake of her garments, she nudged the basin towards Song Fuling with her toe. Song Fuling lowered her head and noticed. Where did this corn come from, and how did it end up on this cart? Her grandmother must have a background in magic to hide so many. She began to peel the husks, and after finishing, she rolled 2 cobs into kernels. Turning her gaze towards her grandmother, she was about to inquire, is this the procedure? But before she could ask, Ma Shi seemed to anticipate her question, rolling her eyes and declaring, what are you thinking? Where would we dry them? If they hang on the cart, someone will snatch them away. First, we need to shell them and pack them in bags, and tomorrow at noon, we can find an opportunity to lay them out to dry. Oh, Song Fuling responded, extending her trembling little hands and obediently beginning to shell the corn. Qian Mishu thought he could continue to retort against his sister, but alas. As he cautiously raised his eyes, Ma Laotai fixed her gaze upon him. His eyes flickered as he met the old lady's stare, instinctively clutching his small bundle tighter, feeling a bit uneasy, and donned the zombie mask his sister had given him. Among the various masks, Song Fuling held a particular fondness for the zombie mask, for it was the most expensive and the most lifelike. What did it look like? The mask was painted to resemble a face smeared with blood, and to enhance the grotesque effect of decay, a few plump maggots were depicted clinging to it. The mask featured 2 dark, shiny eyes devoid of whites, very short and thick eyebrows, and was complemented by a pair of large red lips. In fact, the vibrant red lips concealed a few large teeth, which Song Fuling had deemed inappropriate to keep before taking it out from storage, as it would have appeared even more realistic. It was merely a mask, yet Qian Mishu appeared unexpectedly, without a sound or prior warning. He glanced at old Lady Ma, and after a couple of fleeting looks, he declared she should wear it. One can only imagine the shock that enveloped old Lady Ma upon this unforeseen turn of events. Her complexion turned ashen, her eyes widened, and her mouth gaped open, feeling as if her tongue had lost the ability to move, rendering her utterly speechless. Previously, she had always believed that genuine fright elicited an immediate gasp. Her own decades of experience attested to that. However, in this moment, she realized that such a reaction indicated she had yet to experience true terror. True fright would leave one with a lump in their throat, unable to utter a sound, with a tongue rendered rigid. Thus, The most unfortunate situation arose. The young rascal wearing the mask was someone she no longer dared to look at. Though she longed to call for her granddaughter, whether to help her catch her breath or to fetch her some water, she wished to see her. Yet her granddaughter merely rolled her eyes and continued diligently husking corn, completely oblivious to the fact that old lady Ma had been frightened by Qian Mishu. The child remained fixated on her task, her head bowed. Meanwhile, Qian Mishu, masked and now turning his attention to old lady Ma, pondered to himself, What is the matter with Grandma Song? Something seems amiss. However, choosing discretion over confrontation, he decided it was better to remain silent, lest he provoke her ire. The young one had entirely forgotten that when Song Fuling donned this very mask, it had been the one that terrified him the most, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. It was precisely due to her profound fright that Song Fuling gifted him the mask. Once he donned it, he could no longer see himself, and thus, his fear dissipated. Old Madame Ma's throat was parched, and her hand trembled for a good half-minute before she seized an ear of corn and hurled it at Song Fuling. She looked up, illuminated by the flickering kerosene lamp, and exclaimed, "Oh dear," swiftly tossing 2 ears of corn back to the old lady, asking, "Grandma, what troubles you?" Old Madame Ma thought to herself, "I must be blessed. Otherwise, I would never hear you ask me that." Song Fuling noticed her grandmother had her eyes closed, yet her hand pointed towards Qian Mingxiu. Following her gaze, she exclaimed, "Why didn't you announce yourself before putting that on? Look at how you frightened Grandma." Qian Mingxiu responded with a puzzled, With little time to scold her younger cousin, Song Fuling hastily unfastened the water flask from her back and poured some water into the thermos cap. She contemplated that if drinking water didn't alleviate the situation soon, she would resort to giving her grandmother 2 pills of the quick-acting heart remedy. Old Madame Ma, trembling, leaned closer to the cap and burned herself on the first sip, causing her lips to quiver even more. She had no idea where her granddaughter had procured the hot water from and felt an urge to inquire, "Did I feed you like this when you were little? Just pouring hot water directly? You might as well scald me to death." "I'm so sorry, Grandma. I'm just going to blow on it for you." Before she could even blow, Qian Mingxiu extended his water pouch towards her. The old lady instinctively glanced at it, clutching her heart once more. As Song Fuling continued to assist her grandmother in drinking, she urged, "Take it off. Just take it off." Then she persuaded the elderly lady, "Grandmother, that is merely a facade. My father purchased it for me, intending to save money by buying 4. He never completed painting them. Moreover, in larger towns, they all wear such styles. Do not let your thoughts wander to darker places, nor should you be afraid. The books state that it is a shaman's item, from a place not far from us. The people there wear it specifically to ward off spirits. Just take a few more looks, and you will grow accustomed to it." Madame Ma shook her head, unable to adapt, muttering, "Throw it away. Grandmother, we cannot discard it. Look at how the mosquitoes have bitten me. I will need to wear it soon. I shall give you one too, and drape a veil around your neck. Once you feel better. Observe how my uncles can barely walk without being besieged by mosquitoes. How can we throw away such a useful item? We are currently impoverished yet on a prosperous path. We must utilize everything we have, as it is hardly enough." Having said this, Song Fuling reached out to borrow a mask from Qian Mishu and firmly pressed it into her grandmother's hands, lifting her face to inquire, "Touch it. It is fake. Feel it. Is it not frightening?" Madame Ma. Half an hour later, Madame Ma donned the zombie mask, sharing the same sentiment as Qian Mishu. Feeling that it was too terrifying to confront, Qian Mishu transformed her mask into that of a clown, while Song Fuling wore a mask with a white-painted face. At that moment, Song Fuling's second aunt arrived, leading Song Jinbao. "Dear, let Jinbao get on the carriage. Our Jinbao truly cannot walk any longer." Aunt Chu contemplated. "When the time comes, I shall subtly suggest to the elderly lady that Song Fuling should disembark. A young girl. Why is it that the boys can walk while she sits there like a pampered lady? The older sisters, Dia and Arya, have their feet blistered yet they still manage to walk, and they lack decent footwear. At least Fatya has good shoes." However, she cannot voice this directly, for it would offend the family of the 3rd brother. Such matters of offense are best left to the old matriarch, as the family of the 3rd brother does not hold grudges. Moreover, there is that individual, Qian Mishu, should the matriarch habitually favor the 3rd brother and Fatya. Someone must surely be left behind, inevitably leading to an outburst directed at that young scion of the Qian family. "Mother? Mother, look at our Jinbao's feet. They are almost worn to shreds," she exclaimed, drawing back the carriage curtain. Zhu Shi could never have anticipated that 3 spirits were seated within, collapsing beside the carriage with a gasp, nearly crushed by the wheels. The procession immediately descended into chaos. Qian Pei doused Zhu Shi's face with water from her pouch, desperate to rouse her. Taking this opportunity, Song Fuxing reassured his family, "Do not be afraid. These are merely 4 masks, and this is how they came to be." He was thoroughly vexed and advised them to be bolder in the future, not to question, and to avert their gaze if they were fearful. Yet the matter of the masks was far from over, for Song Fuxing's uncle and his family were hastily pursuing them in an ox cart. His aunt grasped Song Fuxing, lamenting, "Our ox cart carries grain and supplies, but with your uncle, we simply cannot accommodate the grandchildren. Your family's 3 mule carts could allow the children to ride. Please, have mercy." Song Fuxing pointed to his own cart, saying, "My children are not on board either." With tears streaming down her face, his aunt replied, "It is pitiful that your uncle sprained his foot just days ago. He had to rely on your elder brother to walk here this afternoon. So I have no choice but to let your uncle dismount and walk." Ah, what a threat! Song Fuxing squinted, and before he could utter a few words to provoke, the lively voice of old lady Ma from the mule cart chimed in, "Sanner, is that your aunt? Quickly bring her over. I wish to speak with her." Chapter 29. The 2 old ladies curse in the streets through the mask. Song Fuling could sense her grandmother's gaze lingering thoughtfully. As a junior, one must grasp the intentions of their superiors to lead a prosperous life, right? She waved at Qian Mixiao, tugging her younger cousin along towards Old Lady Ma. Old Lady Ma appeared slightly uncomfortable, wanting to express that there was no room to squeeze in, but Song Fuling hushed her directly. Seizing the opportunity, Old Lady Ma shifted her body aside, subtly indicating for her granddaughter to sit beside her. "Sister-in-law, the children cannot walk much further. At this juncture, whether today or tomorrow, we are all striving to survive. I understand you may harbor grievances against me. Yet, despite any shortcomings on my part, consider these children. They are the roots of our Song family. Direct your frustration towards your father-in-law or your younger uncle. If he were still alive, he certainly would not allow you." One cannot inscribe the character for Song with a single stroke. "Sister-in-law, oh dear, woe is me." As she wept, the elder aunt wiped her eyes with her sleeve. After a moment, realizing she had been specially summoned, she launched into a tirade. "Those who can bow low and humble themselves have spoken, yet within, there remains silence." She hastened a few steps, closely following the mule cart, lifting the curtain to inquire. Inside, 3 ghostly faces tilted their heads in unison to gaze at her. With a sharp gasp, the elder aunt recoiled abruptly, collapsing rigidly beside the wheel of the cart. Song Fuxing had not anticipated that the masks would be the source of such mischief. He was momentarily naive, thinking that his mother wished to seize the opportunity to disparage his aunt and alleviate her grievances. With a helpless sigh, he remarked, "Mother, this is truly something. One moment, someone faints, and the next, another follows suit. We are on a journey here, not indulging in frivolities. This is severely hindering our progress." Qian Pei also sighed, for she was genuinely out of water and needed to conserve what little remained in her canteen. At that moment, Song Fuxing's sister-in-law, Mrs. He, arrived. None of them were malicious. It was inconceivable for anyone to stand idly by while their aunt fainted before them. Furthermore, Mrs. He, unlike Old Lady Ma, was not capable of such profound empathy and disdain. As she unfastened the water pouch, intending to follow the example of the 3rd sister-in-law and douse the elder lady to revive her, the matriarch scolded, "Do you find the water excessive? From this day forth, do not drink any." "What did you say? Speak another word." The 2nd daughter-in-law, Mrs. Zhu, quickly intervened, not wishing for the situation to escalate, fearing that if it did, her husband would suffer the consequences, which might lead to a confrontation. "Mother, my sister-in-law is right. This truly could be alarming. Just moments ago, I nearly lost my composure myself. If something were to happen to our aunt, our cousins would undoubtedly retaliate, and we cannot afford to engage in such a conflict." Old Lady Ma found some semblance of reason in this, though she thought it excessively fragile. To faint at the mere sight of someone was too weak. She had yet to unleash her full force, only to be met with a splash of water? Unacceptable. Song Fuling distinctly heard her grandmother mutter softly, "If only there were some urine at hand, perhaps that might rouse her." She chuckled lightly, the sound escaping her lips inadvertently. Song Fuxing directed his sister-in-law to apply pressure to the acupoint. Mrs. He complied without hesitation. Madame Ma was unwilling to accept her fate. If one must apply pressure to save someone, it ought to be on her arm, her thigh, her face, until she bore the marks of bruises. With a vigorous wave of her arm, she declared, "Let us depart." The mule cart belonging to the Song family had already ventured 2 miles away, and a woman's voice rang out in the distance, harsh and scathing. Mahohat. You wretched creature. How will you face your ancestors when you deny the Song family even a seat in a cart? Bah. Go Ernie, you retorted. You ought to be grateful. For that old cow should at least share half its space for my family's offspring. Hurry now and enjoy your little delight quietly. Breathless with indignation, Madame Ma took a deep breath and shouted towards the horizon, Want a ride in my cart? Next, are you going to beg for food as well? I know your kind all too well. Auntie gazed at the distant vehicles, her frustration boiling over. She felt an overwhelming urge to dash over and overturn all 3 mule carts, exclaiming, Didn't you swear by heaven never to mention that old cow again? The commotion was so loud that even the entire village, along with those traveling, could hear. Song Fuxing feared it might attract the attention of officials. Oh dear. I am utterly exhausted, Madame Ma gasped. Song Fuling promptly offered her a water skin, saying, Grandma, take a sip, don't stoop to her level, it's not worth it. Alas, my dear, do you believe she has any sense of shame? If Grandma were to allow her brood onto the cart, she would surely become insufferably arrogant. Next, claiming the provisions are insufficient and demanding ours. If I refuse, it would be a disgrace to the ancestors of the Song family. Undoubtedly. Madame Ma took a sip of water, swallowed, and wiped her mouth with her hand, simultaneously removing the water stains from the large red lips of her mask before continuing. Bah, I am far more beautiful than her. That person has a heart of stone, utterly ruthless. And as for your great aunt, it is not that I bear her any grudge. It is merely that our family received the news first, thanks in no small part to your father's unyielding efforts. Had your great aunt been the first to know, do you think she would have bothered to inform us? She would have hurried off for herself, disregarding our plight. Can you believe it? She has been the most ungrateful to our ancestors, showing no concern for the welfare of our kin. Song Fuling replied, That is certainly true. Madame Ma cast a sidelong glance at her little granddaughter, her ire beginning to dissipate. Just as she had mentioned to her granddaughter earlier, at the very least, they had not been separated from Sanur's family. Otherwise, regardless of whether everyone survived, her heart would have been heavy with worry. And the situation would have been far worse than it is now. Alas, let us look ahead. Just now, while the vehicle was halted, why did you not remind me to grab the stick? Song Fuling quickly seized the opportunity, while the old lady was still in good spirits, to say, Grandmother, if we walk a bit longer, I shall get down. You cannot walk. You should stay in the vehicle. No, I will take it down to Michelle, so that Auntie and second aunt can hurry up and come aboard. Madame Ma assumed her granddaughter wished to concede to the youngest, Jinbao, but she was taken aback by this response. In any case, she was no longer shucking corn, for her hands were nearly sparking from the friction. Chapter 30. The poverty unimaginable to the post-90s generation. Madame Ma pointed at the kettle beside Song Fuling, the backpack resting by her feet, and the unfamiliar items in the car, saying, Wait a moment, let me ask you, where did all this come from? Song Fuling preferred to avoid unnecessary explanations, as she found it difficult to articulate. Thus, she grasped Madame Ma's hand, glanced at Qian Michao, and gently scratched the palm of Madame Ma's hand with her finger, observing her grandmother's silence. This gesture hinted at something deeper, and Madame Ma's imagination began to run wild. It seemed that all these items were related to the old gentleman Qian, and that her granddaughter wished to refrain from discussing them in front of Qian Michao. It appeared that the old gentleman had indeed left valuable belongings for his third daughter-in-law, potentially even things that Qian Michao himself was unaware of. It was best not to inquire further. It was prudent to remain discreet, regardless of who had provided them or what they entailed. Having something was certainly better than having nothing. It belonged to her third daughter-in-law. Grandmother, shall we head down now? By the way, I need to find some shoe uppers for you. We only took a few pieces of sturdy fabric when we left. I believe they were gathered by my mother over time. Madame Ma declined, saying, You needn't worry about that. I have plenty of scraps and twine. Your fine materials, alas, may not last long. As time passes, it will only grow colder. Just look at the individuals pushing carts outside, and the 3 tending to the horses, whoever lacks warm clothing. I can fashion something from the materials I have. Well, it's just that I don't have any cotton, Song Fuling replied, puzzled by how the conversation had shifted from cotton to tasks. Madame Ma took out all the provisions she had steamed before their departure, intending to stop shortly to let her granddaughter disembark and distribute the food amongst the others. It was already late afternoon, and they had not eaten. Coupled with the arduous journey ahead, it was unthinkable to scrimp on food, for fatigue could easily lead to despair from hunger. As she busily packed the rations, she remarked, Your grandmother, indeed, owes it to your father, It has only been a couple of years since we acquired the cotton quilts. In the past, we had no such luxury. We merely spread thick hay on the kong and stuffed cheap willow fluff and dried reeds into the quilts for warmth. At this point, she glanced at Song Fuling and inquired, "Do you not remember? Before your family moved to the county, your uncles and aunts all had that arrangement. When you were about to leave, your father declared that those bedding items were no longer needed. Thus we ended up with just a couple of beds. Even that little urine pad of yours was dismantled to make cotton clothes for Jinbao. And now, we still do not have enough. 2 people sharing one bed. With only a straw mat beneath, unlike your home, which is stuffed with cotton inside and out, and you didn't even think to bring any along when you left. The scraps you carelessly discarded are treasures in our peasant eyes. It's not that I speak ill of your mother, but why does she always complain about women?" At this moment, Song Fuling was engulfed in a complex mix of emotions. On one hand, she pondered why they must first blame the women for forgetting something. And on the other, she felt a pang of envy over the cotton quilt, a symbol of comfort that struck a deep chord within her, illuminating the bleakness of her future. She dared not speak further, fearing that her words might betray her feelings. With a cloth bag of provisions slung over her shoulder and holding on to Qianmishu with her other hand, she alighted from the vehicle. Chapter 31. 100 jin of grain a day. Qian Paying grasped her daughter's arm and inquired, "How did you come down?" She then called out to her eldest grandson, "Dalong, go with your aunt to the last cart and bring me a basket of corn." Qian Paying took a few steps forward to offer assistance, but Song Fucking quickly restrained her. "What are you pulling me for? Don't you know that your aunt is not down here? She is at the back of the cart sewing gloves for everyone. Do you see your aunt's mother-in-law over there? The one in the distance, despite her age, is still walking around. She specifically made room for your aunt to ensure those pushing the cart could quickly receive the gloves. Their hands are covered in blisters, just like your father's. Let me help Dalong with the corn instead." "Mother, you shouldn't help either. Stay away from the corn. Don't let Grandma catch sight of you. You'll be ordered to get on the cart and husk corn." Song Fucking, with a pitiful expression, extended her hands for Qian Paying to see. "Look at my hands." Upon hearing this, Qian Paying quickly urged her, "Aunt, you should hide behind me. Don't let anyone see you." Qian Paying, both amused and exasperated, gazed at the little one who barely reached her waist. Just then, Song Fushing approached and overheard the conversation. He took his daughter's hand and, upon seeing them, felt a pang of sorrow. What are these hands? They are swollen to the point of resembling pig's trotters. How could a child possibly husk corn? She has never even been to the fields, and likely cannot distinguish between rice, wheat, and weeds. Song Fushing understood well when to speak and when to remain silent at this moment. He could not afford to be sentimental. Just like in modern times, life is a continuous journey, whether one is wealthy enough to enjoy good food or not. It all boils down to the same principle. Yet he finds himself unable to restrain his emotions. She is his only daughter, and despite the lack of resources, he is determined to create conditions that would spare her from suffering, even if just a little. His daughter is unlike any other child. "Mother, why are we grinding corn? It hasn't even been dried yet. Won't it mold if we grind it now? Look at the way that hand of Fuling is grinding, so tough." "What? Whose hand is so tough?" Ma Shi, confused, watched as San Air suddenly lifted the curtain, agitated and demanding to know why they shouldn't grind the corn. She asked repeatedly, "If we don't grind it, where will we dry it? Won't it take up less space if we don't grind it? How will we make flour if we don't grind it? How will we cook porridge if we don't grind it?" Song Fushing frowned. "What porridge are you talking about? We have 21 mouths to feed, eating 3 meals a day. Even if each person consumes 4 ears, that amounts to over 250 ears a day, which requires 100 jin of grain. We haven't harvested much corn at all. Just cook it and eat it. In just 2 days, it will all be gone." The calculations were made swiftly, piercing Ma Shi's heart with a pang. "We can't eat like that. We simply can't. No matter how much silver we have, it won't be enough. We should just make porridge to drink, as we usually do. But we're on the road. If we make it too thin, everyone will be left starving. And if 2 of us collapse from exhaustion along the way, Mother, do you even know how to count?" Just then, the family of the butcher, who had been leading the way, halted their 3 ox carts and called out to the others, "Let us take a break. The animals can't endure any longer." This shout allowed everyone to collectively exhale. In truth, they had all longed for a respite, but were reluctant to fall behind. They felt a sense of security in remaining together, fearing that taking a moment to rest might result in being left behind by the group. Chapter 32. The butcher's family. The butcher, Gao, had 5 sons. The eldest, Gao Tiezhuang, at 25 years of age, was married to a gentle wife, whom he had acquired as a child bride during a devastating flood a year prior. Following their union, she bore him a pair of twin sons. The remaining brothers had yet to establish their own families. The second son, Gao Taitu, was 20 years old, and the youngest, merely 14, was the result of a difficult childbirth that had claimed his mother. It could be said that the Gao family, with their limited number of women and children to care for, constituted the least burdensome household in the village, while also being among the most robust in labor. Upon Gao's command to halt, his son swiftly unloaded the cart, allowing the old ox a moment to rest, drink some water, and graze on fodder. In the eyes of farmers, human fatigue and hunger were trivial concerns. However, the sight of a worn-out beast stirred genuine compassion. As Gao tenderly patted the sweat-soaked ox, he urged his eldest daughter-in-law to hasten the preparation of their meal. She inquired, "Father, shall we also cook corn?" It seems that both the Li and Song families are preparing corn as well. The men are certainly extravagant. Gao, possessing a remarkably open-minded disposition, understood that sustenance was not to be conserved but rather earned. Hence, through the sale of pork, his family thrived, often ranking among the most prosperous in the village. With a grand gesture, he instructed, "While darkness envelopes us, and before those less respectable families arrive, let us seize this opportunity. Even if they catch a whiff of our meal, they cannot come to lament their poverty. Prepare one pot for corn and another to salt the pork with fermented soybean paste. As much as one can stir-fry, the remainder should be preserved with salt particles, allowing them to dry. In the event of an unfortunate situation, one might conceal a few pieces on their person, ensuring that if they become separated later, hunger shall not claim them in the interim." Sighing, he recalled that just before their departure, his household had slaughtered a pig, its cries echoing throughout the village. Furthermore, the 3 ox carts at his home were quite conspicuous. He instructed his eldest daughter-in-law, "Prepare the stir-fried food and store it in earthenware jars. First, deliver 2 jars each to the Li Zhang's household and to Song Xiaosan's home." Song Xiaosan was the nickname given to Song Fuxing by the butcher. His eldest son objected, "Father, is this not a bit too generous?" Before the butcher could respond, his second son, Gao Taitu, interjected, "Elder brother, we have only a limited amount of salt. Can we truly cure an entire pig with it? Without proper preservation in this weather, will it last?" Along the way, the Li Zhang's household, as outsiders, would not become the target of the entire village. Everyone knew that the Gao family possessed grain and meat, and should hunger strike anyone, they would consider that the Li Zhang would not directly raid them. Gao Tiezhuang chuckled, "Do they dare? We brothers would deal with them." The eldest son of the Gao family fell silent. The butcher puffed on his dry tobacco and said, "In a moment, second, you shall deliver to the Song family. I will inquire at the Li Zhang's. What is the plan for traveling until dawn? And after dawn, continuing on? Not to mention people, even the oxen would be exhausted." Meanwhile, the corn cobs at the Song household were nearly cooked. The men formed a circle, sipping water while deliberating their next course of action. Given that it is the dead of night, past 1 or nearing 2 in the morning, and everyone is weary, continuing our escape presents a challenge. The women, in contrast to the men, appear less concerned, content to follow instructions and avoid hindering progress. In particular, Ma Shi, rather than fretting about the next course of action, is preoccupied with distributing provisions in a meticulously tiered manner. She allots a small piece of corn to Daya, Arya, and her granddaughter, Taohua. Song Fuling, Song Jinbao, and Qianmi Shou each receive a fist-sized portion of dry rations, but no corn. Her 3 daughters-in-law are given a single ear of corn each, accompanied by the instruction to finish it quickly and get to cutting shoe uppers. Ma Shi, along with her son-in-law's parents, the elder Tian, and her own daughter, Song Yinfeng, Song Fuling Soland, each receive a normal-sized portion of dry rations. Si Zhuang and Lao Niu too are given 2 ears of corn apiece. The remainder is distributed among Ma Shi's sons, grandsons, son-in-law, and grandson, who each receive 4 ears. Song Fuling, clutching her fist-sized dry ration, offers a silent, sarcastic gratitude that, as a mere girl, she was not placed in the foremost tier. She is once again rendered speechless with dismay. Si Zhuang and Lao Niu too, receiving their 2 ears of corn each, settle down cross-legged and begin to gnaw on them with simple contentment. Qian Paying glances at the single ear of corn in her hand, then at her daughter, and finally at Si Zhuang and the others. She quickly devours it, dusts off her posterior, and heads toward the pot, resolving not to indulge the old woman's habits, as the journey ahead is long. Ma Shi inquires, "What are you doing?" I'm fetching more corn. Didn't I already give you some? A single ear of corn was insufficient. Ma contemplated. How dare you claim to be unsatisfied? This third daughter-in-law must have been ensnared by the little devil. She has always distributed exactly as much as everyone else receives. Qian Peiying, wishing to avoid conflict, lacked the energy for such quarrels. The roads of ancient times were utterly treacherous, leaving one utterly exhausted. Oh, I say, I only had one ear of corn, and your mother forbade any more, stating that everyone must adhere to their rations. If that's the case, consume less to spare me some. I am utterly drained. And as for the fungus, she only gets a portion the size of a fist. After all, you should manage your own daughter. Let the men conserve their food for themselves. Sister-in-law, he was taken aback, while second sister-in-law Zhu stood with her mouth agape, utterly astonished. This was profoundly at odds with the women's worldview and values. Qian Peiying's sister-in-law, Song Yinfeng, quickly rose and declared, "Third brother, I am not hungry. You may have yours. I shall give my share to my sister-in-law." With that, she broke off a piece of her provisions. The atmosphere fell silent, punctuated only by the crackling of burning branches. He and Zhu, the two younger daughters-in-law, swiftly turned to their mother-in-law. However, to everyone's surprise, Ma posed the unexpected question, who is Fu Ling? To whom does Fu Ling belong? Chapter 33. Eloquence cannot substitute for knowledge. Casting a glance at the pot, under the collective gaze of the assembly, Song Fuxing took several strides forward, retrieving 3 ears of corn to hand to Qian Peiying. Be careful not to scald yourself. Hold them securely and go find your daughter to eat together. Clutching the corn, Qian Peiying silently departed in search of her daughter. Sister-in-law he, in a state of astonishment, lightly tapped the leg of the person beside her, uncertain of whom she had touched, yet eager for them to join her in observing Qian Peiying in her composed stride. She was utterly bewildered by the confidence that Qian Peiying displayed in her pursuit of food, and even more astonished that her younger brother-in-law was so indulgent, refraining from delivering a sharp slap. Had she been in his position, she would have surely been left dazed and labeled a gluttonous, lazy woman. Sister-in-law Zhu, clutching her corn cob, was so taken aback that it slipped from her grasp, and once she regained her composure, she hurriedly picked it up and brushed off the dirt, intending to save it for her husband. Song Fuxing's two elder brothers were equally perplexed, feeling as if they hardly recognized their third brother anymore. This was not the same man they once knew, who had been renowned for his filial piety throughout the villages, obedient to their mother's every word. Of course, their sister-in-law had not been like this either. Had she ever dared to utter a refusal to him? Well, that was unthinkable. However, Song Fuxing's brother-in-law, Tian Shifa, exhibited no surprise, for he had always been fond of his wife. His affection extended to his daughter, Taohua, with equal fervor as that for his son, Huzai. He had just been contemplating enjoying 2 cobs for himself, keeping the remaining 2 tucked away for fear that his parents or wife and daughter might go hungry. As for Lao Nyodo and Si Zhuang, they exchanged sidelong glances, cautiously stealing peeks at old Lady Ma, wary of her potential outburst. Each person pondered in silence. Though only a few fleeting seconds had passed, Ma pointed at Song Fuxing with one hand while clutching her chest with the other. "You? Are you still my third son?" In her perspective, the actions of her third daughter-in-law seemed akin to challenging her authority. She had tirelessly sacrificed for her son's education, only to find him showing favoritism towards his wife, completely disregarding his mother. This left her feeling both heartbroken and humiliated. Song Fuxing approached, bewildered, and slapped his own face. "How can I not be your son? I am flesh and blood. But you? Mother." The sage texts teach us that a true man stands tall and bears the responsibility of ensuring the well-being of the people. Pursuing scholarly excellence and official status is meant to provide for mother, wife, and children. This is a duty, one that lasts until the day of death. Do you understand? You supported my education, and this is what I have learned. Now that we cannot enjoy good food, you insist on sharing the little we have? Fine. Let us divide it. I have 4 ears of corn. I can easily share my portion with my wife and children. Mother, are you hungry? Indeed, you are. Here, I have 1 more ear. It is only right that you are served first. Rest assured, I will save my share. I am not depriving others, and I willingly endure hunger. Mother, eat, and listen to me ramble. Remember, my elder brothers, once we stabilize, there may come a day when I cannot look after them. They have their own children and families. But you, my wife, my daughter, I must ensure you are well taken care of. If I have 1 morsel to eat, I will divide it into 4 portions for you all." Granny Ma was taken aback. Not taking any would risk it falling to the ground. She felt utterly confounded. as this was not what she had anticipated. How it came to my son's mouth is unrelated to sadness or pride. It does not matter who is stronger, her or the third daughter-in-law. She speaks as if these notions are derived from the teachings of the sages. That is not her intention. She does not wish for the third daughter-in-law to go hungry. She would rather endure hunger herself. Song Fuxing continues, Mother, a daughter-in-law is brought into the family not for her to see me well-fed while she suffers from hunger. She must live with me for a lifetime. How could I treat her in such a manner? What of my conscience? If I were to act thus, I would surely incur divine retribution. When the child was born to me as a daughter, I awaited her arrival with joy, not to see her as a pitiful being, but to cherish her as my precious gem. She is unique, unlike the children of others. Thus, I will go hungry. Please do not be angry. It is entirely my choice. Just watching you eat brings me joy. Truly, it does. Old Madame Ma thinks to herself, I do not wish to see my daughter-in-law well fed. I would rather save what I can for my son, regardless of how the daughter-in-law fares. Yet, her son disagrees, leaving her in a quandary. It is akin to starving the daughter-in-law while feeding the son. She has never encountered such a dilemma before. Song Fuxing understands that it is impossible for his mother to publicly declare that she will no longer share food. However, given the current circumstances, she would certainly refrain from doing so in the next meal, at least not in front of his wife and daughter. In due course, he will ensure that if any child receives less, like the eldest or second daughter, he will casually offer them some food. And he will also provide extra to the 4 strong ones and old Nyoto. Over time, his mother will become accustomed to this arrangement, turning a blind eye. Having contemplated these matters, Song Fuxing's tone when speaking with her mother softened considerably. Fuling is a traditional Chinese herb, a name that signifies the intelligence of a young girl. Not to be confused with the Fuling fan that you think it is. The characters differ, and the meanings are worlds apart, conveying a positive connotation. Madame Ma furrowed her brow, unable to discern the merit. Did you come up with this name? No, it was bestowed upon her by a learned gentleman who imparted knowledge to me. In truth, it was Song Fuling's modern grandfather. While it was true that Song Fuxing had learned from him, he had also taught him how to wield a large ladle, which eventually led him to become a chef. Madame Ma narrowed her eyes, pondering. Such a transformation in Sanner might well be attributed to this new gentleman who named her. Look at how he's caused trouble for her son, leading to disputes with her daughter-in-law, leaving her quite flustered. Not only that, but now he seems to be meddling with her granddaughter's name. Sanner, this person's character is questionable. Could it be that you've encountered a charlatan? This name simply won't do. She should be called Pengya. Or if that's still unsuitable, we ought to choose another name related to flowers or plants. Song Fuxing paused momentarily. Madame Ma slapped her palm against her other hand and declared, You are named Song Fuxing. Your elder brother is Song Futsai, and your second brother is Song Fuxi. Knowing full well that Fu is part of the names of you 3 brothers, he still chose to name my granddaughter with Fu as well. I cannot believe he did this unintentionally. Song Futsai immediately chimed in. Mother is right. The name is inadequate. Third brother. Song Fuxi also added, Indeed, this is rather disordered. Those unaware might assume that my niece and I are of the same generation. Chapter 34. The Roots of Childlessness. Dia glanced at her father's figure, observing him as he handed a piece of corn to her younger brother, Jinbao, and affectionately ruffled his hair. She then turned her gaze towards her mother and noticed that her eyes were solely focused on her brother. Lowering her head, she continued to nibble delicately on the morsel she held in her hand. She was reluctant to finish this small segment of corn in a mere blink, taking only a few kernels with each bite. However, the cob she had been allotted was woefully small, and no matter how slowly she savored it, it would be consumed in a short while. After finishing it entirely, she would bite down once more on the now barren cob, extracting the sweet corn juice that lingered within. Meanwhile, Aryu was engrossed in listening to San Shu extolling the uniqueness of his daughter. The name Song Fu Ling was being debated with an eye, and her sun-kissed, ruddy face radiated joy, filled with envy and happiness for Song Fu Ling. As for Tian Taohua, the cousin from Song Fu Ling's aunt's family, she was engaged in a playful exchange with her mother, Song Yinfeng. One insisted, You should eat, there's still some left from your father, while the other replied, Mother, I have enough, let my brother have it. Or you can save it to fill your own stomach. Seeing her daughter steadfastly refuse, Song Yinfeng offered the pre-divided portions of dry rations to both Song Fu Ling and Qian Peiying, saying, Third sister-in-law, there's plenty here, and fatty. Fu Ling, you too have it. I truly can't eat anymore. Habitually, Song Yinfeng intended to call her Fatya, but recalling the earlier discussion, where third brother had earnestly debated the name Fat You with their mother for quite some time, she chose to amend her address. Holding both dry rations and several ears of corn, along with an abundance of snacks like twisted dough sticks in their possession. She felt a sense of embarrassment in that moment. Qian Peiying felt inexplicably embarrassed and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Sister, please, what are you doing? There's no need for that. We can always cook another pot. Let's not create such a scene. Oh dear, it's distressing to watch. We are not at the end of our rope yet." Upon hearing this, Song Yinfeng hurriedly pressed more provisions into Qian Peiying's hands, thinking to herself, "Cook another pot? Who knows what state the food will be in? Even with Sandy present, it would surely cause a ruckus. All I desire now is for my family to stay alive. Even if we have to share a wild vegetable, as long as we can work together, that is sufficient. Let us maintain peace and harmony and avoid quarrels." Seeing the expressions on her aunt and mother's faces, Song Fuling decided to refrain from further words and directly took 2 ears of corn from her mother's hands, heading towards the spot where a few young ladies were seated. As she walked away, Qian Mishao, forgetting to drink water, wiped his mouth and followed closely behind his sister. His aunt had said that a perceptive sister would never come to harm, so he kept in step, knowing it was wise to follow her lead. Thus, Song Fuling squatted down in front of the 3 young ladies, with Qian Mishao doing the same beside her. She broke the 2 large ears of corn into several pieces and handed them to Dia, Aria, and Taohua, keeping a small piece for Qian Mishao. Then she began to nibble on her share. Dia and Aria were somewhat taken aback, while Taohua asked, "Pengya, will you be full?" "Yes, sisters, I will eat," she replied. Taohua smiled, taking the initiative to take a bite, which delighted Dia and Aria, who looked at Song Fuling with joyful expressions. Suddenly, Song Fuling paused, gazing at the recently smiling Taohua, and innocently remarked, "Sister, you are truly beautiful." This statement is not without merit. In Song Fuling's perspective, if Sister Taohua's features were to be placed in modernity, her potential to become a star would depend on a myriad of factors, including timing, environment, and personal connections, which cannot be guaranteed. However, to be a naturally beautiful internet sensation without cosmetic enhancements seems entirely feasible. At the tender age of 14, Taohua's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "No way. You are the one who is attractive, with your fair complexion." Dia and Arya nodded in agreement, adding, "You must have grown up on plain rice. Those who eat plain rice tend to be fair." Song Fuling cleared her throat, feeling slightly awkward, and mumbled, "Both Dia and Arya are lovely in their own right. Everyone here is beautiful, though you may have tanned from working outdoors without using facial oil. It has nothing to do with the rice you consume. Otherwise, you would all look splendid. When the time comes, let us apply some oil together." What a peculiar situation. Indeed, as the children exchanged whispers, Song Fuling's second aunt, Madame Zhu, could not help but curl her lip. Meanwhile, Tian Shifa was also engaged in seemingly pointless chatter. He deliberately called Song Fuxing aside, and, reaching into his pocket, produced 19 taels of silver, presenting it to him with a sigh. "Third brother, I owe you a debt of gratitude for the assistance you have provided to my elder sister and me over the years. This sum represents our savings, though it is still insufficient. I owe you 25 taels from when we purchased land and built our house, but this is all we have managed to save thus far. Please accept it for now." Song Fuxing raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Brother-in-law, where did you acquire this?" The previous years were quite challenging, but I have managed to save this over the last 2 years. Initially, your sister intended to save a bit to repay you, but I insisted that would not suffice. Since you lent us the full amount, it would be improper to repay you with mere fractions of silver. I thought it better to gather a wholesome for you. You cannot manage it in 2 years. Brother-in-law, be honest with me," Tian Shifa expressed with a hint of melancholy. "I sold the tiger skin my father left behind. As we tread this path, let us see what merchants have to offer ahead." Upon hearing this, Song Fuxing found the matter even more poignant. For the tiger skin had been procured at the cost of Tian Shifa's father's life. The tale goes that, years ago, he had hunted a female tiger in the mountains, believing the skin to be of great value. However, it is uncertain whether it was the tigers seeking vengeance or some other fate, but after a considerable time, while setting traps for rabbits near the mountains, Tian Shifa's father was tragically torn apart by the very tigers he had once hunted. Thus, his grave remains empty, containing only a few garments. "Brother-in-law, I never intended to sell it. You should have kept it as a memento." Before Song Fuxing could finish his thought, Tian Shifa gestured for his younger brother-in-law to glance at their mother. Tian Shifa's mother smiled warmly at Song Fuxing, nodding and waving her withered hand. Third brother, do you see my mother's intention? Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Take the money. I feel more at ease knowing it is in your possession. As we move forward, who knows what the future holds? When we settle down, I may find myself in need of your assistance. Alas, brother-in-law, I am lacking in capability. Upon hearing these words, Song Fuxing indeed accepted the money. It was true that the future held uncertainties, and with the addition of the silver given by old Nyodo, the total was barely over 30 taels, a mere drop in the bucket. Just then, Gao Taitu, the second son of the Gao family, arrived. The high-speed train conductor, catching a glimpse of the delicate peach blossoms from afar, hastened his steps towards Song Fuxing, saying, Uncle San, Uncle Tian, this is a gift from my father. Please distribute it among the younger siblings. Qian Peiying accepted 2 jars and made her way directly to the mule cart. Ma Laotai cast a sidelong glance at Qian Peiying's retreating figure, feeling a sense of unresolved frustration. She shot a disdainful look and whispered to the nearby old lady Tian. What a misfortune it is to have her in the family. Did you see? She is now the matriarch of the Song family. Over the years, she hasn't borne a son, yet she continues to stir trouble with my third niece. We are at a loss as to where she finds her audacity. I used to tolerate her for the sake of our kinship, but now that our elder is gone, and her maternal family is also non-existent, I truly wonder what gives her the confidence. Realizing her words had gone too far, Ma Laotai sighed inwardly. After all, the old master Qian had just passed away. Yet, her pent-up frustration lingered. She opened her mouth several times to speak, but ultimately uttered nothing. Chapter 35. One step at a time, the high-speed train conductor inquired, Uncle San, what shall we do next? My father is quite troubled. Song Fuxing pointed into the distance. Look, they are coming. In the distance, the butcher Gao supported the village elder, followed by representatives from several families hurrying towards them. Elder Song puffed on his dry tobacco pipe. It must be past the hour, right? Indeed, Fuxing replied. What do you think we should do next? A circle of men gathered around, the flickering flames of the bonfire casting a glow upon their concerned faces. After a moment of contemplation, Song Fuxing concluded, we must press on. This place is no longer safe, and we are still within their territory. Although it is rather late, my heart remains uneasy. One cannot gamble with human lives, can one? However, my brother-in-law, Tian Shifa, holds a differing opinion. I sense that rain is imminent. Should it begin to rain, it would spell trouble, not only for us, but also for the livestock. Perhaps we should seek refuge in the mountains and rest for half the night, then assess the situation come morning. Upon saying this, he noticed Song Fuxing gazing at him in surprise. Tian Shifa further elucidated, I was crouching there and observed ants gathering in droves, dozens or even hundreds aligning together. There exists an old adage. When ants march in lines, heavy rain is on the horizon. When ants relocate, rain will pour down in torrents. The others, upon hearing this, gazed up at the stars in bewilderment, their minds filled with doubt. Could it be true? Although their area has not suffered as severely as the southern regions, they have experienced a persistent drought, with this year's harvest significantly lower than in previous years. Irrigation relies on carrying water, and they pondered the origins of such an old saying about impending rain. Gao Tutu, the second son of the butcher, concurred. What my uncle Tian says may indeed hold merit. Have you not noticed the mosquitoes today? They are biting with unusual fervor. Never before have they been so relentless. When you swat one, another rushes to attack your face and eyes without fear. With this assertion, the group shifted from mere skepticism to a budding belief. They recalled an old saying, distinct from Tian Shifa's, when mosquitoes bite with abandon, rain is soon to arrive. A fierce onslaught of mosquitoes foretells rain within 3 days. This adage resonated with them. Song Lerzhang's eldest son exclaimed, that won't he do, father? If it rains, we truly need to find shelter. Let us not delve into distant matters. Let us consider instead the corn we harvested and the late harvested wheat at our home, which has tea dried sufficiently and is bound to be damp. Song Fuxing turned to his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, have you ventured over to the other side of the mountain? I have, indeed. I walked quite a distance, only to find barren land. Throughout the year, there is scarcely anything to speak of. At this point, Tian Shifa paused, pondering that there was little more to discuss, for they had reached this juncture. His tiger skin was sold to salt traders, individuals who, with their wits seemingly misplaced, risked their lives, often facing dire consequences if caught. He continued, I recall my father mentioning that our area is exceedingly remote, where only the intrepid salt smugglers dare to tread, sneaking through the back mountains via narrow paths. The route is desolate, devoid of any habitation. As far as the eye can see, it is merely wasteland, offering no refuge. As for more distant places, approximately 100 miles away, there are mountains. If you navigate around them, one can glimpse them, larger than our own. It is said that bandits may inhabit those heights, though their current presence remains uncertain. Song Lijing, having burned his lips on the tobacco pipe, hastily wiped his mustache, reflecting, "Good heavens, there seems to be no escape. Pressing onward might lead us to encounters with bandits. Those reckless souls who fear not for their lives. And what lies behind us? It is all too easy to find soldiers barging into our courtyard to arrest us. Is this not the very fear that drives us to flee?" Upon hearing this, Song Fuxing felt a tumult within. Encapsulated perfectly by a lyric. One step forward leads to dusk, a step back reveals the essence of life. The winds are tumultuous, and the heart remains unsteady. One wave has yet to settle, and another rises to assault. A life, akin to a dream just awakened, deeply mourns the profound sorrow of the Pacific depths. Truly, it is heart-wrenching, as if we have become akin to savages, beset by misfortune since our arrival. "Ah, grandfather," said Song Lijing, "let us continue our journey. But let us not venture too far. We shall first circumvent this mountain and seek a cave on the other side to rest. Firstly, we must wait for the other families from the village. It is only as few households here, and I cannot help but feel uneasy. Sigh. I have watched this place for decades, yet I remain oblivious to their delay. Why have they not arrived? Secondly, should the weather turn foul, we ought to have a refuge from the rain. It is foolish to ponder, for mules and cattle are of no use if we cannot shelter ourselves. Especially for those pushing the carts, we must avoid exposing our wives and children to the chill, for that can be a deadly affliction." Song Fuxing understood that the unspoken third point in Lijing's heart was a glimmer of hope, a lingering thought that perhaps, just perhaps, there would be no conscription, and thus no need to flee. In truth, he was not compelled to leave. If it came to it, he could forsake farming and engage in trade instead. As a modern man, he believed he would not succumb so easily. All he wished was to avoid the battlefield that he could not endure. Very well, let us gather ourselves and set forth. We shall traverse the mountain and assess the situation, at the very least. We can allow the children to find a cave and rest for a while. Thus, the 7 households, with their families in tow, resumed their journey. On the winding path, they held their torches high. The Song family fared well, having prepared against mosquitoes with the fine mesh of their screens. And the mosquito net that Song Fuxing had brought from her ancient home proved invaluable. Her aunt had modified it for their use, draping a piece over each person's head, so that from a distance, it appeared as if they wore veils. Little Qian Mishu was placed in the handcart by Song Fuxing. He could not possibly walk such a distance at his tender age. Song Fuxing's elder brother is a man of simplicity and kindness. Seeing the robust young lad fills him with affection, and as he pushes the cart, he advises his brother, "For your father-in-law's sake, you must treat this boy well. Alas, the Qian family has but this one descendant. May your father-in-law rest easy in the ground." Qian Peiying, who inadvertently overheard this exchange, resolved to reciprocate the kindness. She decided to share water pouches with her elder brother's 2 teenage nephews and her sister's son, a lad of 16 or 17. Each would receive a pouch, the only ones available, a farewell gift from the storekeeper by to old Nyoto. After accounting for those currently in use, including those belonging to old Madame Ma, there were scarcely any left. Others could only make do with bamboo tubes or clay jars. Ultimately, she chose to reserve these last few for the boys. The pouches contained water she had prepared for their journey, and just before handing them over, Qian Peiying added a pinch of sugar and a dash of salt, having heard from her daughter that salt water and sugar replenish energy, though the quantity was modest. These 3 lads, diligent and mature beyond their years, were tirelessly pushing and driving the cart, particularly the 2 boys from her elder brother's family, who often insisted along the way, "Uncle and Aunt, you need not assist us, we can manage." Under the cover of night, Qian Peiying discreetly added salt and sugar to her own and her husband's water pouches, gently shaking them to prompt Song Fuxing to drink. As for her daughter, she required no concern. Her modern insulated flask kept the water warm for an entire day and night, and her daughter carried with her the white sugar and salt from their contemporary home. Should she find the journey too arduous, a mere pout towards her father would elicit a dramatic eye roll, after which he would retreat to their space to procure milk powder, yogurt, or Coca-Cola. Chapter 36. Dining Song Fuxing's legs ached as she walked. The ancient paths were fraught with difficulty, They were strewn with mud, pebbles, and weeds. Each step a painful reminder of the rugged terrain. One could hardly fathom the state of paths less traversed. Were they not carved by sickles, their edges dulled by relentless use? Song Fuxing deliberately lagged behind to wait for his daughter. Are you tired? Unburden yourself of that pack. Does the water jug feel heavy now? Song Fuling glanced at the large waterproof travel bag her father carried, tightened her grip on her Adidas bag, and shook her head. Not tired. It's nothing. I can persevere. Is that so? This distance is trivial. Have you forgotten how often I ventured into the wild back in the day? Song Fuxing teased. I haven't forgotten. How could I? She retorted. Wasn't your dream to roam the world with sword in hand, yearning to witness its splendor? Behind her mask, Song Fuling bore a countenance filled with unshed tears. Indeed, it was a comforting thought that her dreams had materialized. Adorned in a stark white mask, her head shook rhythmically, reminiscent of a rattling drum, causing Song Fuxing to glance over in mild trepidation, observing her parents, who bore their burdens with unwavering resolve, and then turning to Dia and Arya, who not only carried their loads, but also, lost in thought, Song Fuling halted, gesturing to her father to assist her uncle and not to worry about her. She intended to wait for her elder sisters. In the distance, Arya, holding a torch, was sandwiched between Dia and Taohua, illuminating their path while guiding them forward. Meanwhile, Dia and Taohua busily wove mugwort and wormwood into ropes as they trudged along, heads bowed. Song Fuling lightly tapped Taohua's hand, slightly annoyed, and said, Stop making things up. Grandma doesn't know how to deal with your nonsense. Indeed, this was a task assigned by the Ma family to the girls, ensuring they remained occupied even while on the road. Taohua, ever good-natured, explained. We weave it into ropes for lighting. This way, we can avoid mosquito bites and sleep soundly wherever we rest. Then don't weave it at all. You all just fell several times. Don't listen to her, came the retort. If anyone wants to scold me, let them, if she dares to. I will tell my father. The eldest girl was the first to put away the grass ropes, placing them in her basket. Let us heed fat girl's advice. Grandma wouldn't dare to scold her. Taohua corrected her. It's not that Grandma wouldn't dare to scold fat girl. She fears third uncle. Upon hearing this, the second girl realized she no longer needed to cling to her two older sisters while walking. To be honest, it was quite tiring to walk in the middle. She took a few strides to reach Song Fuling, guiding her steps while saying, Fat girl, how fortunate you are. Third uncle treats you like a daughter. What a lucky fate you have. This remark seemed to open the floodgates, prompting the girls to express their envy towards Song Fuling. As fellow wanderers in misfortune, what could they possibly envy? They envied the fact that her family had a steady supply of wheat meals ever since she was little. Third uncle and third aunt had never let her down. What do you mean by wheat meals? Song Fuling inquired. Huh, don't you city folks call it that? It's the dry food made from grinding wheat into flour. Song Fuling, puzzled, asked, You all eat that too? Grandma is steaming it tonight. Reflecting on the coarse texture of the dry food from that evening, she remarked, Is that what you call fine flour? Then what do you usually eat as dry food? Using barley and wheat directly to cook rice, with the husk intact, is indeed a viable option. There's also the notion of bean and grain rice. But is it digestible? Song Fuling was taken aback. What do you mean by vegetable rice? Don't you remember? It's when the vegetables from the garden are cooked with rice. If during the winter festival your family visits, milk will also be cooked with winter vegetables. And it tastes delightful. The vegetables need to be dried, otherwise, where would the winter vegetables come from? Of course, they cannot be casually consumed. Dia and I often go foraging for wild vegetables. It's not that I forgot, it's just that having grown accustomed to city life, we refer to the fine noodles and dry rations you mentioned as steamed buns, and vegetable rice as rice porridge. Ah, so that's how it is. Then, what do you call plain rice? Dia and Arya immediately chimed in. You're fair-skinned. It's because of Song Fuling that you often eat rice. When will they become fair? Song Fuling, have you never tasted it even once? She emphasized, have you really never had it? Taohua glanced at her younger sisters. Noticing Dia and Arya shaking their heads in disappointment, she quietly said, I have tasted the kind of rice fat you spoke of. It was when my father worked at a landlord's house a few years ago. The landlord paid him with rice. So he brought the rice home, enduring hardship and cold just so we could eat. Without my grandmother's or mother's consent, he cooked the plain rice. And I had a bowl while my brother had too. Dia and Arya immediately turned to Taohua. Was it pure white rice? Nothing added? Taohua nodded. What must that taste like? Was it incredibly fragrant, so much so that it could be swallowed effortlessly? Peach Blossom bit her lip, recalling that after the meal, her mother had a quarrel with her father, and her grandmother echoed her mother's sentiments, stating that that one meal could equate to several. The details were rather hazy. Perhaps you should inquire with Fatty Girl, for she indulges in such meals often. In their eyes, Song Fulling's life seemed utterly unattainable. Asking someone who dines solely on plain rice would yield nothing substantial. Conversing with Sister Tao Hua would surely be more engaging. Oh dear, during the quiet of the night, Song Fulling felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. Suddenly, an overwhelming desire to boast and abandon all restraint surged within her, a force so strong that it could not be contained. Chapter 37. Ascending the mountain. Sister Fatty, I was wrong. Startled, Song Fulling turned to see when Song Jinbao had leaped beside her. Grasping the sleeve of her garment, Song Jinbao declared, I shall never again argue with Aunt San. Wherever Uncle and Aunt point, I shall go, and whatever they command, I shall comply. He gritted his teeth and added, I won't rummage through Aunt San's provisions either. If she offers me something, I will accept it without taking anything without her permission. Song Fulling gazed at the little boy enveloped in the pink canopy and asked, and then, is there more? Of course, Song Jinbao replied, somewhat conflicted, scratching his head. But there is nothing more, really. He merely scolded Aunt San a few times. Not intentionally, mind you. It was mainly because she was so stingy. I even received a beating from father for it. Observing his demeanor, Song Fulling gently reminded him. You must not quarrel with Chimmy Shou along the way. He is younger than you. She wished to convey much more, such as the importance of not being solely fixated on food and urging him to consider his two elder sisters, Dia and Aria, and to refrain from constantly taking their provisions. After some contemplation, it dawned upon me that conversing with a child is rather futile. In the eyes of my uncle and aunt, neither of the girls holds any significance. Could you repeat that? Song Jinbao not only repeated it, but also expanded upon it quite eloquently. No fighting, no bullying Qianmi Shou. He is my younger brother, and I shall exercise restraint, not snatch his food. As for the plump sister, am I entitled to a share of the meal? Song Fulling chuckled and nodded. 2 bowls, right? Well, about that. I must. In a hurry, Song Jinbao covered his ears and dashed away, exclaiming to his father, I won't listen, I won't listen. It is indeed 2 bowls. Children, after all, are endearing in their dreams. With over 20 mouths to feed, I wonder how much rice it will take. We shall take it step by step. For my toothaches. Thus, after more than an hour of walking, the sky began to brighten, and they finally reached the other side of the mountain. They beheld the vast expanse of desolate land that Tian Shifa had spoken of, and more than 100 kilometers away loomed an even larger mountain, which likely harbored bandits. Her father, Qian Peiying, inexplicably felt a tinge of anxiety. Do you think those bandits on the distant mountain can spot our large group of over 100 people? Our entourage is indeed considerable. No, don't fret unnecessarily, Song Fuxing reassured, patting his rain-resistant backpack. Do you think they possess telescopes? The only one with such equipment here is me. I alone have it in the entire world, you know. But even if you do, what good is it? What if you had 10 telescopes? If they dare to kill, would you have the courage to retaliate? Song Fuxing, one mustn't speak so lightly. The situation has grown chaotic. It is not that he lacks the courage to kill. Rather, he is primarily constrained by the modern legal system. Gao the Butcher exclaimed, Little San? After just half a night of acquaintance, you have transformed from Song Tongsheng into Little San. Uncle Gao, do tell. Is there a cave in this mountain? I have never ventured here before and remain unaware if it can accommodate us. Nevertheless, we must ascend the mountain. We cannot dwell in desolation, for with grand ambitions, we risk becoming targets. Little does he know whether a cave exists. It would be wiser for Uncle Gao to inquire with her brother-in-law. Song Fuxing waved his hand, declaring, whether or not we can ascend, we must at least try. Let us rest for half a day and observe the weather. Song Fuxing shot her a glare and, seizing her arm, whispered in a hushed tone, Hurry up, you fool. It is dark, and the mountain is damp. One could easily be bitten by a snake lurking in the shadows. Go, take the girl to the back. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous crash erupted as Song Fulling, resembling a small cannonball, collided with him, sending both father and daughter sprawling onto the ground in a tangle, raising a cloud of dust. The gauze on Song Fuxing's face offered no protection, and he found himself tasting the dirt. Good heavens, Sanner. Upon dismounting from the mule cart, Madame Ma witnessed her eldest son being unceremoniously knocked down with a force that made her wince in sympathy. Madame Ma bellowed, You clumsy girl, are you blind? Why would you crash into your father? Song Fuxing longed to retort, "My dear daughter, might you not dismount from your father?" That acceleration nearly took my breath away. Song Fuling opined that for those who undertake monumental tasks, enduring a bit of hardship is inconsequential. They may as well perceive the scolding as a form of song. As he gingerly rose from the ground, he murmured, "Father, do cry out in pain. There is no need to lead us up the mountain. This is the primordial forest, home to tigers." "Oh dear." Song Fuxing played along, immediately clutching his waist and groaning, "Alas, this child might just kill me." Upon hearing this, the others were alarmed, for to die in their presence was a grave taboo. It seemed the injury was indeed severe, as who would curse themselves otherwise? Perhaps a bone was fractured. They all clamored to inquire about his condition. Song Lerzhang approached and randomly felt Song Fuxing's waist and calves before standing upright and addressing the crowd. "First, let us send 2 strong laborers ahead to clear the path. Bring along all the necessary tools. We must avoid encounters with wolves or tigers. If we do, it will be a fight for our lives. Remember to stay close to the path." Tian Shifa volunteered, "I have traversed this mountain with my father. Follow me. If my memory serves me correctly, there is a cave nearby. We shall see how many can fit inside." "Good. Let Shifa take the lead, and you all follow closely." Song Lerzhang nodded, adding, "If we find ourselves in dire straits and the weather remains unfavorable, we shall use oilcloth to erect tents." "It is settled then. You may proceed." After organizing these arrangements, Song Lerzhang turned to Song Fuxing and said, "Come, I shall support you. We will hold the rear." "No need, father, truly not. You go ahead and manage things," he insisted. Song Lijing felt discontent, thinking to himself, why should he meddle with such affairs at his age? Such tasks ought to be shouldered by the younger generation. If anything were to go awry, he had not yet lived enough. It was safer to remain at the back. Resolutely, Song Lijing pulled Song Fuxing up. The group resumed their ascent, illuminated by the collective glow of a dozen torches, while several sickles cleared the waist-high weeds. Forging a path. Given Song Fuxing's injury and Song Lijing's advanced age, Tian Shifa, Song Fuling's uncle, assumed the role of the temporary leader. If the obstruction consisted of weeds, it was a matter of course to clear them all out, ensuring a pathway wide enough for mules and carts, facilitating easier passage for the elderly and children. Chapter 38. The complications of Song Fuxing. Qian Peiying grasped Song Fuling's hand, while Song Fuling held on to Qian Mixiao. The 3 of them lingering at the rear of the procession, trailing even further behind Song Lijing and Song Fuxing. Their delay was intentional. Should any mishap occur on the mountain, their slower pace would allow them to escape swiftly. Additionally, Song Fuling had inadvertently torn her mother's skirt, resulting in a fabric strip measuring 20 centimeters in width and over a meter in length, one end neatly trimmed while the other frayed into 2 strands. In an instant, her mother's once intact blue cotton skirt had vanished, leaving Qian Peiying exposed in her black sports pants. Crouching before her, Song Fuling began to wrap the torn fabric around Qian Peiying's legs, layer upon layer. Qian Peiying mused to herself, "This resembles the attire from the long march of 25,000 li." As she wrapped, Song Fuling inquired, "Is it tight?" "Not tight," came the reply. "Is it tight or loose?" "It seems acceptable." Song Fuling wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Take a few steps and see if your knees are affected. If it's too tight, you won't be able to move, and if it's too loose, it won't serve its purpose. It prevents varicose veins. And if you wrap your legs properly, you won't feel sore even after a long time. You should do the same for my father later." Qian Peiying took a few steps. "This feels about right. Now stand up quickly. I will wrap you up and seal your shoe openings to prevent leeches from crawling up your pants and sucking your blood." Qian Mishu felt quite uneasy, especially with old lady Ma scolding them not to dawdle. He attempted to intertwine his fingers with Song Fuling's, looking up and saying, "Sister, please take a moment to wrap me up too. Rest assured, we cannot do without you," she reassured him. Qian Peiying added, "Why didn't you remind me earlier?" Song Fuling pondered to herself, what a state they are in, mourning their unfortunate lives for half a day. Up ahead, Tian Shifa shouted, "We've arrived. That's the cave I mentioned. I once rested here while hunting." The butcher thrust a torch into the cave. "Bring a few more torches to check for snakes or the like." Immediately, 5 or 6 more torches followed him inside. As Tian Shifa squeezed into the cave, he tore off a cloth bag he had carried and, not knowing what he grabbed from inside, scattered some of its contents in the corners of the cave. Song Lijing supported Song Fuxing and hurried over, and everyone quickly made space for the magistrate. Song Lijing nodded with satisfaction. The cave is quite spacious. It will suffice for the women and children to take refuge here. You all hurry up and set up 2 more tents." As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd busied themselves. Particularly, Granny Ma appeared exceptionally occupied, standing steadfastly in the center of the cave. At one moment, she urged her eldest daughter-in-law to swiftly fetch the tarpaulin and luggage, and at another, reprimanded her second daughter-in-law for staring blankly, insisting she should assist in finding their 2 troublesome children and gather some hay post-haste. In her flurry, she even scolded her own daughter for lacking awareness, admonishing her to keep an eye on their belongings to prevent anyone from seizing them amidst the chaos. To Song Fuling's size, her grandmother's demeanor resembled that of someone frantically vying for a sleeper berth on a modern train. The reason Song Fuling and Qian Peiying escaped her ire was due to the presence of the invulnerable Song Fuxing beside them. Song Fuxing began to impart advice to his wife and daughter. "Let me tell you, my dear, that cave is suitable for a brief rest against the wall. But once I have the tent set up, you should swiftly move inside, lay down our moisture-proof mat, and sleep soundly. I will keep watch over you." Why is the cave unsuitable? Upon entering, I felt an unsettling chill creeping down my spine, and my hair stood on end. Just look at those stone walls, dark and damp, with moss growing in the crevices. If we were to lie down in a row, I wouldn't even know which of you 2 is which if something were to happen. I cannot take that risk. Just hold on a little longer. Tian Shifa is skilled at setting up tents, and it will be ready shortly. Chapter 39. Men are also human. They too are cowardly. The men from the 7 households joined forces to construct a shelter. The sounds of chopping echoed continuously as axes and knives struck the sturdy trunks, cutting through many bundles to create a makeshift bed. Tian Shifa, accompanied by several young individuals, ventured into the distance in search of slender branches that possessed a certain flexibility. Having constructed a large communal sleeping area with logs beneath, it was imperative to create a shelter above, should the anticipated rain come to pass, as speculated by the group. Meticulousness was of utmost importance. The slender branches, due to their pliability, could be arranged to form an arch upon the ground. Once the arch was established, a tarpaulin could be draped over it, with additional branches, leaves, or bark layered on top, serving the dual purpose of providing rain protection and concealing their presence. From a distance, the structure would blend seamlessly into the greenery, evading notice and remaining unobtrusive. While the team worked fervently, Song Fuxing frequently glanced around. Increasingly unsettled by the enigmatic depths of the primeval forest, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him, he nudged Tian Shifa with his arm, inquiring, "Brother-in-law, with such commotion, could we inadvertently attract wolves or bears?" He pondered the potential consequences of awakening nearby inhabitants, fearing that the noise might provoke unwelcome attention. Tian Shifa cast a glance at his 3rd brother, reassuring him, "Fear not, the mountains are vast. We shall traverse for several days and nights. We are at the mountain's base, where sustenance is scarce and the area is desolate, unlike the depths of the forest, where such creatures are generally not inclined to venture." At that moment, Song Fuling approached, exclaiming, "Father, uncle, I spotted a small stream over there. The water is quite clear. Let us set up our tent nearby for convenience in drinking and dining." Just as Song Fuxing was about to concur, Tian Shifa hastily shook his head, declaring, "No, that is too close to a water source. The sound of flowing water could obscure our hearing, making it impossible to detect the approach of wild beasts." To this, Song Fuxing retorted, "Did you not just say that wolves and bears are not commonly found in this vicinity? Uncle, let us seek out a few venerable trees, those that have stood the test of time, to construct our shelter beside them. The trunk should be sturdy enough so that, in the event of an emergency, we younger ones can ascend with ease, for there will be ample space among the branches. However, it is important to note that such grand trees often stand alone. During inclement weather, particularly thunderstorms, they may attract lightning." Song Fuxing has made arrangements to discreetly assist his brother-in-law. Tian Shifa remarked on the multitude of tasks at hand, to which Song Fuxing expressed his frustration, advising, "Brother-in-law, why must you be so obstinate? This is a communal refuge. Your absence would not hinder our efforts. Please, expedite your assistance in selecting a few trees that can withstand the force of wild beasts and are not likely to attract lightning. I intend to erect tents among the branches for the children's accommodation. Otherwise, I find myself troubled. In times of urgency, we must be able to flee swiftly. For my daughter Fuling and your daughter Taohua are not particularly swift. Shall we undertake this task alone?" He pondered, knowing it would be overwhelming. The others were preoccupied with their own duties, likely requiring a couple of hours to complete their tasks. The village had occasionally summoned him for guidance. Third brother. Let us ascend the trees, he proposed, though he was met with a flurry of words. Brother-in-law, do not dawdle. I can manage this alone. You need not instruct me. From that moment forth, Song Fuxing ceased his cunning ways. Armed with an axe, he struck the wood with vigor, feeling the sting in his thumb. The heat enveloped him, causing beads of sweat to drench his clothing in no time. Unfazed by the onslaught of mosquitoes, he shed his shirt, revealing his fair skin. Just as he finished disrobing, a piercing scream echoed through the air. In a humble village of 7 households, one of them bore the surname Wang. The young daughter-in-law of old lady Wang had come to fetch water for her husband. She called out, covering her eyes in surprise. Song Fuxing, weary and panting, wiped the sweat from his brow with his arm, his face smeared with dirt. He furrowed his brow and glared at the woman, thinking to himself, "Are you even married? Have you never seen your husband's back? What is there to be so startled about?" Such women of ancient times truly had a flair for theatrics. Old lady Wang paid no heed to her daughter-in-law, who had left her sentence half-spoken. She was preoccupied with lulling her young grandson to sleep. Upon hearing the commotion, she let out a scoff, remarking, "We have fallen to such a state, and yet you still call yourself a scholar. What use is a scholar? Look at him working. He is utterly worthless." Suddenly, a voice boomed from the cave, "Nonsense." Old lady Ma, unfazed by the prospect of waking others, declared, "Don't think just because it's dark in here that I can't guess who you are. Is that you? Wang, you scoundrel. Without my third son, your entire family awaits the soldiers at the Kong, and yet you haven't all been apprehended. It's unnecessary to inform you otherwise. If my third son is useless, then your entire family is nothing more than fodder for the pigs." Old lady Wang retorted, "Why must you accuse our whole family? Old Ma, practice some virtue with your words. I haven't spoken ill of anyone. Why do you condemn my entire family? What more do you want to discuss?" She continued, "You dare to speak of my son? I have amassed enough virtue. You should leave me be. This cave was discovered by my son-in-law, and the news of our escape was relayed by my son." The others intervened, urging, "Let us not quarrel any longer. Aren't you all tired? We've been restless through the night, and look, you've awakened the little ones." Wang Pe, initially silent, pondered to herself, "Given your family's circumstances, you have merely been an ordinary peasant household in the village, unlike my own. We seldom converse, and if not for the dire need to escape, I would not be inclined to associate with you, let alone engage in quarrels. Your family would remain unnoticed had it not produced an educated individual. The villagers would have little interest in you." Additionally, her previous comments bore no malice. As they ascended the mountain, Song's third son trailed behind, while her sons led the way. Song's third son was incompetent in construction. Apart from his ability to speak, an educated person proved to be of little use. Granny Ma felt an acute sense of discomfort, sensing an imbalance. She believed it unnecessary for the third son to inform others. If her family could escape, let it be, while those others could fend for themselves. Now, not a single person had offered her a heartfelt thank you. Even the absence of gratitude felt excessive, and whispers behind her back were unwarranted. Observing her mules being pushed aside by others' cattle felt superfluous. She looked at the children sleeping near the cave. Had there not been so many people, the cave would have sufficed for all, eliminating the need for tents. Now they could lie down and sleep. Yet it still felt excessive. Tian Shifa's mother advised Granny Ma, "Fear not the improbable, one must not be so unreasonable. Moreover, acts of salvation are born of virtue. So do not harbor such thoughts. In the past, when something arose in the village, who stood up for my family? Was that not sheer goodwill? Times have changed. Let go of past grievances. We live in close quarters, having coexisted for decades. With your stubbornness, if your son Fu Sheng hadn't taken the initiative, you would have had to announce it loudly yourself. Throughout your life, it seems you have suffered due to your tongue." During the course of her grandmother's quarrel, Song Fuling had already drifted into a deep slumber, her mouth slightly agape. She had anticipated a restless night, yet nestled on her left was Qian Mixiao, while her younger cousin Song Jinbao lay on her right. 2 warm little furnaces snuggled closely against her, radiating warmth. Ever since his sister had promised him a meal of rice, Jinbao had become quite attached to Song Fuling. The 3 of them were cocooned within a moisture-proof mattress enveloped in a quilt, soundly asleep, their breaths filling the air with soft sounds of slumber, oblivious to the tireless efforts of her parents, who had been laboring for over 3 hours to construct a house for her in the treetops. Song Fuling remained lost in her dreams. Her mother's fingernails had split from the exertion. Song Fuxing carried the tree trunk, while Qian Peiying managed the branches and leaves. The two of them had huddled beside Tian Shifa, diligently learning the art of binding timber with vines, for their supply of jute rope was limited. Be careful now, Song Fuxing urged, as he slipped and slid down the tree. He spat into his palm and climbed back up with renewed determination. Qian Ping looked up at him and asked, if climbing a tree is such a challenge for you, are you certain that our Fuling can manage it? Isn't it rather high? With a black sweat trickling down his face, Song Fuxing, seated atop the tree, replied, I believe she can do it. He gazed into the distance, where the mountains were lush and vibrant, inhaling the fragrant scent of fresh grass. Suddenly, he chuckled. Ah, my dear, if we change our perspective, this can actually be quite delightful. We aren't merely buying a house for our daughter. We are building a wooden cottage for her in the trees, crafted from our own hands. Each blade of grass and every piece of wood is a part of us. Isn't that rather charming? Revitalized, Song Fuxing declared, indeed. Let us get to work. For now, let us focus on our task and prepare a delightful surprise for our daughter when she awakens. The couple was once again caught in a whirlwind of busyness. During this flurry, Tian Shi offered assistance, and Gao Taitu, the younger son of the Gao family, arrived to lend a hand as well. Upon hearing that Tao Hua might also be taking refuge in Fuling Guang, Gao Taitu worked with even greater fervor. By the brook, Qian Ping stood on the stones, unconcerned about who might be watching, as she rolled up her pant legs to wash her feet, legs, face, and arms. Beside her, Song Fuxing, bare-chested, carried water to wash himself, wishing he could pour an entire basin of water over his head in a refreshing cascade. As the two of them listened to the soothing sounds of the mountain stream, Song Fuxing lamented, my dear wife, I truly crave an ice-cold beer. My heart feels so hot and weary. Why don't you go inside and fetch one? I'll keep watch for you. We have some in the refrigerator. And there are 2 boxes on the north balcony as well. With the new year approaching, I bought plenty, anticipating guests. Drink as much as you like. Do you want anything else? I don't want anything. Song Fuxing glanced around and suddenly seized Qian Ping, planting a kiss on her cheek. He felt a surge of emotion. It was that she didn't desire food and drink, but rather that she was reluctant to indulge, allowing him to enjoy the beer instead. With the stealth of a thief, he produced a can of ice-cold beer, treating it like a rare treasure, and held it near their ears. Listen to the fizz. Doesn't it remind you of what you've longed for? With a pop, the can opened, and Qian Ping, her face filled with reluctance, urged, hurry, it's foaming over. We can't let it go to waste. Quick, take a couple of sips. After savoring the foam, Song Fuxing brought the can to Qian Ping's lips and said, drink. In contemporary times, Qian Ping would rather abstain from alcohol entirely, scarcely indulging in a single sip throughout the year. However, at this moment, she cradled Song Fuxing's hand and, with the beer he offered her, gulped down several hearty swigs. Burping with satisfaction, she remarked, the carbonation is delightful. If only it were chilled cola, it would be even better. Song Fuxing chuckled foolishly, saying, I have some at home, but I thought to save it for my daughter. So let us indulge in this beer together. In the end, with a hint of the brew left, he added a splash of water and tilted his head back to finish it. Not a drop of the precious liquid would be wasted, nor would they dare discard the empty can. Money Paying placed a few stones into the empty can, tied it with a string, and proudly shook the makeshift rattle, exclaiming, Look, dear, when the time comes, we can tie it up, and if our daughter wants something while up in the tree, she can simply shake it. And it will clatter, no need to shout. Chapter 41. Continuously unlocked new skills. Everyone awakened from their slumber. Old Madame Ma sincerely wished that Song Fuling could be a boy, for then she would dote on him even more, as her little granddaughter was indeed endearing. Just look at the difference. When the older granddaughters spotted her, they scurried away like mice fleeing from a cat, avoiding even a glance, while they tiptoed past her. Jinbao stirred awake and called, Grandma, I am hungry. The granddaughter Tao Hua was even less reliable. Before bed, she had insisted on her own grandmother helping to make her bed, behaving like a guest who departs after the family dog has finished eating. In the eyes of her granddaughter, her maternal grandmother was insignificant in critical moments. When it truly mattered, it was the little granddaughter who took precedence. Upon encountering the elderly Mrs. Ma, Song Fuling's first words were, Grandmother, have you not taken a nap? My mat is left unrolled. You should rest a while. It is simply too taxing to endure this. Mrs. Ma felt warmth in her heart but retorted, Do not bother me. I am swamped with work. If the meat isn't dried out soon, it will spoil. Rest. Off you go. In the tree, Song Fuxing waved. Has our daughter awakened? Below, Qian Ping, who was handing up items, also beckoned, "Go wash your face first. And then come see the fruits of your father and my labor." "Wash my face?" Song Fuling exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide as she hurried over. She glanced at the house, then at Song Fuxing, whose skin had turned a reddish black from the sun in just a few hours, and finally met the gaze of Qian Peiying, whose face was smeared with mud yet wore a smile. Suddenly, Song Fuling wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. The more she wiped, the more tears flowed, a torrent of emotions surging within her. Their journey had been fraught with hardship, yet her parents had spared no effort to shield her. Choking on her words, she called out, "Dad, Mom." "Oh dear, why are you crying?" Song Fuxing exclaimed from the tree, anxious. Song Fuling, with tears glistening on her face, raised her head and replied, "I'm fine, I'm just so touched." Then, wiping her tears away, she broke into laughter. "Hee-hee-ha." Qian Peiying, relieved, gently patted Song Fuling's back. "You silly child, one would think you were simple-minded." Laughing and crying in turn, Song Fuxing, seated in the tree, joined in her laughter, feeling that all the toil was worth it. Just then, Qian Mishu came running over, and Song Fuling lifted him, urging him to climb the tree, and the three of them were once again amused by Qian Mishu's clumsy antics. As passers-by chuckled and shook their heads, their hands remained busy with their tasks, though there would always be those who felt out of place, finding humor in such moments. It was undeniable that laughter has a contagious quality, instilling hope in everyone that perseverance would eventually bear fruit. In front of Song Fuling stood the children from 7 households, and she commanded them to stand at attention. She resolved to repurpose their efforts, enlisting these mischievous little ones, along with their less vigorous sisters, to undertake a significant endeavor. "You," she pointed, "will take the lead as captain. Your team is responsible for collecting stones, both large and small." Upon finishing her instructions, Song Fuling raised a sample stone to indicate the type they should seek. To the second team, "You see that little stream? Roll up your trousers and wade into the water to gather sand. All the fine sand you collect must be stored here. Jia? Your responsibility is to ensure their safety. Do not allow them to fall." To the third team, Jia and Song Jibao, "You shall guide everyone in digging holes. Find sturdy stones or wooden sticks as your tools and excavate the area I have drawn, ensuring it is square and even, avoiding varying depths." Finally, Song Fuling clapped her hands, holding a dime and a black hair tie aloft, enticing the group with her words. "All you boys desire this dime, do you not? And the girls wish for the hair tie, correct? You must complete the task within 1 hour. If you fail, no one shall receive any reward. If you succeed, I shall bestow it upon you. To avoid falling behind, you must exert yourselves and hold each other accountable." Song Fuling believed that everyone had not understood her, and she was contemplating repeating herself. To her surprise, as soon as she called for dispersal, the children busily set to work. Children of ancient times were indeed more easily persuaded than their modern counterparts. Song Fuling approached Si Zhuang, who had sustained an arm injury and could not perform heavy labor, and, pulling along Sister Taohua, sought out the leader, Geitu. She felt no need for extensive explanations with Si Zhuang. Just as she began to clarify a few points to Geitu, the latter glanced at Sister Taohua, who blushed and gestured to Song Fuling repeatedly, insisting, "No need. Just tell us what to do." Song Fuling then summoned her 2 cousins from her uncle's side to convene with the 4 young men, stating, "You shall cut bamboo. And once you have finished, split it vertically down the middle. I intend to fashion them into pipes, binding them together with rope to channel the stream's water directly to us. Assess for yourselves how much needs to be cut for this distance. Additionally, I require bamboo that stands over 1 meter tall, with one side evened out, also split, measuring 1 meter in length and width, to encircle a reservoir." Song Fuling and her cousin Taohua formed a duo, and the 2 girls awkwardly chopped bamboo, switching hands frequently, their palms aching from the impact. The young men, on the other hand, worked swiftly, wielding their axes with vigor. Those without axes used pointed, sturdy stones, swiftly cutting through dozens of strokes to fell a single piece. Song Liza, with a pipe dangling from his lips, hesitated to light it, merely indulging in the habit of holding it, seated beside Song Fuxing as he inquired, "What are the children so diligently engaged in?" Song Liza glanced over and remarked, "What are you up to?" Song Fuxing chuckled, revealing a newly acquired skill. He had located a thicker branch, more than 1 meter long, nearly 2 meters in length, and split the end of the branch to create a fork. He then secured a peeling or deboning knife in the forked end with rope. He was concerned that should his daughter fall asleep in the tree, Any unforeseen circumstances, be it an intruder or a wild creature, would not necessitate her hurried descent. Armed with a long wooden pole, he could defend her effectively, piercing any assailant who dared to ascend. Song Lerzhang set aside his pipe, squinting as he picked up the bone knife, exclaiming, "Ah, this item is remarkable indeed. What craftsmanship! Surely it must be of considerable value." As no blacksmith could produce such a piece, Song Fuxing mused to himself, "The old man has a discerning eye. Do not expect anything from your local blacksmith. This is imported from Germany, a complete set, even including a sharpening rod. In all of antiquity, my family possesses the only one." "Oh, I know little of such things. It was passed down from my father-in-law," he replied modestly. Upon hearing this, Song Lerzhang remarked that it was a gift from the esteemed Qian Leoi, shaking his head in admiration. That Qian Leoi is a man of great experience and travels. If this world were not in turmoil, young Song could enjoy a prosperous life ahead. Whether he seeks academic fame is another matter. Simply having a good father-in-law is enough for him to relish in fortune. The completion of Song Fuxing's long knife drew a crowd of onlookers. Many had never before encountered stainless steel tools. This place was devoid of such materials, and it truly opened their eyes. The blade gleamed brilliantly. Inspired by this, others began to consider crafting similar items. Lacking knives, they resolved to seek out sturdy stones. As long as they could wield a long pole to inflict damage with a hard object, they would be prepared. Chapter 42. The wisdom of ancient Song Fuxing remained humble amidst the praise for his knife and the admiration for his possessions. Deflecting attention as Song Lerzhang subtly encouraged him to step into the limelight. In his eyes, these ancient individuals exhibited remarkable competence, possessing exceptional life skills. In just a short span, he had already acquired a wealth of knowledge. His personal standard was modest, to ensure the survival of his family of 3, without being a burden to the larger group. Leading? That was a laugh. Leadership entailed worry and was often a thankless task. While Song Fuxing maintained a low profile, old Madame Ma radiated pride, her demeanor reflecting her satisfaction as she held her head high in front of the other elderly women. Internally, she relished the thought, "My third son is a scholar, a precious individual, and his intellect is his greatest asset. Despite the passing of my son-in-law, his legacy still shines brightly. Have you ever seen a mask? Or this knife? There are indeed many fine things." Soon after, Tian Shifa also brought honor to old Madame Ma. He rallied the crowd, saying, "The shelter is nearly complete. I need a few of you to come with me. I will set some traps to see if we can catch some live animals. We should also create more snares, surrounding them with pointed branches to form a fence." Generally, larger animals, when not startled, will tend to wander toward sheltered areas, avoiding our direction. With a commanding shout, he was soon followed by a dozen individuals. For old Madame Ma, the most astonishing aspect was her granddaughter, Song Fuling. Unlike her grandfather's quiet demeanor, Song Fuling's small teams were anything but discreet. The women were abuzz with curiosity, asking, "What are they doing?" Once the basic framework was established, Song Fuling began placing large stones collected by her team into the structure. Upon seeing her, Tao Hua joined in to assist. Together, they laid a dense layer of large stones at the base. Song Fuling's eldest cousin took a basket of small stones and poured them in with a clatter. Song Fuling then meticulously inspected them, spreading the layer of stones evenly. Next, she instructed, "Brother Air, you and Brother De must coat the surrounding bamboo, as if plastering a wall, to prevent water from seeping out through the gaps." She turned to the 2 girls, "Sister Dia, Arya, go and mix the mud for them. Just find some dirt and clay." After issuing her commands, Song Fuling dashed off in search of appropriately sized stones, needing to find several that could perfectly seal the designated drainage pipe. Just as she discovered some stones, a group of children called out to her from afar, "Sister Pangya, what do we do next?" Old Mrs. Ma watched her granddaughter with wide eyes as she swiftly dashed off, carrying half a bag of charcoal. "Stop right there, Pangya," old Mrs. Ma exclaimed in urgency. "While playing with mud, bamboo, and stones is all well and good, you absolutely must not waste the charcoal. It's autumn now, and the cold will only intensify. Who knows what lies ahead? This half bag of charcoal is hardly sufficient." Before her grandmother could catch up, Song Fuling hurriedly poured half the bag of charcoal into the mix. She exchanged a glance with Sister Tao Hua, who, with a look of panic, dumped the fine sand she was holding into the mixture. The charcoal was now submerged in mud and water. Topped with a layer of damp fine sand, how could this possibly work? How would they retrieve it for burning? Old Mrs. Ma's face flushed with anger as she raised her hands and delivered a slap to both Song Fuling and Tao Hua. Song Fuxing arrived just in time. As old Madame Ma leaned over to grab some charcoal, nearly losing her footing and toppling headfirst, he swiftly caught hold of his mother, effectively halting her tirade of curses and threats against him. "Mother, please listen to me. You may not comprehend, but I understand. My daughter seeks to purify the water for everyone's well-being." "What green water? There's plenty in that stream." "Grandmother, that water is undrinkable. Can't you see its yellow hue? It cannot be used for cooking either. I have observed it carefully. It is surface water, not groundwater. The mountain has various sources of water, and not every type can be boiled to render it safe for consumption. It may contain numerous microorganisms and parasites. We are entirely unaware of its origins. Animals may have drunk from it, or even perished within it. Just think about that water. If creatures have died in it, is it safe to drink? It's terrifying. What if a child with a weak stomach contracts dysentery or suffers abdominal pain? We don't even have a doctor here. Such ailments could be fatal." Upon hearing Song Fuling's words, the crowd fell silent, initially dismissive, but their expressions shifted as they considered the possibility that the children could perish from drinking that water. Those who had previously consumed the raw water instinctively touched their stomachs. Old Madame Ma wore a skeptical expression, dismissing Song's concerns. "With all that mud and stones, I reckon drinking your green water would only give one diarrhea." Other elderly women and ladies quickly chimed in. "Indeed." Song Fuling rolled her eyes, opting for action rather than words. She directed a few brothers, who were too timid to speak up, to hastily retrieve the bamboo water pipes they had previously fashioned from the stream. She hurriedly made her way to the scene, overseeing the operation. She ran off, leaving her father to smooth things over. Song Fuxing advised, "Mother, this is indeed a method of filtering water. I read about it in a book. After I shared it with my daughter, to my surprise, she remembered it instantly and applied it here. Just look at how clever your granddaughter is." Qian Peiying, filled with curiosity, inquired of several women, "Did you all drink water directly from the mountains before? That water, which appeared so murky, was used for cooking?" She added, "I only boiled water at home, and even then, I was not entirely at ease." The women chimed in, explaining to Qian Peiying, "Isn't it known as mountain spring water? It tastes quite sweet. Although it may not seem particularly clean, you can skim off the floating debris." They shared their village wisdom when seeking a water source. If uncertain about its potability, one could spit into it. If the saliva dispersed quickly, the water was deemed drinkable. If it did not, then it should be avoided. Qian Peiying exchanged a startled glance with Song Fuxing. After hearing this, Song Fuxing felt relieved about the half-bag of charcoal he had spared. Even though they could have consumed only the filtered water, they had not invested all their charcoal for that purpose. However, everyone was fetching water daily, multiple times a day. If anyone were to catch someone spitting into the creek, heaven forbid, regardless of the filtration, it would be utterly revolting. In Chapter 43, Knowledge Mixed with Experience, they connected bamboo pipes. The children cheered for Song Fuling, calling, "Sister Fatty, Sister Fatty." The uncles and brothers constructing the shelter paused their work to look over, while the ants busy with cooking gradually gathered around. Someone asked, "Did all this come together so quickly, done by the children?" Someone remarked, "This water is muddied with both silt and soil. It appears far more unclean than fetching water directly from the stream." Song Fuling's elder brother poured a bucket of yellowish stream water into a bamboo-framed filtration barrel. Observing closely, one could see the filthy water gradually seeping through the fine sand, charcoal, and crevices of the stones. The crowd began to chatter excitedly. "Look!" In the initial moments, the water flowing from the outlet pipe remained murky. However, it proved resilient. And before anyone could despair, the flow transformed into a crystalline clarity, growing increasingly transparent. "Oh, my goodness, look at this water!" exclaimed Wang Pozi. "It's truly flowing out, resembling the well water from our village. What a peculiar occurrence." Several men approached, scooping up a handful of the water. Others inquired, "If we continue to pour our fetched water here, will it consistently yield this clean water?" Song Liring stroked his beard and smiled, a rare display of joy since their flight began. He addressed the gathering. "Listen closely, my friends. We are advancing forward, with no village ahead and no one behind. Not even a sheltered spot in sight. If it were to rain, we might have to seek refuge here for a few days, depending on the rainfall. Now that Fuxing's daughter has resolved our water issue, and we can drink without fear of illness, we have truly addressed a significant concern." The children were particularly exhilarated, for they knew that the stones and sand, along with the excavations, were the fruits of their labor. They eagerly recounted to the adults the tasks they had just completed. Granny Tian patted the arm of the elderly matron, saying, Dear sister, your plump daughter, like her father, has a clever mind and a kind heart. Do not scold her, for she acts for the benefit of us all. Madame Ma remarked, who said she is clever. Such misguided kindness. Oh dear, my heart aches. While everyone else finds amusement in her charcoal, Qian Ping gently tousled her daughter's disheveled hair, a smile dancing in her eyes. It seems that in her past life, she was always out and about, indulging in leisure whenever a holiday beckoned, and it was not in vain. Song Fuling nestled beside her father, listening to him boast to those around him. This is nothing. I've read it to my daughter long ago, and to my surprise, she remembered it. Indeed. She is astute. Though we are merely pausing here temporarily, what good can come without water? We must cook, and upon waking, everyone needs to drink. It's no trouble, merely half a bag of charcoal. It's for the collective good, nothing to fret over. Just listen to how eloquently Song Fuxing spoke before others. But behind closed doors, she asked, Father, do you feel pain? Yes, Song Fuxing readily admitted, true to Madame Ma's lineage, without hesitation. You should have consulted me beforehand. I would have apportioned a suitable quantity for you. Do not fret, perhaps I could produce some charcoal. We could give it a try. Song Fuling tugged on Song Fuxing, leading him to a vast clearing. Look, this is where we previously harvested bamboo. We shall make charcoal here, for the space is ample. Song Fuxing retorted, wait a moment. When did you learn to make charcoal? Your father doesn't even know how. You, a city child, born in the late 90s. Are you jesting? Song Fuling explained. While adventuring with friends, one of them is particularly fond of wilderness survival. He once boasted to us about the entire process of making charcoal in the wild. Allegedly, he succeeded, but he did not take the charcoal with him. As the management found him first and apprehended him, Song Fuxing was utterly astonished. He was aware that his daughter's friends were a motley crew, but he never anticipated that one would dare to set fire to charcoal. In their civilized society, it would be remarkable if such an act did not lead to arrest. If this continued, they might ascend to the heavens. Was what he said credible? Could it be true? Hopefully, he was not merely boasting. After all, no one here was apprehending them, nor was anyone accusing them of environmental destruction. Was it not worth testing the waters? Father, shall we give it a try? Indeed. Thought Song Fuxing, a dead horse can be treated as a live one. Idleness is still idleness. If they succeeded in burning it, that would be splendid. They could produce more to carry along the way. Who could predict what the future held? The cold was indeed intensifying with each passing day, and an abundance of supplies was hardly detrimental. Song Fuling waved her hands at the four robust boys and called out, Miss Xiao? Miss Xiao? Several little ones came rushing in. Song Fuxing chuckled. His daughter was swiftly becoming a leader among children. In her previous life, she had been a university counselor, and now she had transitioned to a kindergarten teacher. Song Fuling instructed the little ones to gather drier, denser wood. She and Miss Xiao stared with wide, bewildered eyes. What does denser mean? Sister, you have such a plethora of new words. This, right here, she replied, as she pointed to the dry branches on the ground. Pick up all the twigs, big and small. You should also gather some dry leaves to use as kindling. Once Song Fuling had organized them, she began to mix mud with her father, all the while conversing. Once they gather enough wood, I will stack it from smallest to largest in a conical shape, with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of 75 centimeters. We mustn't be greedy and pile it too high, as that would produce excessive smoke and risk igniting. Father, when the time comes, you shall be responsible for applying this mud around the wood I have stacked, forming a kiln wall approximately the width of your palm. Do not forget to leave an opening at the top and excavate 8 air vents at the bottom. Song Fuxing readily agreed. All right. The father and son diligently piled wood and mud, proceeding methodically, step by step. Qian Ping approached, calling them for dinner. The duo appeared oblivious to her presence. Song Fuling also looked at her mother with curiosity. Qian Ping counted on her fingers. Tian Shifa just brought back 3 wild rabbits with those men. Our family will receive more than half. The rabbits met a tragic end, so mother instructed to prepare them directly. Our Fuling has ensured everyone drinks clean water. You must admit, they do exhibit a sense of humanity. The daughter-in-law of Old Gua brought over dishes of stir-fried radish strips, chives, and wild vegetables, serving 2 large plates. The eldest daughter-in-law of the butcher also sent over some pork, suggesting we cure it ourselves, as he had run out of salt. The village head's family steamed extra dry rations, specifically preparing a dozen more to send us. Chapter 44. Thoughtful Use of Modern Tools. Wang Posey's family is considered affluent in the village. Before her husband's passing, he was a peddler and possessed exceptional basket weaving skills. After his demise, the eldest son inherited the trade, continuing to travel from household to household while expanding the business. Responsible for collecting eggs and agricultural products from each family to sell in town, earning the price difference as a middleman. The second and youngest sons manage the household chores. Consequently, Wang Posi's eldest son has a slightly broader perspective than the villagers. Wang Posi pursed her lips, remaining silent. Wasn't she previously scolded by Ma Posi for this? She was not unwilling to take it. There was half a bag of charcoal in the basin, and she needed the water as well. She simply wished to wait a little longer. As for what she was waiting for, she could not say. She just wanted to linger. Now, upon her eldest son's remark, she sifted through the bags in front of her, hesitating to open one, then the other, not wanting to part with either. After pondering for a moment, she ran over to her cart to fetch a spoonful of pickled vegetables for Song Fuxing's family. Her eldest son whispered, "Mother, why not take a few eggs as well?" "What? No way. How could the water be so expensive? I won't drink it." Her son glanced around, observing that every household was gathered around their own fires, likely oblivious to their conversation. He leaned closer and said softly, "Mother, don't assume that just because we are in this situation, Song Tongsheng is in a similar plight. It's quite the contrary. He is an officially recognized scholar, with credentials to his name. This means that Song Tongsheng can vouch for us. Despite the current chaos outside, his status grants him respect and influence that we cannot match." Upon hearing this, Wang Posi was taken aback, regretting her earlier quarrel with Ma Posi, especially since her words had reached the ears of the latter's family. However, she reassured herself that she hadn't said anything too outrageous. Had she? "Little sister, you have a good meal at home," Wang Posi said cheerfully as she approached, carrying a bowl of pickled vegetables, and settled down in front of old lady Ma to exchange New Year greetings. "Your family is loyal and righteous. And even before you left, you remembered to inform everyone. Regardless of how things unfold, this sentiment is truly invaluable. If these young lads manage to evade conscription, it would be akin to saving their lives, something we shall forever cherish. And as for your third son, he is undoubtedly the most accomplished lad in the village. Even your granddaughter is more astute than those from other families. At that time, the proposal would likely require a long wait. Just wait and see." Granny Ma interjected. "We don't even know how to survive these days, so don't talk about proposals. Let us focus on living first." Wang Pa ceased her chatter and produced 4 eggs from her bosom. Granny Ma immediately took them, saying, "If it weren't for this chaotic world, my little granddaughter would have been looking for a match in another 2 years. Your family hasn't eaten yet, right? Didn't my son-in-law bring a rabbit from your eldest? Didn't you share?" Her complexion was radiant. Wang Pa thought to herself, this woman is truly one who won't reveal her joy until she sees the rabbit. She won't smile unless she has eggs. With a smiling face, she said, "It's no wonder, borrowing your family's fortune, from your third son to your son-in-law. They are all virtuous people." Tian Shifa and a dozen other men gathered around, all observing the charcoal mud package that Song Fuxing had crafted. Inside the mud package lay a conical stack of wood, ready to be ignited. They encircled the mud package, exchanging questions and comments, yet honestly feeling increasingly perplexed and skeptical. They believed that charcoal, being dark and sellable, was not something ordinary folks could produce. Not to mention the production, they couldn't even afford to burn it. Only wealthy families in the city would use it. Song Fuxing lit dry leaves with a lighter and placed them into the opening at the top of the mud package. Upon looking up, he was startled by the dozens of eyes fixated on his lighter. Song Fuxing voluntarily clarified, "This is a local product, a gift from my father-in-law. There aren't many of them." "Third uncle, let me have a look," said De Wang, as they gathered around, with Erlang and the others leaning in closely. A lighter was clicked with a satisfying snap, eliciting surprise. "How quick it is. Oh, you two are quite the sight. Anyone can gaze upon you. Just don't ignite it near me." Observing the water inside, they wondered, if it runs out, it becomes useless. There were a dozen men, all captivated by the novelty of the lighter, ignoring the mud bundle in their midst. Some, upon receiving this rare object, took care to rub their hands against their clothes, ensuring their hands were clean before cautiously examining it. "What is this made of?" they pondered, unfamiliar with plastic, which did not exist in their era. "Is the liquid truly water?" Song Fuxing chuckled, shaking his head. How could he explain that the substance inside was butane, liquefied petroleum gas? In their time, they had diesel and gasoline, but the concept of refined fuels was beyond their comprehension. So what if he can make charcoal? He can still drive a car, they mused. His household boasted a refrigerator, a flushing toilet, and air conditioning, abundant luxuries. In their age, one could desire any food, having grown tired of meat, often opting for takeout. Within 30 minutes, a rider on a small motorcycle would ring the doorbell, delivering their meal. Such tales would surely astonish these ancient souls. And Song Fuxing longed to boast of them. No, it was not mere bragging. It was the truth. Yet in this era, truth might be dismissed as fantasy, as if he had encountered a ghost. Meanwhile, Song Ping was also surrounded by a few women, drawn in by Song Fuling, who had produced a black plastic bag filled with water, suspended from a tree. After poking a small hole in the bottom for her mother to wash her hair, she had already finished. What sort of wash did she use? Many years ago, it is uncertain whether it was her father or mother who indulged in a sauna, purchasing a package deal. Typically, such packages include a complimentary towel upon entry, along with small square sachets of shampoo and body wash. Despite the passage of time and the possibility of them being expired, the enticing fragrance of the Rejoice brand was irresistible. Several women were captivated by its alluring scent. Furthermore, the peculiar dark bags piqued their curiosity. In ancient times, plastic was non-existent, and anything made from it was a novelty. Qian Peiying, feeling self-conscious under the gaze of onlookers, had previously insisted on skipping the wash, declaring that they were in the midst of an escape, and there was no need for such trivialities. However, her daughter insisted, saying, "Mother, can't you smell yourself? You've been cooking fried dough sticks in a mule cart, and now you've sweated while setting up the tent. Since we are not fleeing anymore, and there's no rush, let us wash up. I fear we might attract lice. Every day we can delay their arrival counts." Convinced by her child's reasoning, she sought a secluded spot to cleanse herself. Wang Posey's young daughter-in-law approached Qian Peiying, asking, "Sister San, may I borrow this bag for a moment? I would like to wash as well." This young woman was quite charming. Others chimed in, suggesting that this was a splendid location and that they should invite the maidservants at home to wash their faces and clean their necks and arms. Qian Peiying acquiesced, but added, "Just remember, whoever uses this bag last should return it to me. I still have use for it. And please, do not tear it." With a sigh, she turned to Song Fuling and lamented, "Running around in this ancient time, our old garbage bags have become valuable items. Who could have imagined? Had I known, I would have purchased more back then. It seems that one must stock up at home for the foreseeable future." Song Fuling gazed up at the sky, contemplating how wonderful it would be if she could access her space. If only the heavens would show some mercy on the simple-minded and allow her to shop on Taobao. Chapter 45. Here comes the seventh household father. Why haven't you climbed up the tree to sleep yet? Rest assured, I'm merely waiting for the 8 holes at the base of the mud package to glow red. Once that happens, I will cover them with mud and seal the top as well. I remember your instructions to wait until the mud package has completely cooled before opening the kiln. Now go to sleep. I will keep watch." Song Fuling, with her wet hair cascading down her shoulders, hurried over and circled the mud package. Observing the smoke billowing from the top opening, she understood that this was the result of the rising airflow, with the gases igniting within. The flames would burn in the opposite direction of the airflow, consuming the oxygen and ensuring that the charcoal at the top would not be reduced to ash. Otherwise, what would be left to enjoy? It would all turn to dust, and there would be no charcoal remaining. I'm drying my hair here. Father, you should wash up too. Take Rai Shou with you, and call for Si Zhuang. I feel embarrassed asking Si Zhuang and Manager Nyo to bathe, but you all should wash up. Do try to be clean. Father, look at what condition you've gotten yourself into. Without his daughter's prompting, Song Fuxing was well aware of his disheveled appearance. He pondered over the day's labor, harvesting corn, setting up tents, playing with mud to make charcoal, and traversing mountains and rivers. None of it boded well. He glanced down at his attire, tugged at his hair, and chuckled at himself, thinking, "Indeed, my nails are short. Always getting hurt. My fingers are calloused and stiff. After a day like this, my legs ache, my hands tingle, and my knees are in such pain that I can hardly bear it." With teeth stained yellow and a face covered in grime, her hair resembled a tangled heap of straw. Her big toe peeked out, while the toenail was dark and unkempt. "Very well, I shall wash up as well," I remarked. "Listen, dear daughter, you must remain seated here. It has grown dark, and even 10 meters away is fraught with danger. If you need to use the restroom, call for your mother, though, truth be told, she is of little help, save for her screams. Instead, summon your aunt to accompany you. First, let me shine the flashlight around. In this area, with the flickering flames and rising smoke, wild beasts are generally deterred. However, the snakes, "Oh dear, father, please spare us your ramblings." Before long, Taohua arrived, followed by Dia and Arya, who had managed to wash themselves with the bath beans gifted by Song Fuling. These bath beans were a relic of ancient hygiene practices. Song Fuling, in her generosity, not only provided them with the bath beans, but also shared the flower oil she had brought from her home in the past, distributing it among her elder sisters. In no time, the sisters had begun to regard Song Fuling as their closest sibling, especially after hearing that Song Fuxing had departed, leaving her as the sole remaining sister. They all flocked to her side. "Why haven't you gone to bed yet? Dia, Arya, are you not weary?" To Song Fuling. It was evident that Dia and Arya had faced considerable challenges. Although she too had been busy throughout the day, her tasks were of her own choosing, whereas Dia and Arya were assigned by old Madame Ma to toil without respite. Old Madame Ma had instructed Dia, Arya, and several other young women from nearby households to forage for and sundry wild vegetables. When they could not find enough, they were sent to collect firewood and dry leaves nearby. Should it rain, and they had not gathered sufficient dry wood, they would be left in a precarious situation. Moreover, who could predict the duration of the rain? Thus, they could only gather as much firewood as they were able. Dia and Arya consumed but 2 bowls of cornmeal porridge, each having just a fist-sized piece of dry rations, enduring the day on that alone. The provisions were, in fact, provided by Qian Peiying. Rabbit meat? What a fanciful thought. There was none. Each merely picked at a smidgen of the meat sauce gifted by the butcher previously. However, Song Fuling, Song Jinbao, and Qian Mishu feasted heartily, while the 2 cousins went without. Despite this, Dia and Arya were quite content. Dia remarked, "Pengya, if this charcoal truly ignites, then mother needn't scold you anymore." Her concern was no longer for the charcoal, but for the ruckus caused by Sen Shu, who had been denied a good night's rest. Just as Song Fuling was about to respond with a smile, the sound of a bullock cart approached, accompanied by a lively chatter from the entrance, suggesting new arrivals. A few young girls stood up, peering curiously. Who is coming? Where will they stay? Indeed, the cave offered no more space. The newly erected tents barely sufficed, while the makeshift shelters only served to shield the cattle and mules, leaving no room for firewood. Who could it be? The family of Song Fuxing's uncle had just arrived, along with 6 other families from the village. In total, 7 households had come. They arrived just as darkness enveloped the sky, and indeed, this was not the time to continue erecting shelters. How would they manage? Chapter 46. Men also whined Song Fuxing, with disheveled hair, scrambled up the hillside, urging, "You girls, quickly pull Mishu up the tree. He is waiting for you below." Dia and Arya inquired simultaneously. "Sen Shu, are we climbing the tree too?" This was not part of the original plan. Surely, there was no place for them. It was the 3rd uncle's family who brought along money and rice, and if we count in Taohua, those 2 crooked-necked trees would hardly suffice to accommodate everyone. Enough of the idle chatter. Hurry along, lest they grow anxious about that place. Your 3rd aunt and I can manage just fine without your assistance. We will figure things out, as adults always do. Song Fuxing initially intended to linger on with a few more words, such as forbidding anyone from descending or suggesting that they could squeeze in a bit more, for the tents atop the trees simply could not bear such weight, lest they collapse once more. However, he noticed his daughter gazing at him with an intensity that suggested she hardly recognized him, her eyes sparkling with barely contained laughter. With a casual flick of his hand, he brushed back his shoulder-length hair. "Do you not think your father looks dashing? Your mother claims I resemble Yanghua." Song Fuling erupted into a fit of giggles, unable to contain herself at the sight of his rather unfortunate hairstyle, which had transformed from a buzz cut to long locks. Even her mother's praise was hard for her to bear. "Father, you do not resemble Yanghua. Rather, you look as if you've lost your wits." Akin to the notorious Ding Chuanxiu of the Starry Sky sect. As she ran off, still chuckling while pulling along a few of her sisters, the distant sound of Song Fuling reciting, "Starry Sky old immortal, boundless in power, vast in divine abilities, reigning over the central plains," could still be heard. That evening, Song Fuling and the others nestled into a relatively soft quilt. Qian Peiying had laid down 2 layers of bedding for Song Fuling, with Qian Mishu nestled among the 4 girls, covered by 2 cotton blankets. Several elder sisters, concerned for Song Fuling's well-being in the cold, insisted that she and Qian Mishu share a blanket, while the 3 sisters huddled under another. The bedding, composed of 7 to 8 pounds of cotton, was a treasured remnant from their ancestral home, providing considerable warmth. Song Fuxing had meticulously crafted a thick straw curtain to effectively shield them from the outside insects. Within their modest tent, they created a sanctuary of sorts. As they drifted into slumber, they remained oblivious to Tian Shifa, who had scattered precious snake-repellent powder beneath the trees. Fearful of serpents slithering up. The powder was scarce, with one particular herb being exceedingly hard to procure. Previously, Tian Shifa had hesitated to use it during hunts, valuing it greatly. Yet, in this moment, all was for the sake of the children. Unbeknownst to the sleeping girls, Song Fuxing and Qian Peiying had no place to rest themselves. The reality was stark. Without considering the familial ties to Song Fuxing's uncle, it was evident that 7 new households had recently arrived. From the eldest to the youngest, including infants swaddled in blankets, they would form 2 lines if asked to stand. The adults could manage, but who could bear to witness such small children lacking a place to sleep? As the day turned to night in the chill of October, with significant temperature fluctuations and the mountains growing colder, Song Fuxing and Qian Peiying, though not entirely self-sacrificing, willingly offered up 2 sleeping spots for the little ones. Song Fuxing paid little heed to how Song Lijing arranged for the newcomers, nor did he engage with his uncle's family, casting a glance at his mother. Satisfied that Granny Ma had a place to rest, he carried a quilt and the moisture-proof mat that his daughter had previously covered with a duvet, shouldering it while pulling his wife's hand towards the mud pack. In a short while, Song Fuxing, with disheveled hair, took the place of the mule and dragged over the flatbed cart that had already been unloaded at their home, dripping with sweat. The front of the flatbed cart lacked support, causing it to tilt awkwardly. Sleeping at an angle was preferable to lying directly on the grass, as the dew at night was no trifling matter, not to mention the insects and snakes. Come here, my dear wife. I will hold you close while keeping an eye on the mud pack, fulfilling the task entrusted to me by our daughter. I wonder if we can manage to burn some charcoal, Song Fuxing remarked before spreading out the quilt. Half of the quilt was laid out, while the other half snugly covered Qian Peiying. He wrapped himself in one half of the moisture-proof mat, the other half draped over Qian Peiying's head and face to protect her from mosquito bites. Their heads close together, he whispered, "Sleep now, with me here. If you feel cold, just snuggle into my embrace." Qian Peiying, concerned for her husband, worried he might feel cold and urged, "I'm going to overheat. You should cover yourself too. If your legs can't stretch out straight, it's fine. Just angle them towards me." She gently patted his back. "What shall we do then? Even if you're tired, you must endure. Perseverance is victory. If anything aches, I'll massage it for you. There's no need for that. I can't style hair. You must do it for me. Don't you have a memory? How would I know ancient hairstyles? Having a memory and knowing how to style are 2 different matters. I tried, but my hands are as clumsy as a pig's trotters. Our daughter even said I look like Ding Chuanxiu. You need to find me a few hair ties." "All right, my husband is also starting to braid his hair now." On one side, they were filled with warmth and affection, while the other side was bustling with activity. Song Lijing was incensed, feeling that the arrival of the 7 new households demonstrated a complete lack of awareness regarding exhaustion. The group had scarcely rested for an entire day and night, and yet they expected to dictate arrangements as they pleased, making a ruckus as if it were a mere game. "Are you not going to sleep? While you refuse to rest, we still need to catch a nap. After a day of laborious toil, your arrival has left us with no space to even turn over in bed. We must sleep on our sides just to make room for you. What more do you want? Even if we are not weary, we are forced to stand guard outside, setting up your tents while the children wail pitifully, taken away to a corner." Among the newcomers, the loudest cries came from Song Fuxing's aunt. She lamented about how her children had no place to lie down and clung to Song Fuxing's elder brother, Song Fucai, imploring him to find a spot where their uncle could stretch his legs. Moments later, she lamented that their family was occupying too little space compared to others, and their ox cart had been squeezed to the point of having no room, with the oxen still unfed and bellowing for hay. As the noise finally subsided a bit, it managed to push both Song Fuxing's elder and second brother to tears, prompting them to willingly offer their space to their uncle and his grandchildren. Then, Song Fuxing's aunt insisted that her unmarried daughter, Solan, go and join Tao Hua and the others to squeeze in together. However, this suggestion was met with refusal from Tao Hua's mother, Song Fuling's own aunt, Song Yinfeng, who stated that those girls were already asleep, and there was no room left in the tents perched in the trees, thus forbidding any disturbance. Upon hearing this, the aunt began to weep once more, leading her daughter Solan to the cave entrance to cry. Weeping in despair, she mourned the separation from her second son, Song Fushou, who had gone to his mother-in-law's home to fetch his wife, leaving her uncertain of his current circumstances. Throughout this ordeal, the irascible old lady Ma had not participated at all. To encapsulate the situation in a single phrase, they seemed unfazed by exhaustion, after all, who possessed the energy to quarrel when weariness weighed heavily upon them. Fully aware of the annoyance and unreasonable nature of the discourse, she found the sound of his voice utterly irksome and chose to ignore him, drained of the vitality to argue, yearning only for slumber. With old lady Ma remaining silent, the previously active Wang Posey from the 7 households had ceased her involvement, and the eldest daughter-in-law of the butcher also withdrew. What were they doing instead? Wailing at the cave entrance in the dead of night, oblivious to whether others could find rest. As the night wore on, those with a place to sleep had all settled in. Meanwhile, a small group of 3 to 5, lacking accommodations, kindled a fire. While the men kept watch over their stalls, dozing intermittently, others, such as the 2 elder brothers of Song Fuxing and 2 young lads from the butcher's family, ascended the hillside to the spot where Song Fuxing had set his clay mound, placing 2 large stones to sit upon, listening to the rhythmic snores emanating from his cart. Dutifully guarding the clay mound despite the biting cold, they had even relinquished their own sleeping spots for others, exemplifying the challenge of performing good deeds. In the latter half of the night, whether it was 2 or 3 in the morning, a chilling wolf howl pierced the silence, followed by a chorus of howls from what seemed like a dozen wolves, rousing Song Fuxing from his dreams. He intended to rise swiftly, but the cart was askew, and in a moment of distraction, he tumbled down with a thud. As he opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings, his heart raced with trepidation. Pondering foolishly, he noticed several men staring at him with wide eyes. Had they been there all along, their presence startling enough to elicit a fright? Song Fuxing whispered, "There are wolves howling." His elder brother replied, "Third brother, is it unusual to have wolves on the mountain? It's a pack of wolves. After all, they are howling." His second brother added, "Third brother, wolves naturally howl. Let them be. They are far from us. Have you lost your courage? Listen, there are other wild beasts howling as well." Song Fuxing thought to himself, living in the primeval forest, on a mountain inhabited by wolves. Only those who dwell there truly understand the fear it instills. However, he maintained a brave facade, tucking his wife in warmly with a cotton quilt, and placing a moisture-proof mat over Qian Peiying's face to shield her from mosquito bites. He leaned closer to Qian Peiying, pondering, what could she be dreaming of? Kicking her legs so vigorously? Perhaps she is in a frenzy over shopping during the Double 11 or 618 sales. Alas, the bliss of life has become a distant memory. Throughout this ordeal, the eldest and second brothers of the Song family averted their gazes, feeling embarrassed to look at their younger brother and sister-in-law, silently muttering to themselves. At this age, what is going on? Still so clingy. Gao Taitu, on the other hand, while digging a pit, couldn't help but glance over, genuinely believing that if he were to marry Tao Hua, he would treat her similarly, and he held a deep respect for Song Fuxing. Interestingly, Gao Taitu had encountered Song Fuxing before. Back then his impression of Uncle Song was simply that he was pretentious. This made him feel no envy towards scholars, viewing them as insincere, speaking in lofty phrases while lacking authenticity in their actions and words. His father, Gao the Butcher, held the same opinion. Yet, after spending just this day with Song Fuxing, Gao Taitu's perception began to shift. Throughout that day and night, Uncle Song devoted all his energy to safeguarding his wife and daughter, remaining silent and refraining from involving himself in other matters. Whenever he encountered something unfamiliar, he would inquire of others, crafting door curtains and constructing tents, with singular focus on ensuring his wife and daughter were well-fed and comfortable. The rare smiles that graced his face were solely for Aunt San and the plump girl. Strangely, although the 18-year-old Gao Taitu did not aspire to a life with only one girl, he found himself envious of Song Fuxing, who cherished his daughter and daughter-in-law as treasures. Noticing that Gao Taitu was constantly observing him, Song Fuxing gestured towards a muddy pit with his chin, asking, "What are you digging for at this hour?" Gao Taitu scratched the back of his head, responding, "Aren't you making charcoal? I thought you were digging like this. I haven't even produced any yet. And you're already trying to imitate me? I trust Uncle San," he added. Amused, Song Fuxing noted that while he himself held little faith in his endeavors, others seemed to believe in him wholeheartedly. "Come on, brothers, lend me a hand in opening the kiln. Let us see if we can succeed and avoid wasting Taitu's efforts." What had once been a solid mud mound was soon reduced to a disheveled mess by several men within mere moments, releasing a cloud of steam from its depths. Kneeling on the ground, Song Fuxing began to excavate, the initial findings consisting entirely of uncharred wood. His elder brother, Song Fucai, and second brother, Song Fushi, murmured discontentedly from the sidelines. It's over. It's simply not going to work. This remark irked Song Fuxing, who had already toiled for over 6 hours. Yet they were quick to declare defeat. What do you mean, over? Can't you all choose your words more wisely? Shortly thereafter, as he unearthed thoroughly charred wood scraps, a sense of unease began to settle within him. Perhaps it truly was futile. With a long pole in hand, he continued to dig, becoming increasingly covered in soot, as if he had just undergone a thorough washing of his face and hair. Alas, behold, the charcoal has been produced. Several men gathered around, deliberately lighting torches to illuminate the scene, examining the dry, crisp charcoal, which gleamed with a lustrous sheen. Excitement filled the air as Brother Song, with a spring in his step, dashed down the slope to fetch a basket, while the eldest Song brother rubbed his hands in anticipation. Third brother, let us prepare another batch with this clay mound. I estimate that if we start now, we can have another pot ready by noon. The worker, vigorously digging a pit, puffed and panted, exclaiming, I told you, Uncle San would succeed. I shouldn't have gone with Uncle Tian yesterday evening to build the fence. If I had learned from Uncle San sooner, I could gather charcoal at home now. He directed his third brother to assist Song Fuxing in extracting the charcoal, as Song Fuxing wished to delve into the clay mound to collect, knowing well the difficulty of producing a full pot, which required hours of burning. And he was loath to waste any. Uncle San, let my third brother crawl in. You needn't go in yourself. Indeed, Uncle San, I shall go in. I saw you bathe, and since I haven't washed yet, it is only fitting that I help. At around 4 in the morning, the mountain echoed with the calls of unknown birds, now a soft coo, now another. Qian Peiying awakened, blinking at the sky, momentarily disoriented. Ah yes, I have ventured into ancient times. Peering outside, she was startled to see a multitude of men fervently digging pits and shaping clay mounds. Chapter 48. Life is worse than imprisonment. Qian Peiying felt a surge of joy within. She had not anticipated such success, realizing her efforts had not been in vain. However, with so many present, why had no one called out to her? She had been sleeping soundly, and who could possibly see her in such a state? How unbecoming. What is there to fear? What can you possibly do? Song Fuxing was in good spirits and softly inquired, How did you sleep? Qian Peiying sighed, on the mountain. On that unsteady, slanted cart. How could one possibly sleep well? I battled mosquitoes all night. They left unsated, and I, too, had a restless night. Both the mosquitoes and I have had our hardships. Old Song, you should wear a coat outside. I'll fetch one for you. It's chilly in the early morning and at night. And look, your nose is all runny from the cold. A cold is no trifling matter. And we have clothes at home. Song Fuxing quickly restrained Qian Peiying, insisting there was no need to search for a coat. It would be too troublesome to unpack the luggage. He wasn't cold, but rather hungry. He had risen around 2 in the morning and had been busy ever since. While his elder brother's stomachs were growling, urging him to prepare a meal, a bowl of hot soup would suffice to revive him. Qian Peiying agreed but intended to tidy the blankets to carry them away, though Song Fuxing stopped her, saying to leave them there for when their daughter wakes. To place her in the tent. With over 10 families here, it was easy to mix things up, clothes, blankets. And their luggage were left in the trees and tents during the day. Third brother, can you check if this is how it should be done? Song Fuxing readily responded. Oh, coming. He became the charcoal burning consultant. Song Lijun climbed the slope, coughing, and without pausing for breath, praised, It seems that one must be well-read. The mind is indeed agile. Who would have thought it could be truly ignited? Song Fuxing's uncle, Song Laohan, chimed in from behind. That is only natural. Our family has always produced the most promising children in the village. Not even 10 or 8 from other families could rival one of ours. Song Fuxing felt. Isn't that a backhanded compliment? How others perceive me is of little concern. After all, I am merely a commoner, with no more than a rudimentary understanding of letters. My knowledge hardly qualifies as learned. My uncle remarked, You consider yourself uneducated? In your youth, you excelled in the provincial examinations. You were celebrated as a scholar. It brought me great joy to witness your success. Over the years, many have ventured into the city to teach, but only you remain here. In my eyes, you are exceptionally astute. As he spoke, Uncle Song, seated on a stone, lamented his injured leg. Now you've taken to producing charcoal. Why wouldn't others follow suit? They may attempt it, but can they match your expertise? My dear, your brother and others have gone to construct a shelter, otherwise. They would have nowhere to rest at night. Could you kindly fire a kiln for me? My leg and the little ones at home cannot endure the cold. I appreciate your efforts. After expressing his thoughts, Uncle Song turned to the pipe-smoking village head, saying, Our dear boy is diligent and filial. My father always advised me to nurture him, assuring me that such guidance would not be in vain. At last, Song Fuxing comprehended the underlying intent. It was not an attempt to belittle him, but rather to elevate him, to curry favor. The elder, no longer maintaining the facade of superiority, began to engage him with gentleness, striving to mend their relationship. This old man had an abundance of tricks up his sleeve. Song Fuxing did not respond affirmatively or negatively. Instead, he feigned ignorance, kneeling to clear the 8 ventilation holes beneath the mud pile, then bent to guide the efforts at the kiln head. Song Fuxing's elder brother, Song Futsai, glanced at their uncle, who was waiting for the promise of the third brother. Observing the uncle sitting on a stone with a beaming smile that seemed to stretch beyond his capacity, he noticed the uncle gazing eagerly at the third brother. The village head beside them puffed on his pipe, remaining silent, as he felt acutely embarrassed for the uncle. It was truly a discomforting situation. Song Futsai sighed inwardly. The cow left by their grandfather had caused a rift that made their uncle feel more like a stranger than kin. Their mother quarreled daily with the uncle's wife, and what should have been close familial ties had become strained, leaving the entire village to witness their misfortune. The 3 brothers did not wish for this estrangement. With their father gone, the uncle should have been their closest ally. Had circumstances been different, they would have honored him as a father. Alas, it was futile to dwell on such matters. Given the precariousness of life, they could only hope for survival. They wished for their uncle's well-being, as it was indeed a challenge for every household to lead a peaceful existence in these times. With a simple demeanor, Song Futsai stated, Uncle, you sit tight. The clay I've shaped will suffice for your family. There is nothing more. Indeed, this is more than enough, responded Uncle Song, pleasantly surprised, thinking that even a single basket would have sufficed. He cast a few appreciative glances at Song Futsai, acknowledging his filial piety. Meanwhile, Song Futsai kept stealing glances at the third brother, fearful of inciting his displeasure, as Fuxing had a temper befitting a city dweller. Their second brother, Song Fuxi, was also discreetly observing, alternating his gaze between the elder brother and the third. Fuxing sensed this scrutiny. To him, the uncle's status was trivial. Yet the loyalty of his 2 brothers, who seemed to navigate their lives by his mood, was undeniably earnest. Brother, hurry up and get to work. If it rains today, nothing will come of it. Everyone, put in extra effort. Oh, third brother, rest assured, you can find a place to nap. I will ensure everything is handled properly. Song Fuxi urged Song Fuxing to quickly check if the meal was ready, to have a warm bite to eat, saying, Third brother, you are a scholar. Your constitution cannot endure such toil. Observing from the side, Song Lijing nodded and smiled, feeling quite pleased. He told his grandchildren, work diligently and produce more. Share it with the families that follow. Understood, grandfather. The others chimed in. We can share as well. Rest assured, we will not let it go to waste. They are building shelters, while we are producing charcoal. The atmosphere among the men was harmonious. On the left of the hillside, they dug mud to make charcoal, while on the right, they fervently constructed shelters. However, the scene was less idyllic at the cave entrance where the women were. Granny Wong was furious, exclaiming, Who did this? Just moments ago, she had sent her youngest daughter-in-law to fetch water from the stream. After filling the bucket, she poured it into the filtering barrel made by Song Fuling, placing the basin beneath the outlet, and turned to start the fire for cooking. This was the routine for everyone throughout the day. Whoever needed water went to fetch it. Granny Wong slapped her thigh and scolded, Lazy, like a cow in muck, taking advantage of the situation. You worthless, slothful woman, grubs growing all over you. Even a pig is more industrious, her youngest daughter-in-law asked. Mother, who are you scolding? Granny Wong replied, I don't even know who I am scolding. I didn't see who did it. Then please stop scolding. The unclear ones might think you are accusing me and my 2 sisters-in-law of being lazy. I will go fetch water again, so don't exert yourself over it. In the cave, the eldest daughter-in-law of the high butcher quarreled with another family, whose daughter-in-law was named Xiao. The eldest daughter-in-law exclaimed, Out of kindness, my family allowed you space, resulting in my second and third brothers having to sit on the slope, glaring for half the night, while you cradle your child in your arms. It is pitiful for your family. Yet could you not exercise a bit of decorum? That is my child's mattress, and you took it without so much as a word. Wrapping it around your baby. Wrapping is one thing, But you cannot allow my mattress to become soaked with your child's urine, leaving my child to suffer on a damp surface. Li Xiu shook the mattress. Just air it out. What is there to fuss about? You frightened my son. The eldest daughter-in-law of the High Butcher was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ma Laodai and Qian Peiying were relatively calm. Initially, the eldest aunt had caused a stir, sending her daughter Tsalon to say, "Aunt, elder sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, my mother has not slept all night. Her head aches as if she is ill. She said that if she lies down, she will not cook. Could my father and brother come over to eat together? We are all family." Suelon ran off, wary of provoking Qian Peiying regarding her flour sack. Before long, the eldest aunt emerged from the cave, deliberately choosing a spot further away from Ma Laodai to cook. Ma Laodai smirked, crossing her arms with a smug expression, but as she turned her head, her countenance shifted. She then seized Qian Peiying's hand, saying, "You need not cook. Go rest." He Shi and Zhu Shi, who were preparing the porridge, looked on at Qian Peiying and Ma Laodai. Qian Peiying feigned ignorance. "Do not act this way. Lower your voice. It is too biased for others to hear. The elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law are working while I rest. Who is being biased? I am merely asking you not to touch my grain sacks. As soon as you begin to cook, I'm afraid our family will be left to starve. Please step aside. I cannot afford your help." Madame Ma tirelessly scrapes the flour that clings to Qian Peiying's fingers, wasting not a speck. With flour and water all over her hands, Qian Peiying retreats, lamenting that one cannot survive solely on the dark, dense steamed buns that are too hard to swallow. What are you complaining about? It is a miracle if you can manage even a bowl of porridge thrice a day. I specifically rose early to prepare the pot. But in the blink of an eye, you have ruined my flour. Qian Peiying, equally exasperated, endures the daily bickering over meals, as this old woman stubbornly clings to her authority over the cooking, making it impossible to argue. The food, which leaves one ravenous before meals, seems to vanish after eating, leaving an emptiness in the stomach, no matter how much one consumes. Honestly, the food she eats now would hardly entice even modern pigs. In the midst of this clamor, Song Fuling awakens, her eyes fluttering open to find Qian Mishu sitting there, looking despondent. "What's the matter? Are you about to cry?" Mishu, lacking milk, likely wakes in a foul mood, on the verge of tears. "Why would I cry?" she thinks. "Who would listen to my woes? Crying requires someone to indulge or comfort me, but who would offer me such solace? Sister, you are exceedingly lazy. You truly can sleep. Why don't you get up? Dia and Arya have gone to gather firewood, and Tawa has prepared warm water for you to wash your face." Song Fuling pauses, propping herself up on her elbow. "I am lazy, yes, but that is my own affair. I did not force you to be lazy. Why the sulking? I am eager to go, yet you are using my glutinous rice brick as a pillow. Such a worthless object, treated as though it were a treasure, carried everywhere without concern that it may cause her back to hunch at such a young age. Here, take it, it's all yours." Upon removing the steamed cornmeal cakes from the pot, the wild greens that were not in good condition were meticulously picked and chopped, then mixed into the cornmeal batter, devoid of even a pinch of salt. It is said that the elderly, such as Moneylee and Little Tooth, find it difficult to chew, struggling to gnaw on their food, while Song Fuling pinches her nose in disdain, and even Song Fushing forces himself to swallow. Song Fuling inquires, "Father, among these 14 families, which one is the most impoverished? Let us take our cornmeal cakes and visit their home for a meal. If we witness their even more lamentable situation, perhaps we will find the strength to swallow." Clutching the cornmeal cake, devoid of any oil, one cannot help but ponder the agony of life and confinement, each step weighed down by despair. Chapter 49. Comparing the insufficient above and the abundant below after all. Enduring hunger while tending to a modest plot of land offers a semblance of security. However, the current circumstances are dire. As the saying goes, one should carry an umbrella in fair weather and keep provisions in times of plenty. These are prudent measures. The future remains uncertain, thus it is wise to conserve food. The fear of starvation looms over the 20-odd mouths to feed, and she wishes not to see any perish. But what is this? An adult behaving in such a manner? Initially, he stated, "Mother, we cannot have only 2 meals. Thin broth does not satisfy. I will adjust it to 3 meals. Then he claimed that labor necessitates sustenance. And lo and behold, she has prepared cornmeal cakes. In truth, old Lady Ma had no desire to make provisions. She merely acted on the suggestion of the 3rd child. Had it been someone else, she would have scolded them soundly. With no carriage to catch nor journey to make, it is a moment to rest. A little hunger will not lead to death. Yet, the outcome is rather unfortunate. there is no gratitude for the effort. They complain about the cornmeal cakes being too hard and lament the absence of oil and moisture within their bellies. Madame Ma truly wished to unleash her frustrations upon her eldest son, inquiring if there was any sustenance amidst her fragile bones, urging him to take a bite. "Come here, mother, I have something to tell you," he said. "Do not speak to me. Go aside," she retorted. Song Fuxing forcefully grasped Madame Ma, insistently stuffing fried dough twists into her mouth. "Mother, please eat. We cannot succumb to hunger before we manage to escape. We have food and drink to share. Do not hoard everything: pickled vegetables, meat paste, half a wild rabbit. Better to consume it than let it spoil. I told you to let Qianshi cook, yet you refuse to listen." Song Fuxing continued, "Mother, you needn't worry. I will do everything in my power to ensure you do not go hungry. As long as I have food, so do you. A person must consume oil and a bit of salt each day." The children each received half a fried dough twist, allocated by Song Fuxing and distributed by Qian Peiying. The portions given to the eldest and second sons of Song Futsai were rejected by the two young men, who insisted that they did not need them, preferring to reserve them for the chubby girl and Michaud. Qian Peiying disagreed, stating, "There is not much. Just half a piece. Take it. The eldest and second sons are still children in my eyes and should have something to eat to sustain them." The eldest son handed his portion to He, saying, "Mother, please eat. You have not spoken these past few days." He wiped her tears, refusing the fried dough twist. The second son broke his piece in half and offered it to Song Futsai, saying, "Father, you should also have a taste." Song Futsai patted his younger son's back and cast a glance at his wife, He. "Since the inception of my journey, for the first time, my attitude softened as I murmured, 'Do not dwell upon his maternal family any longer. Savoring a twist of dough is a delicacy seldom encountered throughout the year, and your tears cannot compensate for that. It is wise to maintain an optimistic outlook, for who knows, in a few days, we may return home and cease this endless running." The household of Song Fuxi, burdened with 3 children, eldest sister, second sister, and Jinbao, was thus allotted a mere 1.5 twists. Jinbao, by habit, sought to snatch 2 of his sister's dough twists. Song Fuxing coughed lightly. One might wonder how a child could forego immediate gratification in favor of a profound belief in Song Fuxing. It was instinctive, an almost mystical trust. Meanwhile, Zhu, indifferent to the situation, snatched the twists from her daughter's hands. Song Fuxing refrained from coughing again to indicate her disapproval. After all, one cannot intervene when a mother is treating her own daughters unjustly. Zhu muttered softly, "I do not wish to eat them. I merely intend to set them aside for them." After this, she handed the twists back to eldest sister and second sister, casting a glance that urged them to reserve some for their brother, Jinbao. Within just a day and a night, Song Fuxing developed a disdain for her second aunt, Zhu, perceiving her as morally twisted. One might ponder how, as a woman herself, she could exhibit such disregard for the flesh that she bore. It is often said that in ancient times, girls, upon marriage, become like spilled water, yet one must consider how Aunt and Uncle Tian Shifa treat Tao Wajia with utmost kindness. They too have a son, Tiger Brother. Observe that family of 5, including elder Madame Tian. A single twist is shared among them all, and the grandmother does not favor her grandson over her granddaughter, as laughter and joy accompany their shared meal. At times, such is the essence of happiness. As Song Fuxing silently criticized the questionable character of the Zhu family and their poor treatment of their daughters, a commotion erupted not far away. The daughter-in-law in question was even more reprehensible than the Zhu family. She wielded a firewood stick against her daughter as if she were an enemy. Song Fuxing's aunt, Song Yinfeng, elucidated, "Sister-in-law, you are unaware of the situation here in the village. That Li Xiu is actually holding her biological child. While she is currently pursuing and striking the daughter left by the previous woman, she is a stepmother." Qian Peiying inquired, "Is the previous woman deceased? It sounds rather tumultuous." Song Yinfeng shook her head, hesitating on how to respond, primarily concerned that her sister-in-law might overthink the matter, but ultimately decided to speak the truth. "She is not dead. She only has this one daughter. During childbirth, she was injured and could not bear more children, hence she was abandoned. She is from our neighboring village. She has not remarried and lives with her family, enduring their disdain." Li Xiu had fled from a calamity 2 years prior, descending from the mountains. And though she possessed a certain grace, we did not know her origins. She claimed to have lost her family. Following the death of old lady Zhao, Zhao Fugui became submissive, and with Li Xiu having birthed a son, she gained complete authority, leaving the daughter from the previous marriage to suffer. Qian Ping did not dwell on the implications, as she lacked the awareness to connect it to her own circumstances. After taking a few steps forward, she exclaimed, "Oh dear. This cannot continue. The child must not be beaten like this. That girl appears to be merely 8 or 9 years old." She intended to intervene. "What 8 or 9 years? She's 12, named Chunhua, and is undernourished and stunted." Meanwhile, Song Fuling had already rushed over. Deya and Arya were astonished by the audacity of Pangya, who boldly mingled among the crowd, while they themselves trembled at the thought of violence. Song Fuling, having ventured to the front of the throng, grasped the reason behind Li Xiu's brutal assault on Chunhua, and why the onlookers refrained from intervening. It was simply futile. The beaten Chunhua was indeed formidable. Seizing the opportunity while Li Xiu and her father were occupied with the corn harvest, Chunhua discreetly carried the only half-bag of fine white flour from her home to her mother in the neighboring village. In a bid to conceal her actions from Li Xiu, she cleverly filled a similar bag with quicklime, used by some rural households for maintaining dry pigsties or in construction, and placed it on the cart. The appearance of the quicklime closely resembled that of the ancient milled flour, thus eluding her stepmother's notice until just moments ago, when she intended to prepare a noodle soup for her beloved son. Chunhua lay on the ground, blood streaming from her nose and mouth. Her hair disheveled like a tangle of weeds, her frail arms resembling those of a refugee. Her hands were scorched red from the firewood stick that had burned her, rendering her barely conscious. Meanwhile, her father, Zhao Fugue, crouched with his head cradled in his hands, indifferent to the violence inflicted upon his daughter. As if by shielding himself he could escape the grim reality. As Li Xiu raised the firewood stick once more to deliver a merciless blow to Chunhua's back, the butcher, unable to bear the sight any longer, intervened, exclaiming, "Will beating her senseless yield you any grain? How can your heart be so cruel?" Li Xiu, enraged, retorted, "You speak so lightly of it. Do you provide the grain? My child goes to your home to eat. My whole family goes to your home to eat. Mind your own business." The aged butcher was left flabbergasted by her response. The commanding figure requested assistance in turning over Chunhua. Upon inspection, it was evident that the young girl had suffered grievously. Song Fuling knelt down, using a towel to gently wipe Chunhua's face. Qian Ping inquired, "Child, are you all right? Can you speak?" Song Lijing, filled with ire, admonished Zhao Fugue, "If you do not tend to your wife, you may as well roll down the mountain. We have no obligation to concern ourselves with your domestic affairs, and we are not obliged to accompany you." Fuxing kindly alerted everyone to flee for their lives, not to have you act as a disruptor. We cannot associate with such individuals. The eldest daughter-in-law of the butcher spoke up. "Come, let us carry Chunhua to my hearth, where I have rice soup to wash and nourish her." Alas, how pitiful! Song Fuling reassured her, stating that her own stove was nearby, and she had fresh corn porridge left over. Just then, Grandmama, who had hurried over, overheard her granddaughter's words from the back of the crowd and rolled her eyes dramatically. Song Fuling poured a bowl of porridge for Chunhua and, despite the piercing gaze of her grandmother, offered her a steamed bun. Merely an hour passed when Song Fuling noticed a half-bag of quicklime beneath her tent, resting against the tree roots. "Father, quickly inquire with Zhao Fugue if Chunhua has departed," she urged Song Fuxing in haste. "Departed? Where to?" he questioned. "She has run away from home," she replied. Just after Song Fuxing finished scolding, a chilling cry echoed from the hillside. Ah! The sound was ominous, causing concern among the crowd as they feared for their own children. What has happened? It turned out that the grandson of Old Wang had been bitten by a snake. Concurrently, large raindrops began to fall, as if the heavens had decided to unleash a downpour without warning. Chapter 50. Take care of yourself first in the mountains. The trails are treacherous, and it is all too easy to lose one's way and wander into the depths of the wilderness. With snakes and wolves lurking, and rain beginning to fall, Zhao Fugue wiped the water from his face and stared blankly at the sky, as if only just realizing his predicament. He stamped his foot, vigorously patted his legs, and with a loud sigh, dashed down the mountain in search of Chunhua, braving the rain. At that moment, no one cared where he was going, nor did anyone concern themselves with Chunhua. They had witnessed far too many suffering women in their mothers and mothers-in-law's homes, and had grown numb to it all. Each person rushed towards the locations where snakes had struck, fearful that their own children might fall victim. They called out for their children. "Goshen, Chuanzi, Erwa, Sumiaozai." Song Fuxing shouted, "Fuling, Fuling." He hurried to his daughter, seizing her arm and dragging her towards the tent. Father, what about Chunhua? Chunhua, hurry up. Climb the tree to avoid the rain, or you'll catch a cold. Song Fuxing urged Song pulling up the tree and cautioned, did you hear? People have been bitten by snakes. From now on, you are not to come down. I will go find your mother, find Mishu. It can't be Mishu who got bitten. As if summoned by fate, Qian Mishu appeared, burdened by a heavy bundle, running towards them in a diagonal line with outstretched arms, exclaiming, Uncle, Uncle, help me up the tree. He feared for the glutinous rice bricks getting soaked. Following closely behind him was Qian Peiying. Song Fuxing swiftly scooped Qian Mishu into his arms and delivered a playful smack to his backside. Where have you been? Oh dear. Why did you hit him? Quickly, help him up the tree. Qian Peiying intervened, preventing further reprimand. Qian Mishao inexplicably received a slap and dared not utter a sound. He first peered at his sister from within the tent, then quietly slipped off his shoes and wiped the mud spots off his pant legs before crawling inside. Shortly thereafter, Qian Peiying also climbed the tree, with Song Fuxing being the last to ascend. In just a brief moment, his clothes were completely soaked, and his hair was drenched as well. Upon entering the tent, he wiped the rainwater from his face, and before he could speak after receiving a towel from his daughter, Qian Mishao tugged at him, speaking in a childish voice. Uncle, take off your shoes. Song Fuxing removed his straw sandals. Uncle, your feet are muddy. Hurry and wipe them. Uncle, you are too dirty. You should also remove your clothes. Song Fuxing stared incredulously at Qian Mishao, silently thinking, after all the effort I put into setting up this tent, I can't even take a moment to avoid the rain? What kind of child are you? You might as well push me back outside. Seeing the displeasure on his uncle's face, Qian Mishao decided to relent. He busied himself in front of Song Fuxing, pulling out the mattress beneath him, shifting the quilt nearby to make space behind him and Song Fuxing, and rummaging for a piece of dry cloth to hand to Song Fuxing. Uncle, use this to wipe. Don't use my sister's. In Qian Mishao's heart, his sister's face towel was exceptionally nice, something he had never seen before, so soft and large. It would be a shame to let it be sullied by his uncle. Qian Peiying originally did not wish to laugh. Given the dire circumstances, it seemed foolish to find humor in them. Yet, she could not restrain herself from chuckling. Upon hearing her laughter, Song Fuxing was also amused despite his irritation. All right, little adult, stop fussing. Rest assured, my dear uncle, I am not worthy of sitting on the mat. I shall merely take a seat on the board, ensuring that I do not soil your belongings. Is that agreeable? Sigh. Chapter 51. The most feared creature. The air was imbued with the scent of earth, as raindrops pelted the dust, mud, and foliage. The tempestuous wind hurled the large raindrops diagonally downward, striking the ground and sending up clouds of white mist, reminiscent of tumultuous waves. Outside lay a shroud of gloom, enveloped in fog. The interior of the tent mirrored this dimness. The wind persistently lifted the entrance flap, allowing the rain to intrude at an angle. Qian Peiying promptly secured the flaps with 2 ropes, fastening them from within. Song Fuxing crouched to inspect the tent's canopy, wary of any potential leaks. Fortunately, her parents had meticulously layered the canopy during its construction, with the innermost layer being a substantial piece of oilcloth, effectively shielding the entire structure and providing ample coverage. It appeared far superior to the makeshift shelters of others. With a sigh of relief, Song Fuxing settled cross-legged on the ground, enveloped in a quilt alongside her brother, sharing a warm water pouch nestled beneath them to warm their feet. Occasionally, she would lift the pouch to warm her abdomen. Qian Peiying also possessed one. Yet she was preoccupied with placing the water pouch beneath Song Fuxing's soles. How could she not be concerned? Since their ascent, Song Fuxing had removed his shoes, donning the straw sandals woven by old Madame Ma. These sandals were durable, convenient, and unbothered by dirt, allowing for barefoot trudging through mud, crafting mud packs, and wading in rivers to fetch water. In Qian Peiying's eyes, her old Song's feet had never felt warm, and she feared he would fall ill from the chill. Song Fuxing, bare-chested and clad in short trousers, was also swathed in a quilt. Indeed, Mishu expressed disdain for his untidiness, prompting him to shed his garments entirely. Besides, his clothes were damp and uncomfortable against his skin. Song Fuxing grasped the sliding quilt and wrapped it more tightly around himself, while holding a thermos lid filled with hot water for his daughter. He took a sip of the warm liquid and gestured to Qian Peiying, saying, "Quickly warm yourself. I am not cold. It won't delay us. Just place the hot water bottle under your feet for warmth." Once again, Song Fuxing declined, deeming it too much trouble. He slightly lifted the door curtain to peer outside. His brow furrowed in concern as he sighed. "Father, are there still people outside?" Song Fueling inquired. "Is everyone still there? Can you hear what they are saying? Whose child has been bitten by a snake? And what is the situation now?" In a daze, he caught sight of a group of people braving the rain to save the child. How foolish. A snake bite is no light matter. Let me tell you, if bitten, one must not move recklessly or walk. It is essential to remain still. I wonder if those people understand this. Qian Mishu listened with wide eyes, asking, "Are they going to cut off the limb to extract the poison?" Upon hearing the word amputation, Song Fueling gasped. Indeed, in ancient times, there were no hospitals or places to administer antivenom. "Father, what if there are still symptoms of poisoning after amputation?" Qian Paying interjected, "Stop asking your father about snakes. He is frightened. Have you not noticed that he hasn't even gone to help?" Song Fuxing realized that Qian Mishu, being just a young child, had immediately associated his fear of snakes with his uncle. With a look of exasperation, he clicked his tongue at his wife. Why discuss such matters with the child? Qian Paying ignored her husband's feelings, continuing, "Your father was quite mischievous as a boy. Once, he climbed a mountain with others and witnessed an elderly villager bitten by a snake. Since that day, he has harbored a deep-seated fear of snakes." Song Fueling had never heard of this matter and inquired, "What happened next, father? What became of that old man?" Song Fuxing sighed. "What else could happen? Offer the incense and joss paper, play the swana, cover him with a white cloth, and the entire village, young and old, will gather to await the feast. When one departs, preparations for the meal are made." Chapter 52. A Mother's Heart of Compassion. 3 late-night rewards from Yushui. Qian Mishu's eyes widened in astonishment. "He died?" Song Fuxing solemnly nodded. "Not long after finishing, he passed away, right before my eyes, lifeless." Qian Mishu replied, "Uncle, you must be cautious while walking in the future. You've always been fearful. Indeed, you should also take care." Qian Paying felt speechless at the sight of the two men, a 30-something man conversing amiably with a 5-year-old child. Turning her gaze to her daughter, she felt even more exasperated, observing her deep in thought. Having experienced these events in this ancient setting, Qian Paying finally understood why her daughter, despite being surrounded by numerous fine young men since middle school, had remained single even after starting her career. This child, raised by her maternal grandfather, sometimes exhibited boyish traits. She rarely behaved like a proper young lady, often lacking the inclination to scream in fear or ask for assistance when needed. Aside from being lazy and greedy, her daughter typically approached situations with a boy's mindset, instinctively seeking her own solutions. As she often resolved matters independently, she seldom allowed others the opportunity to lend a helping hand, which explained her lack of romantic prospects. Song Fueling remarked, "I recall reading that snakes possess rather poor eyesight. However, their sense of smell is remarkably acute, and they are averse to pungent odors, fleeing at the slightest hint of such scents. Perhaps, dear parents, we could sacrifice a bottle of vinegar, allowing us to soak our pant legs and shoes in it before drying them in the sun, thus alleviating our fears and providing some psychological comfort, not to mention the added benefit of disinfection." Song Fuxing immediately concurred. "Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. Using your grandmother's vinegar, as ours is reserved for consumption, hers is of inferior quality." After a moment's contemplation, Song Fuxing, still feeling uneasy, resolved to impart his extensive knowledge regarding snakes. "Remember, in the event, should I emphasize, if you are indeed bitten by a snake, it is said that those which do not release their grip will not be fatal. Thus, refrain from screaming in panic, as this may provoke it to bite harder. The more fearsome snakes tend to bite once and then release, quietly observing you. Do you know what they are watching for? To see if you will succumb." Song Fueling scratched her head in confusion. Qian Paying rolled her eyes, while Qian Mishao rubbed his arms and sighed. "Alas, uncle is truly tiresome." This family of 4, oblivious to the outside world, sat cross-legged in their tent discussing snakes, their countenance shifting at the mere mention of them. They had yet to witness one with their own eyes, relying solely on their imaginations to terrify themselves. Meanwhile, the actual situation outside was that everyone had immediately called for Tian Shifa, despite the village's proximity to the mountains. The horrifying event that transpired nearly 2 decades ago, when a tiger brutally tore apart Tian Shifa's father, had instilled a profound fear, its gruesome details well known across many villages. Since that incident, the villagers would rather endure hunger than venture into the back mountains in search of game. They harbored a latent resentment towards Tian Shifa's family, resulting in a strained relationship. To comprehend the terrifying notion that the few tigers originally descended from the mountains specifically to exact revenge is indeed fearsome. One might feel a sense of caution in approaching the Tian family, for who knows if those beasts would descend once more for retribution. It is not to be doubted. Sometimes, wild creatures possess a memory far superior to that of humans. Eventually, however, Tian Shifa exhibited no fear at all. As he matured, he often ventured into the mountains, albeit not as frequently as when his father was alive. Nevertheless, years of experience had rendered him more adept than most. At that moment, Tian Shifa was assisting several families in constructing shelters when he heard their frantic calls. A child had been bitten by a snake. He hurriedly rushed over. The bitten child, known as Garlic Sprout, was merely 6 years old and the youngest grandson of Granny Wong. Tian Shifa reassured him, "Fortunately, it's not serious. This is a little green snake. Observe its eyes. Red indicates venomous, while black denotes non-venomous. The black ones are harmless. Now, let me see where you've been bitten." At this juncture, Granny Wong and the others arrived, visibly shaken, weeping and scolding the child for his disobedience, questioning how he could have ventured up the mountain alone. Their temporary dwelling was particularly vulnerable, and they had gone to great lengths to flatten the grass. Yet it had failed to deter the child's clandestine escapade into the hills. The allure of the unknown above was simply too intriguing. Granny Wong hastily removed Garlic Sprout's trousers, and Tian Shifa cast a glance to ensure safety. He then ascended a few meters higher to retrieve a cage he had prepared for catching mountain mice, placing the snake inside and securing it. He also gathered a handful of leaves known only to him. After cleaning the wound with the leaves, he crouched down to make a small incision on the child's leg, gently sucking at the bite site. After a sip from his water pouch to rinse his mouth, he repeated the action. The location of the wound was rather precarious. Had the snake shifted even slightly, it might have bitten Garlic Sprout's calf. Thus, Tian Shifa applied suction to the wound of the child, who then leaned against his face. As the situation improved, Tian Shifa remarked to Wang Pozi, "Aunt, it is not a grave matter. The child is resilient. Please do not let him wander about carelessly. The weather is ominous and stifling. Snakes tend to emerge from their burrows in such conditions. We have a small creek nearby, a favored haunt for venomous serpents. So please keep a vigilant eye on him. I possess some herbal remedies. You may ask my mother for them to apply to his injury." By the time Wang Pozi realized she should express her gratitude to Tian Shifa, after all, he had braved the torrential rain to tend to her grandson. He had already ascended the mountain with several men. This incident also elucidates why the Garlic Sprouts had strayed from the masses to this place. The young lad had inadvertently discovered Tian Shifa and his companions climbing the mountain and overheard the adults discussing the presence of mountain mice in nearby burrows, suggesting the existence of several nests. The rocky terrain on the right side was unsuitable for the mountain mice to excavate their homes, while the left side featured a small creek, too saturated with moisture for their liking. Such damp areas are rife with snakes, and since rodents harbor a natural fear of serpents, they could only dwell in the vicinity. The elder Tian had even informed the adults about the technique for locating mountain mice. One must follow the trails that the rodents create. In a stroke of serendipity, the astute 6-year-old had diligently traced the mouse paths and, to his surprise, encountered Xiao Chui, who shared his intent to capture mice for sustenance. The Garlic Sprout was unafraid of mice, having caught them in the fields before, yet he was intimidated by Xiao Chui. In a moment of fright, he let out a shriek that startled the mountain mice, riling Xiao Chui in the process, leading her to retaliate with a bite. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the mouse burrow, Tian Shifa directed the others to seal off the other openings, while the rain cascaded down his face, thoroughly drenching him in the torrential downpour. Upon opening the water bladder, the flow of water began to fill the mountain mouse burrow, and before long, several oversized rodents emerged. The atmosphere was jubilant. The villagers were relieved that the Garlic Sprouts had not fallen victim to a venomous snake. What a stroke of luck, a life spared. They rejoiced at the prospect of a special dinner tonight, braised rat meat. Old Madame Ma was particularly elated, for the village head had announced that it was Xiao Cui who had captured the creature, thus it belonged to her family, allowing them to prepare snake soup exclusively. Chapter 53. Delicacy outside. A torrential downpour cascaded, its sound reminiscent of the heavens about to rupture. Coupled with the mountain winds accompanying the rain, visibility was obscured, enveloping the landscape in a thick, cold mist. Yet, within the burrow, a lively gathering ensued, with everyone huddled together, including Tian Shifa, drenched from head to toe. accompanied by several men who had joined him in the pursuit of the rodents. Village head Song promptly instructed several elderly women. Hurry. Prepare some ginger soup for them to ward off the chill. Also, find a place for them to rest and provide dry clothing to change into. Old Wang wiped her tears and clasped Tian Shifa's mother's hand, exclaiming, Sister Tian, you cannot fathom how terrified I was. Thank goodness for your nephew. This marked a moment of heartfelt gratitude, drawing them closer together. Previously, the Tian family resided at the foot of the mountain, where tales of a tiger preying on Tian Shifa's father circulated, leading to a significant rift in community interactions, mostly fueled by unfounded rumors that distorted the truth. Otherwise, how could Tian Shifa have married Song Yinfeng, acquiring such a considerable dowry? The girls from neighboring villages showed little inclination to wed him. Old Madame Ma, having no other recourse, inadvertently landed a commendable son-in-law in Tian Shifa, who was capable, sincere, and honest, all in her quest to provide for Song Fuxing's education. The daughter-in-law of Wang Pozi eagerly moved closer to old Lady Ma, eager to lend a hand. The garlic sprouts were her own offspring, addressing her as aunt. She gazed with lively eyes, cultivating a sense of closeness with old Lady Ma. Wang Pozi's daughter-in-law deliberately added some sugar from her own pantry to the ginger water, serving a small bowl to the garlic sprouts to soothe their nerves, and a larger bowl to Song Yinfeng for her to take to Tian Shifa. Reluctant to partake, Tian Shifa took a sip when no one was watching, prompting a glare from Song Yinfeng, to which he responded with a foolish grin. Ultimately, the bowl of ginger soup with sugar found its way into the mouths of Tao Hua and Hu Zai. The two children initially refused, but when their filial piety was called into question, they reluctantly drank. As for Wang Pozi's three sons, their camaraderie blossomed effortlessly. Among men, there was gratitude and admiration, instantaneously aligning themselves with old Lady Ma's family. Wang Pozi's entire household exhibited a demeanor akin to that of a prosperous butcher's family, the latter enjoying a close relationship with Song Fuxing's family due to the presence of the esteemed Gao Tudu. This closeness stirred jealousy in Song Fuxing's aunt, who felt a pang of bitterness. In such a small place, it was impossible for her not to notice how several families now revolved around her sister-in-law. A stark contrast to the past. She could only cast furtive glances at old Lady Ma, her heart brimming with discontent. This aunt completely overlooked the torrential rain outside, which made the cave surprisingly dry and warm. According to reason, it should have been damp and cold. This was due to Song Fuxing's innovative charcoal production method. Although the few clay bundles ultimately succumbed to the unexpected downpour, the fire blazed from around 2 in the morning until just past 9 that morning, yielding nearly 20 baskets of charcoal. 14 families intended to allocate nearly 20 baskets of charcoal, yet it was not to be evenly distributed among them. Others merely borrowed warmth from the cave to cook and dry their clothes. For those with elderly members, Song Fuxing generously set aside half a basket, showcasing his benevolence as a cultured individual. Moreover, this particular uncle's family benefited the most, as Song Fuxi willingly provided 2 baskets of charcoal to him, a gesture known to many. In the past, while residing in the village, the women were the ones who gleaned information about others, leading their own lives behind closed doors. What they heard were merely rumors, and the reality often differed significantly. However, now, constantly in each other's company, the essence of human nature became apparent. Everyone possessed an internal scale of judgment. No one was a fool, even if we set aside the matter of charcoal. Who among them had not quenched their thirst with the buckets made by Song Fuxing's daughter? Their charcoal, after all, was purchased with hard-earned money. Furthermore, the stove currently in use was also crafted by Song Fuxing. Indeed, he fashioned a rather peculiar stove. He lacked the courage to follow his brother-in-law into the primitive woods to dig traps, fearing snakes, wolves, and even the smallest creatures. He was simply overwhelmed by fear. Unlike the other men, who were robust and industrious, erecting tents, weeding, and constructing shelters without a moment's respite, he was more cerebral. Song Fuxing pondered the necessity of having a place to cook in the event of rain. It was impractical for everyone to scatter and seek makeshift outdoor cooking spots. Moreover, the idea of constructing another shelter was not feasible. There was no space near the cave entrance, and the wood storage shed had yet to be built due to the absence of time. With 7 families arriving who could stand idly by as they faced homelessness, all too busy lending a hand to erect a refuge, what should be done? Song Fuxing ordered Huzi, the eldest sister's son, and Dalong and Erlang, the sons of the elder brother, to construct a fireplace capable of accommodating 2 large pots, according to his design. They emulated the Europeans, stacking mud and sand together, laboring diligently until they fashioned an opening. Initially, no one understood the purpose of this structure. Its shape resembled something ancient, as if it were meant to house offerings. With only one opening, the sides and back were entirely sealed, leaving just the front exposed. What household stove bears such a form? Now, with the torrential rain pouring down, the benefits became apparent. When not in use for cooking, they could toss in some firewood and leaves, allowing warmth to emanate from the opening. Cooking was no longer a concern, as the rain would not drench the pots, nor would fierce winds extinguish the flames, as everything was well shielded. The fireplace could accommodate 2 pots simultaneously, sufficient for the needs of 14 households, rotating usage to ensure everyone had enough. Song Lijing, pipe in mouth, inquired, Fuxing? The butcher also asked, indeed, it has been a while since we last saw Song Shaoxian. Grandma Ma was anxious. The snake had long been simmering in the pot, bubbling away, and she had deliberately added an extra large basin of water. While she couldn't provide meat for everyone, she certainly could allow them a taste of the broth. However, the pressing issue was to distribute the meat swiftly, lest some inattentive child point at the pot demanding a piece, leading to an embarrassing situation. It was imperative for the family to consume it quickly. Grandma Ma pondered whether Sanner and his family, seeing the heavy rain, had taken the mules to shelter in the makeshift barn. Someone must go and fetch them. Nodding, Grandmama remarked, what about his mud-stuffed charcoal? Song Futsai informed his mother. As soon as the rain began, my second brother and I rushed up the hillside to move the baskets, but he did not show up. Several men also mentioned that they had seen Song San go earlier, but in the blink of an eye, he vanished during the downpour. The garlic seedlings were bitten by snakes, and the few individuals on the mountain did not catch sight of him either. In Ma Laotai's heart, her third son was a person of great responsibility. When faced with a torrential downpour, he would surely prioritize moving the charcoal, tending to the mules, reinforcing the shelter, and ensuring that the belongings did not get soaked in the cave, as well as checking on the garlic seedlings up the mountain. How can one describe it? It simply seemed impossible for him to be absent. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Clad in a raincoat, Ma Laotai was battered by the fierce wind and rain, the slanting raindrops lashing her face like a whip. By the time she reached the tent in the tree, her pants and shoes were completely soaked. Senair? With such a deluge, who could hear anything? Moreover, the 4 of them inside had already fallen asleep, utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, frightened by the snake. Before drifting off, they had eaten apricots, homegrown by Ma Laotai, gathered by their grandmother, and chosen by Song Fuling, who had placed the best ones in the tent. With nothing else appealing, they indulged in a couple. Prior to succumbing to slumber, hunger gnawed at them, prompting Song Fuling to retrieve the chess pieces that Paying had previously roasted. They shared them eagerly. Never before had anything so seemingly inferior to biscuits tasted so delightful. They ate until they could hardly stop and finished all the hot water in the thermos. Only then did they lie down to sleep. Ma Laotai attempted to climb the tree, but slipped down and regretted not having called her eldest son. Oh my heavens, I nearly fell. Fuxing, are you there? Senair. Inside the tent, Song Fuxing lay beside Qian Mixiao, snoring loudly. Meat is being served. Song Fuling jolted awake, rubbing her eyes. Mother, someone is calling for meat. Chapter 54. The Miserable Ma Laotai, Part 1. Qian Peiying, hearing her daughter call, paid her no mind, too fatigued from a day of setting up the tent and toiling, and then attempting to sleep on the makeshift bed. She had never endured such hardship. As she turned over, the sleepiness enveloped her, and in her drowsy state, she muttered to herself, what kind of child is this? Always seeking her mother for everything, thirsty, tired, hungry, it's mama every day. Even in dreams, she pushes me. Why not her father? Suddenly, the curtain was yanked open with force, allowing the rain and wind to rush in. Ma Laotai shouted furiously, I've been calling for ages. Why is there no response? After her outburst, she vanished from sight, slipping away once more. At that moment, Ma Laotai found herself in a dire predicament. Climbing a tree at her age was already a daunting task. Doing so in the rain was even more challenging for an elderly woman. Qian Peiying turned to look at the empty curtain, the rainwater splashing against her face, jolting her fully awake. Goodness, someone really has come. My daughter wasn't he mistaken. Song Fuling pointed towards the door. My grandmother has arrived, but she seems to have disappeared again. She must have fallen. I knew it, she continued. I faintly heard someone calling us for meat. To be honest, there was a fleeting moment when Song Fusheng found it hard to believe her words. If his daughter had merely stated the first part, it would have seemed normal. Someone had come. Yet the latter part of her statement was clearly beyond the capabilities of a woman who could barely manage to keep pickled vegetables from sprouting. Could she really call him for meat? Qian Peiying reacted swiftly, tightly pulling the door curtain shut to prevent the howling wind and rain from flooding in and soaking their belongings. Under the tree, the elderly Ma was struggling to rise. Her gaze directed upwards as she donned a rain cloak, only to witness the door curtain fall closed once more. "By the heavens!" she exclaimed. Fortunately, Qian Peiying had only closed the curtain and had not forgotten her ancient mother-in-law. After securing the curtain, she tossed a set of clothes to Song Fusheng, urging, "Hurry, put these on and go check. Your mother has truly arrived. In such torrential rain, don't let her get drenched. Just look at her face, water streaming down." Song Fusheng received the garments from his wife and kicked his sleeping sister, Qian Mishu, gently with his foot. "Wake up." Meanwhile, Qian Peiying hastily donned her own clothes and deftly retrieved a bag containing additional attire, pulling out 2 fleece jackets. She handed one to Song Fusheng and forcibly draped the other over Qian Mishu. The jacket hung on Qian Mishu like a dress, and she curiously touched the soft modal fabric, her voice sweet and innocent. "Auntie, I've never worn anything like this before. It's quite nice. But it feels odd. It's too long." Qian Peiying hugged Qian Mishu as she helped her into the trousers, saying, "Even if it feels odd, you must wear it. A fall rain brings a chilling breeze." Song Fusheng, clad in a rain cloak, called out into the rain, "Mother, take your time. I'll cover your face with a bag, mother. Don't fall." Ma was exasperated and refused to acknowledge him, quickening her pace. Suddenly, with a loud thud, she stumbled and fell into a puddle. Oh dear, I'm going to fall to my doom. I've taken 4 tumbles already." Song Fusheng rushed to assist her, exclaiming, "I told you to take it slow. You never listened to me." Following closely behind was Song Fusheng, her face concealed by a mask, braving the wind and rain with a conical hat atop her head and clad in a raincoat. On her back, a prominent bulge indicated the presence of a backpack containing essential supplies that she could not afford to relinquish. Trust was a luxury she could not afford. The 3 of them took turns carrying it, never daring to leave it in the tent, always bearing it along their journey. Qian Peiying held an oiled paper umbrella in one hand while cradling Qian Mishu in the other. Qian Mishu, too, wore a mask, clutching a lump of glutinous rice wrapped in a black plastic bag. That lump was his lifeline, something he could not part with for even a moment. Noticing his aunt struggling to hold the umbrella while carrying him, Qian Mishu wedged the glutinous rice brick between himself and Qian Peiying, extending his small hand to assist her with the umbrella. In the blink of an eye, his tiny hand and the sleeves of his clothes were soaked by the rain. Chapter 55. You Two Savages. Second update. Zhu and he, the 2 daughters-in-law, hurried forward to assist old Lady Ma, providing her with dry clothes and straw sandals to change into. Song Futsai handed a large bowl of hot soup to Song Fusheng while accepting the raincoat that had been removed by his younger brother. "Where have you been?" "Mother has been quite worried. She fears something may have gone awry on the mountain and insisted on checking for herself." Song Fusheng could hardly admit to having been napping in the tent, as that would seem unseemly given the circumstances of their plight. It wouldn't do to appear so carefree amidst their struggles. Moreover, not lending a hand to others would be frowned upon. He took a hearty sip of the soup to steer the conversation. "Who was bitten by a snake? What is the situation now?" "Garlic sprouts, that lad from Zhongyu's family, has a strong constitution. He was not poisoned." Song Fusheng gulped down the hot soup, wiping his mouth and frowning. "Are you certain it's not poisoned?" His gaze shifted towards Wang Baji's son. "You must keep a vigilant watch over your child. We cannot afford any mistakes. Early detection allows for timely prevention, and if necessary, we may need to resort to bloodletting." Wang Zhongyu, with a smile in his eyes, pointed at the empty bowl in Song Fusheng's hand. "There's truly nothing to worry about. It was prepared by my brother-in-law, and my mother even provided herbal remedies. Besides, third brother, the soup you consumed was made from that very snake." Song Fusheng glared at Wang Zhongyu, incredulity etched upon his face. Wang Zhongyu pondered, wondering why he still harbored doubts. He reiterated, tapping the empty bowl once more for emphasis. "I assure you, it was indeed the snake that bit my son. Look, you drank it, and yet you're fine, aren't you?" "Ugh." Song Fusheng, overwhelmed, dashed out of the cave, doubling over to retch violently. Feeling distinctly unwell, he resorted to gagging himself, tears streaming down his face. haunted by memories of the enormous serpent that had once claimed the life of an elder in the village. He recalled hiding behind a rock, witnessing the snake's small mouth that belied its terrifying size when opened wide, its chilling gaze lingering after the deed was done. And those scales, ugh. The crowd was left bewildered by Song Fuxing's sudden upheaval, confusion reigning. Ma Laodai felt a pang of concern, having just changed into dry clothes. Rushing out to comfort her third son, patting his back and shielding him from the rain with an umbrella, leaving her with little appetite for meat. In contrast, Qian Peiying and Song Fuling, having never tasted snake meat nor been frightened by a serpent, entered the cave and eagerly indulged in the freshly prepared meal. The advantage of indulging in ready-made meals lies in the absence of witnessing the gruesome process of peeling the skin and extracting the bitter gall from the snake. These two women merely caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, peering into the pot without being confronted by the daunting sight of the snake's head, which had already been removed, leaving only the tantalizing flesh. The cramped space of the pot, once the lid was lifted, released an overwhelming fragrance that was simply heartwarming. Qian Peiying hesitated for a moment, softly inquiring of Qian Mishao, "Are you brave enough?" The 5-year-old replied, "Aunt, it's just meat. What is there to fear? It's not like we're killing someone." Qian Peiying furrowed her brow, finding this reasoning quite sound, and subsequently picked up her chopsticks. Song Fuling, having engaged in some mental preparation, thought to herself, "I have simply never tasted it before. I am merely curious about what snake meat could possibly taste like." She then asked Taohua, "Sister, is it delicious?" "Indeed, it is," came the reply. Song Fuling pressed her lips together. "If it's good, then I shall try just a little bit, merely a taste." He trembled, pointing at the two women. "You two are utterly terrifying." He resolved to keep his distance from them, finding it utterly intolerable to accept that his wife and daughter had consumed snake meat. Chapter 56. The Uninvited Feast. Third update. After finishing her meal, Qian Peiying approached Song Fuxing, tilting her face up in a somewhat ingratiating manner. "Hey, they say that dish is good for kidney health. Aren't you going to have some?" Song Fuxing, with evident disdain, waved her off. "Go away. Don't speak to me." "Well, what do you intend to eat then? Your stomach is empty while everyone else has finished their meal." Song Fuxing had no inclination to eat anything. He felt utterly helpless, as no one could truly understand the psychological trauma he was experiencing. The sounds of his family savoring the snake meat, slurping and smacking their lips, sent shivers down his spine. Let him gaze at the rain and drink in the wind at this very moment, for he desires solitude. Song Fuxing has only now begun to sense his loneliness. The revelry of a group feasting on snake meat within the cave accentuates his isolation, though his wife and daughter have graciously come to keep him company. Ugh. It is Qian Peiying. Song Fuling, sitting beside her mother, retches. Ugh. The two seem to be engaged in a contest of vomiting, relentless in their efforts. Song Fuxing, in a state of agitation, exclaims as he tends to one after the other. "See, I told you it was unwise to eat this. What has happened?" He is perplexed. If that mother and daughter dare to consume snakes, what could be the matter? Everyone else appears perfectly normal, yet his wife and daughter seem utterly out of sorts. The butcher Gao and Qian Mishu provide him with an explanation. The butcher, somewhat flustered, admits, "I never expected they would be frightened by a rat, and that they would see it." Qian Mishu clings to Song Fuxing's hand. "Uncle, the rat they saw is no ordinary rodent. It is rather sizable." With urgency, Qian Mishu continues, "You see, my hand feels too small. Grasping your right hand, I spread my fingers wide. Your hand, uncle, could easily hold 12 little mice, perfectly fitting within the palm, so tiny, so very tiny, 12 of them, to be dipped in sauce and eaten." Upon finishing, she points an accusatory finger at the butcher. Qian Mishu mimics the sound made by the little mice as the butcher dips them in sauce to consume. Lift them with chopsticks, right in the middle. I can hear their sharp squeaks. In a dramatic turn, she recounts how he bites directly into the live, rosy, white little mice, which emit a loud squeak. Her sister flees outside, and their aunt succumbs to nausea. Burp. With nothing left to expel, Song Fuxing suddenly belches. One by one, they grow dimmed in spirit. As the thunder rumbled outside, I found myself sinking into the warmth of my bedding, yet sleep eluded me, leaving me wide awake and disenchanted. "Mother, shall we brush our teeth?" Song Fuling inquired, reclining. "Brush what teeth? Such a waste of toothpaste. Merely rinse your mouth," came the reply. After a brief pause, Song Fuling acquiesced. "Very well." Upon reaching the tree, The elderly matriarch was about to instruct her eldest son to climb, for she was unable to do so herself and could not raise her voice to be heard. Song Futsai approached and tugged at the rope. The sound of jingling resonated. It was a makeshift doorbell crafted from an empty beer can filled with stones by Song Fuxing. The curtain was promptly drawn aside from within. Is it truly that simple? Mused Madame Ma. A little shake and a jingle, and one is summoned? Why did I not notice this before? Song Futsai declined. No. Mother has prepared porridge to bring to you. As he spoke, Madame Ma produced a clay jar from her bosom. Song Fuxing could easily envision the steam rising from the jar once opened. His mother, ever frugal, had taken the effort to make porridge and covered it with care. He felt a surge of emotion. Mother. Madame Ma, visibly exasperated, waved her hand dismissively. Quickly take it so we may leave. I am at my wit's end with you all. If you spit it out, it would be a disservice to me. She was truly pained by the thought of wasting rice, feeling it acutely. Had she known of the modern term pretentious, she would have surely exclaimed, "Can't you all be a little less pretentious? You refuse snake meat, yet disdain even rat meat. Who are you trying to impress? This is the absurdity of city dwellers. You are not starving. Wait until you are, and you will gnaw on tree bark and fight for mud to eat." Chapter 57. The Difficulties of a Torrential Downpour, Part 4. To everyone's surprise, it was plain congee, enhanced with vegetables. Qian Michao nodded his little head in delight, exclaiming, "It's delicious. Grandma Song is truly wonderful." This remark left the Song family astonished, for they knew that Qian Michao had always been terrified of old Lady Ma, often wishing to keep his distance from her. How could he hold her in such high regard? "Xiaojiu hit me," he said, while Grandma Song, taking advantage of the moment, pinched him discreetly and urged him to go home and report to your grandmother. Xiaojiu was the young grandson of Song Fuxing's uncle, and it was truly remarkable that the uncle's wife had not confronted old Lady Ma and engaged in a quarrel. Old Lady Ma, too, seemed to seek every opportunity for provocation. What kind of mindset was this? Was it a manifestation of inner turmoil from not arguing with the uncle's wife? Such thoughts crossed Song Fuxing's mind. The torrential rain persisted for 3 consecutive days, leaving the Song family with a sense that their time on the mountain lacked daylight. Each morning greeted them with a dim exterior, and by afternoon or evening, the sky turned pitch black. Even in the daytime, darkness enveloped the outside, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. During these 3 days, the hastily constructed shelter at the back began to suffer from significant leaks, leaving many families' bedding damp and creating a renewed strain on their living arrangements. Song Yinfen and Taohua squeezed into the tent atop the tree at Song Fulling's home. With the addition of these two, and considering the tent already housed a pile of items that could not get wet, Song Fulling found herself in a predicament where she could hardly turn in her sleep at night, forced to lie on her side. Moreover, while they stayed in the tree, everyone was cautious not to make excessive movements, fearing that the tent would not withstand the weight and might collapse. In contrast, the cave provided a more stable refuge than other locations. At the entrance of the cave, a fireplace constructed by Song Fuxing serves to dispel the dampness. The 2 pots atop the stove are almost in constant rotation, never allowing the flames to extinguish. They are not merely for cooking, but for smoking, as some households, particularly that of the butcher Gao, harbor concerns about the spoilage of their pork. They cannot afford the luxury of others knowing their financial standing. Thus, smoking the meat becomes imperative. Pork is a vital staple for the Gao family, and the dilemma of whether to consume it now or save it for later weighs heavily upon them. Meanwhile, most families are exhausting every means to preserve their grain. The women utilize various methods, grinding by hand, using mortars and pestles, converting what can be milled into flour or granules, toasting rice, or drying whatever can be dried. Sun-drying is out of the question, as the newly harvested grain has not had the chance to dry properly, and with 3 days of incessant rain. What hope is there for the grain bags? However, this does not apply to the relatively fortunate old Madame Ma. Song Fulling has had her resourceful aunt sew numerous tightly packed little oil paper bags, filled with quicklime, made possible by the generous supply from the shopkeeper Nio. Before leaving town, Nio and the grocer shared heartfelt farewells, by providing a plethora of useful items such as water bags, umbrellas, and oil paper. The quicklime is also a gift from the mysteriously absent Chunhua. These neatly sewn little oil paper bags are stuffed into the grain bags to serve a drying purpose. The items are exceedingly useful and may prove indispensable during their journey. Old Madame Ma insists on preventing Song Fulling from giving away the oil paper bags out of kindness, as well as from divulging their contents to outsiders. Song Fuxing inquired of his daughter, How did you come to know that quicklime can serve as a desiccant? As for me, I only know that it can be mixed with water to plaster walls. Song Fuling, the academic prodigy, replied, Chow H2O equals. Song Fuxing interrupted. Speak plainly. Do you think I barely completed middle school? What do you expect me to do with your chemical equations? Chapter 58. Oh dear. A substantial chapter. Dedicated to the generous contribution of 1004. The women appeared as embodiments of the working class, tirelessly toiling without complaint. From dawn till dusk, they sought every means to safeguard their rations, resembling hamsters incessantly storing food in their burrows. They pondered how to conserve provisions while enduring hunger, and considered what clothing would keep their husbands and children warm, all while preparing for the days ahead. After 3 days, the men found themselves idle, gazing at the torrential rain with a sense of despair. In the shelter, Song Lijing felt a tumult of emotions. Troubled by the thought, no other families have ventured up the mountain in these past 3 days. I wonder if they failed to notice the deliberate markers we left behind. Has the village indeed begun conscription? What is the current state of affairs, and are the young and old safe? The butcher sat cross-legged on the platform, idly picking at his feet while lamenting. 3 days have passed without word. We might starve to death. Tian Shifa sighed as he gazed at the mountains. At this moment, let alone hunting, even climbing the mountain is a strenuous task. The mud is treacherous. One misstep could lead to a fall. After 3 days, I have already emptied a grain sack, and if this continues, alas, even the thought of hunting to provide a meal for my mother-in-law feels insurmountable. The heavens seem unyielding. Wang Paozi's youngest son, Wang Zhongyu, remarked, it simply cannot rain any longer. If this continues, we shall have no firewood left to burn. The accumulated firewood, now soaked and rendered unusable, has dwindled significantly. Fortunately, thanks to Brother Song San's production of charcoal, our spirits remain untroubled, as it can sustain us for a while longer. Others joined in expressing their hardships. For instance, the inconveniences of basic necessities and the dampness of their luggage. Additionally, the animals in the livestock pen are at risk of falling ill during such torrential downpours. Should illness strike, it could spread rapidly, and the creatures are already vulnerable to various insects in the mountains. Song Fuxing harbored concerns about the incessant rain. Although landslides were not a common occurrence in ancient times due to the dense forests that provided ample protection, he feared that the vast mountain terrain could still be eroded, causing soil and rocks to descend. Their tent, precariously perched among the trees, could be at risk if a boulder were to fall. The possibility, albeit slight, weighed heavily on his mind. He firmly believed in the notion of misfortune, as his family seemed to be perpetually plagued by it, which is why they found themselves in such a predicament. Growing increasingly anxious, Song Fuxing unzipped his backpack, retrieved a pair of binoculars, donned a raincoat, and a conical hat before stepping out of the shelter. Upon seeing this, the butcher ceased his idleness, hastily donned his straw sandals and rain gear to follow suit. The others quickly followed in his wake. Indeed, the binoculars had piqued everyone's curiosity, and just 2 days prior, they had finally learned of this remarkable treasure. When revealed, it astonished all present. However, there is a sentiment that lingers in everyone's heart, though they hesitate to express it. Is this treasure truly defective? The extraordinary claims made by Song Tongxing have proven unfruitful, leaving them unable to perceive anything at all. A few gentlemen, braving the wind and rain, engaged in conversation. Song Fuxing shook his head, declaring, still nothing to see. Could it be that we are employing it incorrectly? This statement felt as if it had been uttered in vain, for they were eager to ascertain the truth. Song Lijing, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, had yet to ignite it. Reluctant to deplete the meager supply of tobacco leaves he possessed, he merely held it as a means to quell his craving. His brow furrowed tightly, as if he could crush a mosquito with it. After much contemplation, he resolutely declared, since we cannot rely on this treasure for the time being, we cannot remain idle. This cave is not our home. We cannot dwell here for eternity. We must ascertain the situation below the mountain, so we can ponder our next steps. Song Fuxing succinctly summarized, Master Lijing, you intend to descend the mountain. Song Lijing internally scoffed at such a remark. How could he descend? At his advanced age, with frail limbs, leaving the laborers behind while he ventured into the storm was perilous. A fall could prove disastrous. While I would agree to descend, my legs would hinder my progress. One cannot deny their age. I believe it would be wiser for you youngsters to deliberate on this matter. Fuxing, you should take the lead. Song Fuxing replied that he had little experience with mountain climbing and felt unqualified for such a task. The others insisted that as long as he possessed a sharp mind, He could assist in analyzing whatever they encountered. Song Fuxing suggested that perhaps a representative from each family should be appointed, as the path was treacherous, and having 14 individuals descend together might pose challenges, necessitating mutual support. Upon hearing this, elder brother Song Futsai voluntarily stepped forward, expressing his intent to go, stating that his younger brother was frail, and as the elder sibling, he would represent the family. The others, however, felt a tinge of reluctance. They could not articulate their dissatisfaction, yet they yearned to descend with Song Fuxing instead of Song Futsai. They harbored a sense of reassurance in Song Fuxing's cleverness and apparent competence, which instilled a sense of security in their hearts. Just as Song Fuxing was about to feign a retreat, the group, seeking a compromise, suggested borrowing a telescope. They reasoned that if the treasure truly possessed remarkable capabilities, they could survey the terrain from a considerable distance, even through torrential rain, without needing to reach the valley floor. If it were a lighter matter, like borrowing a lighter, Song Fuxing would have readily acquiesced. However, a telescope was an entirely different matter, an unprecedented request. "Father, are you truly set on descending?" inquired Song Fuxing. Song Fuxing hesitated to confess his stinginess, not wishing to lend the telescope under false pretenses just to venture down the mountain, for such an admission would seem rather unrefined in his daughter's eyes. "Well, I suppose I shall take a glance," he sighed. These ancient folk, without requiring any persuasion, seemed to lack discernment. He feared their descent would be in vain, as they would likely fail to grasp the situation. Qian Peng neatly styled Song Fuxing's hair into a tidy bun, adorned him with a straw hat, a mask covering his face, and applied mosquito-repellent oil on his ears and neck. She also packed some provisions into his backpack and filled his thermos with hot water. The water pouch at his waist contained low-alcohol white wine purchased from an ancient shop, which would also serve to ward off the cold. Meanwhile, Song Fuxing crouched down to spray vinegar onto her father's shoes and pant legs, diligently soaking them up to the knees, emptying a bottle in the process. They refrained from using the large watering can reserved for houseplants, as it was cumbersome and visually unappealing. A diminutive spray bottle, once utilized by Song Fuxing to carry her facial mist on flights, accompanied Song Fuxing as he prepared for his departure. Dressed impeccably, he stepped into the rain, turning to offer a few parting words, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Qian Peng waved him off, declaring, "I am fully aware of what you wish to say. Spare me the lengthy farewells. You have already seen me off. Now, go on your way without worry." Alas, how could his wife treat him in such a manner? A group of over a dozen ventured down the mountain, braving the torrential downpour, each step a struggle between deep and shallow footing. Song Fuxing truly grasped the difficulty of descending. It was essential to recognize that this was an uncharted forest, devoid of paths and beset by heavy rain. Each step was fraught with obstacles, and even with the aid of a walking stick, he nearly slipped. After merely 2 hours of trudging, he found himself panting with fatigue, increasingly muttering to himself, "Would it not be better to remain in comfort? Must we descend? What a tiresome endeavor." Suddenly, a misstep sent him tumbling for the second time. The words "I'm fine" were lodged in his throat, yet his expression shifted abruptly as he pointed in horror at a nearby sight, stuttering, I see." There lay Zhao Fugui, missing for 3 days, his body swollen and unrecognizable, apparently devoured by some wild creature. The flesh had been gnawed away from his limbs and neck. Fortunately, the rain had aided in preservation. Without it, not even the beasts but ants and mosquitoes would have stripped him bare. Chapter 59 concludes here. The visage concealed by his mask turned pale in shock. The suddenness of the revelation was overwhelming. As others walked, he followed, traversing the same path. They stumbled with their canes, and he too fell, landing precariously close to Zhao Fugui's remains. Others passed by without noticing. Yet he could spot it at a glance upon lifting his head. Such fortune is truly unparalleled. The rain poured incessantly, and the conical hats worn by a dozen men dripped steadily with water. They gazed silently at the grim sight of Zhao Fugui. He was the first to leave the village after their flight. Just a moment's distraction, and he was gone. Tian Shifa sighed and stepped forward, leaning in to examine what creature had bitten Zhao Fugui, but Song Fuxing hurriedly stopped him. "Brother-in-law, do not touch him. I merely wish to see what could have inflicted such a wound, considering only half of him is consumed." Indeed, only a portion of Zhao Fugui's flesh had been bitten away from his face, while the more grievous injuries were on his limbs and neck. His abdomen remained relatively untouched. Song Fuxing frowned. His brother-in-law was an honest man, yet his earnestness often led him astray. While it was commendable that he valued sincerity, It should not compromise their shared well-being. Do not touch him. He is already dead. What significance does it hold what bit him? If you disturb him, do you comprehend the risk of bacteria and infectious diseases? After 3 days in this rain, even without disease, he would rot. Do you wish to risk your hands? Wang Zhongyu inquired of Song Fuxing. Third brother, what do you propose we do? Song Fuxing replied, furrowing his brow, dig a grave and bury him here. Everyone lent a hand, including Song Fuxing himself, as he instructed them to use their walking sticks to roll Zhao Fuguwei into the freshly dug pit, avoiding direct contact. As they moved his body, apart from the upper half, which remained somewhat intact, his head tumbled off, and his limbs fell away intermittently. The limbs and neck had long since bled out. It was evident they had been drained by some beast. The crowd utilized sticks and sickles to gather the fallen bones into a pit. He felt that he had never been a benevolent soul, with such heavy rain. There was no necessity to linger here, and the thought of remaining even a moment longer was utterly irksome, especially since he was not well acquainted with Zhao Fuguwei. Yet, he found himself unable to restrain his words. Brother-in-law, search for some wood nearby, strip it clean, and dry it a bit. I shall carve a name to place upon it. This task was solely within his capabilities, as others could not read. For this utterance, the journey of over a dozen individuals down the mountain was significantly delayed. Initially, the group traveled in silence, the weight of the situation heavy upon their hearts. Leading the way were the eldest of the Guo family and Tian Shifa, who remarked, Your third son is a man of righteousness. Tian Shifa nodded in agreement. He has always been so, tough on the outside, but soft-hearted within. The dialogue between the two remained unclear to Song Fuxing, and others were oblivious to it as well. A young lad, Gaetaitu, leaned towards Song Fuxing and exclaimed, Uncle, when that head suddenly fell, I was truly frightened. As the group of over a dozen reached the foot of the mountain, they found that Song Fuxing need not proceed further, for through his binoculars, he had already discerned the state of the narrow path ahead. After observing, he silently handed the binoculars to Gaetaitu beside him, no longer stingy with the precious item. Gaetaitu was thrilled to receive it, feeling immensely honored. However, before he could express his awe at the remarkable device, he was rendered speechless by the scenes unfolding within the binoculars. One by one, the group passed around the binoculars, and upon completion, they shared a singular thought. It is over, it is truly over. Otherwise, such a multitude of ragged travelers could not have appeared along the road, especially trudging through the downpour. A few days ago, when these households departed from the village, there was not a soul in sight along the road. Yet now, a multitude has appeared. If the situation were even slightly better, who would brave the heavy rain to travel? The dozen or so men, feeling somewhat anxious, turned to Song Fuxing. Should we descend to the foot of the mountain? Song Fuxing nodded. Given the current circumstances, it was indeed necessary to proceed downward. Having come this far, it would be prudent to seek out a fellow villager to ascertain the truth of the matter, whether they were fleeing from conscription or if something more dire had transpired. This knowledge would dictate their next course of action. If it were merely conscription, they might take a calculated risk, remaining discreet while continuing to hide within the mountains. Firstly, to avoid the rain, one cannot simply leave in such torrential downpour. The descent is arduous for people, and even more so for beasts of burden. Secondly, it is a gamble. The authorities in the towns are likely preoccupied with pressing military needs. Once they have conscripted the young and able-bodied, they will likely move on. These refugees are fleeing only because survival has become untenable. The notion that the officials would venture into the depths of the mountains to hunt for them seems unnecessary. But if it is not conscription, then what? Song Fuxing dared not contemplate this. It would imply that the town had fallen, and a substantial influx of refugees had surged in over the past few days. In the chaos of looting and destruction, those who were once civilians had also been transformed into refugees, joining the ranks of the desperate. It is only when survival becomes utterly impossible that so many would be compelled to brave the rain in search of refuge. The eldest of the Guo family turned to Song Fuxing. Third brother, shall we descend now? Not yet. Let us wait until it grows darker, he replied. Look at us. We are dressed quite heavily, equipped with raincoats and scythes. To suddenly appear on the road would be too conspicuous. With so many refugees, do you know if any groups are banding together to escape? The group was numerous, and they had endured hunger and thirst, ready to risk their lives for anything. They must not fall into the gaze of ill-intentioned individuals and follow a different path up the mountain. It would be evident that we had descended from it. Wang Zhongyu continuously nodded in agreement with Song Fuxing's analysis, affirming, indeed, we shall heed Sanji's advice. Our well-being is of little concern. But there are still our parents and children on the mountain. We cannot afford any missteps. Amidst the torrential rain, the group of men steadfastly waited for an hour before finally reaching the base of the mountain. By then, the sky had turned ominously dark. Only upon their descent did they clearly realize that the number of refugees they had observed through the binoculars had been an underestimate. What was once a rarely traveled path was now dotted with families of fleeing individuals every few dozen or 100 meters. Song Fuxing deliberately approached a refugee who appeared to be slightly better off than the others. In times like these, he deemed the wealthy to pose no threat. In fact, they were more likely to fear being robbed by him. It was the impoverished who instilled genuine fear, as they would not hesitate to take a life. Song Fuxing clasped his fists and reassured the old man that their intentions were harmless. They simply wished to inquire about the situation in the city and nearby villages. The old man responded, "It seems the city has fallen, and we have a new lord. As for who leads now, I, a mere commoner, cannot say. It feels as though calamity has struck in the blink of an eye, and I had heard not a whisper of it beforehand." He continued, recounting how refugees from all directions had suddenly surged into the county town where he resided. The officials within the town had been slain, their bodies displayed brazenly in the streets, and the county magistrate's head was hung from the city tower as a grim warning. Ultimately, the only recourse was flight, as the refugees would barge through doors to seize what they could, with no one to intervene. If unable to procure anything, they resorted to violence. If one were to inquire about the situation in the neighboring village, he himself is not a resident of that vicinity. Before departing, the old man added, "The nearby villages may also be in peril." In a gesture of gratitude, Song Fuxing clasped his fists once more and offered a word of caution to the old man. "The road ahead is uncertain, and your attire is rather ostentatious. It would be wise to change it." Chapter 60. Unforeseen Responsibilities. Second update. Some matters, until the very last moment, leave one clinging to a glimmer of hope. Although they have taken refuge in the mountains these past few days, having taken the first step, it seems they have chosen to flee. Yet, a lingering possibility remains in their hearts, that they might return home. Many of these men, had they not witnessed the events with their own eyes or heard it directly from others, would not fully grasp the extent of what Song Fuxing had salvaged for them. The old man recounted, there was no news at all before, it just happened so suddenly. Yet, Song Fuxing had swiftly grasped the situation, a revelation bought with the lives of his father-in-law's family. Upon learning of this, he did not merely rush to ensure his own safety. He selflessly shared this life-saving information with the villagers, demonstrating his benevolence. Had they not been forewarned, how could these families have prepared so adequately? They would likely have behaved like the dazed individuals trudging through the rain, carrying only a meager bundle and a few pounds of provisions. It is also possible that they would have fallen victim to the marauders who stormed their courtyard. Now, as they ascend the mountain once more, not only the families of Gao, Wang, and Gua, who were already on good terms with Song Fuxing, but also his cousin Song Fulu, feel an increasing sense of dread and gratitude towards the third brother, Song Fuxing, as they reflect on the gravity of their situation. The long-standing dispute regarding the cow persisted. Even before his passing, grandfather lamented the favoritism shown towards Song Fuxing from the second branch of the family, seemingly oblivious to the existence of the first branch. He offered no words of counsel to his own sons and grandsons, his every utterance consumed by thoughts of Song Fuxing. At this moment, Song Fulu's unspoken sentiments were directed towards his younger cousin. "Thank you for this, dear brother." Simultaneously, a heavy heart weighed upon Song Fuxing as well. Half an hour later, the cavern and the refuge were filled with the anguished cries of women. Li Xiu wept for Zhao Fugui, lamenting how she and her child might endure life without him. Song Fuxing's aunt mourned her second son, who had ventured to the neighboring village to fetch his heavily pregnant wife, yet had not returned, leaving her to wonder if he had met a tragic fate at the hands of nefarious individuals. Song Fuxing's sister-in-law, he, along with the majority of the younger women, wept for their natal families. Their departure had been hasty, devoid of any farewell messages. If the nearby villages were indeed as the old man described, akin to the city where soldiers had laid waste, the fate of their own village was all too apparent. Would they never again see their kin? They chastised themselves for having foreseen the tragedy, yet feeling powerless to act. As they cried out for their fathers, mothers, and brothers, the wails were heart-wrenching. Even Zhu, who had always maintained a distant relationship with her family, found herself shedding tears, reflecting on the trials she had faced during her upbringing. The elderly women joined in the lamentation, recalling the lives they had built over decades, each having relatives scattered within their memories. The thought of possibly never reuniting with their sisters-in-law, cousins, or brothers-in-law, coupled with the uncertainties of survival in such tumultuous times, pierced their hearts with anguish. In this atmosphere of despair, Qian Peiying and Song Fuling found themselves moved to tears as well. Qian Mishu embraced Qian Peiying, silently shedding tears. Leaning in closely, one could barely hear the 5-year-old whispering, "Grandfather, father, mother." The child had not cried in recent days, not from forgetfulness, but because the little one had learned the importance of resilience, not wanting to burden the adults. Song Lijing, in the shelter, was overwhelmed with sorrow before the dozen or so men. Of the 152 households in the village, only these 14 families on the mountain could be confirmed safe. Yet, among them, one, Zhao Fugui, had already perished, leaving merely 13 families. The fate of the other 100 or so households remained unknown. Indeed, it was imperative to leave at the earliest opportunity, even if it meant braving the rain. Sometimes, being cunning and shrewd could be seen as a virtue. With the city in ruins and a new king rising to power, it was anticipated that he would command his subordinates to slay the former county magistrates and officials, displaying their corpses atop the city walls as a testament to his authority, an indication of his indifference to the plight of the common folk. If he truly cared, he would not allow more refugees to flood in. This region was already struggling to survive, and given the poor harvest this year, every household faced dire circumstances. With dwindling food supplies, they would inevitably be forced to move to the next location. Thus, the longer they delayed, the more dire the situation became. The later refugees arrived, the more destitute they were. Those who dared to go barefoot had nothing to lose and were willing to risk everything for survival. Being amidst such a crowd was far safer than mingling with those even more desperate behind them. Each day spent atop this mountain diminished their dwindling supplies. They could not afford to run out of food before reaching the next city. That would be the worst outcome. Resolute, Song Lijing took a deep breath and stood up. When he reappeared before the gathered men and women, he rallied them with a fervent call to action. The essence of the passage is as follows. Firstly, weep not, for tears serve little purpose. If they did, he would outcry anyone else with greater fervor. Embrace reality, dry your tears, and face it with composure. Secondly, our objective is to safeguard our families, secure sustenance, and ensure our survival. Only by persevering can we establish a new home in another place, allowing future generations to take root. We are compelled to depart, yet we cannot do so in disarray. The 10 or so families must unite as one. Can we not intertwine our fates? That evening, the community ceased their labors and retired early for a well-deserved rest. Indeed, it was a good night's sleep, albeit cramped. As they lay side by side, a rare luxury in these times. On this night, the typically cautious village head, Song Lijing, silently searched the mountains for a place he deemed auspicious. Amidst the torrential rain, the elder toiled diligently, digging a large mound of earth, upon which he placed a wooden sign. The sign bore the village name, the prominent surnames of the residents, and a record of the households that once thrived in the village nestled behind the mountain. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, Song Fuxing whispered to Qian Peiying in shame, "I have wet my pants, did you notice?" Qian Peiying took his hand, their fingers entwined, and comforted him softly. "Had it been me, I would have been so frightened I too would have lost control. Truly, old Song, we come from a peaceful society, aside from the passing of our elders. We have seldom encountered death, let alone such a shocking sight as a severed head. Who wouldn't be terrified? Unlike the ancients who endured such chaos, we are different. Our previous life was far too tranquil. In such a sudden turn of events, old Song, you have shown remarkable resilience." Qian Peiying remarked, "Let us be discreet. I shall fetch you a new set to change into." Lao Song declined, saying, "As a refugee, I find my own scent of urine and vinegar quite satisfactory. I have already become accustomed to it." The following morning, at the hour of the tiger, as the group prepared to depart, Song Fuxing, reeking of urine, descended from the tree and was startled. 37 men clamored around him, exclaiming, "Fuxing, from now on, we shall heed your guidance. You shall direct our path, deciding who leads and who follows." Song Fuxing surveyed the 37 men, glanced at the village head beside them who was smiling at him, and squinted at the indistinct crowd beyond. He knew that the total number in that crowd was 158, including teenagers, the elderly, women, and children. It was their robust group of fewer than 40 able-bodied men who were tasked with safeguarding these 158 souls. He declared, if you wish to follow my lead. Then my first command is clear. Once we descend the mountain, if one of us is robbed, it is an affront to all. Let us retaliate. Chapter 61. Even the young are vital. Third update. The village head's family, having consistently occupied a central position without suffering losses, took the initiative to lead the way this time. Song Lerzhang gestured. It is settled. Address me as father, and I shall forge the path ahead for you. The butcher shouted to the group, my ox cart still has space. If you fear your grain will be drenched by the rain, place it upon my cart. Bring any child under 3 who lacks a vehicle as well. The 4 brothers of the Gua family stepped forward to assure Song Fusheng, we shall guard the rear. We possess hoes and cleavers. Rest assured, with the 4 of us present, none shall dare to attack from behind. With a fierce determination, I would slay him with a single strike. Song Fusheng patted the shoulder of Gua, the eldest of the Gua family, and said, Brother Gua, remember, should any situation arise behind us, sound this loud horn. Rest assured, our comrades ahead shall arrive momentarily. Song Fusheng's family occupied the 3rd position in the procession. Within their 3 mule-drawn carts, there were also 2 elderly individuals and 3 young children cradled in arms. This meant that all the young men and women from families with ox and mule carts disembarked to walk, allowing the space for the elderly and children who could not travel far. However, before the elderly could board the carts, they reminded everyone not to solely consider their own families, but to look after others as well. If anyone feels weary, let them inform the elders. We can switch places. I am able to work in the fields, and I can certainly walk. The 14 families organized their belongings and arranged themselves in a line to descend the mountain. Battling against the wind and rain, the path down was muddy and treacherous. The wooden wheels of the handcarts frequently became lodged, sinking into the mire. Song Fuling assisted her uncles in pushing the cart, but their strength was such that she merely lent a hand, and the cart would roll down uncontrollably, causing her to stumble forward and fall into the mud. Tao Hua rushed over to help her. Fat girl? Song Fuling, covered in dirt and water, stood up and smiled at her parents. Brushing off the cloth towel Tao Hua offered her, exclaiming cheerfully, no need to wipe. This is what fleeing a disaster looks like. Tao Hua paused in her attempt to wipe Song Fuling's face. Then, after a moment's thought, seized Song Fuling's little dirty hand and smeared it across her own face, laughing in delight at her muddy visage. The 2 older girls exchanged glances and said, from now on, let us not bother to clean ourselves either. Song Jinbao curled his lips, finding his elder sisters overly sentimental. You 2 look as if you're fleeing from disaster. Rest assured, no one is going to snatch you away. Deya and Arya were itching to give their annoying brother a good beating. Even the usually stern Song Futsai, the eldest of the Song family, couldn't help but curve his lips in amusement. As he pushed the heavy, unwieldy cart, he mused, so this is the hope that my younger brother often speaks of. Just look at these carefree children. Nothing seems insurmountable for them. A procession of nearly 200 people, accompanied by mule-drawn carts and hand-pushed trolleys, was making its way down the mountain in broad daylight. Many of the wandering refugees instinctively turned their gazes towards them. Some, trailing behind, quickened their pace to catch up. Were these people residing in the mountains? A glance at the heaps above and the carts revealed that this group must possess ample provisions. Indeed, compared to these wandering souls, they had an abundance of food, but would anyone dare to seize it? Leading the charge was the newly appointed leader of the youth group, Gao Taitu, flanked by a dozen young boys, each carrying bamboo baskets and water pouches, wielding 2-meter-long poles. The tips of the poles were sharp, capable of inflicting serious harm with a single thrust. From the moment they descended the mountain, they bore in mind the teachings of Uncle Song San. He had instructed them. What they seek is not merely grain. They covet the lives of your parents, siblings, and loved ones. To have grain taken from you is akin to stealing their lives. Young lads, are you willing to protect your parents' lives? With no food or drink, death awaited them. In unison, the group of 10 or so shouted yes. 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 Thus, if anyone dared to rush forward and seize their rations, they would first have to contend with the youthful defenders. Chapter 62. Psychological Warfare, Part 4. The refugees who halted and gazed over were indeed eager to approach for a morsel of food. Among them were those who had fled with little more than the clothes on their backs. Many had suffered greatly, having been stripped of their possessions along the way. One could hardly expect them to retain anything after such losses. Surviving itself was a testament to their resilience. A significant number had come from the city, which had borne the brunt of the conflict. Soldiers under the new king and desperate refugees surged forth like a swarm of locusts, mercilessly slaughtering those who displeased them. The fact that they had managed to traverse the treacherous path from the city to this point was no small feat, enduring several days of hardship. These individuals contemplated, even if they could not secure food, a warm cup of water would suffice. They had just descended from the mountains, where provisions and hot water were undoubtedly abundant. Yet, for several days, relentless rain had thwarted their attempts to boil water, extinguishing any fire they managed to kindle, leaving them to endure the chill of rainwater filling their bellies. If this continued, even the adults might withstand the conditions, but the children would surely suffer. Thus, they felt compelled to press forward and vie for sustenance. However, before they could take any further action, the first few young boys at the front turned their fierce gazes upon them, their eyes glinting with predatory intent, as if to say, "Come closer, and we shall strike you down." Behind these boys stood several girls, who were equally armed, some wielding firewood, others brandishing wooden clubs. Among them, one girl stood out remarkably. Dressed in peculiar attire, her face smeared with mud, she held a stick over a meter long, from which protruded a sharp knife. Song Fuling was unaware that the refugees had already taken note of her presence. Had she known, she would have proudly declared, "Well done for your keen observation. I am the newly appointed leader of the girl group." However, these halted refugees hesitated to approach. Their greatest fear did not stem from the adolescent children, but rather from the imposing men pushing handcarts. Despite their seemingly idle demeanor, each cart was laden with weapons, prominently displaying cleavers, hatchets, and hoes atop them, a striking sight. They understood the message. Displaying such items was a warning for the onlookers to reconsider their intentions. Are these individuals truly fleeing for their lives? Why do they possess such an array of goods? The 14 households, oblivious to the thoughts of the refugees, might have remarked, "What a farce. We set off before you. Our belongings are far more substantial. Before our departure, we even managed to gather some corn. We have been on the mountain for 4 days, and during that time, whenever we found ourselves idle, we contemplated how to forge weapons to defend against any attempts to seize our provisions. Was that time spent in vain?" Gradually, a few refugees turned away, resuming their aimless wandering. Soon, an increasing number of them feigned ignorance towards the sudden influx of newcomers descending from the mountain. After more than an hour of this uneasy coexistence, the group of famished refugees finally ceased to glance over. They thought to themselves, "Let it be. It is not worth the risk. It is far more perilous to attempt a theft. We are genuinely afraid of you." Meanwhile, at the forefront of the procession, Song Fuxing breathed a sigh of relief. Song Fuxing could sense that, despite the seemingly vacant expressions in the eyes of those around him, their unwavering gaze unmistakably revealed a frantic internal struggle between seizing opportunities or refraining from doing so. The women aboard the mule and ox carts also exhaled in relief. Truly, one does not comprehend the gravity of a situation until it unfolds. Descending from the mountains was indeed a startling experience. This cohort, possessing their vehicles, found themselves unwittingly elevated amidst a sea of refugees on that narrow path, transformed into figures of affluence and stature. In Chapter 63, titled "This is Just the Beginning," Song Lersang, seated in the front of the ox cart, felt a pang of regret, incessantly chastising himself. He lamented that it would have been wiser to seek refuge on the mountain. At that time, he had received the news earlier than most, and the road was devoid of these throngs. Had he chosen to forge ahead, even if he encountered groups of people, he would have likely found sustenance among those informed families. Typically, such families would wear shoes, and those without would not fear those who did. However, everyone was now shod, and none would provoke another. Now, observe the scene. The presence of a single ox or mule on the road is strikingly conspicuous. These individuals, once inconspicuous country folk, had transformed into coveted figures in the eyes of the desperate refugees. It was a miscalculation, all attributed to him. Even had he sought shelter in the mountains, he would still have descended too late. His selfish desire to linger, hoping to return home, had cost him dearly. Song Lersang sensed that being among these people was perilous. Among them, some were visibly swaying from hunger, and if he were in their position, he would rather risk starvation through conflict than succumb to it passively. After all, one might just succeed in securing food and survival. Do not be deceived by their seemingly docile demeanor. Appearances can be misleading. At present, these refugees find themselves at a disadvantage due to a lack of organization and leadership. They are not united as a single entity. Should a leader emerge to rally them with a call to action, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to escape unscathed, no matter how tightly they are contained. Song Lijing leaned his head out of the vehicle. Fuxing? Fuxing. Upon hearing this, Song Fuxing approached, and Song Lijing expressed his concerns. Shortly thereafter, Song Falu, Song Fuxing's cousin from the front of the line, stepped out from the group. Among them, Song Falu was the tallest. He brandished 2 wooden sticks tied with red threads and made the gestures of a modern traffic officer. Continue forward. The elderly matriarch, struggling to walk, suddenly seemed invigorated upon seeing the fluttering red ribbons tied to the sticks. Look, my son is signaling for us to proceed. Has anyone seen my son? Mrs. Ma scoffed. Your son's position was arranged by my 3rd son. If it weren't for his insistence on a united front, she would never have allowed this display of authority to fall to the first household, despite the fact that there were only 14 families. The paths of ancient times were narrow. Back then, roads were not specifically paved unless they were official routes. These narrow, winding paths became established through the passage of many feet, trodden down over time. Thus, as they maneuvered with handcarts and teams of oxen and mules, they had to leave room for others to walk alongside, stretching out in a long line. While others may have felt a sense of despair at the command to continue moving, Song Fuling was uncertain of their sentiments. All she knew was that she was reaching her limits. Previously, I encouraged myself to treat this as a leisurely outing. After all, in the past, I could stroll about for an entire day without issue. However, persisting in this manner proved futile. My legs felt weak, and the experience was entirely different from a casual shopping excursion. It seemed my body was lacking in calcium. I had only walked for a little over 5 hours by modern reckoning when Song Fuling clung to the mule cart, exclaiming, "Milk, I cannot continue. You must come down and take my place." Old Lady Ma replied, "I knew you would reach your limit. Come on up." The sensation of climbing onto the mule cart for Song Fuling was one of sheer bliss. She vowed to cherish this moment. Leaning against the cart, she quickly succumbed to slumber. 2 hours later, Qian Ping also swapped places with another elderly woman in the cart. The woman descended to walk while she took her seat. Once inside, Qian Ping, too, drifted into a drowsy slumber. Song Fuxing felt a pang of envy towards the pair. He wished to feign fatigue and have the old man Song Lijing relinquish his spot for him. Alas, he could not afford to compromise his reputation. Chapter 64. Benevolence. Second update. The draft animals were properly fed and watered, receiving only the finest fodder and clean water, and when they grew weary, they were gently coaxed. There was no room for neglect. They were relied upon to carry goods and passengers. It must be said, rather bluntly, that at this moment, their lives held greater value than those of humans. Song Fuxing and his companions had descended the mountain at around 4 in the morning and had been walking until just past 3 in the afternoon, totaling over 11 hours on foot. The animals were given breaks every few hours, allowing the men to rest momentarily on the ground. When the animals were well fed and ready to continue, the men had no choice but to keep pace. While the animals enjoyed a proper meal, they could not afford the same luxury. Although the rain had lessened, cooking over a fire remained out of the question. Once the cooking commenced, numerous families established their presence, necessitating a grand display. It was imperative not to offer mere scraps to the refugees, lest they be incited. Even in the act of eating, discretion was paramount. How does one consume rations? When the livestock paused for respite, groups of them huddled together, encircled by tattered cloths to relieve themselves, while simultaneously gnawing on their provisions. Initially, before descending the mountain, the women raised concerns regarding sanitation, suggesting the placement of a wooden bucket on the ox and mule carts for such needs. Song Fuxing, the leader, furrowed his brow and reprimanded them, stating, "You are not privileged ladies of a grand household. You are merely old farmers, fleeing from hardship. Why indulge in such pretentiousness?" The women hesitantly replied, "We are farmers, and we are women too. With so many eyes upon us, it is unseemly to squat in the dirt." To which Song Fuxing retorted, "Who cares to look at you?" Thus, from the outset, their grievances were quelled. Throughout the journey, the matter of sanitation was resolved as circumstances permitted, coinciding with mealtimes. Yet, they considered themselves fortunate. Several elderly women expressed their gratitude for having a commendable nephew like Song Fuxing, who procured charcoal, which could be utilized on the carts to boil water at any given time. Hot water, paired with the dry rations steamed the previous night, was easy to swallow, ensuring they would not choke, warming their bellies in the process. Should any delicate child complain about the absence of salt, they were merely shown the unfortunate refugees surrounding them, and their plight would render the food delectable. The once gallant youth group, after traversing for over 10 hours, began to falter, Their weapons had transformed into mere walking sticks. His third uncle was weary, embodying the spirit of a marathon runner as his pillar, yet he appeared increasingly unwell, with his knees buckling and legs feeling weightless. He pondered. No wonder the ancients had such short lifespans. He too was destined for brevity, with synovitis looming as a likely affliction. They had traversed over 40,000 steps, nearly equivalent to 40 miles. How much longer must we walk, uncle, until darkness descends? Song Fuxing shook his head. We shall continue until the mules and oxen can bear no more. Once they are utterly exhausted, we shall rest. Their capacity to carry these burdens extends only to 60 miles at most. Moreover, observe the clear skies ahead. With those drifting clouds, let us strive to reach that point, allowing the sun to dry our moisture-laden bodies, so that we might sleep beneath the stars without discomfort tonight. Upon finishing, Song Fuxing lifted the binoculars hanging from his neck to survey the path ahead. The desolate road was dotted with numerous refugees, scattered in small groups of 3 to 5, or pairs. There was not a hint of a town in sight, let alone an inn to seek refuge. It was no wonder his brother-in-law had remarked that this route was only traversed by reckless salt traders. Even the officials were disinclined to venture here to apprehend anyone. As there was nowhere to rest, the desolation was overwhelming. Once again, Song Fuxing directed the binoculars towards the distant mountains, recalling his brother-in-law's warning of bandits in the area. May it be that these outlaws, once motivated by the noble cause of robbing the rich to aid the poor, now find themselves in dire straits, realizing that pillaging us offers less reward than hunting. Let us hope they refrain from descending upon us. He gestured towards the mountains. Let us avoid this range. Maintaining a distance of several miles, then we shall rest. Turning to his cousin, he commanded, maintain a state of heightened alert. Song Fulu immediately raised a pole adorned with a fluttering red ribbon, signifying a state of heightened alert. As they approached the vicinity of the mountain bandits, vigilance was imperative. Alas, before anyone could react, the formation was disrupted by a surge of desperate refugees. That's mine. Give me some provisions. I beg you, return it. My father will starve. It was hard won. The air was filled with cries and wails, descending into chaos. The bamboo tube containing warm water, held by an old woman, was snatched away, causing her bundle to fall and its contents to scatter. Chapter 65, Stealing One's Heart, a substantial chapter, dedicated to Xiao Xiao, before descending the mountain. Song Fuxing addressed nearly 200 individuals for over half an hour. Their training was uncertain, yet they were undeniably obedient. When the ranks were suddenly thrown into disarray, no one wasted time questioning the cause. The cart drivers, including Niu Zhongguo and the butcher Gao, swiftly tightened the reins and brought their vehicles to an abrupt halt, seizing their makeshift weapons to stand guard. Song Fuxing instructed them that, in the event of trouble, they were to disregard everything else and solely protect the individuals and goods within the carts. The group of young men, invigorated, shed their earlier fatigue and brandished their wooden forks like daggers at the front lines. They were resolute in their mission, remembering their task as articulated by their uncle. Regardless of the turmoil behind them, their duty was to prevent the refugees from suddenly turning back and charging towards them, thus guarding against encirclement. The robust men pushing handcarts maneuvered strategically to deploy those capable of addressing the ensuing chaos. A robust man was tasked with guarding 4 nearby handcarts, wielding a weapon to deter any strangers from approaching the precious goods he was safeguarding. Should anyone venture too close, he would strike. The women were not idle. Whether seated in the carts or moving about on foot, they brandished kitchen utensils and iron pots, ready to defend themselves. Those walking with canes swiftly pulled their children close, using whatever was at hand as makeshift weapons. The women, particularly the wives, recalled with deep seriousness the words of Song Fuxing from that morning. Do not shout or scream in panic. Such cries are utterly futile. Never rely on others. Even if that other is your husband, can you truly expect him to choose your life over his own parents in a moment of crisis? Trust in yourself is the most reliable. You are not merely women. You are mothers, and for the sake of your children, you must be willing to fight fiercely. Meanwhile, the sturdy laborers who were not occupied with the handcarts, with the exception of the Guo brothers who remained vigilant at the rear, surged forward with knives and hatchets raised high. They ran with unrestrained speed, each man driven by a collective spirit, without a trace of selfish retreat. Even the elderly Song Lerzhang, despite his age, quickly leaped down from his cart, brandishing an axe and shouting as he ran. Dare to rob us? To rob one is to rob all. Strike, lads. In an instant, Dozens of refugees surrounded by Wang Pozi found themselves on the receiving end of a fierce onslaught from Song Fuxing and his cohort, who unleashed a flurry of fists and kicks. Blades targeted the backs, arms, and legs of those taking advantage of the chaos to plunder the refugees, while the resounding thuds of wooden clubs striking flesh echoed through the air. Wang Zhongyu brandished his hoe, striking down upon the legs and feet of several individuals. The other two brothers of the Wang family resorted to kicking and punching the refugees who clung desperately to their mother's feet. Each time they raised their blades, hoes, or wooden clubs, the robust men's minds echoed the words of Song Fuxing, who had cautioned them before descending the mountain. When one is pushed to the brink, malevolent thoughts can arise. The distinction between good and evil can be fleeting. Only humans can sometimes lack boundaries. If you do not strike them fiercely, they will retaliate with ferocity, potentially taking your life. The mule cart was abruptly halted, awakening Song Fuxing, who gripped a sharp knife and turned to the scene of the commotion. Upon turning, the typically stoic girl found her eyes filled with tears, suddenly moved. For those beaten and bloodied refugees, it was unclear who led the kneeling, but they proclaimed they were not robbers. Initially, 3 or 5 individuals knelt without warning. Then, 17 or 18 followed suit. Soon, dozens were on their knees. The refugees behind them also knelt, clasping their fists in supplication, collectively lamenting, "We beg you, grant us a morsel to eat. You possess mules and cattle. Surely you have grain as well. Please, just give us something to eat." The strong men ceased their assault on the refugees, gripping their weapons defensively, staring at the multitude kneeling before them, stunned in place. At that moment, a little girl, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, suddenly burst into tears. She clutched the half-piece of dry bread that old Wang had previously given her. Her face awash with tears, frantically feeding it to the woman collapsed by the roadside. With small hands, she incessantly pushed the woman's body, crying out, "Mother, dear mother, look, look, Nyonyo has brought you food. Please open your eyes and see. Nyonyo truly has brought it for you. I implore you, open your eyes and eat." The woman lying on the ground remained utterly silent. It was indeed this little girl who had caused the trouble for old Wang. Previously, the child had been supporting her mother as they walked alongside old Wang's vehicle. Old Wang distinctly heard the girl say, "Mother, hold on a little longer. We only need to walk for 2 days, no, just 1 day, and we will reach the city gate where we can find father." Despite her tender years, the girl bravely supported her mother and even attempted to carry her. After several arduous hours, searching for water and foraging for wild herbs, the child's mother began to falter. Only when her mother could no longer endure did the little girl run to her side, kneeling and pleading, "Grandmother, please, just a morsel to eat. Nyonyo bows to you." Old Wang turned away, unable to bear the sight. The little girl continued to bow, her head striking the ground repeatedly. As old Wang's family moved on, the girl somehow summoned the strength to drag her mother along, a feat that seemed almost unfathomable for her small frame. Upon catching up to old Wang, she resumed her fervent bowing until her forehead bled, saying, "Grandmother, in the next life, Nyonyo will repay you by becoming a cow or a horse. I beseech you." It was because of this child that old Wang turned her back and opened her bundle to retrieve some food, only to be swiftly surrounded by a throng of refugees, bewildered by how they had noticed her and converged with such speed. Not far from this scene, another tragedy unfolded. A man, recently struck by the eldest son of a butcher, bled profusely as he urged his child cradled in his wife's arms, "Hurry, eat, Erden, listen to your father, eat. If you eat, you'll feel better," as he relentlessly forced dry rations into the mouth of the 2-year-old. Yet, the child had already succumbed in his mother's embrace. The mother, oblivious to the grim reality, continued to hold her child tightly, soothingly coaxing, "Eat, Erden, be good, eat," as the man fed the child. He seemed to awaken slightly more than his wife, accepting the unbearable truth of losing his son. Clenching a small portion of the dry rations, he knelt, tilting his head skyward in silent anguish, pounding the ground with his fists. Though his cries were muted, everyone knew he was lamenting, mourning the state of the world, the cruel hand of fate, and questioning the very essence of existence. Gradually, more people approached Song Fuxing and his companions, bowing and pleading, "We implore you." Their eyes brimmed with hope as they looked towards Song Fuxing and the 14 families who possessed oxen and mules. Song Fuxing, appearing dazed, felt a tumultuous wave of emotion rising within him. In the past, his favorite song to sing at the karaoke was about the iron hooves clanging, traversing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Back then, it was merely a feeling of bravado. Yet, under the sound of those iron hoofs, he now fully grasped the multitude of tragedies one must endure before witnessing the beauty of life and harmony. They had mercilessly beaten these refugees, but they were not inherently evil. They possessed food, yet dared not share, nor could they afford to. They too were part of the fleeing masses, uncertain of what tomorrow held, unaware of how long their provisions would last. It is difficult to fathom that perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, they too may find themselves in the same plight as the kneeling refugees before them, experiencing the same tragedies, families torn apart, injuries sustained in the struggle for sustenance, and desperate fights for survival. As Song Fuxing observed those individuals, who no longer protested or looted, he hardened his heart and declared, "Return to the ranks, continue onward." This signified a refusal to spare even a morsel of food or a drop of water. In Chapter 66, compassion must be extended to those nearby. The strong laborers from various families regrouped and resumed their tasks. The sound of wooden wheels on handcarts and the commanding voice of the shopkeeper, once again atop his mule cart, resonated within the hearts of every kneeling refugee. Hope had vanished, and despair had taken its place. This incident had illuminated for the nearby refugees the stark reality that this group, united in their purpose, was not benevolent. They would resort to violence against anyone daring to approach for aid, and they would not offer even the slightest sustenance. As Song Fuxing walked towards the front of the line, he cast a glance at Old Wang. She instinctively recoiled, fully aware of her nephew's disapproval. She recalled his earlier admonitions before they descended the mountain, and though she had not forgotten, she felt the weight of her previous missteps. Alas, she recognized her errors and resolved to abandon her weakness, vowing to follow the captain's orders and align herself with her nephew. Adjacent to Old Wang's home was that of Song Fuxing's uncle, who cast several disdainful glances at Old Wang before turning to his daughter-in-law to murmur his grievances. "It's truly infuriating. She only complicates matters and startles everyone." The uncle, who struggled with mobility, reproached his wife, "Lower your voice. If the Wang family hears you, it could jeopardize our unity." Indeed, unity was paramount. During his half-hour address on the mountain, Song Fuxing inadvertently introduced several new terms into their discourse. As the elder uncle aged, his mind became less sharp, and he could only recall this new term. His three nephews remarked that unity was the core strength of their group, insisting that no one should blame each other or engage in infighting during any circumstance. The aunt, with her mouth making a popping sound, pursed her lips and fell silent. Meanwhile, Song Liring, having witnessed the tragic sight of many souls perishing by the roadside, expressed his sorrow. He noted that there were surely many who had fled without taking anything with them. "Have you seen that mountain?" he asked. "For those lacking provisions. While there are still mountains and water nearby, if you are capable, go hunt for food, gather wild vegetables, and carry them with you. This way, you can manage to sustain yourself and avoid starvation. However, the mountains are likely home to wild beasts, and there are rumors of bandits. The choice is yours." After speaking, he sighed deeply and turned away. This was the extent of his benevolence. After all, they were all common folk, and surviving in this world was no easy feat. Meanwhile, within the Song family's mule cart, Song Fuling was being reprimanded. Elder Ma, peering through the cart window, walked alongside while knitting her brows and asked her granddaughter, crying, Who are you weeping for? If you feel pity for them, why not shed a tear for your grandmother first? It is not easy for me to heat water for you, and there is little left. You still have the leisure to mourn for others. Are you not thirsty? They may be pitiable, but look at your grandmother. After walking for several hours just so you could lie down and sleep, you awaken with drool at the corner of your mouth, only to gaze at others crying. It seems to me you are simply idle. Get down here." With that, Song Fuling dared not utter a word and quickly dismounted, allowing her grandmother to take her place. However, as Madame Ma boarded the carriage, Song Fuling harbored a sentiment that she was uncertain whether to voice. "Dear grandmother, as someone who has traversed this path before, I must share that it would have been wiser for you to continue walking rather than boarding this vehicle. For once one rests, it is as if their legs are laden with lead. It is far better to endure and persevere." Yet, she dared not speak such thoughts aloud. The formidable presence of Madame Ma also intimidated Qian Mishu, who had been huddled in the corner of the carriage. "Sister, wait for me. I shall disembark as well." Song Fuling guided her younger brother to Qian Peiying's side. "Mother, I recall a time when you boarded this carriage. When did you disembark?" Qian Peiying unscrewed her water pouch and took a sip before waving her hand dismissively. "Do not mention it. I hardly had a moment to rest when your grandmother pinched me through the window, rousing me from slumber to tend to Jean Bao and the others. She continued, "It is truly rare to consider your absence a blessing." Chapter 67. The first day of flight endured, the fifth watch, as a modern individual. Qian Pei profoundly understood why her daughter wept uncontrollably. The daughter tenderly spoon-fed porridge to Chunhua, yet Chunhua turned away, her fate uncertain. Zhao Fugui was brutally mauled by an unknown beast, his body torn asunder. Merely moments ago, that little girl, no more than a few years old, witnessed her mother perish from starvation, and it is expected that the child too is doomed to a similar fate. The man wailing skyward exuded an aura of profound despair, while his wife, in a state of madness, clutched their deceased son, and there were those refugees, whom their group had just mercilessly beaten, now sprawled on the roadside, unable to rise, bloodied and broken, alongside the harrowing sight of dozens kneeling, pleading for mere scraps of food. Each incident weighed heavily upon the heart, an unbearable burden that rendered one breathless. Yet, when the old lady scolded her daughter for idleness and ordered her to leave the vehicle, Qian Pei understood all too well. The reprimand was indeed justified, thus she and old Song feigned ignorance, allowing the tirade to continue. One must first ensure their own sustenance and security, at the very least. One ought to find solace and stability within, in order to cultivate compassion and extend a helping hand to others. When one is fatigued, legs numb, feet heavy as lead, and can only nibble on a morsel devoid of salt during a brief respite, having barely escaped a recent assault, who possesses the luxury of empathy? In this world of tragedies, the sheer exhaustion silences any inclination to utter a word. In the next moment, one might simply collapse, leaving no room for the sentimentality of others' misfortunes. The heart is entirely numb, the throat is ablaze, and the mind is starved of oxygen. In stark contrast, others exhibit little expression, while only my daughter displays an array of emotions, weeping unabashedly. Could it be that she is simply idle? Indeed, my daughter seems unfazed by fatigue. Her grandmother's reproaches ring true. After all, how could she tire? Her father, Song Fuxing, is a team leader who misuses his authority, allowing her to rest at any moment without regard for others. Her grandmother, turning a blind eye, has always permitted her to sleep, making her the most fortunate of all. Consequently, even Song Jinbao, that delicate child, has spent more time on his feet than the likes of Fulling. Other children lack the energy to express their feelings through tears. They are all worn out and dazed, while only my Fulling remains. Oh, how pitiful! Such a vivid visage. Look at Michaud, who harbors no thoughts or sentiments. He believes no one suffers more than he does. Michaud is solely concerned about his inability to move. What to do? His uncle? Michaud calls out for Song Fuxing, peering past Qian Pei and Song Fulling. Qian Pei tugs at his hand. What is the matter? If you need something, just tell me. Are you thirsty? Michaud shakes his head, refusing to speak. Upon catching up with Song Fuxing, he extends his small hands, looking up and saying, "Uncle, carry me." Uncle. He wishes he could simply vanish on the spot. He is on the verge of developing synovitis. Scanning the nearby ox carts and mule carts, he finds no room. The children are taking turns resting, and there is simply no space left for another. Resigned, the uncle declares, "Get on, I'll carry you." The tiny arms wrap tightly around Song Fuxing's neck, a face full of dependence, occasionally offering him sips of water. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, both mules and oxen were visibly fatigued, voicing their discontent. At this moment, the sky above finally revealed itself in clear azure. Song Fulu stepped forward from the ranks, gesturing for a halt. Observing this signal, the entire group collectively exhaled in relief, with some individuals opting to sit down on the spot. A glance backward revealed that many of the refugees who had been trailing behind had mysteriously vanished, either ascending the nearby hills or being left behind due to fatigue. New faces began to appear around them, and they finally caught sight of other ox carts, with numerous people taking a respite in this area. Thus, they decided to establish camp beneath the open sky. Chapter 68. The Collection of Common Grain. Part 1. They sought out a spacious clearing, where a few families were already resting, spaced apart by 10 to 20 meters. Song Liza approached, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and articulated their intent, expressing that they formed a large family and inquired if they might be granted the courtesy of proximity for their collective comfort. Upon realizing the size of their group, several individuals, even before the explanation was fully conveyed, readily vacated the area. A vast expanse was thus cleared, allowing the mule carts and ox carts to pass through, one in front and one in the rear, effectively creating a barrier with their imposing vehicles on either side. Next, hand carts were arranged horizontally, filling the rear area in close succession. This arrangement created a protective enclosure, shielding the central gathering from view, leaving only the front open. This design not only facilitated visibility of the vehicles, but also made cooking and resting more convenient. If others did not deliberately focus their attention in this direction, they would hardly discern what the group was consuming or whether they were awake. The ox manager and the chief butcher were the overseers of the livestock. The two individuals promptly unloaded the carriages from the oxen and mules, providing the animals with water and nourishment, scratching their itches, and gently stroking their fur to soothe them. The young lads of the youth group took charge of 2 carts each, seated on the ground in readiness, tasked with their guardianship. Elders like Uncle Song Fushing and the elderly women busily removed the oilcloth that sheltered the carts from the rain. Beneath this protective cover lay the grass mats woven on the mountains, which had served as bedding during their stay in caves and shelters. They took down these mats in their entirety, each family spreading them in their designated areas. The places for sleeping and cooking were arranged according to the order of the vehicles, with families closely positioned next to one another. The strong laborers, disregarding the need for rest, swiftly began to dig pits for their cooking pots in front of their bedding, and after burying the pots, they fetched water from a river several hundred meters away. Meanwhile, the women, accompanied by their children, scoured the area for dry grass and other materials suitable for kindling. Initially, they had hoped to gather some wild vegetables along with the grass, but found none nearby. They were deeply skeptical that, further along their route, apart from the mountains, any wild vegetables would remain, having been foraged by those fleeing from disaster. It was autumn, the season when wild vegetables are most abundant, yet they found nothing. One of the women, her face etched with worry, admonished her child. "Do you see? There is nothing along the way. Who knows if we will even pass through mountainous regions? It will be difficult to find wild vegetables to eat. All have been taken by those who have come before us." The child responded promptly, "Mother, if there are mountains, we cannot ascend. Uncle Song said it would delay our journey." "Ah, yes," she replied. "If you are not hungry, eat less. If you are hungry, drink more water. Your father should eat a bit more. Pushing the cart is exhausting." In summary, everything was meticulously organized, with clear divisions of responsibility among all members. This principle had long been contemplated by Song Fushing, who was not daunted by managing a large team. Rather, he feared the chaos that ensued when everyone congregated without direction, unsure of their tasks. Such confusion would lead to idleness, akin to a disorganized unit where individuals flounder amidst various responsibilities. By keeping everyone engaged and allocating tasks to individuals in a systematic manner, they could each focus on their own duties without feeling lost. At this moment, both Song Fushing and Song Lijing had their own tasks at hand. Guopozi was currently weighing her limited provisions, contemplating how many would consume half a dry ration and how many would require a full one, while also determining the total number of steamed buns to prepare for the journey ahead. Upon hearing her name called, she lifted her gaze to see Song Lijing and Song Fushing, a smile gracing her face. "Uncle Lijing, dear nephew, come, take a seat. It's just been laid out." Song Lijing waved his hand, saying, "No need to sit. We have come to collect grain, 5 pounds from each household." Guopozi felt a pang in her heart. "What is the matter?" she asked, concerned. Song Lijing pointed to the handcart and explained, "These carts require someone to oversee them during the night so that we can rest soundly. We cannot allow those on night watch to endure unnecessary hardship. They might grow hungry in the latter part of the night, and with a journey ahead, they must be sustained. Providing each person with some dry rations and a bowl of porridge is a considerate gesture. Among our 10 or so families, we will designate 1 strong laborer from each household, selecting 4 to take turns each night. If we contribute our grain, can we trust it to be prepared at my home? My eldest daughter-in-law will handle the cooking." Guopozi wiped her hands on her apron, saying, "Very well. No need for further discussion. I shall fetch it right away." Upon receiving the goods from Uncle Song's wife, she locked eyes with him for several seconds, her gaze penetrating. Song Fushing pondered. "What does that look mean, dear aunt? Are you hoping for a discount?" Indeed, he guessed correctly, for they were genuine relatives. She initially contemplated asking, "Could we not start with just 2 pounds? We promised to pay after consuming them." However, Uncle Song interjected with a frown, urging her, "Quickly serve it up. Why are you staring? Don't just scoop the corn mush. Include some fine flour as well." Regret washed over Aunt Song. She should have been swift in serving the corn kernels. With her husband's command, it meant at least half a pound of fine flour. When it came to Li Xiu, one could only sigh at her burden of carrying a child alone. She was tasked with collecting 5 pounds of grain. Yet, Li Xiu proved to be resourceful. Throughout the journey, she toiled selflessly, bearing her child and pushing the cart. When her belongings became too cumbersome, she would ask for assistance, but not without offering something in return. Before descending the mountain, she made extra steamed buns to share with those who helped her, a gesture of goodwill that warmed hearts. She was acutely aware that if the group were to be ruthless, they might abandon her and her child, dooming them to perish. However, if they exhibited good behavior along the way, even if they ultimately ran out of food, begging on her knees before the others would still be preferable to being treated like the evacuees. Without hesitation, Li Xiu handed over the 5 pounds of grain. Yet, Song Liring, unable to bear the thought, interjected, "If you can't push the cart, just speak to the families behind us for assistance. I will inquire if anyone has space in their cart. When we travel, we can manage to squeeze in." "Oh dear, Liring, I truly find myself in a predicament. In my household, there are only the 2 of us. I must tend to the livestock and fetch water. You suggest that I should also cook and gather firewood. Master Song, may I not join forces with someone else?" Upon speaking, Li Xiu cast a glance at Song Lirzhang and then hopefully at Song Fuxing. Song Fuxing replied, "You deserve it." Song Lirzhang remarked, "You will need to negotiate with another family on your own. Bring your grain along, and if they agree, that will suffice." Song Senggu, "My household is not suitable." Subsequently, Li Xiu took the child and sought out the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gao butcher. Understanding well that this woman was significantly younger than the elderly matrons, and a young wife in charge tends to be more lenient, the household was filled with men who were not overly particular. Song Fuxing and Song Lirzhang continued to collect grain, and the other wives readily contributed as well. Much to Song Fuxing's astonishment, it is known that they are typically quite frugal, even harsh with themselves, let alone with others. Among them were those who spoke, offering polite words to Song Lirzhang. "Uncle, your eldest daughter-in-law still has to prepare meals for the night watch. It is exhausting. But it is all for the sake of our community." Such commendable behavior was noted. In Song Fuxing's heart, the most deserving of praise were his own parents. Initially, he was quite worried, as they had intentionally chosen to be the last family to gather their shares, but to his surprise, his parents merely lifted their eyelids and promptly began to pack the grain. Old Lady Ma mused, "Why bother haggling? Everyone has contributed, and any delay is a waste of breath. The tide has turned." Since becoming the village chief, Song Lirzhang had arranged numerous matters for each household. Yet he had never experienced such ease. The chaos usually meant disobedience. "Look, Fuxing, I told you, you don't need me to accompany you. You can collect it on your own. When times are tough, people will naturally band together. In truth, your presence is redundant. Dividing the labor is unnecessary. It's far more convenient for everyone to cook together." Upon hearing this, Song Fuxing thought to himself, "This won't do. If we all eat from one pot, chaos will surely ensue. The group will inevitably fracture over disparities in grain, who eats more or less. Let us put an end to that notion." Chapter 69. Hold on. Fuling, Part 2. Upon arriving at the resting place and securing their own position, Song Fuling and her mother hurriedly laid out the grass mat. They placed a moisture-proof mat atop the grass, followed by a quilt. Song Fuling sprawled on top, immobile, indifferent to the surrounding affairs, gazing up at the azure sky. Exhausted and dazed, Tao Hua approached with a vacant expression, saying, "Fat girl, come on, let us gather some dry grass." Song Fuling waved her small hand, refusing to budge. Song Jinbao approached, holding back for a while before muttering resentfully, "Lazy woman." It was unclear from whom he had learned such words. In truth, Song Jinbao longed to scold Fat Girl with harsher words, just as he would with his elder sister, venting his frustrations. However, he feared jeopardizing their meal. Back on the mountain, he had chosen to forego seizing the fried dough twist from his elder sisters, just to wait for the rice. Now caught in a dilemma, having come this far, it seemed unwise to offend Fat Girl. Yet, refraining from scolding left him feeling envious and resentful. She was so much younger than he. Yet she always rode in the cart, and upon arrival, she merely lay there, doing nothing. Song Fuling tilted her body slightly, casting a glance at Song Jinbao as he bent to gather hay. A lazy woman is simply a lazy woman. Just moments ago, her second aunt, Madame Zhu, had shot her a furtive glare, undoubtedly thinking of her as a financial burden, followed by an endless stream of complaints. She probably had already expressed her grievances. Let her glare. It's not as if she hadn't noticed. Song fulling mused. Go ahead and scold me. I shan't rise, and I shall pretend I haven't heard you. After a while, you'll find it tiresome. Furthermore, dear aunt, the very fact that you are reprimanding me now suggests that I have yet to cultivate the habit of idleness. Once I grow accustomed to this laziness, you shall learn to tolerate it. And should there come a day when I suddenly become industrious, you will be the first to applaud and exclaim, Ah, my little granddaughter has made something of herself. Splendid indeed. With a mischievous grin, Song Fuling looked skyward. Just then, her somewhat muddy visage was captured by Song Yinfeng, who had hurried over. Though her aunt felt a mix of exasperation and affection for her little niece, especially since she was the sole child of her third brother, she still couldn't help but tease. Hey, dear, what about that water? Is it still green? If it's lost its color, we shall simply pour it into the pot. Song Fuling exchanged glances with her aunt. Let us just drink the murky water. No sooner had she uttered those words than a vivid image emerged in her mind of everyone spitting into the river to test for poison, prompting her to exclaim, Aunt, let us add a few drops of vinegar to the water. We would rather drink sour water. Old Lady Ma gritted her teeth in frustration. What a predicament. That insufferable girl insists on drinking boiled water. What is this nonsense? Such pretentiousness. It forces me to boil water on the mule cart, and every time I do, I have to shoo the people away. There is simply no space. One must remain vigilant, for the vehicle is cluttered with numerous items. Caution is necessary to prevent any fire hazards, avoid toppling the cooking pot, and refrain from scalding oneself. Thankfully, the plump girl has enjoyed a lengthy slumber, which has significantly calmed the situation. Otherwise, the chaos would have escalated further. Listen closely. Those fleeing are on the verge of drinking unfiltered water, and this little girl is now demanding vinegar. Song Yinfeng quickly interjects in a hushed tone. Mother, lower your voice. Have you forgotten that my younger brother specifically advised you while we were on the mountain? The plump girl is growing up. Do not scold her in front of others. Our family is already facing enough embarrassment without drawing attention. Furthermore, adding vinegar to boiling water is a safer option than dealing with those suffering from diarrhea. It doesn't require much. Vinegar is not salt or soy sauce. Whether or not we have it along this journey is inconsequential. Drinking clean water and potentially suffering a day of discomfort is far better than the alternative. Moreover, mother, the little bit of vinegar you had was already used by my younger brother to protect against snakes and insects. Now we are consuming what he brought from his home. The plump girl has not taken your vinegar. The plump girl reflects. Isn't this a bit awkward? Meanwhile, Song Fuling, who is lying nearby, has grasped her aunt's admonitions. Alas, she wishes to express that she has already made considerable efforts to lower her expectations since her arrival in this world. Her emotional trajectory has unfolded as follows. Upon hearing the news of their impending escape and the necessity to travel by mule cart, she became apprehensive. Having never experienced such a mode of transportation, having only ridden in cars, she wondered what it would feel like to be jostled about in a mule cart. The sensation was akin to being on the verge of being shattered. At that time, within the confines of the bumpy cart, her parents were astonishingly preparing fried dough sticks to serve as their future provisions, despite the tumultuous conditions. She was utterly astounded. The space was so cramped that after arranging their belongings, there was barely enough room to stretch one's legs. How could such a feat be accomplished? Yet, it was achieved. At that time, she felt an overwhelming bitterness. The food she had was utterly unsatisfactory, even less appealing than the boxed meals consumed during train journeys in the past. The clothing was of little concern. In her heart, she felt a swell of pride, for she truly possessed the ability to endure and withstand hardship. The following day, she found herself residing in a cave, then in a tent atop a mountain, trekking through muddy terrain, often startled by the eerie calls of unknown creatures that sent her into a state of panic. She drank from a stream filtered by charcoal, subsisting on dry rations devoid of meat or vegetables, not even a trace of pickled delicacies. Her palate was left wanting. In her mind, she marveled at her remarkable resilience, deeming herself a truly unpretentious child of the Song family. Although the food lacked flavor, it provided a sense of stability. When she could no longer walk and had to climb onto a mule cart, the available space was scarcely larger than a modern cushion, akin to the modest seat pads used in school. Yet, she felt an inexplicable happiness, sleeping more soundly than ever. That day, in her present perspective, felt like a dream. Oh, if only I could start anew, I would cherish every moment. Now, boiling river water with a splash of vinegar, She was uncertain if she could endure until that day returned. "Mother," Song Fuling exclaimed, taking a freshly steamed bun, devouring it eagerly while mumbling, "I now believe your words. No one is beyond suffering. One speaks as per their circumstances. Those born in the 90s or later cannot endure hardship. It all depends on one's conditions. Look at us, fleeing disaster. Even a 1-year-old can learn to endure hardship and live simply." Qian Paying nodded, albeit with little enthusiasm. "I never anticipated I could walk so far, covering tens of thousands of steps." As Song Fuxing continued to speak, the mother and daughter nearly pierced him with their disdainful glances, as if to impale him with their eyes. Chapter 70. Who Startles Whom? A lengthy chapter. Dedicated to the generous offerings of the charming little cat, Qian Paying remarked, "After exhausting ourselves to such a degree, having traversed tens of thousands of steps today, I almost wish to emulate my daughter, dramatically collapsing and pushing away my bowl, declaring that I shan't do anything further, wiping my face clean of any concern, and letting things unfold as they may. Yet, this obstinate man dares to assign us tasks. Does he not deserve a good beating? Has he traveled back to antiquity only to tighten his skin? What tasks, you ask? Why, to be mere puppets. Indeed, akin to the puppets of modern society. We have our meal puppets and merchandise puppets. Our assignment is to be thought puppets. In summary, it echoes a line from a comedic skit. The production team convenes, engaging in organized study. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, the newly appointed political commissar, Song Lijing, sat cross-legged at the forefront, a pipe held delicately in his mouth. Yet it remained unlit, as if he were reluctant to part with it. After a couple of coughs to clear his throat, he proclaimed, "What I mean by urging everyone to stay awake is to reflect on our first day since descending the mountain. However, please keep the noise to a minimum. As long as we can hear each other, that suffices. Before we commence our discussions, we must refrain from speaking over one another, lest we descend into chaos. Those wishing to speak, please raise your arms." Beside him, Song Fuxing quietly reminded, "Grandfather, it is raise your hand. Yes, raise your hand to speak." After this clarification, Song Lijing demonstrated the gesture, illustrating how to raise one's hand. Everyone sat upon their respective bedding, exchanging glances, eyes wide with curiosity, each pondering, "Discuss this day? We have all witnessed the events of today. What more is there to address?" In the past, such a situation had never occurred after a day had passed. We still needed to discuss it, lacking experience in such matters. How does one articulate this? Suddenly, Song Fuxing cleared his throat. Ahem. Qian Paying first rolled her eyes dramatically before raising her hand. "Allow me to say a few words. We must learn from our mistakes. We cannot afford to be soft-hearted again, allowing others to take our provisions. This had already escalated. If we were to falter, what repercussions might ensue? Indeed. We cannot afford to be lenient. In the future, even if someone dies before our eyes, we must not offer them sustenance." Her words immediately steered the collective mindset of the group. Especially among the elder women, who possessed ample experience in struggle, they criticized Wang Pozi while scoffing. "If we had not fought back, those rascals would have surely harmed us further. We would be worse off than them, trampled underfoot as they seize our provisions." Do you believe that? Indeed, it is certain. Moreover, we must not show weakness. If we do, they will take advantage of our softness. Look at those people. When they cannot win, they kneel and plead. What a desperate situation. If they could overcome us, they wouldn't resort to begging. Who wishes to kneel? Yes, such is human nature. We must unite in our efforts. Some spoke with such fervor that they forgot to raise their hands. Song Lirong felt quite satisfied with this development. Song Fuxing raised his eyebrows, observing that the group had gained a profound understanding of the issue. He cleared his throat again. Ahem. Song Fuling refrained from rolling her eyes. After all, she might need to rely on her father in the future. To honor her father, she raised her hand and, upon receiving permission, stood to address the assembly. Esteemed elders, uncles, aunts, and respected relatives, I too would like to share a few words. What I wish to convey is encapsulated in the words my father spoke before descending the mountain. Unity. We must remain united. Along this arduous journey, countless unfamiliar faces pass us by, yet we recognize none, save for the 14 families sitting beside us. For regardless of whether we face hunger or thirst, conflict or strife, life or death, it is only these 14 households, these villagers seated here, who will lend each other a helping hand in times of need. We cannot simply stand by and watch. Just as when the esteemed Fu Gue passed away, though many were fleeing famine along this road, none would lay him to rest. It is only our own kin who, regardless of time or circumstance, will extend their assistance. For there may come a day when we arrive in a new town, finally finding a place to settle. Yet, in such a vast community, we remain outsiders in the eyes of its inhabitants, unfamiliar with anyone except for these elderly men and women, these uncles and aunts seated beside us. Once, we were all from the same village. Henceforth, as we journey to new lands and lose our other kin, these are the closest bonds we possess. Song Fu Ling clasped her hands, declaring, "Thus, we must unite." She deliberately articulated this sentiment in simple, accessible language, hoping to influence her father and instill a sense of solidarity among these people, despite the daunting journey ahead. Indeed, if we were to become scattered like grains of sand, it would spell trouble for all, including her family, rendering them vulnerable to exploitation. The perils along this path are manifold. A single hero requires the support of three. Thankfully, we traverse this vast expanse as a united group. Song Fu Ling's words indeed stirred emotions. In their moment of reflection, these individuals were moved, albeit without deep contemplation. When this statement is analyzed and contemplated, it becomes evident that it holds a profound truth. Indeed, the sentiment expressed by Song Lijing is profoundly moving. He is deeply affected at the thought of those villagers who have vanished without a trace, causing him great sorrow. With heartfelt emotion, he summarizes his reflections, declaring that everyone should live well, all of them, without exception, as we are the only familiar faces left. There are no others. Although the ensuing discussion did not spark a flurry of voices, its impact resonated deeply within the hearts of those present. Even after the production team concluded their assembly and organized their studies, subtle changes began to emerge. The butcher, carrying the pig's stomach, approached the Guo family dwelling, saying, "Guolar, I hear you don't have a water bag. Take this. I've cleaned the pig's bladder, and tomorrow I shall use it to fetch water." "Oh, Uncle Gao, this is splendid. This can hold quite a bit of water," he replied. Wang Posey, conversing with a young woman adjacent to her home, reassured her, "Do not scold the child. It is of no consequence. If he turns over, let him come over. How much space can a little one occupy under a quilt? Your family is numerous, and we have enough quilts to share." Moreover, some men, clutching tea leaves, gathered around Song Lijing and Song Fuxing, inviting Tian Shifa and others to partake in a small pinch of tea leaves to share. This truly alleviates fatigue. As they hastily packed their belongings for the journey, the wives uncovered the tea and urged everyone to sample it. Madame Ma, seated upon her cotton quilt, found herself inexplicably drawn to glance at the elder sister-in-law across several households. She mused, "Enough of this. I shall refrain from engaging in verbal sparring with you on this journey, lest it lead to your distress. You must live well. When we reach our destination, I want you to witness firsthand how my sons flourish and honor me, leaving you envious, you wretched woman." Amidst this, the subtle changes brought by Song Fuling, who hides her merits and fame, retreat with the young ladies to the restroom. This task cannot be approached with laziness. It is one that must be undertaken with diligence. Yet, unexpectedly, her peculiar attire, a traditional upper garment paired with casual black trousers, the garment reaching the side of her legs, a handkerchief swirling in her hand, and a stainless steel water bottle at her waist, caught the eye of an observant individual. This individual, who once survived by petty theft in the city, had little of value to carry during this escape. Their home was overrun by refugees. They possessed neither silver nor the alluring herbs they had hoped to salvage. The brother was genuinely naive, possessing only 6/10 of the vigilance others had, but he was bold enough to suggest, "Shall we rob them? Have you lost your mind, brother? They could easily dispatch us with a single blow. We cannot only refrain from robbing them, but must also avoid their provisions and vehicles. The noise would attract unwanted attention. Do you not see? They have sentinels on watch. What do the sentinels fear? They fear nothing but sleep. Indeed, the newly appointed 4-night watchmen are utterly fatigued. After walking all day, they must continue at dawn, their eyes barely open. However, that is not an option. They will awaken at the slightest disturbance. Trust my words, brother. Let us steal the object from the young girl's waist. It is not iron, and its material is unclear, but it certainly appears to be of exquisite value. My eyes do not deceive me. Once we enter the city in the future, we will sell it swiftly, and I promise to treat you to a life of luxury. The lass is easily managed. We can slip in unnoticed, seize the treasure, and vanish before dawn." After a clandestine deliberation, The brothers stealthily infiltrated the encampment through the narrow passage between the mule-drawn and ox-drawn carts. Fortune smiled upon them as the moon's glow and the embers of the dying fire revealed a slender leg clad in black trousers directly above the hearth. A silent gesture from the younger brother met with an affirmative nod from the elder, and with swift, noiseless steps, they approached Song Ful. A quick peek left one brother sprawled on the ground, while the other involuntarily exclaimed, "Good heavens!" Startled awake, Song Ful was terrified by the sight of the two strangers staring at her. A wave of panic washed over her as she realized that thieves were attempting to rob her. In unison, Song Ful and the thieving brothers cried out, "Robbery! A ghost!" Song Ful masked exclaimed, "Ah!" Chapter 71. I refuse to yield. Si Zhuang leaped to his feet, his figure a blur as he subdued the thieving brothers with swift efficiency. However, the wound reopened, blood seeping anew. Awakened by his daughter's scream, Song Fusheng's eyes snapped open. He had intended to rise with equal alacrity, but Qian Mishou, who had been sleeping in his arms, tripped him. Stumbling and falling to his knees, Song Fusheng scrambled to his feet, shielding his daughter with his arm as he bellowed, "Who goes there?" Before the brothers could confess, 5-year-old Qian Mishou charged forward, his hair disheveled. Feeling that his uncle was utterly foolish, there was no need to ask further. The young boy shouted fiercely, "I let you steal my glutinous rice brick. I will make you pay." Qian Mishou charged forward, using his head to butt, his small fists to strike, and even resorted to biting with unrestrained vigor. He exuded an intense determination, gritting his teeth, resolute in his intent to fight to the bitter end. Qian Mishou was filled with indignation. While the theft of grain was beyond his purview, a matter for the adults, the audacity to pilfer the brick that rested beneath his sister's pillow, to take away his cherished possession, was utterly inexcusable. He would not allow it to pass without consequence. The child was too agitated, and it was imperative to prevent him from getting closer. The two culprits had already been restrained by the crowd. Yet there was a lingering fear that Qian Mishou might inadvertently become a hostage. "Uncle, they are trying to steal my brick. They are after my brick." Qian Mishou cried out, "I heard you, and I understand. Can I take care of them? You must listen." He was handed to Qian Peiying by Song Fusheng, and in her embrace, he looked up with tearful eyes, pleading, "Sister, did they really take my brick? Please check if my brick is still there." "Oh no." The sudden commotion from Qian Mishou caught Song Fuling off guard. She knew that aside from a previous bout of tears before fleeing, he had never made such a ruckus. Qian Peiying comforted her brother while gesturing, "Hurry, let us take a look." A tattered cloth bag containing the glutinous rice brick was handed to Qian Mishou. "Open it and see for yourself. It's still here. Do not be afraid," she encouraged. Song Fuling continued to soothe her brother, saying, "How could I allow them to steal it? The moment they approached me, I was already aware. Before we could seize the glutinous rice bricks, the culprits were apprehended. Please, do not weep any longer." The crowd had already stirred in a frenzy, armed with various implements, and by this time, the situation became clear. Alas, these two miscreants were attempting to pilfer the glutinous rice bricks intended for the plump girl's pillow. The brothers, bewildered, protested, "Who has stolen the glutinous rice bricks?" As they were subdued and brought to their knees, they cast a glance at the already unwrapped bundle of the incriminating rice bricks, nearly retching at the sight. Who would steal such worthless items? Wouldn't they refuse even if offered for free? "Listen, allow us to explain," one of them pleaded. Yet, Song Fusheng interjected, declaring that no explanation was necessary, as he had no time for such discussions. The cacophony of children awakened in fright, crying in unison with the sound of money and rice being tossed around, echoed in his ears. "Take them outside and give them a thrashing," he ordered. Tian Shifa and the others restrained the brothers and proceeded to deliver blows. After a brief interval, the brothers were left battered and bruised, their faces swollen. When asked if they would yield, the more cunning younger brother quickly cried out, "I yield, I was wrong." Yet, he forgot about his stubborn elder brother, who defiantly retorted, "I will not yield. Then you shall continue to be punished. Do you yield or not?" At this point, blood trickled from his nose. "I will not yield. I did not steal the glutinous rice bricks." Before Tian Shifa and the others could strike again, the younger brother slapped his elder sibling across the face. "Brother, can you not just concede? But I truly did not steal the glutinous rice bricks." The elder brother's eyes reddened, tears of injustice streaming down his face, feeling both frightened and wrongfully accused of thievery. Chapter 72. Illness. Song Lijing conducted an inspection, anxious about the possibility of losing items. The 4 night watchmen were reprimanded. You must be vigilant. How can you justify the sacrifices made by everyone for the provisions? Keep your eyes wide open and be attentive. Do not let the fire extinguish without your notice. Meanwhile, the women busied themselves soothing their children, urging them to return to sleep, for the dawn would bring more journeys ahead. They murmured ancient lullabies, comforting their little ones with phrases like, "Do not be afraid of the dark." Qian Peiying cradled Qian Mishu, gently rocking him while softly patting his back. She understood well that the child's distress stemmed partly from drowsiness, but also from the weighty significance of the two bricks resting heavily on his small heart. To him, they represented a solemn task entrusted by his grandfather, the only possession he must safeguard. Thus, from their first meeting until now, he bore this responsibility constantly. When the bricks were handed to him, it was an acknowledgement of his status as a nephew, and also a gesture towards Fu Ling. The uncle, however, was not to be trusted. He forbade any touching or handling, remaining uneasy. Song Fu Ling lifted her mask to her forehead and poured some hot water, offering it to Qian Mishu. "Here, take a sip. Please do not cry. Your sobs are becoming too pronounced." Qian Mishu took a sip, glanced at Song Fu Ling, and then lowered his eyelids. After a few moments, he raised his eyes again, addressing her. "Sister, please be careful in the future." This was a measured response, indicating that he was still willing to rest beside her. Song Fu Ling quickly expressed her gratitude, nodding appreciatively. "Thank you, Mishu. I will be more cautious from now on. I will ensure nothing is taken away." She exchanged a knowing glance with Qian Peiying, both aware that the true concern was not the theft of the glutinous rice bricks, but something else entirely. However, one dared not speak, for the child had set his sights on the brick. It was best not to provoke him further into tears in the dead of night. Song Fuling cast a glance at the thermos she had set aside, her eyes glinting. Meanwhile, Song Fuxing promptly tended to the wounds of the four robust men, his mind heavy with concern. The medicine he had procured before their escape was nearly exhausted, yet the injuries showed little sign of improvement. The supplies would last but one more day, and if the situation did not improve, where could he find a wandering physician skilled in herbal remedies? A lack of medicine could be tolerated, for in ancient times, herbal remedies sufficed, provided the doctor was knowledgeable. The train of thought was interrupted when Gao Tai, unable to sleep, leaned closer and inquired, "Third uncle, does Brother Sanjuang possess martial arts? Could you persuade him to teach us during his rest?" "Ask him yourself," replied Song Fuxing, rising to check on the two unfortunate thieves. To his astonishment, the brothers had turned upon one another. The younger struck the elder in a fit of rage, demanding a confession, while the elder retaliated with kicks, questioning the younger's right to strike him. They had both been beaten by the brothers-in-law, their faces bloodied. Disinterested in this farce, Song Fuxing urged them to leave. "Go, and do not let me see you again. Do not even think of coveting our belongings. If I catch sight of you again, nearby or otherwise, I shall break your legs." Thus, the pair of thieves was released. Nearby, the awakened refugees had caught wind of the commotion and gleaned the situation amidst the children's wails. Their minds converging on a singular thought, despite their numbers, that group seemed superficial. Apart from the mules and cattle, which might provide some meat, there were scant provisions to be had. Otherwise, what could incite such a ruckus over a moldy, glutinous rice brick? It seemed they were worse off than themselves. With dawn approaching, the journey would continue. After merely half a morning's journey, Qian Mishu suddenly fell ill without any forewarning, his face flushed and feverish. Upon touch, his forehead felt scalding hot. Song Fuxing carried Qian Mishu on his back, the child listlessly resting against him. Chapter 73. Unusual weather. It could be aptly described as a sky filled with clouds. 100 miles or so ahead, a torrential downpour raged, accompanied by fierce winds and thunderclaps that echoed as if the heavens had developed a leak. At that moment, descending the mountain meant braving the elements and trudging through the rain. Up on the mountain, the atmosphere was even more chilling and damp. In the early morning and late evening, people huddled closely together, seeking warmth from one another's body heat, while thick blankets cocooned them snugly and bonfires blazed day and night. Song Fuling even resorted to using a water bag as a hot water bottle, clutching it throughout the day to warm her feet, hands, and belly. Each person dared not linger in the restroom, not only due to the rain but also because the cool breeze, carrying droplets, would send a shiver down their spines. In summary, damp and cold. Yet, 100 miles away, the weather was frighteningly dry and hot. There was no wind, breathing became laborious, and waves of heat enveloped them. Several groups of refugees could already be seen sitting on the roadside, panting and resting as if they could hardly catch their breath. They spoke not a word, their heads drooping, lying wherever they could, even obstructing the way of others, yet exhibiting an unwillingness to rise, utterly drained by the heat. In this stifling heat, where not a single breeze stirred and the sun scorched the earth, a group of individuals approached in the distance. The nostrils of the mules and oxen pulling carts flared wide as they huffed and puffed, visibly agitated by the oppressive heat. The straw mat covering the luggage on the handcart had almost transformed into an electric blanket with the heat radiating from it. The sturdy men grasped the handles of the cart, their hands brushing against the wooden surface, which radiated heat, causing beads of sweat to trickle down their brows like a relentless rain. Each pedestrian beside the mule-drawn cart was drenched, their garments clinging to their backs. It felt as though a mere 5 minutes of walking translated into 2 hours of perspiration. Among the throng at the forefront of this procession stood a man whose attire set him apart, making him particularly conspicuous. His hair was styled into a top knot. Perched atop his head, he wore straw sandals, and his jacket hung open, revealing an unencumbered chest beneath. His shorts, which fell above his knees, added to the unorthodox appearance. Cradled in his arms was a child of 4 or 5, whose head drooped listlessly against his shoulder. In all honesty, despite the sweltering heat and the fact that the crowd consisted of refugees fleeing hardship, Song Fuxing's appearance would have struck the eye of any ancient observer as quite improper. In contemporary times, going shirtless in shorts may elicit nothing more than a comment about one's lack of refinement. However, in ancient society, such attire was unheard of. No one donned such garments. The higher one's status, the more meticulously one dressed, regardless of the weather. Consider the ministers attending court or wealthy merchants, who were always enveloped in layers of clothing, enduring the heat for the sake of propriety, often opting for breathable fabrics such as sheer gauze or satin. Thus, Song Fuxing's attire could be likened to a modern-day individual running through the streets in the nude. To the ancients, exposing one's legs and chest in such a manner was deemed scandalous. Song Fuxing was aware of this and understood the implications of his appearance. Yet he pondered, what does it matter? It is sweltering, and if this continues, he may as well be roasted alongside the meat, with only a sprinkle of cumin to distinguish him. Not only does he don oversized shorts while walking, but he also engages in actions that draw curious glances from passers-by. In ancient times, who had fathers so intimately close to their teenage daughters? Tian Shifa certainly dotes on Tao Hua, yet he seldom converses with her, let alone strolls arm in arm. It's not as though he has a broken leg. However, here stands Song Fuxing, who seems on the verge of carrying his daughter on his back. Song Fuxing, unaware of the implications, instinctively approaches and wraps her arm around Song Fuxing. Originally, Song Fuxing could have shamelessly clung to the vehicle today, but her mother has just begun her monthly cycle. Indeed, on such a sweltering day to be afflicted thus, no amount of padding could stave off the sweat. Upon realizing her predicament, her mother nearly shed tears, lamenting her unfortunate fate. It was she who suggested that Song Fuxing persuade her mother to take her place. Occasionally sitting in the car, ignoring any eye rolls, and not engaging in arguments even if they were scolded. After all, gaining some comfort is preferable to the alternative of enduring such strenuous walking. Moreover, she advised her mother not to skimp, to forego the tattered cloth strips provided by her aunt, and simply use sanitary napkins. What purpose does it serve to save such items for the future? This is a journey. At worst, once settled, they could resort to using ash or rag strips again. Can a living person truly be suffocated by their own needs? If others can manage, so too can she. To Song Fuxing, life is already sufficiently blissful. With caring parents by her side, she, a mere refugee fleeing disaster, is entitled to a touch of indulgence. This is all a blessing, a fortune born of her parents accompanying her through time, providing her with care and affection. There is no need for her to endure hardships like other lonely girls who traverse into a new world, striving for their rights. If she were to arrive alone, even if her ancient parents were kind, they would still be strangers to her, making it difficult for her to show any signs of weakness. It would be a truly miserable existence. Song Fuxing tightly clasped his daughter's arm with his armpit as they moved forward. In his other hand, he held onto Qian Mishu, whose warmth was almost unbearable, exacerbated by the heat radiating from his body. The child's breath emerged in waves of warmth. Song Fuxing used his other hand to continuously wipe Qian Mishu's forehead, armpits, the hollows of his legs, and the back of his neck with alcohol-soaked cotton, all while keeping his head down and walking. Once the cotton was dampened, he would dip it in white liquor. He tested the child's forehead with his mouth, filled with concern. Children should not be given adult cold and fever medications indiscriminately. Some ingredients could be harmful to them. Pei Ying had advised against it, as it could adversely affect liver and kidney function, and the dosage is difficult to gauge correctly. Especially before their departure, he had taken potent cold medications from his supplies, warning that if Mishu's temperature did not exceed 38 degrees Celsius, they should refrain from administering any drugs and instead focus on physical cooling methods, given the sweltering heat. His wife urged him to find a place to rest, suggesting he utilize his space to locate a thermometer and some ibuprofen, diluting half a packet for a milder effect. Song Fuxing gently bounced Qian Mishu. Just hold on a little longer. Once we find a place with water, we can stop and rest. Your uncle will give you your medicine, all right? Qian Mishu nodded lightly twice, then wrapped his small arms tightly around Song Fuxing's neck, his eyes reddening. Previously, Grandma Song had heard that he had caught a chill and advised his uncle not to hold him, claiming that he was afflicted with a life-threatening ailment. Uncle immediately remarked, "What a wretched illness. We are merely suffering from heat." In ancient times, catching a chill could indeed be contagious, and without a physician on the road, it could very well be a dire affliction. The group suggested laying him on a handcart, but Uncle refused, asserting that if they placed him on a cart, who would tend to him and cool him down? The caravan could not afford to halt, so he insisted on carrying him, wiping his brow as they walked. As they journeyed, Uncle held him tightly, his garments flapping open, disregarding his own dignity. Qian Mishu nuzzled his small face against Song Fuxing's. Song Fuxing patted his back, saying, "Be gentle, you're choking me. I might perish from the heat." "You must not die. Do not utter such words," Qian Mishu exclaimed. "I was merely jesting." A habitual phrase. Your tears are unwarranted. Song Fuxing, observing from the side, witnessed Qian Mishu's silent tears, his face a portrait of reliance. His lips poised to confess, yet held back. Meanwhile, her father remained oblivious to the sentiment, urging his younger brother to remain silent. Tian Shifa, accompanied by a few young men from the high-speed train, hurried over. They had not traveled with the group earlier, instead searching for a water source along a distant path. They hoped to rest once they found water, but after several hours, there had been no sign of it along the roadside. Many were left with empty water flasks, and the oxen and mules were parched. Third brother, we've found it. Oh dear mother, we have finally discovered it," Song Fuxing exclaimed as he handed Qian Mishu to Si Zhuang, ensuring he was secure. Qian Mishu, feeling uneasy, kicked and struggled, insisting, "Uncle, I want you to carry me." And thus, clutching his wife in one arm and his daughter in the other, he fled with a tattered mat in hand, retreating into the distance under the curious gaze of the onlookers. Madame Ma was infuriated, rolling her eyes in disbelief at how a man could treat women and children in such a manner, utterly devoid of any sense of dignity. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, for she was parched and overheated. As for Song Fuxing and his companions, they were in a hurry to relieve themselves, but in reality, they fashioned a little corner with a mat, where he flopped down, his eyes rolling back, and both Song Fuxing and Qian Pei Ying knew he had entered the space. How fortunate, how blessed, to simply step inside at will. Your father, could he not have the foresight to fetch us a couple of ice creams? Mother, you are on your period, you cannot eat that. Qian Pei Ying sat on the ground, lamenting, "Oh, ancestors, I too long for a popsicle. It is sweltering." At that moment, if both I and your grandmother were to fall into the water simultaneously, I would surely shout, "Save your mother! Quickly save your mother, do not mind me. I shall enjoy the coolness of the water." Song Fuxing, devoid of worries, let out a hearty laugh, her sunburned face beaming with an almost foolish delight. Chapter 74. The modern intrudes upon the ancient. The existence of this spatial phenomenon was utterly enchanting. Enchanting to the extent that while Song Fuxing's body lay on the ground outside, upon entering this space, he seemed to possess a physical doppelganger, capable of wandering about freely, as if he were at home. Thus, upon entering the space, the first thing he did was to open the refrigerator door, burying his head in the freezer to cool off, lest he perish from the heat. As he cooled himself, he casually rummaged through the assorted items stored in the partition. At that moment, he was alone in the space, free to express whatever thoughts came to mind, unencumbered by any considerations, speaking solely from the heart. He muttered to himself, "Her mother certainly knows how to stock up, so much pork. Oh, and there's even a whole frozen chicken." He continued, "What is this? Ah, this bag contains beef. Yes, it must be beef. Thank goodness Pei Ying knows how to manage life." He then inquired, "And what is this?" "A Upon opening the food bag, Song Fuxing clicked his tongue, and saliva began to flow as he exclaimed, "Frozen pickled cabbage balls, splendid. This is delightful. Once thawed, stir-fried with layers of fatty pork. Served with half a bowl of rice and half a plate of stir-fried meat with pickled cabbage, garnished with a side of pickled cucumber. How delicious." Cursing under his breath, he thought he could not dwell on it any longer, for the temptation was overwhelming. Crouching down, Song Fuxing opened the bottom drawer, revealing a kaleidoscope of colorful ice cream wrappers. In the past, when his daughter indulged in ice cream, his usual refrain was, "What is the point of eating that at night? Isn't it cold? Your mother prepared all those fruits for you. Why not eat those?" Yet, at this moment, he sincerely exclaimed, "Oh, let us see what we have here. This all looks so delectable." He picked up a bar only to discard it. Realizing he needed to save some for his daughter, he turned and hastened to the kitchen, which led to the north balcony, where a cabinet held bottled water, beverages, and beer, all reserved for the New Year celebrations. He had bought quite a bit during the supermarket promotions. Stopping in his tracks, he knew the cabinet was stocked with plenty of water, various kinds of it, and he was parched. Still, he gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, resolving, "No, I mustn't touch it. It's for my daughter to drink later." He then retrieved the fruits and vegetables soaking in water before, placed them on the countertop, and began gulping down the vegetable wash with abandon. What of the vegetable washing water? It is undoubtedly cleaner than the water from the ancient rivers. In the past, a mother and daughter sat on the grass, eagerly watching as Song Fuxing opened his eyes, and in an instant, ice cream appeared in his hand. Song Fuxing snatched the ice cream, exclaiming, "Father, so quick? It's only been a couple of minutes." Qian Peiying stared at Song Fuxing, saying, "Did you find it? I can hardly believe you could be so fast." In modern times, the old Song family was never troubled by such matters. They would ask her for anything. And how could it be that he could find things so precisely? "Indeed," he replied, "No, first let me give you two a popsicle. It's hot, isn't it? Hurry and eat. No time for chatter, I'm going inside." "Wait, father, have you eaten? You must be hot as well." Song Fuxing waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not hot. I put myself in the fridge. Don't believe me? Feel my forehead." Song Fuxing, displeased, retorted, "That doesn't matter. Father, you must have one too." "Ah, I've eaten. The one in your hand is the same as mine," he said, rolling his eyes before heading inside. However, once he left, Song Fuxing found herself unable to eat. "What's wrong? Mother, my father hasn't eaten. This ice cream in my hand is coconut ash. He said it's the same as mine, but how can that be? Before we came to ancient times, there was only this one left in the fridge." Qian Peiying paused with her mouth agape for several seconds before saying, "Just eat yours, be obedient. I'll save half for your father. Now hurry. Don't let it melt." Yet, whatever Song Fuxing was rummaging for inside, he was too foolish to keep the ice cream intact. Qian Peiying, catching the dripping popsicle with her hand, mumbled, "I suppose I'll eat it for your father instead." As the mother and daughter savored their ice cream, Song Fuxing was meandering about in the space. While wandering, he silently murmured to himself, "Let me get the thermometer, the medicine, my change of shorts, tank top, her undershirt. And what else?" Scratching his head, Song Fuxing strolled through his daughter's bedroom, recalling her sunburned face, and approached the vanity to rummage through its contents. He understood the importance of sunscreen, noting the various formulations available. However, he was perplexed by the multitude of options labeled with SPF increments, 15, 25, 30, and even 50. Which one should he choose? Perhaps the highest one. He noticed small packets of women's milk powder, though they were convenient to handle. He deemed them inappropriate as they were specifically for women, enriched with zinc and other additives. Best to reserve those for his wife and daughter. After rummaging through, he finally uncovered a large, unopened canister of goat milk powder. He picked it up and furrowed his brow, noticing the label that read skimmed. Alas, modern individuals seem to lack appreciation for their blessings, opting for low-fat diets. If they were to try living in ancient times, they would starve, reduced to eating anything, even rats. In the past, being plump was advantageous for finding a partner, as it indicated a family's abundance. Once he had weathered the famine, his next endeavor would be to plump up Fuling. With some goat milk powder packed into a plastic bag, Song Fuxing emerged from the space, only to be confronted by Qian Peiying. "What are you doing with my old pajamas? I asked for a plain t-shirt, not this one with lace on the collar and sleeves. It's clearly machine-made, not hand-stitched. How can you expect me to wear that for my birthday?" Song Fuxing replied, "These are my old pajamas. You never threw them out. They've just piled up in the closet." With so many clothes, who can tell which is which? Song Fuling. Father, why did you take my sunscreen? To apply it for you. I am but a small refugee, drenched in sweat, and after merely 5 minutes, my bare face is revealed. Once I apply it, I will only end up covered in dirt. Unlike grandmother Song, who instructed Si Zhuang and manager Niu to fetch water, tossing it onto the tattered mat without any care or inquiry. Looking 10 meters away, there is no one. And other families do not permit the children to approach and speak with him. After cleansing, I changed out of my heavy garments and stuffed them into my bundle, dressing Michaud in her lace-trimmed nightgown, allowing the child to don it as a dress. Except for the slightly large neckline, it appeared quite delightful. I then styled her hair into 2 small braids, resembling a little girl perfectly. Song Fuxing held the child in his arms, discreetly placing a thermometer beneath Michaud's armpit. In just a few seconds, the measurement concluded, and a beeping alert sounded. Song Fuxing turned to Qian Peiying, stating, "It's 38.5 degrees. Hurry and prepare the medicine." Qian Michaud tilted her little head in wonder, pointing at the electronic thermometer. "Uncle, what is this? It makes a sound." Meanwhile, old lady Ma suddenly raised her voice, firmly restraining Song Fuling, desperately prying open her granddaughter's mouth, crying and wailing in fear. "Oh heavens, what has happened to my granddaughter's tongue? Oh no, this is terrible. Sanner, come quickly." Song Fuling. She felt quite embarrassed, having indulged in ice cream and forgotten that the coconut ash would stain her tongue black. How could she possibly explain this? Chapter 75. Helplessness. First update. The heat was intense, and the hearts of the people grew restless. Old Lady Ma swung her arms, striking Song Fuling's back. "How could you be so greedy? How could you dare to stuff something unfamiliar into your mouth? I will make you pay for it." After a few strikes from the elderly Ma, she found herself panting and exhausted. The reason for Song Fuling's punishment stemmed from her father's deceitful tale, claiming she had merely eaten some wild fruits she stumbled upon while using the restroom, leading to her discolored tongue, an explanation he thought warranted no alarm. Listen to how carelessly he wove that excuse. Naturally, a beating ensued, didn't it? Song Fuxing, however, did not anticipate that his mother would react so violently. Raising her fists in anger, he furrowed his brow and intervened, exclaiming, "What are you doing, mother? Why are you striking us? At her age, I have never even laid a finger on her. Are you doing this for show?" With her father shielding her, Song Fuling gently tugged at the hem of his shirt, saying, "It's all right, father. Please don't raise your voice. Grandmother is just frightened." Qian Peiying, sensing the tension, urged Song Fuxing, "You should attend to your own matters. Once you finish with the rice birthday celebration, go wash up in the river and cool off. Stay out of this, and hurry along." Qian Peiying spoke thus because she had witnessed Ma's trembling hands. There was no pretense in her fear. The old woman's face had paled, likely believing her granddaughter had been poisoned by the wild fruits. Song Fuxing's loud voice had drawn the attention of the nearby families, who were all watching, some even shouting at the elderly woman. "I have told you before, girls are sensitive. Do not berate them in front of others," he continued, his voice rising. "And yet, here you are, raising your hand to strike. Why would a child eat wild fruits? What compels them to risk such unfamiliarity? Poverty, thirst, hunger, deprivation of food and drink. It is our inadequacy as adults. The children are obedient enough. Why unleash your anger upon her?" Qian Peiying could only wave her hand and say, "Hurry along, will you? You're being quite tedious." Song Fuling stood awkwardly in place, fiddling with her fingers, musing to herself, "If it weren't for the fact that I had indeed indulged in ice cream earlier, how sweet it was, so delightful and delicious. The darkened tongue was a testament to my indulgence." I nearly succumbed to tears, recalling my father's words. Qian Peiying instructed her daughter, "You should go as well. Find Taohua and wash up. What about my brother? You needn't concern yourself with him." Just as Song Fuling turned to leave, Song Jinbao rushed over. "Sister Panya, were the fruits sweet?" Song Jinbao's eyes brightened. "Where did you find those fruits?" Suddenly, old lady Ma, inflamed with fury, stormed over wielding a ladle. Seizing Song Jinbao, "I'll teach you a lesson about fruits," one after another. Song Fuling observed her grandmother swinging her arm, the ladle coming down firmly on Song Jinbao's backside. The impact was so solid that she felt a pang of sympathy for him, and she quickly covered her own backside and fled. Song Fuxi glanced at his son receiving a thrashing, thinking, what is the use of advising? Let her vent her frustrations. It's better than letting her bottle it up and fall ill. Zhu Shi stared in disbelief, pondering whether her husband and Song Fuxing were truly blood brothers. Just look at that family. They wouldn't even allow a word against their child, fiercely protective. And then there was this family, letting their own mother unleash her wrath on her only son. Yes, let her unleash her wrath. On that day, several families resorted to chastising their children, leaving the little ones wailing and rolling on the ground. For this is the lament of the impoverished. The poor would rather let their food spoil than consume it, hoarding it instead. The oppressive heat has rendered every household in a predicament, with their reserves of meat and eggs on the verge of spoilage. They must consume these provisions. After all, one cannot allow the meat to rot or the eggs to become so warm that they might hatch into chicks. To forego consumption would mean to discard them. Yet the act of eating feels like a painful sacrifice, especially given the uncertainty that lies ahead amidst the looming specter of famine. Only the innocent children remain genuinely joyful, their clapping and cheers serving to exacerbate the fragile spirits of the adults. Chapter 76. The gourd is pressed, and the ladle is lifted. Second update. Old Lady Ma turned her back to the group, sulking as she sat on the grass mat, tears streaming down her face in frustration. Several daughters-in-law contemplated inquiring about the quantity of dry rations she was steaming, whether she had chosen to cook the meat that was about to spoil or to boil the eggs that could not be preserved, but they hesitated, unsure if they ought to approach her or make decisions on their own. Old Lady Ma was incensed not only by the relentless heat, but also by the sense that their journey northward seemed futile. One might think they were heading south. As the temperature only grew more unbearable, the heat left her breathless, rendering all food unfit for storage. Setting aside the meat and eggs, even the dry rations risked spoiling after merely half a day of steaming. Though the adults could manage to eat, what if the children suffered from stomachaches? Moreover, she was genuinely heartbroken. Heartbroken over the way Song Fuxing and his family shouted and bickered with her, their voices rising as though they were preparing for a confrontation. In all those years, her third son had never behaved in such a manner. Yet, how could he not understand her fright? How could he overlook the reason behind her distress and the incident involving her granddaughter? After all, they had only one child. And if the plump little girl were to consume something harmful, what would become of the entire family? In Old Lady Ma's heart, she had never entertained the notion of replacing her daughter-in-law, wishing instead for a son to be born into the family. To speak frankly, there were several years when, without the financial assistance of the old gentleman, the Song family would have been in dire straits, perhaps even to the point of starvation. Thus, we cannot take advantage of the situation and then cast aside those who have aided us. She sincerely hopes that the Qian family can regain their dignity. If they truly cannot, she had indeed contemplated the idea of letting the third son take a concubine. She thought that even if she had to sell a couple of acres of land, the proceeds could be used to support this endeavor, which she would finance. After the child is born, she would hand the baby over to the Qian family to raise, treating it as if it were her own. Should there be any resistance, she would consider adopting a boy with the surname Song, but adoption would be a last resort. It is preferable to avoid it if possible. Of course, given the current circumstances of fleeing from disaster, each day is uncertain, and pondering too much is futile. Therefore, this chubby girl is of utmost importance. She is the only child in the San family and must be protected from the cold and illness. She needs to be nurtured and made strong. Let us not concern ourselves with whether she will bear children in the future. Such matters are speculative, and safeguarding the present is of paramount importance. Just moments ago, when the chubby girl stuck out her tongue, it appeared black, causing great distress to her heart. How could one not be agitated? Madame Ma immediately turned and exclaimed, "Who is it? How can you speak so recklessly? Your household cannot even create a fuss. Ah, indeed, your family seems incapable of making a ruckus. I wonder where your second son is." Auntie S' heart ached at her sharp words. How could this woman speak with such vigor? With good intentions, she came to inquire. But instead, she struck at others' vulnerabilities, leaving Auntie gasping in frustration. Meanwhile, Song Fuxing had arrived at the riverbank. Believing that the water's depth would at least allow him to jump in and swim a few laps, if not submerged to his ankles. However, the river was exceedingly shallow, so shallow that one could not use a bucket to draw water directly. Instead, a small basin was required, filling it halfway before pouring it into the bucket. To fill the bucket with water took an interminable amount of time. This was indeed a troubling situation. Song Lijing and Song Fuxing, in unison, hastened over and said, "Fuxing, quickly use your treasure to let us see ahead. We must ascertain whether those people ahead have run out of water. A lack of water is unacceptable." Indeed, the absence of water was dire. If the livestock could not endure, they would perish first. followed by the people. Chapter 77. Water is as crucial as food. Part 1. Ever since Song Fuling had spoken with her father about the two thieves, suggesting that their intent was not to steal silver or grain, but rather to target her stainless steel thermos, she had advised her father to stow away the binoculars, using them sparingly and not to wear them around his neck, as it drew too much attention. Consequently, Song Fushing ceased using the binoculars, truly putting them away. Now, they were brought out again, and along with Li Jing, her brother-in-law Tian Shifa, and Wang Zhongyu, they ascended a nearby elevated mound. The older girls were engaged in washing clothes, which were damp with sweat. One did not need to be close, for the pungent odor could be detected from afar. Arya, while scrubbing her clothes, scratched her scalp with her nails, occasionally using her arm to relieve the itch. Her long hair, gathered up, felt clammy, and her scalp was drenched in sweat, exacerbating the irritation. The incessant scratching of her scalp produced a sound that made Song Fuling, who sat nearby rinsing her feet, wish to cover her face in exasperation. Feeling utterly uncomfortable and unable to glance at Arya, Peach Blossom, noticing Song Fuling's slight disdain for Arya, quickly shifted the conversation, asking, "Fatya, where have our third uncle and the others gone?" "Look, they are climbing up the mound." Song Fuling sighed upon hearing this. "You all take the opportunity to wash while you can. Although the water here is scant, barely enough to submerge a finger, it is still water. I dread the thought that soon we may have no drinking water at all. That would be dire indeed." The three girls immediately halted their actions, turning to glare at Song Fuling. "Do not look at me with such astonishment. Hurry and wash. Have you finished? Oh, Arya, please do not scratch your head. I implore you to let your hair down and wash it as well. Do not fear wasting soap. If Auntie doesn't provide you with any, use mine. It's better than arguing with her. You must understand that while our faces can become dirty and disheveled, akin to those fleeing from calamity, our bodies and hair should remain clean, at least for the day. Moreover, once we leave this place, there may not even be water available to cleanse ourselves. After you finish these tasks, let us have a meal. Then we will gather all the bowls and basins to fill them with water. I estimate it will take quite a while for everyone to fetch it." Indeed, Song Fuling's predictions were accurate. Song Fushing and the others descended from the mound, their expressions grim as they began organizing. Song Fushing directed the butchers to quickly take the mules and oxen to the riverbank for a drink, ensuring they were well fed for the meal. "Remember, before we leave, we must lead the livestock to the river one last time for a hearty drink." Song Lerzhang called out to everyone, "Before we depart, we must fill every container capable of holding water, whether it be water bladders or any spare bamboo tubes. Do not let them go to waste. Fill every vessel you can think of with water." Additionally, Song Liza convened everyone and particularly emphasized a point. "In our households, some possess neither mules nor cattle, while others have several. Mules and cattle require multiple servings of water each day, and with the heat so intense, we must ensure they are sufficiently hydrated. Otherwise, they might become obstinate and refuse to move. Those without livestock should not merely observe. When the time comes, they too must assist in fetching water for the animals. Do you understand? How must we conduct ourselves in our households?" The crowd responded in a scattered chorus. "Unity." "Precisely. Unity. Quickly now, ladies, prepare the meals. Once the food is ready, fill the pots with water." Chapter 78. A response similar to modern households facing water shortages. Second update. Wang Posi's young daughter-in-law quietly inquired of her husband, "Since there is no water ahead, shall we remain here? Though the river offers little, it is still preferable to having none at all. Without water, how can we sustain ourselves? Who knows how far we must travel to find it again?" Wang Zhongyu gazed at his wife with an expression that suggested she had lost her senses in the heat. "What nonsense are you speaking? Remaining here is no different from hiding on the mountain before. This open ground is not your home. Can you truly stay here for a lifetime? We must press on, whatever the task at hand. Ah, yes, we cannot linger here." Wang Posi's young daughter-in-law tapped her forehead. But soon she encountered a new dilemma. Third uncle's garlic sprouts and the buckets are filled with water. Yet we cannot simply pile the buckets atop our luggage as we would typically do on our journey. Where shall we find the space for all these buckets of water? We cannot stack them either. As Wang Posi's young daughter-in-law spoke, her eyes darted about, revealing a sense of restlessness. It was rather audacious to dress so scantily, disregarding all decorum. Yet, one could not help but ponder, are all scholars so fair-skinned? Unbeknownst to her, Song Fushing, clad in a sleeveless vest, Nike shorts, and straw sandals, remained oblivious to the young woman's discomfort. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated the situation. Indeed, if one were to carry an abundance of water on their journey, the weight and volume would necessitate that households drastically simplify their belongings, discarding many items in the process. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. What? We can't keep the straw mats. What shall we use to sleep on in the afternoon? What? We must discard our clothes? If we throw them away, what will we wear? We hardly brought any to begin with. Don't throw away the quilts. Delang, are you out of your mind? What shall we cover ourselves with at night? We already sleep under the open sky. The young man referred to as Delang exclaimed, Mother, did you not hear the village chief and brother Song say that anything temporarily unnecessary must be discarded? Being without water is truly a life-threatening matter. Amidst the chaos and clamor, Song Fuxing felt a sense of exhaustion wash over him. He endeavored to counsel his parents, urging them to refrain from taking unnecessary items, for there was simply no room in the cart. However, Granny Ma was obstinate. To her, everything, no matter how tattered, was of value, even garments riddled with patches. After expressing his thoughts, Song Fuxing called out to Qian Peiying, signaling her to assist, find a better outfit for Si Zhuang, and have him change. He must discard the one he is wearing. Also, help my mother with her calculations. She must not linger here. And what needs to be thrown away must indeed be cast aside. At that moment, Manager Niu approached Song Fuxing, son-in-law. What shall we do about the few jars of wine I brought along as we prepare to depart? Song Fuxing pondered. When there is no water to drink, we can offer wine to everyone. At night, when the blankets are insufficient, we can also drink wine to keep warm. Let's save it for now. However, it would be best to arrange it properly, placing a board on top to flatten it, allowing room to stack more items. Until this moment, the women were still reluctant to discard anything, expressing considerable dissent. It is essential to understand that the items they managed to bring along are, for them, valuable possessions from home. After days of fleeing, burdened with their belongings, the idea of throwing them away was utterly unacceptable. Song Fuxing, addressing his aunt who owned cattle, exclaimed in frustration, I have seen, just 2 or 3 dozen miles ahead, many people are parched by the roadside, collapsing there, their fates uncertain. They likely pass through this area without even realizing there is a small river here, which my brother-in-law specifically discovered for us. We are fortunate to have the favor of the heavens. If you refuse to discard these items and do not create a place to store water, I ask you, who can guarantee that there will be water another 2 or 3 dozen miles ahead? What if we proceed further and find no water for miles? Then the mules and cattle will perish from thirst. If they die, how will you manage to push all these belongings in a cart or carry them by hand? Song Lerzhang, addressing the other families, added angrily, look at those refugees. They have no luggage, some even lack a morsel of food. Yet they continue to survive. Why are you so overly concerned? Do not be greedy and bite off more than you can chew. Losing the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds is foolish. Food and water are the true essentials for survival. The team leader and the political commissar joined in the reprimand, resorting to anger to suppress dissent, and the women resignedly acquiesced. Upon completing their tasks, the next instinct was to rush to the riverbank for a thorough cleansing. In the shallow waters of the stream, there was an urgent desire to wash away everything, including themselves. There was no time to wash their hair, yet they soaked it completely, at the very least to feel refreshed. It was as if once they departed from the river, they would never again touch water. After drawing water, they boiled it fervently, one pot after another, encouraging the men to drink to their heart's content. They even forced their children to drink, despite several little ones protesting, Mother, I cannot drink anymore. Truly cannot. It was not merely about quenching their thirst with free water. They wished to drain the stream, believing that doing so would sustain them until the next day. Water and food held equal importance. Consuming 20 buns in one sitting did not guarantee sustenance until the following month. As for Song Fulling's household meal, it consisted of egg soup. Finally, they could enjoy a decent meal, yet her grandmother, in her peculiar wisdom, prepared pot after pot of unsalted egg soup, ensuring they drank their fill. Alas, they had scarcely eaten any solid food, yet were filled with liquid. A belch escaped, sending the watery contents rising. The mules and oxen resumed their journey, the creaking of the wooden wheels of the handcart crunching against the gravel path. Ahead lay an even more arduous survival challenge. Chapter 79, Borrowing Light, Part 1. As the wheels began to turn, several elderly women cried out, Oh dear, my water. Be gentler, steady it a bit. Such a request seemed unreasonable. How could one avoid swaying? Even with careful maneuvering of the handcart to avoid large stones and pebbles, some tilt was inevitable. Not to mention the mules and oxen, who could not comprehend human commands. The mules, having gorged themselves and taken a refreshing bath, found it difficult to remain still. They pranced about with occasional head tosses, reveling in their newfound freedom. Meanwhile, everyone else appeared rather disheveled, their hair drenched. The brief respite from the heat was welcome. Yet each person wore a towel around their neck that incessantly dripped with sweat, only to be rendered warm and devoid of coolness by the relentless waves of heat. The droplets that fell from their towels evaporated almost instantaneously upon hitting the ground. Each individual was adorned in their finest attire, though most wore coarse linen fabric, which was rather stiff, difficult to wash, and provided little warmth in winter or moisture absorption in summer. These garments were once cherished possessions that they had been reluctant to wear. A select few donned cotton fabric, indicative of slightly more affluent farming families. Among them, the most conspicuous were the three daughters-in-law of Old Lady Ma. In stark contrast, Song In-fong, the elder sister of Song Fuxing, along with Tao Hua and the two daughters, appeared quite disheveled beside he and Zhu families, as they were still clad in their own garments. The limited offerings from Qianping were inadequate, and their differing physiques rendered their clothing ill-fitting. However, in the eyes of Song Fuling, their attire combined paled in comparison to the deep blue short-sleeved shirt worn by Si Zhuang, which was indeed an Armani belonging to her father. Si Zhuang himself felt rather pleased with his outfit. Despite its peculiar design that exposed his arms, it was undeniably refreshing. Moreover, the young lady had specifically instructed him earlier, Si Zhuang, do not wear anything over that, it is far too hot, and covering your wound is not advisable. The shopkeeper Neo expressed envy, remarking that the young lady specifically instructed him, and he even had the privilege of donning the attire of a son-in-law. Such gestures are indeed a mark of honor and fortune. Indeed, Neo's observation resonated with Si Zhuang, who felt deep in his heart that being associated with figures like the young lady and the son-in-law was a stroke of luck, and one must cherish such blessings. Gradually, as they traversed a few miles, due to Song Fuxing's attire of a tank top and short shorts, and Si Zhuang wearing a sleeveless shirt, the men behind them were envious, gazing longingly at the apparent comfort of the two. They too yearned to shed their layers, dismissing any concerns of propriety in the sweltering heat. After all, could their dignity rival that of Song Fuxing, who had once excelled in examinations? It is worth noting that the most oppressive heat occurs around 2 in the afternoon, making it difficult to breathe. Wang Zhongyu paused, handing the pushcart to his wife for support. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with a towel draped around his neck, gritting his teeth as he unfastened the fine clothing he had donned just at noon. His wife remarked, "Oh dear, you look quite unseemly. But what of it? Let it be." Chapter 80. Once, we were also young masters, Part 2. Wang Zhongyu's decision to undress created a far greater stir than Song Fuxing's earlier actions. After all, Song Fuxing and his family had always donned eccentric attire since their first encounter, and he too would shed his clothing in the heat, which had desensitized everyone to the act. Wang Zhongyu, however, was a different matter. The Gao brothers had all removed their garments, leaving them draped over the pushcart, while several eager young men, including Huzi, Dalong, and Erlang, also began to disrobe. It became evident that humanity is, in fact, rather reluctant to wear clothing. Such constraints are simply too confining. Song Fuxing had initially contemplated advising his elder brother, second brother, and brother-in-law to loosen their belts for some respite from the heat. However, upon glancing at his younger siblings, Song Futsai, as the eldest, decided against it. After all, as the head of the family, maintaining dignity was paramount, no matter how sweltering the weather. Observing that his elder brother remained clothed, Song Fuxi too chose to forego the notion, considering that he was also the brother-in-law of Qianping. Tian Shifa was mindful of his daughter Taohua, who had reached a considerable age. As a father, he felt it inappropriate to bare his torso, even in the face of hardship. He had to uphold the image of a father in her eyes. If his son Huji wished to strip down, that was his prerogative. The women, however, faced a different plight. Not only did they sweat profusely, but they also had to keep their hands busy while trudging along. What tasks could they possibly undertake? They were reluctant to discard their clothing or meager belongings. Before their departure, Song Fuling casually suggested that they cut their garments into large pieces of cloth, creating 2 holes just large enough for their eyes to peer through, and if they desired, a hole for their noses as well. By midday, when the mosquitoes became unbearable, They could don these makeshift masks, securing them around their necks with a string to tighten the fabric. This would serve a similar purpose to a mask. Everyone would possess a form of protection, and in the event of a windy, sandy day, it could shield them from the elements. Each piece of cloth would occupy little space. When not in use, it could serve as a cushion or even a sweat towel. Song Fuling's whimsical suggestions unexpectedly resonated with the women, who began to take them to heart. Those with scissors busily poked holes into their old garments while maintaining their pace. At the forefront of the group, Song Fuxing suddenly felt a stiffness in his back as a warm liquid trickled down from behind him. At this moment, he carried a travel backpack in front and a large basket behind him. At the bottom of the basket lay a neatly folded moisture-proof mat and his jacket, along with a few miscellaneous items, while Qian Misho sat atop it. Since taking his medicine, Qian Misho had been in a daze. He didn't even notice when they set off, dozing off in the basket with a large towel draped over his head to shield him from the sun. Perhaps it was the drowsiness, or perhaps he had consumed too much egg soup, but he suddenly urinated all over himself. Song Fusheng, feeling stiff in the back, summoned his energy. After much effort, he managed to wash the urine-soaked shorts by the riverside, hoping to appear more refined. Only for Qian Misho's mishap to ruin it all, leaving him reeking. The most exasperating part was that after causing trouble, Qian Misho woke up, rubbed his eyes, leaned over from the basket to hug Song Fusheng's neck, and softly murmured, "I'm done. I peed." Resigned, Song Fusheng replied, "Well, it's just pee. Are you feeling better?" "Yes, uncle, I'm thirsty," came the response. Song Fusheng unfastened the water pouch for Qian Misho, shook it gently before opening the lid, and handed it back. Upon taking a sip, Qian Misho froze in surprise, initially intending to exclaim in astonishment. He quickly covered his mouth with his small hand, glancing around furtively before leaning in close to Song Fusheng's ear and whispering, "It's sweet, uncle. It's sweet." Song Fusheng chuckled softly. "You've never tasted it before, have you?" Maybe I have," Qian Misho replied uncertainly. "Is it milk?" "Oh." Song Fusheng suddenly recalled that the little one sitting behind him was indeed a child from a wealthy family, accustomed to calling for servants and having tasted milk. Alas! In the moment he was lost in thought, the little one began to call out, waving his small hands, "Sister, auntie." Once again, they forcefully brought the water pouch to Song Fusheng's lips, urging, "Uncle, drink up. It's sweet." But the old man can't manage it. Startled, Song Fusheng quickly shushed them, thinking, "What nonsense! If he can't drink, then let him sip it secretly." He was exasperated, knowing the small amount of milk powder he had was insufficient for the entire household. Just as he was about to caution the child to remain quiet and not to speak of this outside, Taitu, at the front, called out to him, "Third uncle, look. Is that not the cart you saw among your treasures? What a lavish sight. But why hasn't he moved? Truly, your treasure is remarkable." We've traveled so far and finally encountered it. Chapter 81. Drought. Third watch. Not far ahead, merely a few hundred meters away, a cart stood idly by the roadside. Before their departure, Song Fusheng and the others had specially climbed a hill to gaze into the distance, and indeed, they had spotted it through the telescope. Since their flight from Calamity began, they had not seen a single cart on the road, hence they had paid extra attention. However, Taitu's inquiry was valid. With everyone boiling water and preparing meals, coupled with the time spent on their journey, they had wasted considerable time. Why had the cart remained stationary? Was the family not anxious to continue their journey? As Song Fusheng and the others approached closer, oh my heavens, the expressions of the men in the front shifted dramatically. What cart was this? The horse drawing the carriage lay lifeless, explaining its lack of movement. Inside the cart, for individuals, both young and old, had perished, the youngest appearing to be no more than a year old. In this sweltering heat, they had already begun to decay, and a foul odor assailed their senses. Song Fusheng covered his mouth, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding. He turned to his daughter-in-law and instructed, "Find masks, anything that can cover the mouth and nose. Misho, cover yourself with a towel. Unless called, do not come out." He then shouted to everyone, "Quickly find something to cover your mouths and noses." One idea led to another, and unexpectedly, the suggestion made by Song Fuling before their departure was now put into action. A daring individual proposed to Song Fusheng, "We could use that horse-drawn cart. Its boards and wheels are of excellent quality. If we discard it, we could use it to carry quite a bit." Song Fusheng dismissed the idea, saying, "Do not even think about it. There are no wounds, nothing to worry about. Whether the horse or the person is dead, do you even know how they perished? Let me tell you, none are to be touched." The elderly women in the mule cart began to shout again, slow down, or the water will spill." After traveling a few more miles, all the women who had argued with Song Fuxing and Song Lijing about not wanting to discard their belongings were now filled with dread. For as they advanced, the grass grew increasingly withered. The air became hotter and drier, revealing the dead more prominently. The figures they had seen through the binoculars were not resting. They were many refugees who had lost their lives. Among the few remaining survivors, they sat amidst the corpses, numbly picking at the grass and soil, desperately seeking moisture. One elderly woman, lying motionless by the roadside, was presumed dead, and out of respect for the deceased, the others carefully avoided stepping on her as they passed by her body. Startled, Song Fuling let out a cry, and just beside her, Song Futsai, momentarily neglecting the water on the cart, hurriedly passed the handle to his eldest son. He rushed forward, kicking twice, and forcefully sent the elderly woman, who had gripped Song Fuling's ankle, flying. Noticing his knees trembling, Song Futsai pulled Song Fuling close. "Dear girl, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Song Fuxing, filled with concern, dashed over with a basket of money and rice. Daughter, it's all right. Father is here. Everything will be fine." In the basket, Qian Mishu extended her small arms. "Sister, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Meanwhile, wearing a mask, Qian Ping leaned against the window of the mule cart, tears streaming down her face. "Fuling, come to me. I will get down and walk. It's easier that way." Chapter 82. The Arrival of Obsessive Fans, Part 1. Behind the mask, Song Fuling's face was drenched in tears, her sorrow evident as her nose ran. What a bizarre twist of fate this was. Misfortune seemed to have no end. Their family of 3 had committed no wrongs. Why were they subjected to such trials? Survival in this crevice felt like navigating a minefield. Here, they sought not wealth or luxury, merely the basic comforts of life. All she wished for was a stable existence. No more witnessing death, no more living in constant fear, no more waking at the crack of dawn to tread on sun-scorched paths, with her legs feeling as though they were laden with lead. Why was it so exceedingly difficult? No, Song Fuling, do not dwell on such thoughts. Remain resolute and optimistic. Your complaints, your vulnerabilities, your tears will only deepen your parents' sorrow. If you can muster a smile, their burdens may lighten just a little. They have exerted tremendous effort to ensure your safety. The innkeeper, concerned for the young lady, halted his mule cart, prompting the entire procession behind him to come to a standstill. Observing that his daughter appeared to be in reasonable health, Song Fuxing gently patted her back before gesturing for the innkeeper and the others to continue their journey. Tao Hua, astute as ever, noticed the tears glistening on Song Fuling's neck. She too had been startled moments earlier. Grasping her sister's hand and placing it on her own arm, she urged her forward, fearful that her sister might become too frightened to walk, whispering, "Chubby, when fear grips you, just remember, we have so many companions with us." Indeed, their survival amidst such trials was a cause for gratitude. It was remarkable that none had perished thus far. This was particularly true for the elderly within their ranks, who, upon witnessing those in dire thirst resorting to consuming grass and dirt, and others collapsed from exhaustion, would clutch their chests and lament. Had they not journeyed together, they might have found themselves unable to speak or survive. If left to fend for themselves in the wilderness, they would likely succumb to despair, wishing to spare their children the burden of their plight. Meanwhile, the women accompanying the men were equally reflective. They realized that pondering too deeply often leads to the revelation that Song Fuxing was indeed their benefactor. His mind operated on a different plane. He consistently thought a step ahead of the rest. For instance, concerning the critical issue of water scarcity, while they were still well supplied, Song Fuxing had taken it upon himself to send Tian Shifa and a few others to search for a water source, asserting that only upon finding one could they rest. Before even descending the mountain, Song Fuxing seemed to possess an uncanny foresight regarding the circumstances that would unfold below. He meticulously assigned responsibilities to everyone, outlining precisely how to respond should any desperate refugees attempt to seize their provisions. As they reached a point of surrender to fate, their reliance on destiny intensified beyond previous experiences. Consequently, when the women beheld those perishing from thirst and then glanced at their own, who still had access to water for their livestock, several married women quietly instructed the men beside them, "My dear, heed this. From now on, whatever Song Laosan instructs you to do, follow his lead without question. If he advises against your involvement or stepping forward, do not interfere, just align with his guidance. We shall observe him closely. Whatever he deems fit for the family, we shall adhere to. His intellect is sharp, and he is unlikely to err. At that moment, Song Fuxing, positioned at the forefront of the group, suddenly donned his outer garment, fastening it securely. The women promptly offered their outerwear to the men. Some men, expressing impatience, remarked, "It's hot. Why cover up? We just shed these layers." To which they replied, "Put it on. Look at Song Lao-san. Does he not feel the heat more than you? He would prefer to walk bare-chested, yet he has chosen to dress again for a reason. Should he remove his attire later, I shall allow you to do the same." Chapter 83. Pressing Forward Reluctantly, Part 2. It must be said that the women were astute in their considerations. Not only did Song Fuxing secure his clothing tightly, but he also donned a head covering made of gauze. He called out to the group, "Put your clothes on." Turning to everyone, he added, "Read on whatever you have just removed. Cover yourselves as thoroughly as possible, and do not remove your face coverings." He deliberately fell behind, pausing to lift a basket containing money and rice, cradling it in his arms. He dressed the child in shoes, trousers, and tattered ancient garments, layering them inside and out, and placed a mask upon the child's face. Qian Mishu, being quite sensible, expressed concern for Song Fuxing, fearing that he might be burdened by carrying him for too long. "Uncle, I feel much better. I can walk for a while," he said. Song Fuxing gently patted Qian Mishu's head and then called for his daughter and Qian Peiying, as well as mentioning to those nearby to keep their feet covered as much as possible, suggesting they wear socks. Finally, he took out a bottle of essential oil, discreetly instructing his daughter to apply it to herself, to his wife, to Mishu, and even behind his own ears and wrists. He then leaned over to call out to Old Lady Ma, "Mother, come here." As Old Lady Ma approached, Song Fuxing swiftly applied the essential oil to her, causing her to feel somewhat embarrassed. "Oh, what is this strange smell? Are you rubbing it on my neck? What does this mean, San?" As for the others, Song Fuxing tightened his grip on the essential oil, contemplating for a moment before finally addressing his sister. "Sister," Song Yinfeng promptly responded, rushing forward with a basket on her back. "Take this and secretly apply a little to a few of the children. Remember, just a tiny bit for each. On their foreheads, so it doesn't attract too much attention. If people see, it may seem like we are overly self-serving. Also, inform the eldest and second brothers to cover up as much as they can." Song Yinfeng accepted the oil, nodding silently without asking further questions. Meanwhile, the butcher Gao hurried over and inquired, "Xiao San, what happened? I see you've stopped. It seems like there must be at least 200 or 300 dead by now, and we've only traveled a short distance. It's too hot, and I fear that mosquitoes will bite the corpses. Who knows if any of the dead were victims of disease? After biting them, they will come back to bite us. We must be cautious of any illnesses they may carry, as contagion is a serious threat. If the situation remains dire, with an increasing death toll, I genuinely fear the onset of a plague." "What? Little San, do not frighten me. In ancient times, all were apprehensive about disease. Indeed, a plague could decimate entire populations. Upon returning, we will face the chaos of desperate refugees, unruly soldiers, and the opportunistic bandits who once merely loafed about but now engage in looting and pillaging. They are defenseless farmers, ill-equipped to withstand such adversity. At this juncture, to be candid, even some relatives cannot be trusted. Although I have not personally experienced it, I have heard numerous accounts of those who were attacked and killed by their own kin before the looters even arrived." Song Fuxing remarked, "This is merely my conjecture. Let us prepare ourselves mentally. Today, as long as the livestock have not collapsed from exhaustion, we shall press on, even if we ourselves become weary and limping. Ultimately, we must hasten our departure from this region. Everyone should prepare for the darkness ahead. I wonder if the children will endure." Sigh. Chapter 84. Playing Tricks, Part 1. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening. Qian Mishao clutched Song Fuxing's hand tightly, her little legs stumbling as she followed closely beside him. As they walked, she occasionally glanced up at him in the flickering torchlight, pondering, "Uncle, why haven't you mentioned carrying me yet? Please, I can hardly walk." Song Fuxing had long noticed her expectant glances, but feigned ignorance. He thought to himself, "Mishao, if you can manage even a little longer, do your best to be self-reliant. It is not that I do not wish to carry you. Rather, I too am nearing my limit, barely able to continue." Meanwhile, Grandmama, for the 5th time, peered anxiously towards Song Fuling, who was languishing in the mule cart. Song Fuling noticed her grandmother was eagerly hoping for her to voluntarily disembark. Swiftly crossing her arms and shaking her head repeatedly, she firmly declined to get off. Unable to endure any longer and unable to forcibly pull her granddaughter down, Grandmama, in a moment of desperation, called out, "Shopkeeper Nyo, Shopkeeper yelled. Is there any chance you could spare a little space for the cart? Dear lady, I have already dismounted, and the mule can no longer bear any weight. It is on the brink of exhaustion, the shopkeeper replied. Upon hearing this, Grandmama nearly collapsed in despair, just as her legs trembled and she was about to fall. Song Fuling took a deep breath, mustered all her courage, and shouted, Grandma, you come up. I will get down. Huh? I'm coming. The mule cart came to a halt, and Grandmama climbed into the carriage while Song Fuling descended, the two of them shifting places. However, as Song Fuling maneuvered to exit, tears streamed down her face once more. This was the second time she had cried that day. Clutching her grandmother's sleeve, she sobbed, Grandma, do you know? I truly do not want to get down. Grandmama gently pried her granddaughter's fingers from her sleeve, intending to say, just wait for me to rest a moment, just a moment, and I will make room for you. Yet, alas, it was not that she was heartless or uncaring. It was simply that her little granddaughter was too heavy to lift back up once she had settled in. She had been walking for 3 continuous hours. 3 hours. Oh, dear heavens, it had nearly worn her out. Madame Ma's lips quivered, yet she ultimately refrained from uttering a word, contemplating inwardly. Let us not make any promises for now. As for the matters to come, we may discuss them later. On this occasion, Song Fuling's tears were accompanied by many companions. For instance, within the second mule cart, Song Jinbao was throwing a tantrum, crying out, I have already fallen asleep. Do not disturb me. Song Fushi, feeling exasperated, nearly halted the handcart to reprimand him. Get down this instant and allow your second sister to ascend. Your second sister has injured her leg. Can you not exhibit a modicum of understanding? Madame Zhu, displeased, found that the more she scolded her treasured son, the more he became unruly. She twisted Arya's ear and whispered reproachfully, How can you possibly trip while walking? Are you pleased now that your father is scolding Jinbao? With tears streaming down her face, Arya wondered what there was to be pleased about. She had no desire to fall. Her leg felt heavy and unresponsive, and she was powerless to prevent the mishap. Her foot had simply slipped. Old Lady Tian was in the same cart as Song Jinbao, observing him wailing and causing a ruckus. While Arya wept outside, Song Fushi continued to scold the children, eventually resigning. Perhaps I should dismount and allow Arya to take my place. Song Yinfeng, feeling sympathy for her mother-in-law, remarked, Mother, you have just mounted the peach blossom cart and have been traveling for quite some time. You ought to rest for a moment if your body cannot endure it. Old Lady Tian waved her hand dismissively. There is nothing I cannot withstand. Let the child come up. I am still capable of walking. In the third mule cart sat Qian Peiying, who had become ensnared within the grain sacks. This cart could bear only her weight, along with the provisions for the entire family. Qian Peiying clasped her curled legs, contemplating her dire situation. It was over. The sanitary pad felt as though it might leak, yet the procession showed no signs of halting. Had they not been walking for several consecutive hours? If she did not change her pad soon, it mattered little whether her trousers became stained. Her grain sack would certainly bear the marks of her plight. When others inquired about it, what could she possibly say? Oh, sister, Song Yinfeng swiftly responded. I'm here, third sister-in-law. What is it? Shall we not take a moment to rest? The third brother insisted that this area was rife with the deceased, leaving no room for pause. Qian Peiying's expression was one of despair. Perhaps she could discreetly change in the vehicle? Yes, she would do so, and dispose of it under the cover of darkness. As for the others, those fortunate enough to have livestock pulling their carts fared slightly better. At least they could squeeze in 1 or 2 individuals to rest their weary limbs. For families without mules or ox-drawn carts, every child wailed, and the elderly had long succumbed to exhaustion. In previous journeys, the elderly and the young could at least find respite in the carts of others. Yet today was different. Those carts were laden with water, large buckets and small basins, leaving no space to spare. After enduring hours of travel, the animals could scarcely bear any additional weight. Those with carts found their own elderly and children trudging alongside them. How could they then impose upon others for a seat? Consequently, families without the means of transport lamented their plight, particularly the men who pushed handcarts. They wished for their elderly mothers to take a seat in the cart while they pushed on, yet they were torn by the cries of their own children below, pleading, Father, I can't go any further. Thus, they were caught in a tug-of-war between their beloved parents and their own offspring, each side pulling at their heartstrings. The men longed for the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms, capable of propelling both their wives and children. Yet, the stark reality was that they trudged onward. shouldering all their belongings, their arms already trembling from exhaustion. Indeed, the water they had carried in their handcarts had been entirely consumed. For those families without mules or oxen, the water they had packed before their departure was now depleted. At the rear of the group, Guolaodao's wife hurried to the front, seeking out Song Fuxing. Old 3. She implored earnestly, I have a favor to ask. Could you please use the water from my cart to hydrate both the mules and the party? Let us use ours first. Then, when we reach a place where we can rest, I kindly ask you to share some of your stored water with us. Considering your elder brother's goodwill, Guolaodao's wife was deeply concerned for her husband. With no mules or oxen at home, all the labor fell upon him and his handcart. Now, with the elderly and children unable to proceed, he was tasked with pushing water and belongings while also aiding the elderly and children. Her 2 brothers-in-law faced similar burdens, each stubbornly trying to appear strong. Yet this was no moment for bravado. Their endurance was being tested to its limits. She feared for their well-being and thus felt compelled to approach Song Fuxing. Guolaodao's wife believed that Song Fuxing would be amenable to her plea, confident that he would not renege on the use of her water, as he was a man of good character and integrity. Indeed, upon hearing her request, Song Fuxing smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this matter. Yes, Guodajia, feel free to use our water together, he replied. Then instructed the others to relay the message throughout the group, suggesting that families without livestock should negotiate with those who had. The water from the cart was initially reserved for use, and once it was depleted, those without livestock would seek companionship from others to fetch water for cooking and drinking. Furthermore, he ceased to allocate rations to the group, leading everyone to remember a singular phrase: unity is paramount. Thus, it can be said that efforts have been made to alleviate the burdens of those without mules or cattle, yet the relentless pace was still exhausting for everyone. Chapter 86. No water, late night. As of now, how far had they traveled today? Song Fuxing took a moment to calculate, drawing a comparison with a modern city. He recalled that in contemporary times, the distance from his city to the neighboring county was approximately 30 kilometers. Adhering strictly to traffic regulations, he would require about an hour to drive this distance at a controlled speed. However, today, from dawn until dusk, counting the time in the morning when water was still plentiful, they had been journeying until nearly 9 in the evening, covering nearly 100 miles. In ancient terms, 100 miles equates to roughly 50 kilometers in modern measurements. One might ponder how the elderly, women, and children could refrain from tears as they trudged along. Breathless and exhausted, Song Fuxing hurriedly advanced, sensing the collective anticipation of the group. Yet, the familiar expressions and gestures were disheartening. Tian Shifa raised his torch, shaking his head for the 3rd time at the group. In that instant, the atmosphere of the procession plummeted to a low point, and even Song Fuxing, disheartened, found himself squatting on the ground. Seeing him sit down, the others followed suit, settling on the earth. According to reason, when the team abruptly halted, especially under the veil of night, there should have been some murmurs from those behind. Yet, apart from a few drivers calling out, the others remained eerily silent, their chests rising and falling with exertion as they busily removed their headgear and wiped the sweat cascading down their faces with towels. Song Fuxing was also engaged in wiping his neck, panting heavily as he inquired, "Brother-in-law, have you spotted any villages ahead?" Tian Shifa shook his head in distress. At that moment, he bore a heavy psychological burden, for the group had been equipped with the finest gear to enable them to cover extra miles in search of water. For instance, the best weapons, such as the long staff and sharp knife wielded by the stout girl, were entrusted to them. Regarding provisions, Sendi had allocated each of the 4 a twist of fried dough, distributed in pairs, with 1 to each person per trip. The Song family had provided each with a salted egg, concerned that excessive perspiration necessitated a bit of salt. This too was given out each time they made a run. The butcher's family contributed a piece of meat, acknowledging the hard work of the 4 and the heavy burden on their shoulders. As for the other families, although they had not provided much, each person carried 2 water bags, filling them to the brim with every excursion. However, by this juncture, the group had grown reluctant to drink. They merely moistened their throats with water while urging the 4 to consume more, ensuring they were well hydrated. Regrettably, the 4, paired as they were, ventured deep into the sides of the path, running several miles ahead, but to no avail. Not only was there a lack of water, but the grass had withered, and many trees bore the scars of stripped bark. Leaning forward, Song Liza asked Song Fuxing, "Fuxing, what is your decision? How do you decide everything, and everyone listens to you?" The butcher shouted, "Little third, shall we continue onward?" Upon hearing this, the innkeeper immediately exclaimed, "Son-in-law, we truly cannot proceed. My mule is on the brink of exhaustion." Chapter 87. What a futile endeavor. We must press on, but there are no villages to rest in. No matter the direction we take, we are destined to sleep under the open sky. At this moment, Song Fuxing finally comprehended the meaning behind Tian Shifa's words. This road is only traversed by those who are desperate. 100 miles. Considering the distance covered the previous day, in modern times, we would pass through at least a small town, if not a larger county. Yet, in this ancient era, after such a long journey, we find ourselves utterly devoid of villages or inns. Apart from encountering refugees suddenly rushing into our group, seeking water, or encountering the dead, there is nothing but an endless expanse of desolation. The group urged the mule cart into the wilderness, adhering to the previous day's arrangement, with each person assigned their respective duties as was customary. However, this time, there was no need to dispatch anyone to fetch water, for there was none to be had. Suddenly, a woman began to jump and wail. "What is wrong? What is happening?" The innkeeper's daughter-in-law was greatly alarmed and cried out, "There is a dead person." Song Lerzhang let out a long sigh of relief, his previously tense heart now at ease, and he thought to scold her. "Isn't it normal to find the dead? Have we not seen enough along this journey? Go on and wail away." He then angrily shouted to the others, "While setting up the camp, keep your eyes open. Use the torches to illuminate the area. If you see a corpse, use a hoe to push it away. We cannot risk any disease." Upon hearing these words, Song Fuling, feeling unsettled, immediately grasped Qian Peiying with one hand and tightly held on to Qian Mixiao with the other. In a hushed voice, she uttered, "Mother, Mixiao, let us remain here in this spot. I have specifically examined the ground beneath us. It is clean. We must all pretend we cannot hear anything, refrain from assisting or working, and wait until my grandmother finishes arranging her belongings. It is quite dark now, and even the torches may not illuminate clearly. We must be cautious not to inadvertently step upon a corpse. One can never be certain if the deceased is truly at rest." Qian Ping recognized that her daughter was genuinely frightened, and quite so. Thus she wrapped her arms around Song Fuling. "Indeed, mother shall stand with you here, remaining in place." Mixiao hesitated momentarily. But sister, my legs hurt," she declared anxiously, waving her small hands in assurance. "I only wish to sit right here, without moving." Qian Peiying replied, "Then you may sit upon my feet, so no little insects will bite your backside." "Ah, grandmother, I am here." Song Fuling suddenly emerged from the shadows. "I have arrived." "Splendidly. But did you observe carefully while you were preparing? There are no corpses, I hope. Rest assured, my dear, I have taken care of it. You may place your heart at ease and rest." Qian Peiying continued, "Your uncle has deliberately scattered some medicinal powder in front of you children. I am not certain of its nature, but he mentioned it was used for repelling snakes and insects during his mountain excursions. How wonderful. My uncle is simply remarkable." As Song Fuling spoke, she encouraged Mixiao to lie down with a thud, calling out, "Sister Taohua, eldest sister, second sister, do hurry. Mother, do not leave. I am frightened." Qian Peiying mentioned that she needed to boil some hot water to prepare medicine for Mixiao and would return shortly. Madame Ma gazed at the freshly laid luggage, which was soon occupied in the blink of an eye. Her little granddaughter, ever the peacemaker, called upon one and then another. Yet she did not extend the same courtesy to her. Without a moment to rest, Madame Ma busied herself with spreading out the bedding, only to find that in her granddaughter's eyes, her uncle had become a paragon of virtue, receiving no praise for her efforts, leading her to sigh in resignation. Sister Gua hurried over and said, "Annie, I've come to fetch some water. How much do you need?" Madame Ma inquired. "A basin, perhaps?" Sister Gua hesitated. Madame Ma rolled her eyes. "What? It's already late, and you're still planning to cook porridge? I suggest you forego it. My family is starving tonight, and we're not traveling." "Mother," Song Fuxing frowned. "This was all agreed upon. Our families are sharing resources. Our mule has already consumed their water. You need to hurry and fetch a basin, and make it a large one. The Gua family has many mouths to feed, and even if they're not cooking, they'll need at least a basin of water for tomorrow's journey. Don't be stingy." Sister Gua nodded gratefully to Song Fuxing and turned to Madame Ma. "Annie, how could we ever cook porridge? We simply don't have enough water. However, as the three brothers have mentioned, we do need to boil water to reserve for tomorrow." Chapter 88. The value of rarity in the world of scarce resources. Families like Madame Ma and Sister Gua, as well as the butcher Gao and the Wang family, were fortunate to have few disputes over water, which made things less burdensome. These families had not gone hungry throughout the day, and now that they could rest, there was no need to prepare a meal. Without the necessity of cooking, water was conserved, and thus there was little room for unnecessary chatter. Before departing in the morning, Sister Gua had taken the trouble to bake several dry, hard flatbreads, lacking oil or salt. They were impervious to spoilage, each one capable of causing quite a ruckus if thrown. At that moment, she was contemplating the convenience of making such flatbreads, never anticipating that they would prove invaluable later in the day. As the journey continued, when hunger struck, the family could rely on these provisions. The butcher's household had cured meats. Whenever a member of the Gao family felt hunger pangs, they would take a bite of the savory meat, which not only satiated their appetite but also provided sustenance while preventing spoilage. The Wang family benefited from the astute planning of Granny Wang. During midday, upon hearing that there was a possibility of running out of water ahead, while other families frantically scrambled to fetch and store water, plunging into the shallow stream as if they had never encountered water before. Even preparing large pots of soup for their families to consume, she remained composed. Granny Wang was busy steaming grains above the pot while boiling eggs below, ensuring her family would not go hungry. As for old Lady Ma, she indeed benefited from the indulgence of her third daughter-in-law. Previously, old Lady Ma would scold Qian Ping for being wasteful, and the sight of fried dough twists would cause her chest to ache. She would lament the expense of oil and flour, questioning why they couldn't simply remain at home as a lady of leisure. However, after today, her criticism ceased, for these fried dough twists had become a blessing. After all, from the moment they left the shallow stream until they finally paused to rest, they had journeyed for several hours. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. Missing a meal can lead to discomfort. Enduring several hours without sustenance left one weak and weary for the arduous trek ahead. Yet, aside from feeding the mule with water and fodder, the procession pressed on relentlessly. Moreover, her third daughter-in-law's warnings were rather ominous, suggesting that even a single mosquito bite could lead to illness. Alas, many had perished along this route, and those who witnessed it felt their hearts tremble with unease. Moreover, with the addition of a mule cart that could typically accommodate 2 or 3 individuals, today, burdened with water in large basins and small buckets, even the frail elderly lady had to curl up tightly, rendering her unable to prepare meals in the cart as she had previously done. Despite her possessing a myriad of skills, she found them all rendered futile. At that moment, the third daughter-in-law produced the twisted dough sticks, tea-infused eggs, and small chunks of some unknown sustenance that had been prepared earlier. The family consumed these hastily while on the move, managing to pass off this casual fare as a meal. As for their current state of hunger, they were half satiated, pondering the circumstances that required them to reserve water for steaming food in the morning. In her heart, the elderly lady contemplated, if I don't prepare ready-made provisions by morning, the twisted dough sticks and such will be completely consumed today, leaving not a morsel for tomorrow. This thought led her to reassess her opinion of the third daughter-in-law. Just then, she spotted Qian Peiying scooping water and exclaimed urgently, "What are you doing? That water is essential for our survival." Startled, Qian Peiying questioned why she was still up instead of resting. Placing a hand over her heart, she replied, "I intend to boil water." "Boil water? You ought to be resting," Qian Peiying retorted. "I need to prepare medicine for Si Zhuang. He requires boiled water to take his medication. You cannot possibly prevent me from using this little bit of water, can you?" Realizing the potential for conflict, the elderly lady remained silent, merely moving her lips without uttering another word. Meanwhile, Qian Peiying glanced at the elderly woman, scrutinizing her expression. Listening to several elderly women scolding the daughter-in-law for her inability to manage and conserve water, she reflected, surprisingly, this ancient matron, despite her impoverished circumstances and lack of possessions, often exhibited a more pragmatic outlook than her modern mother-in-law, who had an abundance of food and drink. In comparison to other households, she was relatively reasonable. Qian Peiying turned to old Lady Ma and said, "No one dares to misuse water, nor does anyone steal from you. You should rest now. After all that walking today, you deserve a break." Such rare, kind words, yet old Lady Ma paid no heed. Her ears pricked up in anticipation of the commotion. Chapter 89. A new update, seeking monthly votes. Only the elder aunt of Song Fuxing and another young daughter-in-law were embroiled in a quarrel. The young daughter-in-law exclaimed, "Your cow drank all the water from our home, and now we must come to your place to fetch more. Wasn't this previously agreed upon? Why are you being unreasonable, throwing a fit and smashing pots for what purpose? I am not a beggar." The elder aunt, equally irate, retorted, Fetching you one basin is already generous. What more do you want from me? You seem to have no awareness of the situation and expect another basin. Just look at who needs to cook porridge at night. That surely wastes water. If not porridge, then it wastes grain. My family has very little stored food. We cannot afford to eat dry rations. So shall we consume yours? You are utterly lacking in decorum. The young daughter-in-law was taken aback. What have I said? I haven't said anything at all. How am I lacking in decorum? Do you wish to continue this conversation? Oh dear, my heart aches, you wretched daughter-in-law. How can you provoke someone of my age? Have you no conscience? The elder aunt clutched her heart, appearing as though she might faint. The two exchanged heated words, their argument becoming increasingly animated. In every situation, there are always those who delight in adding fuel to the fire. Upon hearing the commotion, several households joined the fray, arguing over the insufficient water supply. I provided you with ample water, one insisted. Be content with what you have. On the left side, the situation unfolded in such a manner. Old Mrs. Ma found herself at a loss, for on her right, the eldest daughter-in-law of Song Lerzhang was furiously berating her own kin. I told you to refrain from boiling water for now. If I steam the food above, the water below will naturally come to a boil. Once it's boiling, we can fill the water pouch without delay. Can't you think a little while working? Don't you realize we'll run out of water? Get out of my way. She thought to herself, never mind, it is easy to suffer from excess. Yet given the current predicament, where is the water for them to overindulge? One meal or two does not matter. This outburst resembled a pot suddenly reaching a boil. The women seemed to have finally found their voice, demanding fairness, justice, and transparency. The eldest daughter-in-law of Song Lerzhang declared, Father, you expect me to steam food for the night watchman? While I can manage the extra labor of steaming more buns and fine noodles. Have you considered the communal water supply? Is the water for steaming food coming from our household? The old man, incensed by his daughter-in-law's words, turned crimson with indignation. Feeling quite humiliated by such petty behavior, he abruptly turned to his eldest son and shouted, Eldest. Song Fuxing's aunt, standing beside Song Lerzhang, lamented, You must intervene on my behalf. I nearly succumbed to anger. The daughter-in-law, embroiled in a dispute with the aunt, voiced her grievances. Lerzhang, she is unreasonable, treating me like a beggar seeking water. When I cannot counter her, she clutches her chest, leveraging her age against me. The other families, who had also been bickering, were each informing village chief Song. This meager amount of water is barely enough to prepare the dry rations for tomorrow, let alone quench the thirst of our children. Village chief Song responded, but my household only prepared this much as well. If there's no more water, there's no more. I assure you, there's no hidden agenda. Song Fuxing, followed by Manager Niu and Butcher Gao, who had just finished inspecting the livestock, strode over. Song Fuxing exclaimed, What's all this commotion about? Instantly, silence descended, and everyone appeared somewhat at a loss. Village Chief Song interjected, Huh? Where's all that chatter you had with me just now? Chapter 90, Second Update Meeting Time. After a day of travel, and under such tiring circumstances, a meeting was called. If everyone has the energy to argue, then no one should sleep. Clearly, they're not fatigued. Moreover, this is a valuable lesson gleaned from modern society. The more challenging the situation, the more crucial it is to convene. This time, Song Fuxing didn't have Village Chief Song speak. He took the lead himself. Sitting cross-legged before everyone, he said, I'm not interested in hearing who's right or wrong. I can't settle disputes. I have only one sentence. If this isn't working, let's just disband. What? Great Aunt's expression shifted, and she was the first to object, saying, Fuxing, we weren't arguing about anything significant. How can we disband? Old Madame Ma, upon hearing this, curled her lips and muttered under her breath, It's always you causing trouble. How can we not disband? The young woman who had been arguing with Great Aunt also grew anxious, saying, Third brother Song, no, I just. Not only had this young bride struggled to articulate a complete sentence for quite some time, but the other women, who had previously engaged in a lively competition for attention, also found themselves flustered, gesturing and stammering in a state of confusion. The elders of the household glared at them in disapproval. They could bicker and create chaos, but it would only lead to their own downfall. Although Wang Posey's family had not participated, the mere mention of a split startled them. Wouldn't that implicate them as well? Wang Posey grasped the hand of the elderly Ma beside her, saying, Dear sister, have you noticed this throughout our journey? I have something to discuss with you. I care not for their squabbles, but we must remain united. Ah, it's terribly hot. Do not pull at me, Ma retorted, brushing Wang Posey's hand away. This is a meeting. Keep your voice down, or my third son will become even more irate. Very well, I shall remain silent. Wang Pozi acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Qian Peiing exchanged glances with her daughter, discerning from Fuling's expression that her father was indeed in a foul mood. Based on her understanding of her husband, it was not merely a bad mood. The situation had escalated to a critical point, one where kindness could no longer be afforded. It seemed that her husband was genuinely contemplating severing ties. Song Lijing discreetly cast a glance at Song Fuxing beside him. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his voice to the crowd. Today marks merely the first day of our water shortage. We still have water to use, yet you choose to squabble. What will happen tomorrow and the days to come? If we cannot find water for several consecutive days, will you not resort to violence over a mere drop? A man raised his hand in response. Song Lijing let out a huff, paused for a considerable time, then commanded, "Speak." The straightforward man rose to his feet and addressed the village chief and the three brothers. "Gentlemen, let us all calm our tempers. I cannot vouch for the women of other households, but I can assure you that I will manage my own well. That is all I have to say. It is my household, after all." As soon as he finished, several other men echoed his sentiments. Indeed, we must attend to our own families. After a long day of toil, it is exhausting enough without the added troubles of thirst and heat. We cannot afford to create further chaos. Yes, village chief, they continued. We were not present earlier, dismantling our tools and gathering fodder for cooking. We cannot allow them to stir up trouble. Women tend to complicate matters. Village chief Song glanced at Song Fuxing and sighed. "Fuxing, you have heard the sentiments of the crowd. It is not easy, given that we are but a handful of families. We must unite and look out for one another on this journey. Although their quarrels disrupt our established order and harm our unity, we must address it. Please, share a few words with us. Everyone is watching." After a moment of contemplation, Song Fuxing spoke up. "We face considerable challenges. I am uncertain how many more days the remaining water can sustain us. I do not know how far we must travel or how many days it will take before we encounter water again. Moreover, our mules and cattle need to drink. They are growing increasingly parched and weary in this heat, requiring sustenance multiple times a day. The little water we have is insufficient even for the old and young among us. How can we provide for the animals? How long can the meager reserves we have last? With each of us vying for our share, it is akin to a disordered mass. What purpose does our gathering serve?" As he spoke, frustration crept into Song Fuxing's voice. "Do you not think our current situation is dire enough?" Chapter 91. Midnight, monthly ticket 50. Several women have already shed tears, burdened by their hardships. Observe. Even the act of wiping away their tears requires them to reach beneath their head coverings. On such a sweltering day, they are drenched in sweat. Yet they dare not remove their coverings, tightly bound to protect themselves from the relentless mosquitoes. Song Lijing interjected, echoing Song Fuxing's sentiments. "Indeed, all they do is add to the chaos in these dire times. Have we not witnessed enough misery along our journey? Just look at how many have fallen by the wayside, injured and robbed of their provisions, forced to endure. If one becomes a target for theft, it leads only to starvation and despair. Our group provides mutual support and courage. We have not faced calamity yet, and still, we are ungrateful." Grateful? Spare us the scolding. They are grateful. The more tragedies they witness, the more gratitude they feel, which is why they fear disbandment, and the women weep even more fervently. Song Lijing's words have profoundly influenced these sincere souls. However, Song Fuxing exchanged a knowing glance with Qian Peiing, pondering, that cunning old man, so shrewd in his ways. His remarks might very well be directed at me, urging me to reflect on my family's struggles. Just as Song Fuxing silently critiqued Song Lijing's cunning nature, the latter promptly took decisive action. He gestured for his eldest son, "Bring me my blue bundle." "Father," his son exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Fetch it. And also instruct your wife to boil water, enough for each person to have a bowl." Upon hearing this, Song Fuxing turned his head to glance at Song Lijing, who was also observing him. "Fuxing, your father may have harbored some selfish intentions in the past, but in these trying times, such thoughts have dissipated. I have grown older and possess little else to offer to the community, save for some medicinal powders. As one lives longer, one inevitably hears more. According to the wisdom passed down from our ancestors, there exists a particular herb that can serve as a safeguard against epidemics and fevers. This has become a family secret. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but during the time when your family's beloved elder was afflicted with high fever, I had intended to reserve this for my own children as a preventive measure. Now, I bring it forth for everyone to partake, regardless of its efficacy. It may provide some solace. In Song Fuxing's estimation, the quantity of medicinal powder was indeed substantial, sufficient for Lerzhang's entire family to consume for half a month. However, when divided among more than 200 individuals, it would scarcely suffice. Previously, he had contemplated secretly retrieving several packets of Banlan Jin under the cover of night, allowing his own family of 3, along with the elder, to discreetly partake. As long as the weather remained warm, they would consume it as a preventive measure, neglecting to include his own parents in this plan. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share a packet with his parents. Rather, he was concerned about their thoughts of other children, grandchildren, and how they would react if they learned of this remedy. At that moment, as Song Fuxing gazed at the medicinal powder in Song Lerzhang's hands, he distinctly felt as if something had gently pricked his heart, evoking an indescribable emotion. If he felt this way, one could only imagine the reactions of others upon hearing this news. Song Lijing waved his hand in disdain, saying, "Enough of the weeping and wailing. It is futile. Instead of lamenting, channel that energy into assisting Fuxing in contemplating how to navigate our current predicament. If your intellect fails you, then exert greater effort. I reiterate my long-standing sentiment. For those of us here, witnessing our fellow beings suffer from hunger or thirst is a source of disquiet. We have journeyed thus far, and those who have fallen are not mere strangers to us. Therefore, let us stand united in adversity, devise strategies, and look ahead. Do you hear me?" The crowd responded in unison, "We hear you." Some among them, after affirming their understanding, raised their arms and shouted, "Unity! Indeed, unity!" A man chastised his wife. "If you continue to quarrel with your sister-in-law, I shall take action." The young wife, who had been arguing with her aunt-in-law, turned to her and said, "Aunt, do not follow my example. I have ceased cooking porridge at home and have resorted to steaming buns instead." The aunt-in-law, slightly embarrassed and glancing at Song Fuxing's uncle, who was glaring at her, along with her son's disapproving gaze, softened her stance, saying, "It is not that I forbid you from making porridge. It is simply that we must wait a bit longer. We are currently short on grain, but once we find water again, you may choose to save grain and drink thin broth if you wish. No one shall stop you." The water in the large pot began to boil vigorously as Song Lijing poured medicinal powder into it. A palpable atmosphere of camaraderie and solidarity ignited. And Song Fuxing chimed in, "While we drink this medicine, let us also deliberate on the matter of slaughtering mules and cattle. We cannot retain them any longer." Granny Ma spat out the medicinal broth. Chapter 92. The fourth watch. Madame Ma, disregarding her concern for the medicinal concoction, hastily set down her bowl and, amidst the crowd, subtly gestured to Song Fuxing, implying the necessity to eliminate the livestock of others. Yet her heart was laden with ambiguity. Firstly, it was her family's mule at stake, and if she had not harbored intentions of slaughtering it, her third son ought to refer to it as an old cow, rather than a mule. Secondly, her third son was no longer the same boy he once was. His previous tantrums and cries held no sway now. What if the slaughter of her mule became inevitable? In the eyes of ancient farming families, the killing of livestock was a grave matter, akin to selling one's house in modern times due to financial desperation. Thus, not only were those who owned livestock distressed, but even those without animals bore expressions of worry. However, the harsh reality was evident. There was no need for Song Fuxing to reiterate the obvious. Livestock consumed vast amounts of water, far exceeding that of humans, and the current circumstances rendered it impossible to sustain them. The animals required forage, yet the surrounding area was devoid of fresh grass. Song Fuxing cautioned, "Not only is there a lack of grass, water, and feed, but you are only aware of one facet. There is another aspect to consider. Have you contemplated that without proper shelter, livestock are susceptible to disease? From my readings, these epidemics often originate from animals. One of the most alarming is when they contract a disease. Anyone who has touched them risks infection. One transmission leads to another, whether it be mice or cattle. These creatures are often the source of contagion." The butcher, wide-eyed with alarm, inquired, "Is that true, Xiaosan?" Song Fuxing nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Given the sweltering heat, it was prudent to consider the possibility of sacrificing their livestock while they remained healthy. The meat could serve as a vital food source, ensuring that they would not be left to starve should the animals fall ill. This somber topic cast a pall over the group, as they exchanged worried glances and debated the merits of slaughtering their animals. While it was clear that each family would benefit from the meat, the oppressive heat made it impractical for any one household to consume all of their livestock. With limited salt for preservation and some families even running out, the consensus emerged, albeit reluctantly, as if they were contemplating the slaughter of their own cherished animals. Fuxing, let us wait just a little longer, perhaps until tomorrow. We should conserve our water. What if it rains? What if we find water tomorrow? What if the situation improves and we no longer fear disease? Song Fuxing was touched by the empathy reflected in their faces. Very well, he replied. It is always hopeful to hold on to the possibility of better days. I shall heed your counsel. However, if by noon tomorrow we have not discovered water and the heat remains unbearable, we shall assess which livestock is struggling to eat. If the situation worsens, we shall proceed with the slaughter of those animals. As the night deepened, around 1 o'clock in the morning, each household was enveloped in silence, their occupants snugly covered and fast asleep. Qian Peiying stirred, only to find the space beside her empty, which startled her awake. Exhausted, weary, and famished, she squinted through the dim light of the fire, straining to see if Song Fuxing was nearby. This evening, the few young lads on the high-speed train were utterly unreliable, their snoring resonating like thunder. Fortunately, they did not encounter any robbers. The only company they had was a shifty-eyed character attempting to steal a thermos. They possessed nothing that would attract the attention of mountain bandits, and if they had, these young boys would have been oblivious to their impending doom. As for her father, Qian Peiying refrained from wandering too far, frightened by her daughter's warnings, fearing she might inadvertently tread upon a hidden bone. Hey, why aren't you sleeping? Why aren't you sleeping? Alas, I've exerted myself greatly and yet cannot find slumber. Qian Peiying squatted before Song Fuxing, whispering, once you're done, will you just retreat into your little space to fetch a cigarette? Have you really stashed an entire pack in the cabinet? You truly are something. Song Fuxing thought Qian Peiying would scold him, as she often did in modern times, admonishing him for neglecting his health, having quit smoking yet still lacking the courage to confront the issue. To his surprise, his wife glared at him and said, do you have any idea what the price of modern cigarettes is here? They've never smoked before. I was hoping to settle down later and turn a profit. But now that you've opened the pack, how am I supposed to sell them? One by one. Song Fuxing's expression faltered, disbelief washing over him. Not at all. My dear wife, your ambitions are rather grand. You wish to introduce tobacco to the ancients. Qian Peiying shot him a glance, and what of it? They have never encountered filters. Enough of this. I shall not berate you further. Just don't touch it again. Treat that open pack as a promotional sample and let them try it. Perhaps it will sell better. There remains some liquor, I must tell you. The more peculiar and extravagant the glass bottles of foreign spirits in our entryway cabinet, the more they fetch in sales. Their mere appearance exudes elegance and sophistication, and perhaps, with a fortunate stroke of luck, we might amass enough to afford a home. Do not wear that perpetual frown. The future holds promise. Should that not suffice, I have contemplated alternatives. You could repurpose the faux diamonds adorning our daughter's clothing or the gaudy beads from her hair ornaments. Anything that sparkles could be salvaged. And let us not forget the perfume. Wait a moment, Song Fuxing interjected, furrowing his brow. The future? Do not indulge in such daydreams. Your concerns should lie with the present. What troubles the present? She retorted. Isn't it you who is here? Her words left Song Fuxing momentarily speechless, as he suddenly recognized the formidable strength of genetics. No wonder Fuling sleeps so soundly, nearly horizontally, her carefree nature mirroring her mother's. Casting a glance around, he deliberately shook the torch in his hand, illuminating the distance to ensure no ears could overhear, before whispering to his wife, there is no water left. How can you remain so unconcerned? Qian Peiying frowned. You can frighten them if you wish, but do not attempt to intimidate me. You simply do not want to take them out, fearing the inconvenience of fetching water, concerned about revealing our situation. I am aware that we have water, beer, beverages, mineral water. Her unwavering confidence left Song Fuxing momentarily astonished. Come now, do not feign ignorance. We have tap water. With half-open mouth, Song Fuxing found himself at a loss for words, his expression one of helplessness. Was his wife truly so naive? On the day they arrived, he had been in a state of panic, rambling nervously, his throat parched from his own anxiety. It seemed she had taken none of his words to heart, dismissing his concerns as mere bluster. Qian Peiying, my dear Qian Peiying, I previously described to you the nature of this space, yet you seem perplexed. Ah, Song Fuxing exclaimed, striking his thigh and letting out a long sigh. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Peiying suddenly panicked and asked, what on earth is happening? Surely, they haven't cut off our water supply? Cut off? There is nothing of the sort. I have informed you repeatedly. You are driving me to exasperation, Song Fuxing retorted, his temper flaring. Who are you shouting at? Speak clearly, and do not shift the blame onto others, Qian Paying shot back. Then, Song Fuxing proceeded to elucidate once more. This space is static. I have conducted experiments. For instance, the battery levels of our 3 phones prior to arriving here remain unchanged. Our daughter's phone, which was lit with WeChat notifications, continues to emit those notifications in this space. Qian Paying inquired, but can we make calls? Not at all. The screen remains frozen on the same page, the battery level unchanged despite being on for days. It consumes little power, yet none of the buttons respond, he explained. But did you not cool your head in the refrigerator? If the refrigerator maintains a cooling state, it must be powered, she countered. Who claimed it was powered? Whatever was frozen in our freezer before we left remains frozen now. If I were to conjure it, it would still be in a frozen state. I have tested it. If you place room temperature bottled water in the freezer, it remains at room temperature no matter how long it stays there. Thus, before we left, you did not turn on the tap, right? Water wasn't gushing forth. I could twist that faucet all I wanted, but even if I were to break it, there would be no water. Chapter 94. The 6th watch. Qian Paying collapsed onto the ground in tears, lamenting, what kind of wretched space is this? I can understand not being allowed to use my phone, but the refrigerator is powered and yet cannot freeze anything. I have no outstanding bills for electricity or water. So why is there no running water? This stingy heaven. I thought it would be generous to grant us space, but instead, it is miserly. If it were to be so frugal, it should not have given anything at all. Song Fuxing was startled, and his first instinct was to look up at the sky. After a moment, he quickly covered Qian Paying's mouth, whispering, "Shill, my dear wife, calm down. Please do not curse. We do not want to anger this space further. If it does get upset, our beer, drinks, and bottled water will be in jeopardy." Qian Paying sniffled and swatted away Song Fuxing's filthy hand, which had not been washed for a day and a night. He thought she might have calmed down, but within a minute, she was crying again, her sorrow palpable. "Old Song, I am so frustrated with myself. It's all my fault. When I was cleaning the water heater, our daughter had turned on the faucet in the bathroom to wash her cloth. I went in and foolishly turned it off, thinking I was saving water by giving her a basin instead. I told her she was wasteful." Song Fuxing held Qian Paying close, wiping her tears, and remarked, "Sigh, what good does mutual blame do? It is all part of life. Besides, I cannot bear to blame you, my wife. You are suffering too, especially with your monthly cycle in this sweltering heat." Song Fuxing was momentarily taken aback, and then a wave of sorrow washed over him. He mused to himself, in modern times, a wife first experiences her menstrual cycle, and then, as she approaches menopause, she frightens him with her moods. She admonishes him to refrain from causing trouble. If he dares to provoke her, she threatens to retaliate. Yet here he found himself in ancient times, rejuvenated once more. He thought, goodness, must I endure the cycle of menstruation and menopause all over again? But no, he chided himself. Pondering this was not the crux of the matter. The pressing concern was the lack of water. If they found themselves without it, how could he manage to procure enough to distribute daily to sustain everyone? The key to obtaining water lay with his ancient mother, a woman meticulous to the point of obsession, guarding their water and provisions as if they were treasures. "Wife, tears are futile. You must be resourceful. Quickly assist me in devising a plan for when we need to fetch water." What shall I say? At that moment, a voice called from the distance, "Is that you, third uncle?" As dawn broke, whispers spread among the Gao family that Song Fuxing had spent the night burdened with worry for the group, scarcely managing to close his eyes. Hearing this, Song Lirong signaled to the others to keep the noise down while they prepared the food, so as not to awaken the slumbering Song Fuxing. Manager Niu, upon hearing the murmurs, leaned in to whisper to Si Zhuang, expressing uncertainty about whether these people were truly worth the effort the son-in-law was expending. A look of indescribable heartache etched upon his face. Song Fuling, having awakened early due to a pressing need, was surprised to find her parents still asleep. She speculated that they must be exhausted and, out of compassion, chose not to rouse her mother to accompany her to the restroom. After ensuring Paying was tucked in, she quietly approached Grandma Ma, whispering, "Grandma, will you accompany me?" Madame Ma's thoughts, what is this nonsense? Even squatting requires assistance. Can't they see I'm on fire? Your aunt is awake, should I call her? No, you accompany her. Indeed, in Song Fuling's heart, aside from her parents and their longevity, the most dear and trustworthy figure is Madame Ma. Even the allure of peach blossoms pales in comparison to her. The others are strangers, necessitating a veneer of politeness. It is unclear when this perspective took root, but by the time she realized it, it had already settled in. Madame Ma set down the straw and muttered about adversaries, only to be tugged away by her little granddaughter to squat. The granddaughter was quite demanding, insisting that she not look. One must understand, at present, salted duck eggs are of the utmost value, prized for being both eggs and salty. Salt, indeed, holds great significance. As they walked, Madame Ma quietly complained to Song Fuling. I always knew that Wang Paozi was a troublesome character. Nothing remarkable. She only collects eggs from those impoverished villages with difficult access, deceiving them with tales of low prices in town, unaware of the reality. Look at her. That woman is quite opportunistic, still managing to procure this. A single egg divided among several children? Madame Ma pondered. The eldest grandson, the second grandson, Song Jinbao, and then the chubby girl, cut into 4 pieces? Chapter 95. The first batch of cornmeal steamed buns had just finished cooking when Song Fuling and Madame Ma vanished. Taking over the task of steaming rations was Song Yinfeng. As she worked, Song Yinfeng wrestled with her thoughts. Should I awaken the third brother and his wife? They are sleeping far too closely, with a rice longevity cake wedged between them, their heads touching. Now that everyone is awake and observing, it feels rather inappropriate. Her daughter felt a flush of embarrassment, unable to pass by the feet of her third brother and sister-in-law, and busied herself with packing her belongings while turning her back. Meanwhile, Grandma Ma was caught in a dilemma, feeling equally ashamed. The thought that her 3 grandsons had yet to eat gnawed at her conscience, especially as she clutched half a salted duck egg in a discreet corner, her heart heavy with guilt. Song Fuling held a cornmeal steamed bun in one hand and half a salted duck egg in the other. She took a hearty bite of the bun, followed by a small nibble of the egg. Her haste in eating stemmed from the fact that she had not dined the previous night, and her hunger amplified her yearning for a substantial meal. In just a few days, she had become accustomed to the coarse cornmeal, which made her choke and burp. Slow down, eat slowly, Grandma Ma urged, patting her back. Song Fuling looked up and asked, Grandma, why aren't you eating? Me? Usually so outspoken. The elderly lady now stammered in confusion. Well, you eat, and you certainly don't have enough, this half. Grandma, didn't we agree to share our fortunes and misfortunes? Those at home don't even know about this egg, and Grandma Wang One-T specifically tell my father. It's our little secret, we should split it. You must eat. If you don't, will I just choke it back up? Grandma Ma understood her granddaughter was teasing her. There was no way she would choke, seeing how delicious the food was, and her granddaughter would never let it go to waste. Suddenly, Song Fuling fell silent, an indescribable sadness enveloping her. For as soon as that half-salted duck egg touched Grandma Ma's lips, she watched in dismay as drool streamed down her grandmother's chin, a long, unmistakable drool. As the elderly matriarch Ma delicately savored her salted duck egg, Song Fuling found herself unable to restrain her wishes any longer. Grandma, once we settle down, I shall prepare fried chicken for you. Just wait and see. What chicken? Matriarch Ma inquired, perplexed. Fried, of course. We shall use half a pot of oil to fry chicken thighs or breast, coated in fine flour. Oh dear, oh my. Is that not fit for an emperor? I scarcely dare to even hear of it. What's the matter? Soon enough, my father will earn some silver for us to spend. I shall then craft a delicacy resembling a fine steamed bun, slicing it in 2 and placing the fried chicken within. A layer of meat sauce shall grace the bun, topped with a few leafy greens. Once prepared, you can hold it and enjoy. The combination of bread and meat will be utterly delightful. Moreover, I will persuade my father to make us a stove, and I shall roast duck for you, stuffed in a small flatbread with scallions. Truly, it will be heavenly. Grandma, once we are fully certain of our home, no longer needing to move our belongings, I shall ask my father to procure a pot for us to enjoy hot pot, with pork, lamb, and more. Is there more? Matriarch Ma hastily interrupted, nearly overwhelmed by her granddaughter's enthusiastic musings, considering the potential devastation to chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, and cats. Hurry, cease your chatter. Are you not feeling a bit feverish? I worry you might become delirious. Why do you doubt me? I trust you as far as I can throw you. You once tricked Jinbao into eating plain rice. That impudent girl. It took her grandmother considerable effort to discreetly indulge in half a salted duck egg, only to have her granddaughter's incessant chatter rob her of the experience. Her mind now consumed by thoughts of chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, and cats. At that moment, the boisterous call of Song Jinbao echoed through the air. Grandma, fat girl, where are you? Chapter 96. 8 more, for monthly votes 100, Old Lady Ma believes that one should not engage in morally dubious acts. Just observe her little grandson. When conversing with him, she instinctively turns her face aside, fearful that he might catch a whiff of the salted duck egg lingering on her breath. Should he inadvertently detect it, she dreads the prospect of him raising his voice and questioning her. At that moment, would she confess or deny? With over a dozen households in the vicinity, the potential for embarrassment looms large. Then there is her little granddaughter. Notice how she still clings to her parents. And upon encountering the San family and the Qian family, she discreetly moves away. We cannot fathom what discourse the three of them are engaged in. Why must one person accompany another just to converse? And why is there a need to share clandestine treats? We dare not inquire. Yet it is evident that those three have left her behind. Once left behind, one wonders, could her granddaughter be covertly learning such things from her mother? Oh dear. If the chubby girl were to let slip anything to Mrs. Qian as a mother-in-law, how would the daughter-in-law perceive her longing? Mother, is this tied atop the cart? Is it not, mother? Ah, only then does old Lady Ma grasp the situation. Song Yin Feng, puzzled, glances into the distance. What are you looking at, mother? Oh, I'm observing your third brother's family, always keeping their distance. Do you think they have anything to discuss? What could they possibly be discussing, if not how to draw water? Song Fuling, taken aback, widens her eyes. Father, what ideas do I possess? You are a graduate student, are you not? What offense have graduate students committed? Look at how your parents carry themselves with such righteous indignation. Being a graduate student doesn't entail mastering the art of deceit. Have you both forgotten? From a young age, you both have threatened me, declaring that if I dared to lie or deceive, I would face your wrath. How could I possibly have any experience in such matters? Song Fuxing found himself quite flustered by his daughter's sharp remarks and turned his gaze toward Qian Peiying. Qian Peiying, avoiding his eyes, retorted, "What are you looking at me for? I am hardly any better. Frankly, it is unnecessary for you to consult me and my daughter. You have been weaving tales since childhood and have navigated this world for many years, spinning lies daily. What wisdom can you possibly glean from us? You two are indeed something." Song Fuxing nodded. "You are unconcerned, always deflecting responsibility. Aren't you afraid that I might end up in a predicament, leaving others to wonder if I am some sort of transformed being?" Song Fuling chimed in, "Dad, there is something I'm unsure whether to say or not. There has never been a creature as unattractive as you." Qian Peiying added, "Then what purpose do you serve? As a man, you ought to bear the burdens." Surveying his surroundings, Song Fuxing cautioned the two women, "Keep a close watch. If you roll your eyes, just step into the space." As he entered the space, he pondered how to distribute the water to others, contemplating how to articulate it. After ruminating fruitlessly, he sighed, "Well, we shall discuss it when the time comes. One step at a time. Perhaps, like those people hope, if we set off today, we might encounter a stream or creek." Thus, his primary objective upon entering was to implement the first plan, to gather some water for his family to drink. While they had not yet departed, he secretly filled his water pouches and containers, aiming to save some water for his mother. Every little bit counts. As Song Fuxing stepped into the northern balcony, rummaging through the cabinets, he murmured, "My daughter mentioned wanting functional drinks to replenish energy. Which box is it? Ah, and she wants cola too. This child, wanting two kinds of drinks. The functionality, has been discovered. It is all right here." Opening the box, Song Fuxing extracted 4 bottles of energy drink, along with a bottle of Coca-Cola and 2 small bottles of mineral water, all secured in a plastic bag. Initially, he intended to finish filling the water before exiting the space. Yet he suddenly paused, realizing the importance of being aware of his surroundings, and began to inspect each room. Upon twisting the valve of the heating system, Song Fuxing gasped in astonishment, quickly securing it once more. Not daring to waste a single drop, there was indeed water stored in the radiator. This was splendid news. His home boasted several radiators, and fortunately, he had not opted for a heated floor. If the water ran out, he could draw it out for drinking. He then glanced at the 5L bottle of Nongfu spring water he had set aside for watering plants, nodding in approval. Yes, this water is clean. He could devise a way to take it out for Granny Ma, as well as for his family, including the half basin of water remaining in the sink. Finally, Song Fuxing arrived at the bathroom. He surveyed the area and lifted the lid of the toilet tank, feeling quite satisfied to find some water there as well. He pressed the flush button, fully aware that it would not produce any delightful sounds, yet he felt a small pang of disappointment nonetheless. His gaze lingered on the water remaining in the toilet bowl, considering that after each flush, a bit of water was always left. He thought to himself, when the time comes, I could scoop this water out and take it to share. Emerging from the space, the three of them eyed the empty water jug and pouch, pouring beverages with mischievous expressions while secretly indulging in their drinks. Song Fuling let out a burp. My goodness, this is sheer bliss. Meanwhile, Qian Peiying clutched the Coca-Cola bottle, gulping it down in large swigs, only to discover for the first time that drinking carbonated beverages too hurriedly could lead to choking. Old Song, hurry up, you should have a couple of sips too. You and your mother drink while I tidy up the empty bottles. Keep it discreet. We must hasten our departure, as I suspect the group is awaiting us. Drinking straight from my hand one tea delay us. The three of us, having furtively enjoyed the cola, seemed to be in much better spirits. Sugar acts like a tranquilizer. Song Fushing, sporting a bun, wore grass sandals that had become so worn that his big toe peeked out, caked in black mud. He carried a bulging backpack and took the lead. Song Fuling, covered in dirt, leaned on the crooked arm of her mother, Qian Peiying, as they walked, whispering to each other. Song Fuling was imparting her wisdom on hitching rides. As they walked, Song Fushing suddenly began to hum a tune. You carry the load. I lead the horse, welcoming the dawn and bidding farewell to the dusk, overcoming obstacles to forge a path after enduring hardships. We set forth again. Song Fuling always supported her father, quickly ceasing her conversation with her mother to join in a harmonious duet with him. We set forth again. La 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 la. Through the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, through the myriad of sweet and bitter experiences. May I ask where the road leads? The road lies beneath our feet. Qian Peiying playfully brushed away her daughter's microphone gesture, smiling with a hint of exasperation. You too, truly carefree, can still find joy in song. Song Fuling indeed possessed a carefree spirit, though whose optimism she inherited remains a mystery. Nevertheless, the song resonated perfectly with their circumstances, reflecting their reality. Eyes open and onward, halting only in the dark. No wonder Song Fushing felt inspired. Look, a new day beckons, and we embark once more. The innkeeper wielded his whip. Giddy up. Madame Ma walked alongside the first vehicle, while Song Fuling sat inside. How fortunate she was, having persuaded her grandmother with just 2 sentences. She was the kind of child who wouldn't ride unless her grandmother allowed it. Grandma, can you guess what my parents just asked me to do? They advised me to drink less water, saying there isn't enough, and I should be more considerate. Mother even mentioned that you are getting older and shouldn't be deprived of anything. She told me not to drink as if I were a water buffalo, consuming 2 jars a day. I have decided that today, if I can avoid it, I won't drink. Rest assured, I shall save my portion for you. Madame Ma stood with her mouth agape, staring blankly for a good 10 seconds before letting out a sigh. You children, your bodies are still developing and not yet sturdy. If you're thirsty, you should drink. Your grandmother knows best. When the group was about to set off, Madame Ma insisted on pushing Song Fuling onto the vehicle, wanting to walk a bit herself first. She recalled how her granddaughter had once sneaked a duck egg with her, and when she told her to squat down to avoid being noticed, her granddaughter complained, Grandma, my legs hurt. I can't squat. Song Fuling, however, climbed onto the vehicle without a hint of modesty. Yet, once settled, she said, Grandma, do you know why I didn't even ask for a moment to let you rest? Why? Because it's still relatively cool now. The sun has come out yet. You can manage to walk for a bit. When the sun starts to beat down, I will get off and let you rest. I worry that if it gets too hot later, you might not be able to endure it. Her dear granddaughter. Having helped raise so many children for her sons, none have been as cherished as her own plump girl. Pangya was exceptionally well behaved in her childhood, yet in the past 2 years, after a long absence, her peculiar charm had blossomed. Regardless of what she said, it was always melodious, and she now seemed eager to converse with the elderly lady, frequently drawing near, exuding an aura of captivating vitality. Consequently, the seemingly innocuous remarks made by Song Fuling led to old Madame Ma taking an additional half-hour on her journey compared to the previous day. Meanwhile, Qian Peiying occupied the last position on the grain-laden cart. Unlike old Madame Ma, who had the privilege of being assisted onto the cart by Song Fuling, Qian Peiying climbed aboard with determination, enduring the envious glares of her sister-in-law, holding tightly onto Michaud. In her heart, she recited the advice her daughter had privately imparted. Mother, a thin skin invites suffering. Pay no heed to others' opinions if she is upset. It merely indicates that you have yet to instill a habit in her. How to articulate the nature of habit? If one regularly occupies a mule cart over time, It fosters a false sense of entitlement to that seat. Despite her mental fortitude, Qian Peiying was, after all, an adult, and with so many children watching eagerly below. As she ascended the cart, she felt a pang of guilt and added, I must administer medicine to Mi Shou. He is still unwell. Sister-in-law Zhu maintained her composure, primarily out of fear of the third brother, yet inwardly scoffed. Administering medicine while riding the cart, one might mistakenly believe you are preparing to nurse. In contrast, elder sister he had grown accustomed to such dynamics. Moreover, she believed that they were adorned in fine garments courtesy of the third sister-in-law, who always ensured that her household's eldest sons received their share of food, despite old madam occasionally insisting that since the eldest had grown, there was no need for division. However, the third sister-in-law consistently echoed the sentiment. They are still children, and thus, sharing is essential. He found herself preoccupied with thoughts of her family back home. Although she was reluctant to form close ties with anyone, the uncertainty surrounding her parents and brothers left her with little else to contemplate. Yet, she was not foolish. These thoughts lingered in her mind. Throughout that morning, the women and children moved about in a daze, their exhaustion palpable, each drenched in perspiration. In stark contrast, the men were not only weary but also anxious. The quest for a water source that day was critical, not just for the survival of their mules and oxen, but for the very lives of everyone involved. Song Fuxing had already retrieved his binoculars. The clarity of the daylight offered a better view as he walked and scanned the surroundings. Consequently, Qian Mishu was entrusted to Qian Peiying, allowing for additional provisions to be packed into the cart, as Song Futsai's handcart bore an extra bag of grain. Even Song Lijing trudged along, leaning on his cane beside Song Fuxing. As Song Fuxing anxiously surveyed the horizon through his binoculars, Song Lijing incessantly inquired about what he could see, which only served to irritate him further. The sight of corpses and the sparse presence of the living struck him as peculiar. He wondered how it was possible that so few remained, considering the multitude of refugees who had traveled before them. Were they all perished? Or had they taken a wrong turn? With a furrowed brow, Song Lijing remarked that heading north was indeed the correct route. There were no other paths. Perhaps they have all perished, he mused, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Tian Shifa reported, I even dug deep into the earth, yet found no water. The ground in some areas has cracked open. What shall we do, third brother? What to do? This morning, I provided the livestock with 2 servings of water. After leaving, they drank once, and after traveling for over 3 hours, they had another drink. Currently, the total amount of water available is barely sufficient for cooking and boiling water, enough to last until the day after tomorrow at most. Song Fuxing and Song Lijing exchanged glances, both aware of the unspoken answer in each other's eyes. They halted, realizing that at least 2 of the animals must be slaughtered. The livestock were all secured, and the fodder was prepared. They simply needed to identify which 2 were unproductive and refusing to eat, for those would be the ones to be sacrificed. Song Fuxing's aunt rushed in front of the old cow, exclaiming, Eat, why won't you eat? Upon seeing her sister-in-law's fervor, Ma Laotai dashed over, clapping her hands in front of the 3 mules, urging them, Bow your heads and eat with all your might. The aunt glanced at Ma Laotai, her entire body straining as she stomped her feet and shouted even louder, If you don't eat, you'll be slaughtered, so eat. Ma Laotai, matching the intensity, rolled up her sleeves and shouted at one of the mules that refused to eat, Eat, you wretched beast. The 2 elderly women shouted with all their might, their voices filled with desperation. Seeing this, Song Fuling realized the situation was dire. Her grandmother was losing ground, her voice hoarse, unable to compete with the other woman's cries. This simply would not do. She rushed forward, joining her grandmother, waving her arms in unison and shouting, Eat, eat, eat. Song Fuxing sat down on the ground, covering his forehead and letting out a long, weary sigh. Why were the others silent while these 2 elderly women screamed with such heart-wrenching urgency? Because only their livestock were proving to be a disappointment, refusing to eat or move. And they were understandably anxious, nearly compelled to intervene and assist the animals themselves. The old cow belonging to Uncle Song Fuxing had reached an advanced stage. It is well known that livestock, much like humans, deteriorate with age. The more they labor, the weaker they become. Meanwhile, the mule from Song Fuxing's own household, the one tasked with hauling grain and ridden by Qian Peiying, appeared to have lost its appetite, occasionally shivering, utterly exhausted, and drooping its head. Consequently, the outcome was evident. These 2 beasts ranked last and second to last. feigning ignorance to his mother's incessant eye-rolling, which was becoming increasingly exaggerated. Song Fushing, adhering to the principles of justice, transparency, and fairness, declared, "We shall slaughter my uncle's cow and my mule." Auntie fell to the ground, unable to voice any other objections. This had been a pre-established rule, intended to prevent any sudden changes that might provoke public outrage. All she could do was pound her thighs and wail, "Oh, my child, my child." Song Fushing thought to himself, "What is this? Is the old cow calling for a child? Must it be this way? Those unaware might think we are to slaughter him." Old Ma, slightly more formidable than her sister-in-law, pointed at the mule, cursing, "You worthless creature, you unworthy beast." Song Fuling noticed her grandmother's voice had grown hoarse from shouting, and she could not allow her to continue in such despair. Stepping forward, she intervened, "Grandmother, please accept the reality." Seizing the moment while everyone else was busy consoling the grief-stricken auntie, who was helplessly waving at the old cow being taken away, as if it were a modern scene where a person is about to be ushered into cremation, she whispered, "Grandmother, look, you must see it this way. At least you both ended up even. It is quite remarkable how much more at ease I feel all of a sudden. Fatty, make sure to feed the old lady well later." Granny Ma wiped away the tears that had welled up in her eyes and shouted at the butcher, "What's the point of dragging it away to slaughter? It's just a matter of dropping trousers to let out a fart. We can do it right here. My sister-in-law is wise enough to understand how it all comes to be, and you must allow her to witness the process firsthand. After all those years of raising it, it hasn't been easy." Song Fuling quickly tugged at her grandmother's clothing. This old lady, having vented her frustrations, should be satisfied. Why must she voice it? Bringing unnecessary strife? Just as the atmosphere had begun to ease, her uncle's wife shot her a fierce glare. The butcher feigned ignorance. With so many children around, it wouldn't do to frighten them with such brutal displays. Indeed, like Song Fuling and Qian Mishu, they belonged to the group that dared not witness such scenes. The siblings sat on the ground, covering their ears and exchanging wide-eyed glances. "Sister, is it over?" As soon as the words left his mouth, they were met with a heart-wrenching cry. Qian Mishu shivered, darting into Song Fuling's embrace. "It's all right, little brother. Once it's roasted, it will taste delightful. I'll secretly sprinkle some salt for you, but you mustn't make a sound. Sister, your breath smells." Song Fuling, unable to cover her ears any longer, clamped her hand over her mouth. Had it truly been just a day and a night without brushing her teeth for it to smell this bad? Qian Mishu leaned closer, his little nose pressed against Song Fuling's mouth, sniffing curiously. Unsatisfied with the faint scent, he swatted her hand away from her mouth. It smells good. You must have eaten more than I did." The certainty in Qian Mishu's tone was unmistakable. Song Fuling thought, "Is it the energy drink that makes my breath so pungent?" Mishu, although you have not indulged in any beverages, you have still partaken of milk, while I have yet to taste any. Chapter 100. Fourth update, for 200 monthly votes. Song Fuling led Qian Mishu to an inconspicuous spot, deliberately wandering a distance away. Only then did she unscrew the thermos lid, pouring a little into the lid to feed her younger brother. Upon taking just a small sip, Mishu's eyes widened in astonishment as he tilted his little head upwards to gaze at Song Fuling. The child was already strikingly handsome, resembling a little girl. And at that moment, his bright, expressive eyes sparkled with wonder and delight, endearing him to Song Fuling. She squatted down, unable to resist pinching Mishu's cheek, exclaiming, "You are just a bit dirty." Qian Mishu shook his head to evade his sister's playful grasp and urgently inquired, "What is this drink? Is it sugar plum water?" "Sugar plum, what is that?" Is it delicious?" Qian Mishu nodded emphatically at the remaining liquid in the lid, his eyes fixated on the contents, and his little neck strained as he swallowed in anticipation. "Quickly drink it, don't let anyone see." However, Qian Mishu suddenly looked up and asked, "Has Aunt tried it? What about Uncle?" Well. Song Fuling felt that day after day, the innocent truths spoken by these two, her grandmother and Mishu, could pierce her heart like needles, often catching her off guard. She tapped the thermos and urged, "Come on, drink up, there's still plenty left." To her surprise, Mishu voiced his concern, "Sister, don't let anyone know." After issuing her admonitions, she merely dipped her tongue into the beverage, and only under her sister's urging did she finish it entirely, even going so far as to nibble at the lid of the pot with her tongue. It was absolutely delightful and sweet. The child displayed a look of sheer contentment. As if suddenly filled with joy, she chattered away with Song Fuling, saying, "Sister, Truth be told, I didn't wish to drink it all at once. I wanted to sip a little here and there, so I could enjoy it until nightfall. But alas, I cannot do that. I fear others might see. It's far better to drink it all at once, don't you think? What are you two up to? Song Jinbao came running over. Song Fuling distinctly heard Mi Shou exclaim in a ghostly tone, "Not good." After shouting, she grabbed her hand and fled, their little legs moving quickly. Song Jinbao was left dumbfounded by their sudden dash, coming to a halt himself. The foolish boy scratched his head and called out, "Fatty sister, fatty sister? If you're called to eat meat, why are you running? It's time for meat." Realizing that calling for meat was futile, as the two continued their escape, Song Jinbao muttered to himself, "Well, I've called out now, so it matters not. I must go eat meat." Oh dear, was drinking a bit of beverage truly such a concern? It was akin to a cat chasing a mouse. Qian Michaud assured Song Fuling, "It is indeed a concern. Sister, have you forgotten the taste that lingers? One cannot speak of it. Oh heavens, truly maddening. Michaud, just wait until I prosper. I shall ensure you drink, sugar plum water every day." Meanwhile, Qian Ping was equally exasperated, exclaiming, "Oh heavens, why is it that everyone else can enjoy mule meat, yet old lady Ma forbids me from roasting it?" She rushed over in a flurry, snatching it away with such force that she nearly scorched her neck and face, truly frightening her in the process. The answer came rather unexpectedly, as the elderly matriarch of the Guo family, in front of everyone, delivered a resounding slap to her daughter-in-law. "Why are you so gluttonous, you eggless hen?" The crisp sound of the slap caught the attention of Song Fuling and Qian Mishu, who happened to be passing by. They both halted in unison and turned to look. At that moment, Song Fuxing quietly comforted Qian Ping, saying, "Your voice was quite loud when you were bickering with the old lady. Look how envious your sisters-in-law are. Don't let it anger you. Just see how the old lady ended up in tears. There is a matter here. We usually do not consume such animals, so you might not know. Donkey meat is fragrant. Horse meat is foul, and one would rather die than eat mule meat. Do you not understand? Mules are the hybrid offspring of horses and donkeys, and they cannot reproduce. Hence, it is likely that the people here believe this even more strongly than we do, fearing they might not bear children." Song Fuxing replied, "Indeed, I never intended to. Alas, they are all so absurd. They are not starving, yet I find their antiquated sensibilities even more excessive than those of our own region." Chapter 101. The Fifth Watch, rewarded with 10,000 coins by Qingyi Qiandan. These individuals were not lacking in fire. Several piles were ignited, and from a distance, one might mistakenly believe the area was ablaze. Meat could not be boiled to remove the scum. It could only be roasted. Surprisingly, perhaps due to their prolonged abstinence from meat, it actually smelled quite delightful. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was wearing tattered garments and head coverings with holes, resembling beggars, one could easily mistake the scene for an outdoor barbecue gathering. Qian Ping was quite impressed by her daughter, whose nimble fingers seemed as if they had been trained in the art of thievery. As she rummaged through her backpack, her small hand effortlessly flipped over a pinch of salt, applying it to the raw meat. The next piece of meat received the same treatment. This cycle continuing as she deftly managed the salt quantity each time. What amused her most was her daughter, who chattered incessantly while applying salt to the meat. Song Fuling lamented, "These people truly baffle me. Even under such circumstances, they still yearn for children. It's absurd." That elder Mrs. Gu, while waving her hands dismissively, fails to consider the reality. With her daughter-in-law unable to eat or drink properly, and without sufficient rest, it's remarkable if she can regain her strength in a year or two, let alone bear a grandchild. Such irrational thinking. I refuse to believe that consuming mules could lead to anything beneficial. Jijia, what exactly is a mental illness? Inquired Qian Mishu. It's simply a form of madness, she replied. Song Fuling turned the meat over, recalling that their barbecue stall was equipped with a grill, a remnant from their arrival in this ancient time when her mother had even roasted pieces of chess on the vehicle. Adding to the awkwardness, her mother had just cried after being scolded by Mrs. Ma, so their family of four had opted not to dine with the larger family, allowing for more casual conversation. "Listen, father, look at that man married to Mrs. Gu. He is utterly spineless, allowing his mother to berate his wife. It's been hours, and that old woman continues her tirade, even threatening to scratch her daughter-in-law's face. Ridiculous. Who cares about such trivialities? This is forbidden, that is off limits. I used to leave the house without brushing my teeth or washing my face, and you couldn't walk far without complaining of leg pain. Mother was obsessively clean. She wouldn't even allow us to drink from rivers or streams. As for me, it seems that even without attendance, one is not permitted to venture out. Upon hearing this, Qianmishou nodded earnestly in agreement, acknowledging its truth. The three of them exchanged glances, sensing a hint of disbelief from her uncle, which puzzled Qianmishou. Song Fuxing tossed straw into the fire, remarking, "You currently have a little servant." Qianmishou tilted her head in confusion. "Huh? Isn't that me?" Song Fuling stifled a laugh, realizing her father greatly enjoyed teasing Michou. Indeed, it is essential to choose one's words wisely depending on the occasion. Furthermore, that elder Gu must have never heard of the offspring of a mule, the swift steed that travels 1,000 miles. The steed ranks after the swift horse. Listen closely. With a twinkle in his eye, Song Fuxing relished hearing his daughter occasionally share such refined phrases, a testament to the worth of the money he invested in her education. He may not comprehend all the words, but their cultured resonance was evident, unlike his own limited vocabulary, which consisted of exclamations of amazement. Qian Peiying, however, found her daughter's chatter excessive, asserting that no matter how much she spoke, it would not grant them access to mule meat, as their affairs were not intertwined with those of others. How could I not taste it? Soon, I shall have a piece roasted to savor, especially since I have never tried it before. You, my parents, did not stop me. Let us see who dares to intervene. I shall eat it, and I am resolute about that. Chubby girl, De Lang called out. Grandma has instructed me to tell you that you are also forbidden from eating mule meat. All right, big brother, rest assured, I shall not even lay a finger on it. Song Fuxing, Qian Peiying, Qianmishou, Chapter 102. The Sixth Watch, dedicated to Qingyi Qiandan for their generous reward. Although Song Fuxing was acutely aware of his own lack of education, he remained oblivious to the fact that the incident involving the consumption of mule meat had significantly elevated his standing in the eyes of Song Lijing. Upon hearing Guopozi relentlessly berate her daughter-in-law, Song Lijing felt compelled to intervene several times, yet he found himself unable to endure the cacophony any longer. The uproar was intolerable, with slaps and demands for kneeling echoing in the air. Upon careful reflection, Song Lijing experienced a moment of enlightenment. He realized that Song Fuxing's efforts to foster unity among families were solely concerned with maintaining harmony between one household and another. Should any two families dare to quarrel, Fuxing would not permit it, threatening to dissolve their ties. However, if disputes arose within a family, he would feign ignorance, choosing to remain uninvolved. It is often said that an impartial judge struggles to mediate domestic affairs. Ah, how remarkable it is. No wonder Song Fuxing is regarded as the scholar of 10 miles and 8 villages, possessing a wisdom that is truly profound. It is little wonder that he outshines Song Lijing in discourse, aside from the distinction of seniority. Previously, he had often been the arbiter of family disputes, a task that proved to be a thankless endeavor. If heaven were to grant him another chance, Song Lijing mused, he would undoubtedly aspire to be an entirely different village head. One learns throughout life, indeed. Similarly, as a result of the mule incident, Song Fuling's significance in the eyes of Ma Laotai had also increased. In their large family, comprising more than 20 members, Ma Laotai found herself shouting hoarsely at the mule. Yet the others appeared deaf and blind to her calls, save for her little granddaughter who rushed to her side. This clearly demonstrated that, in critical moments, the rest were utterly unreliable, while her little granddaughter proved to be the most trustworthy. Before the team set off once more, the elderly Madame Ma discreetly called out to Song Fuling, "Have some jerky, you must be thirsty, having not drunk a drop since noon. Look, I've heated some milk for you, and as you requested, I added a bit of vinegar. This small jar of water is all for your little bucket. But keep it quiet." Alas, the water jug was already full, yet she could neither speak of it nor open it to check, for it emitted a peculiar scent. Song Fuling shook the jug to listen to the sound, insisting that she had enough water, and stubbornly refused any more, even advising Madame Ma to share with her elder siblings. Such maturity, far beyond her years. Madame Ma continued with her instructions. "When we set off, remember to keep your distance from the cattle in front and behind us, as well as our mule. Be sure to inform your father." "Grandmother, you can just tell my father yourself. I prefer not to engage with him. And I need to allow the steward to load the grain into the cart while your uncle and others handle the water." But why the need for distance? As the group trudged along that afternoon, feeling as though they might be baked dry under the sun, a sudden clatter erupted from the direction of the Song family. Almost immediately, items began to tumble out, including the elder Song himself, who clumsily emerged while holding his little great-grandson. The reason became starkly clear. The Song family's ox had collapsed without warning, its eyes shut, never to rise again. Just as Song Fuxing was about to inquire if the elder had sustained any injuries from the fall, a cry of alarm erupted from the nearby Gao butcher's family. This is bad. The elder son of the Gao family, prioritizing his safety over his father's, swiftly maneuvered the handcart to the side, distancing himself from his father, fearing the ox cart might crash into them. After a brief shudder, the Gao family's ox fell as well. Tears welled in the butcher's fierce eyes. I paid 18 taels of silver for this one. It's gone. Song Fuling glanced at the Li Zheng family ahead and then at the Gao family behind, locking eyes with her grandmother. The atmosphere within the group plummeted, steeped in despondency. The livestock now resembled an unwieldy burden, difficult to manage. Each day, a single animal required numerous pounds of water, and providing it was no longer feasible. However, halting the procession for slaughter was equally impractical. Time was of the essence. To slay them all at once was an option, yet consuming the meat seemed unlikely. Especially in the sweltering heat that threatened spoilage, a waste too painful to consider. The harness was removed from the dead ox, and Gao, the butcher, stifled his sorrow as he brandished his cleaver, blood splattering across his face and arms. Following Song Fuxing's instructions, he selectively carved the finest cuts from the carcass, discarding the bloody pieces directly onto the cart. Once he finished with his own, he hurried to the front to attend to the Li Zheng family slaughter. At that moment, Li Zheng sat on the ground, surrounded by onlookers. Though the cart was not particularly high, the fall should not have incapacitated him. Yet, in a bid to protect his great-grandson, the old man had landed squarely on his coccyx, rendering him unable to move. Despite the large number of family members, sons, grandsons, and a multitude of children, there was still an abundance of belongings. With no oxen left to draw the cart, and the elderly man incapacitated, at least 2 strong laborers would need to be summoned to offload the cargo. Madame Ma glanced back, observing the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gao family organizing their possessions. While the Li Zheng family also worked to rearrange their items, they needed to clear a space on the handcart for the old man to recline, allowing him some semblance of comfort. She let out a deep sigh. Madame Ma wore a troubled expression, deeply contemplating the predicament at hand. Her household possessed an abundance of livestock, having already slaughtered 1 mule. If the other 2 were to succumb as well, she genuinely fretted over who would assist in hauling the fallen mule onto the cart, particularly since the remaining 2 mules were harnessed to the cart itself. She resolved that, in due course, the cart could be disassembled. The mule slaughtered at noon was currently being managed by Tiger and the 4 strong men. Tian Shifa was pushing the cart belonging to the old Tian family. Previously, the 4 strong men had been handling it, allowing Tian Shifa the opportunity to fetch water. But now he was unable to do anything due to insufficient manpower. If the other 2 mules were to collapse, what would become of her 3rd son? Alas, he was not particularly helpful either, easily winded even while carrying a child. If he had to push the cart while walking, it would be a disaster. The shopkeeper Nyo was also advanced in years. Even if he and her 3rd son were to push one cart together, what of the other? Madame Ma glanced at her eldest son, suggesting that he and her 2nd son should manage the original cart, freeing up the Lang to assist with. Song Fuling noticed her grandmother watching her and wondered what was amiss. Madame Ma shook her head, reflecting on her son, who, while pleasing to the eye, was not particularly useful. He could barely move and would tire from even a brief journey in the cart. Relying on him was not an option. Perhaps the women could lend a hand together, but how could they manage? The thought of it all made her anxious. However, Madame Ma had learned a valuable lesson. In moments of despair, she would look to her sister-in-law's family. After observing them, she noted that they had lost their only ox, and her brother-in-law was now limping while pushing the cart. Her sister-in-law's family was in dire straits, which oddly restored her confidence. In truth, the concerns weighing on Madame Ma's mind were shared by other families who raised livestock. Even within the confines of one's home, one might feel compelled to kneel and offer prayers, seeking blessings and hoping fervently for the relentless endurance of the oxen, which, miraculously, require neither water nor grass. As the procession resumed its journey, 2 oxen lay bloodied and mutilated behind them, their bodies severed in gruesome disarray. Fuxing, it is growing dark. Should we not pause for a moment? Song Lijing inquired as he sprawled across the cart. No, we cannot rest. Earlier, I observed what seemed to be a small village ahead, replied Song Fuxing, gesturing with his telescope. Upon hearing this, Song Lijing's spirits lifted. They had traversed several hundred miles without sighting a single dwelling, let alone a village. The distant location observed through the telescope appeared to loom far beyond their reach. The group trudged on from around 7 in the evening until nearly 11 at night, the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes filling the air around them. Yet, as they longed for a glimpse of civilization, they finally spotted a cluster of houses, only to be met with Song Fuxing's unrefined exclamation. What in the world is this place? Oh my goodness. In contrast, the educated Song Fuling engaged in a silent dialogue with herself, filled with trepidation. 10 houses, 9 empty. The village devoid of barking dogs. Under the flickering light of their torches, they discerned the desolation. Every blade of grass and every tree reduced to nothingness. One could easily stumble upon the bleached bones glimmering eerily in the dark. Upon entering the village, they encountered not a single farmer. This village, though sizable, was utterly devoid of agricultural inhabitants. Is there anyone here? Song Lijing called out, tapping the bottom of his pot with a spoon. His gaze shifted to the rear, where it became apparent that most women and children huddled together in small groups, shivering in fear. Song Fuxing beckoned to Tian Shifa, stating, "Brother-in-law, our numbers are too great. Let us halt the procession here and wait for you all. You lead a few individuals to seek out the location of the wells within the village. Upon discovering water, promptly return and summon us. Here, take this lighter. Should the torch extinguish, quickly reignite it." "Very well, Gao Taidu." "Yes, third uncle. You lads, with your swift feet. Choose the household that appears most respectable, push open the door, and ascertain whether or not it is truly empty. Arm yourselves." "Ah." The butcher, Gao, suddenly darted out. Although his son, Taitu, is neither the eldest nor the youngest, he is the one most cherished by Gao. This is because Taitu, the second son, is remarkably bold and astute, strikingly reminiscent of his father's youth. At this moment, the audacious Taitu was startled enough to cry out. What could he have seen? There is one detail that Gao Taitu neglected to mention. The rat had also spotted them. Instead of scurrying away in fear, the rat pursued them, successfully driving them to flee in terror. It seems that in a village of 10 households, 9 had vacated, leaving only 1 with inhabitants, who were likely feigning death. Song Fuxing swallowed hard, his throat dry. "We must hasten our departure. Let us go." In his urgency, Song Lerzhang struck the pot again, exclaiming, "Quickly! Not a single one should be left behind. All must follow. Move swiftly. We cannot linger here." The sound of wooden wheels creaking once more filled the air as the men exerted themselves to propel the cart at full speed. The women, carrying children on their backs, supporting the elderly, felt no fatigue, keeping pace with the men, fearful of being left behind. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, cool and refreshing, brushing against the faces of the group. The sweltering heat had engulfed everyone for 2 consecutive days, with the relentless sun baking them dry, leaving them yearning for a gentle breeze, a sensation that felt like a distant memory. Yet, to speak candidly, it was precisely this long absence that rendered them ill-prepared for such discomfort. They would rather endure the scorching heat. For instance, Song Fuxing perceived the current wind as malevolent, sinister in its ferocity. The group remained silent, while the howling wind echoed like ghostly wails. He shivered and called out, "Bosque, hey, Fuxing, blow that trumpet I gave you, and don't stop until you leave the village." As they reached the village's edge, the sound of the trumpet was accompanied by a cacophony of clattering noises. Alas, the only cow belonging to Wang Pozi had collapsed. Guo Laodao's wife, who had been blowing the trumpet at the back of the line, noticed the commotion and the halted procession. Realizing her husband was supposed to be pushing the cart, she halted her playing. In the dark of the night, Wang Pozi's eldest daughter-in-law cried out, "What shall we do? The cow is down." The second daughter-in-law tugged at her sister-in-law, her face a mask of urgency. "What do you think we should do? Quickly gather your things and come over. We need some people to unload the cow." Wang Pozi's youngest daughter-in-law reacted even more swiftly, shoving a bundle of garlic sprouts towards Wang Zhongyu and rolling up her sleeves to retrieve the items that had fallen from the cart, including the large iron pot. Before she could finish her sentence, a cluster of torches illuminated the area. Wang Pozi assessed the situation and swiftly seized her daughter-in-law, decisively stating, "Forget the pot. Don't touch it." The Wang family's cart had precisely crashed onto the bodies of the deceased, as previously mentioned by Tian Shifa. The belongings, including blankets that had fallen from the cart, lay upon the lifeless forms. The crucial large black pot was precariously perched upon the head of one of the deceased, further crushing the already decaying visage. With a heavy heart, Wang Po exclaimed, "Where is there water to cleanse it? Touch it, and you may fall ill. Just look at how the rats have gnawed at his body." Song Fuxing hurried over, advising against any attempts to retrieve it, saying, "Better to be safe than sorry. With so many lives at stake, we cannot risk the safety of our entire group for the sake of a single pot." He then urged, "Let us gather a few people to help unload the cart and move on swiftly. It is imperative that we leave this village. What about the cattle? Shall we slaughter them now?" Qian Peiying, illuminated by the torchlight, cast a glance that sent shivers down her spine. Intentionally seeking to divert attention, she whispered to her daughter, Song Fuling. Song Fuling nodded. "I suspect she fears the unforeseen, that perhaps someone in her family might coincidentally fall ill. She worries that others might speculate and abandon her kin for the sake of salvaging that pot. Thus, she would rather forsake everything than take any risks." Unbeknownst to the speaker, Ma Laotai, listening intently, contemplated, "I understand now. If such a misfortune befell my own family, I assure you I would not recklessly scavenge either." As the belongings were secured, the group hastened to leave the village, eager to distance themselves from it. After traveling approximately 5 miles, Song Fuxing called out, "There is no need to sound the horn anymore. To those we fortuitously encountered earlier, we, the Wang family, did not intend to disturb you, nor did we mean to damage your pot. The blankets left behind shall serve as a gift for your warmth as you depart. Leave a pot for you to cook on the other side, and also, the ox is left for you to clear the path. I implore you, do not disturb my family." In the early hours of the morning, around 2 o'clock, when fatigue is most profound, the travelers continue their journey along the darkened road. Qian Mixiao tightly clings to Song Fuxing's neck, his heavy eyelids drooping, yet he resists the urge to sleep. Each time his weary head droops on his Song Fuxing's shoulder, a sudden jolt of alertness awakens him. It is not just Mixiao, every child is similarly affected. After passing through that village, their hearts and eyes are filled with a profound fear of the night, rendering them unable to close their eyes for fear that if they do, they may lose their parents and find themselves utterly alone. In that village, many children had perished, abandoned by the deceased, left without mothers or fathers, succumbing to thirst and hunger. Chapter 106. The Fourth Watch, for 300 monthly votes. Around 5 in the morning, Song Fuling lay on the ground, without even a mat beneath her, unable to wait any longer. Dried straw was tangled in her hair, her exhausted eyes fixated on the sky. A few days prior, while walking, Song Fuling felt that after such a prolonged journey, she had reached her limit. The day before, she had experienced a sensation of suffocation, the heat overwhelming her breath. She thought to herself, this must be her limit. If she continued, she would surely perish. Yet today, as she lay there, she realized she was mistaken. Today was truly her limit. She had managed to walk for an entire day and night, astonishing herself, believing she might collapse from exhaustion, yet strangely, she did not die. Just as Song Fuling contemplated, everyone was indeed pushing their limits. Everyone, like Song Fuling, felt that they could no longer endure the situation, yet in their struggle for survival, they discovered boundless potential within themselves. The butcher, addressing the motionless Song Fuxing, remarked, "Little Sanzi," regarding the 2 cattle slaughtered during the day on the road. "I detected a slight spoilage. Shall we roast them for consumption now?" Tian Shifa also informed Song Fuxing, "Third brother, the mule we ceased slaughtering at noon, along with the beef from uncle's cattle, has left us with a considerable amount of leftover meat. After another night, it will surely deteriorate further." An elder from another Song family approached with a drawn face, reporting, "Fuxing, I must inform you that our cow cannot withstand much longer. Should we slaughter it now? Or do you have another plan?" The butcher, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and confessed, "Little Sanzi, to be honest, the other 2 cows in my possession are also on the verge of perishing." Song Fuxing glanced at the approaching cattle manager, who seemed hesitant to speak. He understood that the 2 mules they had left were also in a state of near demise, barely surviving on fodder. Indeed, since the previous afternoon, they had not provided the livestock with water. How could they possibly survive? However, the dilemma was that if they were all slaughtered, the 5 meals a day would be too much for everyone to consume. Better to slaughter them to prevent any from collapsing unexpectedly on the journey, thus causing delays. Slaughter all, select the prime cuts, and consume the best parts. Any that spoil along the way can simply be discarded. The butcher swallowed hard. Slaughtering livestock was a laborious task, and he felt drained of strength, his throat itching with discomfort. "Cattle manager, please pour a bowl of wine for the butcher." Song Fuxing waved his hand, interrupting the butcher's refusal, and raised his voice to the crowd, proclaiming, "From this moment forth, water shall be reserved solely for the children. I have several jars of wine at home, and we adults shall partake of that. A sip after our meat will suffice. Fuxing, that is unacceptable, Song Lirong exclaimed, forcing himself to rise. He addressed the assembly. For now, we must refrain from drinking. We shall imbibe only after we have rested sufficiently and are ready to resume our journey. Once we drink, we must ensure it sustains us for the entire day. It is fortunate that the ancient liquor was of low potency, crafted purely from grains. It is no wonder that Wu Song could consume so much before slaying the tiger, nor that our ancestors often drank to quench their thirst. Song Fuling mused, if this were modern spirits, the more one drank, the thirstier one would become. It would serve no purpose. Song Fuxing nonchalantly responded, very well, if anyone finds themselves utterly parched, they may come to me. Yet, in truth, they were all in dire need already, especially with the prospect of consuming dry roasted meat soon, leaving their throats parched. Several women restrained their children from grabbing the rice bowls, urging, just a sip will suffice. No more drinking. The remaining water must be saved for your younger siblings. The children protested, Mother, I am thirsty. Song Fuxing reclined beside his wife. Qian Paying softly cautioned, I suggest we rest well before departing. If we venture forth and find ourselves without water after half a day's journey, then what will we do? Song Fuxing replied, Indeed. What can we do? We shall enter the space and procure water to bring back. At the very least, 1 bowl of water per person each day will sustain our lives. I refuse to believe that after sustaining ourselves, we cannot continue our journey through the night without water. Chapter 107. The Fifth Watch, for Yu Shui's generous donation of 10,000 coins. In contrast, they slept, ate, and drank. Song Fucking persevered by constantly drawing comparisons. In terms of sleep, she found herself unable to awaken, weary beyond measure, yearning to scream in frustration after having journeyed tirelessly for an entire day and night. She longed for a respite of more than 5 hours, yet the words lingered unspoken on her lips as she observed others. Sister Taohua, Dia, and Arya, along with Song Jinbao, despite their advanced age, seemed to require significantly less rest than she did, for they had responsibilities to fulfill, whereas she merely collapsed and succumbed to slumber. Even Mi Shou, whose cold had yet to fully abate, trudged along, weary to the point of staggering. Without uttering a single complaint, how could she possibly continue to endure? In terms of sustenance, Song Fucking snatched a piece of roasted meat from her grandmother's hands and took a bite. It was dry, devoid of salt. Lowering her gaze to her own meal, she felt a wave of shame for even contemplating the notion of being unable to swallow the roasted beef. When it came to drink, her sense of propriety diminished even further. Setting aside the fact that water was available in their home, her father would go to great lengths to ensure Mi Shou had enough, never sparing a thought for her own thirst. Not to mention, her grandmother persistently inquired why she wasn't drinking. In hushed tones, she confided that she had secretly set aside a small jar of water, which the others believed contained pickled vegetables. In truth, it held water, with a lid placed atop. I haven't shared it with the others. This small jar is reserved for you children. Do not inform your father. Upon hearing this, Song Fucking was immediately moved to tears in front of Grandmama. She nearly disregarded Song Fuxing's admonitions, almost unscrewing the lid to offer her grandmother a drink. Just as her emotions surged, Grandmama turned to leave, muttering, Well, it seems you still have tears. I thought you might be so parched you couldn't even urinate. If that's the case, you needn't drink. That water must be preserved. Song Fuxing found Song Fuling, opening his daughter's backpack to retrieve some anti-inflammatory medication. Clutching the medicine tightly, he turned to his daughter and said, Si Zhuang saved Miss Xiao's life. By delivering the message in a timely manner, he also indirectly preserved the lives of our family of 3. He has been toiling for us, tirelessly and selflessly, and likely will continue to lend us his strength for a lifetime. It's sweltering, and his wound is infected. He has a fever. We cannot simply stand by and watch this unfold. Alas, without finishing his sentence, Song Fuxing departed with the medication in hand. Song Fuling smiled as she gazed at her father's retreating figure. She understood that his earlier explanation was more a conversation with himself, an attempt to persuade his own conscience. As she watched him, memories flooded her mind of the words he had spoken before their departure. Listen, my daughter, do not let your good heart lead you astray. Regardless of whether it's an elder or a child, do not show compassion in the face of death. We possess only this limited supply of anti-inflammatory medicine. If we remain here indefinitely, what shall we eat? Standing before the group, Song Fuxing raised his bowl and proclaimed, We are about to set off. The journey ahead will be even more arduous. Will there be water ahead? Can we find life-saving water in time? What will sustain us? We must rely solely on our own feet and our ability to move swiftly. Let us leave this unfortunate place, this potential hotspot for infection, relying on nothing but our own resolve. Together, the crowd, men and women, old and young, responded in unison, persevere. Each person held their bowl with both hands. And despite the meager contents at the bottom, they drank with a fervor that echoed a vow to the heavens and the earth. With no livestock remaining, all 14 families relied solely on handcarts, embarking under the blazing sun after only a brief morning respite. Song Fuling, burdened with a backpack, attempted to relieve Qian Peiying of the basket upon her shoulder. Mother, do not overexert yourself. You are at your most vulnerable time. Allow me to carry it, she insisted, balancing her own load of a backpack in front and a basket behind. Qian Peiying evaded her daughter's grasp, firmly seizing Fuling's arm and whispering, "My dear, I can manage. It's merely a monthly inconvenience. Remember, the three of us have consumed more water than the others. Thus we must be more resilient than them." Chapter 108. The Sixth Hour, dedicated to Yu Shui. Song Fuxing wiped the sweat from his forehead and face with a towel draped around his neck. The shopkeeper Niu, exasperated, inquired, "Can you hold on, sir? Let us go." Together, Song Fuxing and the shopkeeper exerted their strength to lift the handcart once more. Qian Peiying, with a basket on her shoulder, leaned on a stick with one hand while the other clutched at Michaud. "Michaud, are you tired?" Michaud's little legs trembled as he replied, "I'm not tired. I can walk for another hour." Yet, no sooner had he declared this than he stumbled and fell at Qian Peiying's feet. She crouched to embrace him, causing beads of sweat from her nose to fall to the ground. At that moment, Song Fuling forged ahead, her backpack secured on her back, a water bottle hanging from her neck, and binoculars in hand, as she carried her grandmother's precious small bag, rumored to contain silver. With the absence of mules and carts, no one could rely on them anymore. Song Fuling not only managed to carry the bag, but also supported her grandmother with her arm while taking on her father's tasks, occasionally using the binoculars to scan the path ahead. In truth, the crowd was oblivious to the existence of living beings and their potential connection to them. However, strangely enough, upon hearing Song Fuling exclaim about the presence of the living, their fatigue was momentarily forgotten, and a renewed sense of vigor surged through them. They began to relay the message, "Hurry, there are living beings ahead. Let us muster our strength." This newfound energy was remarkably potent. Within just an hour, despite traversing the terrain on foot, they managed to catch up with the aforementioned living beings. It was noteworthy that these individuals had likely set off several days prior. Yet they had been overtaken, highlighting the impressive efficiency of the group. However, as they drew nearer and beheld the countenance of these individuals, their immediate reaction was to exert even greater effort to leave them behind. The 20 or so living beings appeared gaunt, their emaciated limbs resembling mere twigs, and their protruding bellies suggested they had been nourished by the earth itself. Upon seeing the newcomers, these 20 souls seemed to find a flicker of hope, pleading for water and proclaiming their possession of silver coins. Among them was a man who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, who attempted to brag about his wealth, saying that silver coins were of little worth compared to his silver notes. Yet, in a moment of despair, he could not utter the word silver notes, but instead collapsed near Song Fuxing, expiring in silence. Song Fuxing did not even glance in his direction, internally reflecting, "I still have air conditioning, color television, and a washing machine at home. What use are your demands?" The others shared his sentiments, perceiving the plea for water as utterly absurd. They reasoned that if they continued on this path, they too would succumb to the same fate as those before them. Despite their impoverished state, they thought that if someone were to sell water, they could pool their resources and purchase it. The 20-odd individuals, burdened with distended bellies, lay languidly on the ground for a brief moment before being left far behind by the group led by Song Fuxing. Song Fuling, peering through her binoculars, observed more survivors ahead. Alas, there was no need to announce the presence of the living. What difference did it make, alive or dead? Upon spotting some greenery, she thought it prudent to call out then. This child had previously stirred their emotions unnecessarily. She had assumed they would encounter fellow survivors with whom they could converse, inquiring about their origins. Instead, they found individuals in a more dire state than themselves, instilling fear that they might catch something from them. Well, Song Fuling decided to remain silent. An hour later, they surpassed two groups of parched refugees, the most pitiful among them being those who were so dehydrated that they could no longer walk, resorting to crawling on hands and knees. These crawlers likely harbored a glimmer of hope that they might reach a water source. After 2 hours, Song Fulling's breathing became labored. She licked her lips, utterly exhausted, and looked at old lady Ma. "Grandma, why do you keep stealing glances at me? Why don't you call out? There's nothing green in sight. Didn't you tell me not to shout indiscriminately?" Their privately hoarded water had long been depleted, and the entire team's supply had vanished as well. Hope was dwindling. Life seemed to slip away, and old lady Ma spoke with a quavering voice. "Fat girl, do you think there's any chance that your father's precious item might have malfunctioned?" As night approached, around 8 o'clock, Song Fuxing felt as though he had just emerged from a sweat-drenched bath, his clothes soaked through. He glanced at the sky, uncertain whether it was dark or just dimming. From a distance, clarity eluded him. They could wait no longer, nor could they continue walking. Whether due to lack of water or exhaustion, they had reached their limits. This moment was opportune for subtle maneuvers. It was imperative to access their space for water. "Stop and rest here," he commanded. Chapter 109. For concurrent chapters, for monthly votes 400, upon the command to halt, a palpable sense of tension enveloped the group. The relief of finally being able to rest, as had been afforded by Song Fuxing, evaporated, leaving a heavy gloom in its place. In truth, they had no desire to pause. With water depleted, the only option was to forge ahead, relentlessly moving forward. For only by departing this arid expanse could they nurture a glimmer of hope. Yet, despite their resolve, they found themselves utterly spent. Each person wore a countenance of despair, silently securing their handcarts without unloading their belongings or cooking pots, and slumped down dejectedly onto the ground. Some men even removed their head coverings. Recognizing that shielding against insects was futile, even if they evaded illness, they would succumb to thirst. Despondency permeated the air. In such dire moments, the role of a leader becomes paramount, showcasing precisely why certain individuals ascend to leadership roles. When confronted with adversity, they neither complain nor surrender, but instead seek solutions. Song Liza, unbeknownst to where he procured it, produced a piece of red cloth and instructed Gao the butcher to retrieve the finest cut of beef. He placed the meat upon the red fabric, laying it on the ground. With the assistance of his 2 sons, he gritted his teeth against the pain in his lower back and knelt with remarkable poise before the offering. Once settled, he inspected his hands, rubbed them clean, and, feeling sufficiently prepared, clasped them together in earnest prayer, exclaiming loudly to the heavens, "5 emperors and 5 dragons, descend with light and guidance. Abundantly bestow your blessings and assist the Thunder Lord. Across the 5 lakes and 4 seas, water flows most fervently. Water flows most fervently. Indeed, most fervently." By chance, Song Fuxing was at his cart, rummaging through all the empty barrels, including the long empty soybean oil container, which he had prepared on the cart. Little did he anticipate that in just a fleeting moment, the situation would escalate beyond human control, compelling everyone to beseech the heavens. Song Fuxing exchanged glances with Song Lijing, who was kneeling on the ground, pleading for rain. Song Lijing swallowed hard, his eyes wide with urgency, and exclaimed, "What shall we do, Fuxing? Grandfather has forgotten the latter verses for invoking rain. Our village's rain-seeking elder did not come along. Without a proper conclusion, it is futile. The heavens will not lend their aid. As a scholar, you must compose a couplet or at least devise a suitable ending." Song Fuxing replied, as swift as the decree. Song Lijing's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's it. That's it. He was momentarily taken aback by Song Fuxing's unexpected response, realizing that he was indeed onto something. Without further ado, Song Lijing disregarded Song Fuxing and prostrated himself, arms outstretched, repeatedly chanting the names of the 5 emperors and 5 dragons, concluding with as swift as the decree. The elderly women, perceiving that Song Lijing's recitation, while formally a prayer for rain, was rather muddled, could not help but feel that the incantation lacked coherence. Thus, led by Granny Ma, they too clasped their hands in prayer and knelt, crying out. Little children wail in despair, unable to plant the seedlings, yearning for the heavens to unleash torrential rains, a tempestuous storm to descend. In an instant, it seemed that these women, the elderly, and the children abandoned all else, fixated solely on imploring the heavens for rain, kneeling in fervent supplication. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, Song Fuxing sought out Tian Shifa, instructing, "You and Si Zhuang must remain here. Do not let the refugees from behind rush in and seize our belongings." I led the group, dividing them into several teams to venture far in search of water. After all, One can never be certain about the mysteries beneath the earth. Tian Shifa nodded in agreement, but soon felt a pang of regret. He realized that the helpers his younger brother had taken along were all rather unfit, akin to the elderly and infirm. For instance, there were those with weak legs and frail bodies, panting heavily with even moderate exertion. In short, they were all old, weak, sick, or disabled. Not a single sturdy man, like himself or his elder and second brothers, the Gao brothers, Wang Zhongyu and Guo Laoda, was among those chosen. Tian Shifa was troubled. How were these individuals supposed to search for water? Song Fuxing thought to himself. Sending these incompetent people out is precisely what facilitates his search for water. Those with sharp minds must remain behind. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to weave a tale. Qian Mishu clutched the hem of Song Fuling's garment tightly, pleading, "No, sister, let uncle go alone. Otherwise, I shall accompany you." Song Fuling comforted Qian Mishu, saying, "You must stay behind for a purpose, Mishu, do you understand? It is only a child of your age who can effectively beseech the heavens for water. Therefore, you must kneel and pray to the heavens on behalf of your sister. Your obedience will determine whether we find water." Qian Mishu promptly knelt on the ground, tears glistening in his eyes. "But how should I pray? I can hardly remember all those words." A spark of inspiration flickered in Song Fuling's gaze. "Simply chant, 'Xiao Jingting, come quickly, Xiao Jingting, come quickly.'" As the cries for rain echoed in the air, Song Fuxing quietly departed with his wife and daughter, leading 12 frail and ailing individuals. What the others are unaware of is that, starting from their hometown and descending down the mountain, a torrential downpour has been persistently falling to the south. While they are kneeling in prayer for rain, thunder and lightning roar in the southern skies, heralding a deluge that threatens to inundate the city. Meanwhile, their side suffers from a severe drought, desperately lacking in water. As the saying goes, the droughts kill the parched, while the floods drown the inundated. "Rest assured, my dear child, uncle has instructed us to dig deep," he reassured. Thus, Song Fuxing and his family journeyed along, discarding the 12 mismatched individuals into various groups to toil away. Meanwhile, the three of them deliberately ventured further away, walking and walking until it was nearly 9 o'clock at night, the darkness enveloping them. "Let this be it. You two apply some cooling oil and wait for me. Do not stand there foolishly. Keep moving your bodies to ward off the mosquitoes, and fan some air for me to help avoid their bites," he said, rolling his eyes before disappearing into the spatial realm. He still needed to find discarded items that he could afford to part with, such as broken bowls and buckets, which would no longer serve a purpose. However, to speak frankly, in modern society, who can afford to accumulate worthless objects? Everything in his household had its use. In other words, he could not bear to throw anything away as one might in ancient times. Song Fuxing retrieved 2 large bowls and a plastic footbath from the bathroom, along with another large plastic basin of unknown purpose. He then turned on the main valve controlling the heating in the living room. Initially, he filled the 2 large bowls with the rusty, yellowish water that flowed from the valve, hastily setting them aside before switching to the larger plastic basin. After filling 2 large basins with clear, warm radiator water, Song Fuxing pondered for a moment. He calculated that they needed to set off early the next day, and it would be best to take a risk and hope to sustain themselves until they found a reliable water source. He then went to the bathroom to fetch Qian Peiying's footbath. Since both he and his wife enjoyed soaking their feet, the basin was rather large. He filled it to the brim and realized that the water in the living room was almost sufficient, so he finally turned off the valve. "Let us make one trip first," Qian Peiying pointed at 2 large bowls. "What kind of water is this?" "This is the initial water from the radiator. Once I finish my tasks, I will dig a deep pit and pour this undrinkable water from the 2 bowls into it. Also, before we came here, you used the water from the bathroom basin to wash the rags, right? You added laundry detergent to it, so it's also undrinkable. I will pour all of that here to moisten the soil, and we can claim it as water from the pit. We have exhausted all the available water." Qian Peiying finally grasped the origin of those large basins of water. She exclaimed, "Old song, radiator water is not safe to drink. It is recycled heating water, and it must contain a significant amount of nitrites. Consuming too much can lead to poisoning." In his apparent urgency, Song Fuxing, drenched in sweat and flushed with anxiety, interrupted. "Who said they would drink it excessively? You only focus on nitrites. Leftover dishes and pickled vegetables contain them too. People used to eat that daily, and no one fell ill. Stop fussing. I'm not giving it to you to drink. I'm being exceptionally benevolent here. Without me, they would perish from thirst." What's wrong with drinking radiator water? I refuse to believe it. At least it's better than dying of thirst. Stop arguing, Dad. Are you so worried that others might overhear? His daughter interjected. What Mom means is, since we have water and beverages, including beer, we should just bring them all out. Regardless, we ought to procure some clean water. We must not serve others contaminated liquids. Before Song Fuling could finish her thought, her father interrupted with a scolding. You are all so naive. How can we possibly distribute what little we have? Each person gets a bottle? Where would that come from? And as for beer and soft drinks, they have never even tasted such flavors. How can I explain that to them? Furthermore, we have only those few bottles. It's just the two of you, and I'm uncertain if we can even afford that. Look at the number of people here. Our family runs a supermarket. We only purchase a few boxes during the new year. You asked for suggestions, yet none can provide any. I am at my wits' end trying to procure some water, and it's a hassle to concoct excuses. Later, I'll have to cover up the lies. And you too will surely nitpick. Oh dear, why the commotion? It's as if the heat has hastened the onset of menopause. Enough, Dad. Please don't be angry. We shall follow your lead. You go inside and continue fetching water. After this exchange, Song Fushing retreated indoors again. This time, he intended to provide water for the children in the group. At the very least, it was preferable to the water used for heating. Despite his earlier tirade against his wife and daughter, he felt a twinge of doubt. It was unacceptable to put the children at risk, especially since their constitutions were fragile. Hence, the heated water was reserved for the sturdier adults. When Song Fushing returned with the second batch of water and subsequently brought out the water designated for his family, the three of them set to work. Song Fuling filled the water bags and bottles with mineral water, having also brought out the water container intended for Michaud. Qian Ping carefully carried basin after basin of water, pouring them cautiously into the ancient water buckets. Upon seeing the 5-liter bucket of Farmer Springs tap water, she inquired, Old Song, let's not pour this out. We should leave this bucket as it is. It is far cleaner than their ancient wooden containers. Ultimately, her concern stemmed from the fear of discovery. After all, disregarding other matters, our empty mineral water bottles and buckets are far more convenient than their dilapidated wooden barrels, making it easier to transport. At that moment, Song Fushing was digging a pit and nodded in agreement. All right. We previously had a bucket of soybean oil. Once the oil was used up, we ended up with this type of container. My daughter's grandmother has seen it before. If she inquires about the sudden appearance of another such bucket, just insist we brought it along from the start, and say she simply overlooked it. Having completed a final inspection of the area where the plastic basin was to be buried and glancing at the deep pit he had dug, he noted that the wastewater had seeped in. He felt the depth was sufficient to create the illusion of a water source. Crafting a beautiful lie had certainly exhausted him. When Qian Ping appeared, carrying several water bags, Song Fuling cheerfully announced to everyone, My father has struck water. Although it's not much. What he has dug up is enough to quench our thirst. Hurry and help fetch it. The group, who had been praying for rain, abruptly halted all activities and stared at them in disbelief. Don't look at me, uncles and aunts. Go fetch the water. That spot is quite remote, and my father is the only one there. Yet, it was not just uncles and aunts. Everyone capable of walking rushed toward the direction Song Fuling indicated, including the elderly Ma. Several older individuals stumbled, but quickly picked themselves up and continued to run. In this narrative, there is an elderly woman named Mrs. Gua, whose 2 grandsons were parched to the point of desperation, teetering on the brink of collapse, unable to even utter the call for their mother. Thus, Mrs. Gua was overwhelmed with emotion, especially upon catching sight of water. Trembling, her withered hands resembling dried grass, she suddenly knelt on the ground, clasping her hands in prayer, tears streaming down her face as she bowed deeply before Song Fushing. Dear nephew, Fushing, I bow to you, she implored. Song Fushing, appearing utterly worn and exhausted, could hardly endure the moment. He sat on the ground, twisting his body to evade her gesture, exclaiming, Aunt, please do not shorten my life. Do not do this. Before Tian Shifa could interject, he called out to his most simple-hearted nephew, Dalong, you descend into the pit. Your youth and agility are assets. Brother-in-law, lend him a bit of light. The sturdy men accompanying Tian Shifa nodded in agreement. Yes, let us lift the third brother. Without further ado, they counted 1, 2, 3 lift. Grandfather, please cease your tears. It is the heavens that do not wish for us to perish from thirst. It was your entreaty to the heavens that has borne fruit, the village chief asserted with unwavering conviction. No, it is you. You are the benefactor of us all. He continued. Consider this journey, fraught with peril and near-death encounters. Was it not Fuxing who ensured our well-being? Even the heavens recognize Fuxing as our savior, granting him the opportunity to discover water. Without Fuxing, even if the heavens showed us pity, we would have remained oblivious. Fuxing has repeatedly saved our lives, as well as the lives of your families and elders. The impact of these words was indeed profound. Qian Peiying, Song Fuling, Qian Mishu. Perplexed, inquired sister. Was it not I who implored for this? Xiao Jingting, come quickly. From now on, whenever there is a shortage of water, I shall recite. Song Fuling, in a playful manner, admonished Mishu. Do cease your recitations. Overindulgence may prove detrimental to your health. Excessive recitation may lead to nocturnal inconveniences. Chapter 110, 2 chapters combined. In honor of Wu Qinyu with a generous donation, Song Lijing eagerly inquired, Fuxing, shall we convene? The look in Song Fuxing's eyes revealed the answer without the need for words. If a meeting were to take place tonight, it would undoubtedly be a celebration of his theme. He sought no gratitude from others, merely wishing to avoid their reproach. He even harbored the hope that everyone might regard this water as a divine gift. To speak frankly, we do not seek to give our sustenance to others, to share the finest with them while we ourselves endure hunger and thirst. Likewise, we cannot bear to witness others perish before our eyes. If lives can be saved, and if we can extend a helping hand by sharing what we do not need at the moment, we ought to do so. In essence, we are but ordinary individuals, neither remarkable in this life nor the last, brimming with selfish desires, and there is little to commend ourselves for. Song Fuxing remarked, Grandfather, look at my creation. It bears little resemblance to anything worthwhile. After toiling endlessly to push the cart and dig deep for water, I have never been so weary. I must retire for the night. You all may deliberate on how to distribute the water. Indeed, indeed. I shall have the eldest daughter-in-law prepare a bowl of porridge for you to rest with. Once you awaken, she will bring it to you. Now go and rest. The gaze Song Lijing cast upon Song Fuxing was akin to that of a loving grandfather. Meanwhile, old Madame Ma stood before several water buckets, holding a gourd ladle. Wang Zhongyu approached to fetch water, and a smile finally graced the man's face. Auntie, there's no need for such concern. Rest assured. We have ample water at the bottom of our bowls. We shall never draw half a bowl. If half a bowl suffices, we shall not draw a full one. Not a single drop shall be wasted. Old Madame Ma chuckled softly. I understand. It is not easy for you, dear aunt, having to toil all day and yearning for rest. However, as per the arrangements made by the village head, we must adhere to the rules. Now, you are to fetch 4 bowls of water for the adults and 2 for the children. Make sure to carry them properly. Song Fuling, listening from the side, thought to herself, No, grandmother, you do not wish to rest. Despite being an elderly woman from ancient times, you possess a hint of officialdom. You relish speaking with authority before the villagers, but I have seen through you. Yet, I shall keep my insights to myself. We remain good friends. Just then, her uncle's wife came to fetch water, and Song Fuling cast a discerning glance her way. Indeed, her grandmother was just as she expected. She drew slightly less water than for others, teasing the villagers. Her uncle's wife scrutinized the water in her bowl, then turned her gaze towards old Madame Ma. Her lips moved slightly, and she pursed them before turning to leave. Wait, her uncle's wife exclaimed, irritation creeping into her tone. Can't you see the difference in the bowl? Come back. It took her a few moments to fully grasp the situation before she exclaimed, Sister-in-law. Oh. As soon as her uncle's wife departed, Song Fuling began fiddling with her grandmother's water pouch, giving her a thumbs up in approval. Generous indeed. Old Madame Ma replied with a beaming expression, Of course, we are kind-hearted. My third son is just like me. Meanwhile, Qian Peiying observed the others drinking water, her heart racing with anxiety. There exist various types of heating water, not solely reliant on circulation. Some heating companies even infuse the water with chemical substances. The specifics remain obscure, yet one cannot help but question the benefits of such chemicals. She is unaware whether the company providing heating to her home has introduced any additives into the water. It is precisely this uncertainty that breeds anxiety, prompting thoughts of hoarding the good water, even if it means her family suffers thirst. Alternatively, one might consider a more resolute approach, to refrain from sharing entirely, thus alleviating any psychological burden. One might argue that while it is possible to withhold, should one choose to give and something unfortunate occurs from what was shared, the weight of guilt would be immense. Unexpectedly, the unforeseen struck swiftly, and tragically, it befell her daughter rather than anyone else. Song Fuling shook her head, clutching a water jug. No, Grandma Gua, I have water. Grandmother Gua, stooped and holding a bowl, urged her, saying, Dear child, everyone has discussed it, and at present, we have little else. The intention is simply to share some water. It is precious, and I wish for you to drink a bit more than the others. It has sugar mixed in, sweetening it. As she spoke, the bowl was extended toward Song Fuling's lips. In this moment, Song Jin Bao displayed remarkable understanding. Refraining from snatching the sugary water, Song Fuling glanced at the gnarled hands that held the bowl, then lifted her gaze to the ancient faces smiling and nodding at her. The sound of her father's deep slumber resonated in her ears, and she smiled. All right, I will drink it. Thank you. The price of a few words may well be fate's design. Everyone who partook of the water showed no adverse reactions. Even the 2-year-old slept soundly, save for Song Fuling, who suffered from an upset stomach. After several attempts to nurse her, she grew frustrated, wishing for a resolution to her discomfort. The following morning, Song Fuling felt lightheaded, pondering. It was supposed to be a matter of leveraging her father's connections, yet ultimately, she found herself ensnared by them. Song Fuxing yawned and inquired of his daughter, What troubles you? Song Fuling cast a glare at her father. He informed the others that the chubby girl had had a tumultuous night, sitting alone and rubbing her belly. Later, she wandered around the water bucket for a couple of laps, likely having sprinkled sugar into it. Indeed, Song Fuling had transformed into a sweet fairy, adding a touch of sugar to their water. Initially, she contemplated adding a pinch of salt as well, for the combination of salt and sugar water would invigorate their spirits. However, she hesitated to take such liberties with the salt, fearing that if she were to spill half the bag, they would be left in dire straits on their long journey without it. Nevertheless, sugar posed no such dilemma when she poured in a substantial amount. She did so without much thought, simply carried away by the moment. Drawing from her own experiences, she hoped the sweetness would bring a modicum of joy to her companions during these trying times, even if just a little. While everyone was touched by her gesture, one person remained ungrateful. You've made it too sweet. It's overwhelming. Seated on the handcart of the Song family, Song Fuling turned to her grandmother. Frowning, why must you complain? I thought you would appreciate the extra sweetness. Old Madame Song walked alongside the cart, remarking, This excessive sweetness leaves me thirstier than before. Humph. Song Fuling turned her back on her grandmother. After all, she had offered her mineral water, having discreetly swapped it out, which took considerable effort. The old lady remained oblivious to the sacrifices made on her behalf. The cart was being pushed by Song Lijing's eldest grandson, who occasionally chuckled at the banter between the two. Song Lijing had been moved to old Wang's house, seated upon the family's cart. This was not merely due to Song Fuling's bout of diarrhea causing her legs to tremble and rendering her unable to walk. She had to take her father's place in the front, peering through a telescope. Suddenly, Song Fuling exclaimed, I see someone ahead carrying a load. Old Mrs. Ma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Did you see greenery? Ah, I see mountains. Finally, there are mountains. At these words, Song Fuxing felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Initially, when they set out that morning, he had harbored little faith. Disheartened by his daughter's lamentations of barren lands devoid of life, a stark portrayal that suggested their journey was futile. Upon hearing her words, he had thought to himself, Goodness. Little did he expect that after merely half a day's travel, the shadows of mountains would greet them. The presence of mountains was a good omen. With mountains comes water. A notion that resonated profoundly. Everyone, let us muster our strength. Push forward. After teetering on the brink of desperation due to the dire lack of water, the discovery of a modest water source, sweetened nectar, revived their spirits. Transitioning from a state of surrender to a miraculous resurgence, their latent potential erupted upon hearing of the mountains ahead. Invigorating them with newfound energy, they surged ahead, surpassing 4 groups of laborers slowly making their way and overtaking another group laden with burdens. As they approached the base of the mountains, they beheld horse-drawn carts and riders atop splendid steeds. The sight of carts and mounted riders at the foot of the mountains was an unimaginable dream for the agrarian folk of ancient times, a rarity even in their visits to the market. If an elderly person has never left their village and has never even seen a horse, their greatest aspiration may be to muster the resources of their entire family to purchase a cow. Thus, we are clearly not of the same ilk. While the others are fervently excited at the sight of mountains, which may promise the presence of water, they remain indifferent to the plight of the refugees around them, whether they are affluent or destitute, whether they possess horses, or what those horses might look like. Such matters do not concern them. However, for the 3 individuals who have journeyed from the modern world, the implications are profoundly different. Firstly, A weight has been lifted from their hearts. The sight of a wealthy household confirms that they have not strayed from their path. It is important to note that Song Fuxing has no recollection of ever traveling to the north. He fears taking a wrong turn. His prior journey to take the imperial examination was directed southward towards the capital. As for the others, it is best not to dwell on them. Many have never ventured beyond their own villages. One can only ponder whether they possess the wisdom to discern which path to take. In ancient times, individuals were not afforded the freedom to wander as modern people do. If they managed to survive without calamity, they would settle down for generations. Collectively, these generations have never traveled far, leaving them devoid of experience. Thus, as they traverse the narrow paths, it must be said, somewhat unflatteringly, that Song Fuxing is navigating somewhat blindly, relying on the grim markers of deceased refugees and his seasoned instincts to guide him northward. Now, having encountered a prominent household, their journey is definitively validated. Secondly, how could one not feel elated upon meeting a wealthy family? Finally, they have the opportunity to engage with knowledgeable individuals, to inquire, from whence do you come? Where are you headed? How much longer must we travel? And what distance remains until we reach the city governed by the Prince of Yan? A response would enable them to calculate their remaining days of travel and strategize their provisions of food and water, instilling a sense of hope for the journey ahead. To illustrate, among 100 individuals fleeing disaster, it would be remarkable to find even one who possesses understanding. This is attributable to the pervasive ignorance of ancient times, compounded by the fact that these nobles each govern several provinces. Setting aside the question of whether they can even afford to wander, it is evident that in recent years, idleness has become a luxury few can afford. Moreover, the current refugees predominantly hail from the same region, traveling northward as if they were blindfolded. There is a conspicuous absence of individuals from the north making their way south, resulting in a woeful scarcity of information available to the masses. Thus, it becomes imperative to seek out capable individuals, particularly those from affluent households, as they tend to possess more knowledge and broader experiences than the common folk. They may have even ventured to the northern territories and thus would be well informed about the journey to the city. As the handcarts came to a halt, Song Fuxing, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, approached the man holding the horse. He stopped 5 meters away and clasped his hands in greeting, inquiring, "May I ask, where is the land of immortals?" His intention was to engage in conversation and establish rapport. "Get lost," was the man's curt reply. Yet, this was not merely a dismissal. He swiftly drew a large blade and pressed it against Song Fuxing's chest. What sort of situation was this? Song Fuxing sprang forth, unsheathing her long staff. The dagger affixed to it poised menacingly towards the adversary. Her face flushed with urgency as she shouted, "Drop it. If you don't, I swear I'll pierce you through." Her hand trembled as it gripped the staff. Simultaneously, the entire crowd, both young and old, surged forward, encircling the cart, for single riders, and the 7 burly men. Their eyes seemed to glow red with determination, joining together with Qian Peiying in a fervent chorus of "Drop it," exuding an unmistakable aura that conveyed their resolve. Should the man refuse to comply, they would take decisive action against him. Madame Ma, wielding a large iron pot, charged forward, exclaiming, "How dare you point a knife at my son? I shall smash you to pieces." The rapid succession of events transpired in the blink of an eye. The 7 burly men were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that these refugees would be so united in their resolve. They felt a twinge of injustice, for they had not intended any harm. Their only desire was to prevent Song Fuxing from advancing, to silence him, and to ensure he did not attempt to ingratiate himself for food or disturb their efforts. They had encountered numerous refugees along the way, all similarly attired, and had always dealt with them by brandishing their swords, causing the others to retreat. Yet, this time, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. To lower their swords seemed inappropriate, but to keep them raised while their companions fetched water from the mountain-top felt futile. 7 men could hardly contend with hundreds, especially with that formidable old woman, whose heavy black pot seemed poised to strike. "Halt!" A woman's voice commanded from the cart. The voice, hoarse and unmelodic, betrayed a lack of water. It was evident she had endured a long journey without sufficient hydration. The burly man seized the opportunity to sheath his sword and approached the cart, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Mississippi, please move the cart further away. You two, one must not speak of ice in summer." "What does that mean?" Madame Ma inquired of Song Fuxing, checking for any injuries. "They simply look down upon us." "Oh, from now on, my son, refrain from conversing with such people. Do you understand?" Madame Ma saw no issue with their disdain. After all, the disparity between their social standings was stark. In the past, upon encountering wealthy families, she had knelt in confusion several times, unaware of whom she was bowing to. Thus, she was more concerned about why her son approached to speak, cautioning him against such abrupt actions, which could be perilous. Qian Peiying also inquired of her daughter. What does that mean? Song Fuling clenched her teeth and replied, that person, having fallen to the depths of desperation, still maintains an air of superiority. The implication is clear. Do not waste words with those not of your own ilk. It seems modern individuals cannot tolerate the notion of hierarchy, prompting Qian Peiying to express her frustration vehemently. I find that the people here seem incapable of normal conversation. Their minds are utterly different. Asking for directions nearly cost us our lives, and they draw knives at a whim. What a dreadful place. Song Fuxing intended to soothe his wife and daughter, who lacked knowledge of ancient customs, fearing they lacked awareness of the context. After all, this was an ancient era, and such anger was unwarranted. However, he had no time to spare. Due to their anxiety over Song Fuxing potentially encountering difficulties while asking for directions, as he was the treasure of their entire group, they took the initiative to inquire first. The several men, after climbing for a while, surrounded a few individuals descending the mountain. These individuals, thinking they were being robbed for water, were ready to fight for their lives, but Tian Shifa quickly clarified that they were merely seeking information. They discovered that in this vicinity, not just within 100 miles, but for thousands of miles, proceeding forward would lead to a parched landscape. Those who managed to survive here were indeed fortunate. Only this place had water. This mountain was renowned, at a height of 1,000 meters. There lay a valley entrance where water flowed year-round, never drying up for millennia. The entire mountain was covered in grass, but bore no trees. It was said that many of the grasses were toxic and should not be consumed lightly, a place of peculiarities, a true wonder of the world. However, the source of water on the mountain was guarded by a band of robbers. To fetch water, one had to pass through their territory, paying 2 coins of silver for passage. During that moment, one could not help but ponder how much water was truly needed. Would the bandits, driven by greed, demand more than the initial offering? The group quickly shook their heads in response, revealing that the bandits, albeit ruthless, adhered to a certain logic. The real concern was whether one could survive long enough to retrieve the water. Just look at them, their bodies adorned with wounds, barely managing to safeguard the meager amount of water contained within their bamboo tubes, having narrowly escaped the encirclement. Chapter 112. The second update. Upon hearing this, Song Fuling's face turned pale with alarm. Just a single utterance from her was laden with meaning. Our family does not lack water, at least not for ourselves. You must not venture up the mountain recklessly. Song Fuxing's eyes flickered momentarily, conveying an unmistakable sentiment. Of course, I am unwell. Just a moment ago, the mere sight of a sword nearly caused him to lose control. Song Fuling pressed her hand against her heart, taking a deep breath. In such a brief span, with talk of swords and reports of refugees seizing water, her body oscillated between chills and warmth. She genuinely feared her father would take on the mantle of leadership and set a poor example. Qian Peiying remained relatively composed, for she possessed a deeper understanding of her husband's character. Their daughter, however, was unaware of the fact that old Song often portrayed himself as a paragon of virtue in her presence, a model father embodying goodness and beauty. Yet, Song Fuxing's decision to refrain from ascending the mountain did not resolve the underlying issues, especially after recent events had demonstrated that the larger the group, the greater the sense of security. A few craftsmen hastily gathered near the cart where Song Lijung was stationed, engaged in urgent deliberation. Song Lijung asserted, "We must ascend the mountain. Presently, we lack water, and if we proceed further—" "What did you say, Fuxing? What was it you mentioned at noon?" "A vast desolation stretches for miles, devoid of any greenery." "Just listen, we have only traversed a few hundred miles. We are still far from 1,000, and ahead. It is likely that drought awaits us. It is evident that without water, everyone is risking their lives on this mountain peak." Song Fuxing interjected, emphasizing that Guku Mountain Pass is situated at the summit, soaring 1,000 meters high, accessible only by arduous climbing. The ascent and descent are perilously narrow, and the entire group must transport their carts uphill, a task fraught with difficulty. Moreover, after securing water, they may be ambushed and robbed, not only of their water but also of their provisions. The elderly, women, and children, pushing their carts, will inevitably move at a sluggish pace. Therefore, it is imperative for everyone to split into 2 groups. One group will remain at the base, safeguarding the provisions and the vulnerable. while the other will ascend to fetch water. Both groups face peril. While the ascent appears more daunting, those guarding the supplies are equally at risk, particularly with the presence of elderly and young ones slowing their progress. Should a surge of refugees descend from the mountains seeking food, the group at the base may struggle to protect the provisions while also safeguarding the children. Song Lersing nodded in agreement. Fuxing has articulated the essential points. Ultimately, the decision of who ascends and who remains below is fraught with difficulty. Those climbing must prioritize their safety, as each individual can only carry so many buckets. And how many can accompany them for protection? How many coins can we spare for a few individuals to fetch water? Meanwhile, Qian Peng was conversing with her daughter in hushed tones. Fuling, if one person contributes 2 taels of silver, what does that amount to? Song Fuling pondered for a moment. I'm not entirely certain. If we consider 1 won as equivalent to 1 yuan, then 2 taels would amount to 200 yuan. However, in ancient times, the conversion was likely not so straightforward. Adjusting for market prices and the gold-silver ratio, it might not be precisely 1 to 10 or 1 to 100, perhaps more than 200, I would surmise. Spending over 200 yuan on water is truly exorbitant compared to the prices at our local tourist attractions. Yet, as Song Fuling pondered, it is still far more reasonable than the 25 to 30 yuan charged for a bottle of water at a bar. However, at this point, it seems one must relinquish both land and home. In times of hardship, financial concerns become trivial. Survival takes precedence. Nevertheless, the cost remains astonishingly high. Alas, they earn so little in a year. Did I not hear my father mention that the silver he lent to my aunt was a considerable sum for the common folk? Moreover, my small bag, which belonged to my grandmother, contains her hidden savings, 4 taels of silver, accumulated over a lifetime. She entrusted me with this secret, urging me not to divulge it to anyone. If one calculates their average monthly and yearly earnings, one might conjecture that it would take farmers several months to save just 2 taels of silver. Chapter 113. The third watch. For 500 monthly votes, the women promptly retrieved large cloth bags to collect the empty water bladders, as well as the pig bladders and bamboo tubes used for carrying water. Some elderly women filled another cloth bag with several clay jars, tying it securely, intending to hang the jars on their chests once the water was drawn. At Song Fuxing's home, Mrs. Ma not only gathered all the empty water bladders, but also placed 2 empty 5-liter bottles of Nongfu Spring into 2 exceptionally sturdy bags. The youthful faces, barely in their teens, were all set for the task ahead. One by one, the young ones hoisted cloth bags filled with empty water bladders onto their backs, while also hanging cloth bags containing clay jars and other vessels for water in front of them. Song Fuxing's elder nephew, Dalong, and his younger nephew, Hu Zai, were noticeably burdened. As they carried empty bottles of Nongfu Spring, they had to ascend a 1,000-meter mountain, fill the bottles with water, and then descend, a task that would undoubtedly weigh heavily upon them once filled. Song Fuling, observing from the side, was rendered speechless. Moreover, it was impossible for them to even support the weight with their hands, as each boy was also tasked with carrying 2 wooden buckets of water. The cumulative weight of all that water bore down on these young shoulders from every direction. Song Fuxing gazed at their faces and inquired, "Are you afraid?" "Not at all. If Uncle tells us a story, we'll be even less afraid." Song Fuxing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, do not fear. For your fathers and uncles are here to protect you. They will exert every ounce of their strength and risk their lives to ensure your safety. Remember, in any situation, do not attempt to assist the adults in fighting. Focus solely on carrying the water down. The faster you run, the quicker your fathers and uncles can descend to safeguard you." After addressing the young water-bearers, Song Fuxing shifted his gaze toward the robust laborers escorting them. Down below, provisions needed safeguarding, and there were many elderly, women, and children to consider. Hence, 10 boys were tasked with drawing water. Each pair of boys was flanked by a laborer on either side, while several older men, over 40, nearing 50, were included in the escorting party. Not truly strong but merely there to assist in surrounding the water carriers, ensuring the water remained concealed, and occasionally helping to carry the buckets. Thus, it can be said that those who dare to fight and kill possess considerable combat strength, yet at most, they can only muster 7 or 8. As for you, I shall refrain from further admonitions. Axes and cleavers, wield them well. When necessary, strike with lethal intent. He specifically addressed the inept men among them, young ones. Once the water is stirred, ignite your torches. I do not demand that you take lives, but should anyone dare to approach, use your torches to fend them off. The 4 strong men stepped forward, shaking their heads at Song Fuxing, while gesturing towards the second uncle of Song Fuling. Song Fuxing understood. The four strong men were reluctant to ascend the mountain, believing their duty lay in safeguarding the household of Mi Shou and their family, ideally remaining steadfastly by their side. They wished for the second brother to take his place on the mountain. After a moment's reflection, Song Fuxing called to the four strong men, urging them to reconsider. After a full minute of contemplation, they acquiesced. The expedition commenced, and the party heading up the mountain began to disperse, losing dozens in the process. Those remaining below were equally diligent. Song Lerzhang, leaning on his cane, quietly instructed the remaining strong laborers, gather the grain, combine it all. If trouble arises, push those few grain-laden carts. Everything else can be left behind. Song Fuxing also spoke to old Lady Ma, saying, Mother, gather these women. Pile together the children who cannot run and those with weak legs, allowing them to wait atop the carts. The rest, strive to empty as many carts as possible. Once they descend the mountain, we shall load the water and make our escape. Indeed, indeed. As they stealthily maneuvered, both concealing and safeguarding, gathering all the family's grain. A wave of frustration surged within Song Fuxing, his rear molars aching. Is this all that remains after just a few days? Song Lerzhang was equally incensed, particularly upon witnessing the women furtively wiping their tears. The women, though reluctant to add to the chaos with their tears, were consumed with worry for the men ascending the mountain, particularly their sons. He Sure, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Ma family, succumbed to tears for her husband and her eldest son. Why was it that the family of the second son had not even bothered to send the second child? And what about you, Zhu? Why do you not speak out against the advantages our eldest family has taken, while you bask in your good fortune with Song Jinbao? Despite Song Lirong's desperate attempts to suppress the fire of despair, he could not contain the anguish, crying, Living is already a struggle. We toil for mere sustenance, and our provisions last but a few days. When have we ever found life easy? His words struck a chord, resonating deeply. Indeed, even without the threat of famine, year after year, day after day, they relentlessly fought for food and the relief of hunger. They ought to have grown accustomed to such hardship. What was there left to mourn? At that moment, a male voice, wretched and heart-rending, echoed from the summit, piercing through the air with its desperate and sorrowful tone. While it was conceivable that thousands of refugees might be stranded on the mountain in search of water, the number of those at the foot was relatively modest, merely a few hundred. Most were anxiously awaiting the return of their family members. Some were entire families, while many others were small groups, 3 or 5 individuals clustered together, either prostrate or slumped in exhaustion as they waited. Thus, the anguished cries of a bloodied youth, who descended the mountain seeking help, were particularly striking. His first destination was the carriage of the young lady. Those armed with swords and mounted on horses clearly exuded an air of menace. Unfortunately, they pressed a blade to his throat, compelling him to retreat. The youth then turned in desperation towards Song Fuxing, as their group constituted the largest contingent at the base of the mountain. I implore you, save my grandfather. It was he who kindly informed everyone that there is water at the mountain's peak. They audaciously murdered my father and seized my grandfather's silver. At this moment, the young boy was struggling to catch his breath. Old Madame Ma swiftly pulled Song Fuxing behind her and stepped forward anxiously to inquire, Did you pay the silver? And yet the bandits still resorted to killing and plundering? They're not bandits. They're from our own village. My grandfather is their village head, the boy pleaded, blood covering his entire body, even streaming from his hair. Before he could finish, he fainted. Upon hearing this, Song Lijing clutched his chest. Although he had only partially grasped the situation, the stark reality struck him hard. While they waited, another young girl approached Song Fuxing and the others, desperately seeking help. The frail girl, barely clinging to life, murmured to the kindest-looking old Madame Ma, Grandmother, Please buy me as a servant. Just provide me with food and drink, and I can do anything. I beg you. She prostrated herself on the ground. Old Madame Ma turned her head away, unable to bear the sight, thinking to herself, I still hope to find a place that provides food and shelter for me. At this rate, I might as well sell my granddaughter, let alone purchase you. Meanwhile, those fetching water had reached the mountaintop. Ironically, the hundreds of bandits wielding large knives were, in fact, honorable bandits. They were not difficult to deal with and kept their word. Pay the toll, and they would allow you to fetch water, leaving swiftly afterward. Compared to the refugees, these bandits were truly benevolent. In Chapter 114, 10 youths who had paid their silver were permitted entry, dazedly following the lead of the bandits. They twisted and turned towards the valley's mouth, their minds racing as they repeatedly rehearsed the steps advised by Song Fushing. First, observe how many people were fetching water and assess their condition. It has become evident that Song Fushing possesses not only the ability to calculate, but also remarkable foresight. Why are there so many people gathered here? They are not merely fetching water. The scene resembles that of a bathhouse. Numerous refugees, with disheveled hair, have drenched their locks and soaked their garments, while some even use their shoes to scoop out water. At last, they have found water, which offers not only the relief of washing away grime, but also a respite from the heat. Yet, one must ponder, do they truly desire to be in such a predicament? The water they carry might not even last. Nevertheless, with their clothes and hair thoroughly drenched, they hasten down the mountain, wringing out their wet garments and hair to extract a modicum of water for their mothers and children below. At the forefront, Gao Tai and Delang exchanged glances before sheepishly addressing the leading bandit, saying, "Kind sir, would you be so gracious as to guide us to the water source?" "We are most grateful." As they spoke, they pressed a couple of coins into the bandit's hand, while Tinyuds offered respectful bows. This was precisely the purpose behind Song Fushing sending a few young men to scout ahead. They were willing to part with a small sum to reach the water source. Song Fushing was concerned about a throng of parched souls rushing in to drink straight from the source. If 100 emerged unscathed, what of 1,000? Upon reaching the water source, the 10 youths diligently followed their uncle's second instruction. They removed the burdens from their shoulders and, in unison, submerged their heads into the water. Before long, bubbles began to rise, gurgling as they quenched their thirst. Their uncle had advised them to drink first, to cool their cores and rejuvenate their spirits, enabling them to muster the strength to descend the mountain in one breath. Having had their fill, some individuals began to choke, coughing as they unwrapped their burdens, water bladders, pig bladders, and bamboo tubes, systematically laying out their provisions and engrossing themselves in their tasks. Meanwhile, the 4 robust men waiting outside were unable to approach the mouth of the valley. They could only linger at the slope below. This area was teeming with bandits, armed with knives to guard the entrance. At the crest of the mountain, where only poisonous weeds flourished and no trees grew, many deceased refugees lay sprawled on the grass, while a multitude of living refugees knelt in fervent supplication, beseeching the guards for leniency, pleading for merely a sip of water. The bandit leader, toothpick in hand and his large blade gleaming at his waist, appeared. He gestured to his subordinates with a nod. "Take a few of these unfortunate souls who have perished from the poisonous plants and dispose of them at the foot of the mountain." Turning back to the kneeling refugees, he bellowed with laughter. "It seems you are newcomers, unaware of the rules here. Have you not seen those who stand guard? They understand my regulations. Begging is futile without silver. You must either find a way to procure silver or, well among the supplicants, a scholar, perhaps unknown to the others, cried out amidst the wails of despair, "You are profiting from the misfortunes of the refugees. Such a person will surely face divine retribution." In an instant, dozens of knives were drawn, a moment of tense silence enveloping the scene. The 4 robust men braced themselves, fearing that the scholar's words might incite the bandit leader's wrath. The bandit leader paused, momentarily taken aback, then discarded his toothpick and waved his hand, erupting into laughter once more. "Ha ha, the heavens? Humph, I sue. Seek wealth not through robbery or thievery, but rather with integrity, treating both young and old fairly. 2 coins signify 2 coins. I have never demanded more than that. Those 2 coins are merely to ensure you have a chance at survival. Heaven itself would commend my benevolence. This is far superior to your kind, who are unrecognizable to kin, with only indulgence in food and drink as your forebears." With a few strides forward, I casually seized an elderly man. "Do you seek a sip of water?" The old man nodded vigorously. The bandit chief cast a glance at the man's daughter beside him. Instantly, the old man pushed his daughter forward. "Take her. I only ask to be allowed to drink." "Dad." "All right." For strong men firmly grasped Tian Shifa's tightly clenched fist. Though he remained silent, his eyes brimmed with warning. In truth, even without the warning from the 4, Tian Shifa would have released his pent-up frustration. For the sight of the old man offering his daughter in exchange for water would incite many kneeling men to shout, "I will give you my daughter. I have 3 daughters to offer. I'll descend the mountain to fetch mine. My daughter is fairer than his." Having spoken, they scrambled away in haste to find their daughters, fearing they might be too late and unable to procure the water. The bandit chief, having acquired a few young girls, distributed them among his subordinates, laughing heartily. He turned to the waiting crowd, saying, "You all have witnessed this, right? We offer them a path to survival. Such is our benevolence. Ah, and indeed, brothers, you can escort them for 100 taels per trip. It is hard-earned money. With 20 brothers, each would earn 5 taels of silver. After all, we must eat and drink well, mustn't we? He also helped you fetch water, ensuring your safe descent from the mountain. This transaction is quite advantageous. As I, Sue, have always maintained, my word is my bond, and I am devoid of deceit. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged from within. Disheveled, clearly having indulged in some revelry. 100 taels, quickly now, my lord, kindly send someone to escort me down the mountain. The initial reaction of the 4 robust men was surprisingly not one of rage. Rather, they had grown numb, having witnessed numerous tragedies, their own existence being a tragedy in itself. Not long after, 10 youths emerged carrying water. Upon crossing the designated distance set by the bandits, the refugees, who had just been weeping and wailing on the ground, immediately transformed, their faces contorting into fierce visages as they lunged forward. This sudden shift indeed corroborated Song Fushing's suspicions. Those who appeared robust and brawny were merely simple farmers, unaccustomed to bloodshed, and their panic was palpable. Forjois was truly adept at this escorting task, drawing the attention of the bandit leader, who descended the slope to observe. He noted that Forjois wielded neither knife nor hoe. Those formidable tools had been left for others. Instead, he brandished 2 wooden sticks, one for each aggressor among the raucous refugees. The brain matter was instantly splattered upon Forjois' face as he struck, followed by another, and then a 5th. Some refugees brandished iron forks, attempting to skewer Forjois. But as he swung his stick, he leapt and forcefully disarmed the man behind him, turning the fork against its wielder. Fortunately, Forjois was not alone in this battle. Facing a throng of hundreds of refugees, Tian Shifa, after a brief moment of astonishment, bellowed, "Kill, kill, kill." The men raised their torches and swung their hoes and machetes with fervor. Gao Tai, straining under the weight of a water bucket, felt the veins in his arms bulge as he shouted to the dazed Delang ahead. "Hurry!" Delang, who was leading the way with the water, gritted his teeth, repeatedly assuring himself that there was no need for help. Their father would surely be fine. He must be. Uncle had said that the steadier and faster they ran, the better. 10 young boys, each protected by their fathers and uncles, grasped their water buckets tightly, unwilling to stagger, tremble, or lose focus, summoning every ounce of strength to press forward. Song Fushing's elder brother, Song Futsai, had not intended to take anyone's life when he first swung his machete. His intention was merely to frighten them away. He had spared his opponent, yet his opponent had not shown him the same mercy. Not only did they nearly disrupt their formation, but if it hadn't been for the timely intervention of Si Zhuang, his son Delang would have been overwhelmed by a group of refugees. With red eyes, Song Futsai bellowed, "Kill." This cry was as much a reprimand to himself as it was a rallying call, urging him onward as his heavy blade cleaved through the air, severing heads with each strike. Si Zhuang led the charge at the forefront, mercilessly dispatching anyone who dared approach, swinging his club with precision that sent one foe tumbling after another. Tian Shifa brought up the rear, brandishing a hoe with a ferocity that signaled his intent to take down every adversary in his path. The men brandished their torches and makeshift spears, driven by a primal instinct to protect these children. Under Si Zhuang's command, they fought with a fervor that turned their vision crimson with rage. At the halfway point of the mountain, a small band of over 20 individuals had formed with the intent to seize silver and water. They had been poised at the roadside, but upon the distant sighting of a group descending from the peak with a fearsome momentum, a sense of dread washed over them. "Mother!" The cry came from the second brother of the thieving crew, the one who had once contemplated stealing Song Fulling's stainless steel kettle. He addressed their new leader. "I recognize that group, brother. We must deliberate on this matter. The one leading them could subdue me with just a couple of moves, I assure you." The formidable man stroked his beard, dismissing the concern. "What is there to fear? Brothers know. Brother, listen to what I say. Why engage in a direct confrontation with them? We, my brothers, are here merely to acquire wealth, quench our thirst, and gather some silver to indulge ourselves in the city. There are plenty of wealthy merchants ascending the mountain, and anyone in need of water must come here. Furthermore, there are easier targets to rob. There is no necessity to confront them." The robust leader, taking heed of the wisdom in his words, hastily declared, "You make a valid point. The main concern is that the 4 brutes have already descended, and their presence is indeed unsettling." He gestured for his companions to withdraw, urging them to clear the path. However, as the thieving brothers watched the 4 brutes make their way down the mountain, one lamented, it must be said, They do possess a valuable item, alas. It could fetch a handsome price. This remark did not escape the notice of the formidable man. The voice of Gualauda echoed near the foot of the slope. Song Fuxing's demeanor changed instantly as he called out to everyone, "Hurry!" Below, the men guarding the supplies began to push handcarts, one after another, to the mountain's exit, awaiting their descent. Not long after, four robust figures, their faces and bodies smeared with blood, emerged first, followed by 10 young boys carrying water. Through repeated trials, their psychological resilience had markedly improved. They refrained from hastily glancing at anyone, their eyes fixed intently on the vacant wooden cart. Each step they took remained steady and composed. As they meticulously placed the water buckets onto the cart, striving to waste not a single drop. After unloading their burdens, they collapsed onto the ground, leaning against the handcart. Gasping for breath, their arms weary to the point of seeming immobile. Each one hung their arms limply, their eyes reddened as they gazed down the mountain, searching for their fathers and uncles who had protected them. It was not until Tian Shifa, the last to descend, arrived that Huzi, leaning against the cart, finally let out a sob. Dallin, upon seeing the blood on Song Futsai's shoulder, could no longer contain his tears. Gao Tuho choked on his words, murmuring, "Father." Yet, such sentiments were met with indifference, for in that moment, even tears felt like an extravagance. There was no comfort, no solace, and certainly no time to inquire about their wounds. The group was deeply concerned that the hundreds of parched refugees below would surge forth in desperation, prompting them to keep moving without pausing. One cart after another was pushed onward, the wooden wheels creaking against the ground. Song Fuling assisted her injured uncle and the trembling Dallin in pushing the cart, gritting her teeth with such force that her face contorted. Song Fuxing, Qian Peiying, and the innkeeper Niu struggled to push the heavily laden cart, nearly collapsing under its weight. Song Fuxing called out, 1, 2, 3, lift. The group bore their injuries, thirst, and hunger, trudging for more than 2 hours until they finally halted as darkness enveloped the land. The place where they stopped was quite desolate, for the road ahead was no longer littered with corpses, but rather filled with many living souls, refugees who had set out early. All walks of life were represented among them. They dared not drink water or eat during the daylight, fearing the presence of fellow refugees, and could only indulge under the cover of night. Song Fuxing meticulously examined each person's wounds, inquiring if anyone felt unwell, feverish, nauseous, or dazed. Tian Shifa waved his hand dismissively, asserting that it was nothing serious, merely minor injuries. He sincerely remarked, "Third brother, this is fortunate. Suffering such trivial wounds is a blessing from the heavens. You can't imagine what it's like up on that mountain. Everywhere there are the dead. Thirsty souls, knowing full well the grass is poisonous, still consume it. Some who once possessed silver have been robbed and are now as destitute as the rest, following those who plunder. The scene is one of utter despair. The deceased are cleared away within hours, their bodies shoveled down the mountainside. Among the living refugees, there are no less than 800 clinging to survival on that mountain. They lack the means to procure water and resort to theft. It matters not whether one possesses silver or not. They kill first and search the body afterward. When they see water, their eyes gleam with greed. Thankfully, we had the 4 strong brothers with us." Song Fuxing nodded in agreement, recognizing how fortunate they were that the refugees had traveled such a distance without food or drink, for otherwise, their small group would have been overwhelmed. Each person struggling against 10. Perhaps, alas, they were also fortunate for that bandit leader. Gao Tehofu, having just finished bandaging his wounds, looked pale and puzzled, asking, "Little Sanzi, why do you express gratitude to the bandits? They are the most despicable of beings, exchanging water for a daughter." Song Fuxing pondered for a moment before articulating. That bandit leader will undoubtedly not permit the refugees to succeed. They may linger on the mountain, but he would never allow them to congregate, at the very least. They cannot form a substantial group. 10 or 20 individuals may be inconsequential, but if hundreds unite, he will intervene, disrupting their assembly. Otherwise, their presence poses a threat to his dominion over the mountain. From that day forth, the night watchmen were fully alert, no longer daring to doze off. For a fleeting moment, everyone felt that perhaps it was safer to be among the dead than to mingle with these living refugees. The fickleness of human nature was far more terrifying, making one more susceptible to peril. Particularly, 3 days later, when Song Fuxing and his companions finally paused to catch their breath, they heard several women wailing, lamenting the loss of their children. Other refugees sighed, advising from now on, travel where the crowds are, for if you linger in solitude, You shall be devoured by others." Some elderly women cursed, blaming the outsiders, lamenting how their lives had been peaceful until these intruders arrived, forcing them into a state of flight, fracturing their families, harboring a deep-seated hatred for these foreigners. Such invective resonated widely. Song Fuxing intended to inquire about the distance to the city, but hesitated, realizing that the locals were filled with animosity towards them. Just then, a synchronized sound of running echoed from afar. Before Song Fuling could comprehend the situation, she noticed the nearby refugees suddenly kneeling, with some exclaiming "Long live," and others shouting that salvation had arrived. Song Fuxing urged his daughter to kneel as well. "Father, are they bringing us water and food? How delightful! But why are they shouting 'Long live'?" "The troops have been dispatched to suppress the unrest. I suspect this group intends to seize that water-rich hill." The fact that the Prince of Yin can send soldiers to oversee that hill signifies a certain stance, indicating a concern for the welfare of the refugees. Song Fuling quietly lifted her dirt-streaked face, resembling a flowered cat, and cast her gaze upon the striking young general leading the cavalry. After a fleeting glance, she shifted her attention to the soldiers, noting the heavy appearance of their ancient armor. Chapter 116. 2 chapters combined, for 550 monthly votes. The rhythmic sound of galloping hooves passed directly in front of Song Fuling, who was kneeling. The youthful general, Lu Pan, rode by without sparing even a fleeting glance at the refugees, yet the mere sight of him filled the onlookers with elation. They bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness." "Thank you, General." Song Fuling joined in, feigning sincerity as she bowed, having done so more than a dozen times in just a short span. Nevertheless, her heart brimmed with gratitude, for that dashing figure, though indifferent to their plight, had sent word through his attendants that 300 miles ahead lay a mountain stream with water, and that they would reach the first city under the jurisdiction of the Prince of Yin, Yuzhou City, in 700 miles. At the city gate, a soup kitchen for refugees had been set up, urging them to proceed without delay. Song Fuling and Qian Peiying whispered in unison, "Thank you, Your Highness." "Thank you, General." As the soldiers moved further away, Song Fuling straightened herself, tugging on Qian Peiying's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Mother, did you hear that? It's wonderful. We can finally enter the city. 300 miles leads to water, and 700 miles grants us our destination. Let us hasten our journey. In 10 days or 8, we shall arrive, so do not tarry, press on." With these words from Song Fuling, the crowd's excitement swelled even further. Their fervor reached such heights that even the village chief wept, and the butcher, too, had reddened eyes. The elder members of the group promptly began to sing praises, extolling the Yin King for his concern for the world and compassion for the populace. It is important to note that not every lord possesses the magnanimity to permit refugees entry into the city. Some rulers, notorious for their brutality, prioritize slaughter and pillage, often resorting to massacres during sieges. After all, if you are not one of their subjects, they hold no compunction against harming you, especially if the townspeople resist, causing losses to their valiant troops. Thus, in this light, the Yin King's decision not to seal the city gates during times of calamity is indeed reflective of his benevolence towards the common people. Particularly, as so many destitute refugees prepare to surge into the city, the challenges they face upon entry are manifold. To speak candidly, they arrive like a horde of locusts, overwhelming everything in their path. Just look at this journey. Those who previously had no need to flee are now compelled to escape, rendering every place desolate. Upon entering the city, how many grains of rice will be consumed? How much water will be required, severely impacting the local populace's security and livelihood? It is evident that not everyone possesses the fortitude to accommodate such a situation. Now, with the assurance from the young General Lu, a sense of relief settles in. As long as they can continue their journey, there will be a place to go, and with the local government overseeing matters, they will not be left to perish in despair. Can one not be moved to tears in such circumstances? Let us press on today for another 10 or 8 miles. Nearby, several groups of refugees are making preparations. Even among those who had lost their children, apart from the grieving parents, the other family members had already begun to organize their belongings in preparation for a new journey, unbeknownst to Song Fuling and her companions. The actions of General Lu in conveying this vital information had inadvertently saved them. There was initially a group of individuals who had set their sights on them, waiting for the dead of night to steal food while everyone was fast asleep. Do not assume that others were oblivious. When hunger strikes, one becomes acutely aware of the scent of food. This group even had salt, for only a broth seasoned with salt could smell so enticing, How could they resist the urge to seize it? They were starving, on the brink of starvation. However, General Liu had mentioned that ahead lay water and mountains, which indicated the presence of grass and tree bark. Did they truly wish to confront a band of over 200 individuals in a desperate struggle for sustenance? Those with thieving intentions weighed their options, realizing that any attempt to seize food might result in mutual destruction. Having reached this juncture, no one desired demise. If they had remained unaware of the hope that lay ahead, they might have fought fiercely. But now, with the knowledge that hope awaited them, the prospect of survival transformed their resolve. No more thievery, just endure a little longer. If they could hold on to life, who would willingly engage in a deadly conflict with a group of over 200? Could they possibly prevail? As long as they could reach Yuzhou City, where a government-run porridge stall awaited them at the gates, they would be assured of sustenance. Thus, the very band that sought to rob Song Fuling and her group, before any theft could occur, found their spirits unsettled by General Liu's words, ultimately opting to hastily depart. Song Fuling and her companions remained oblivious to this turn of events. Had they known, they too would have wept. After all, they had little food left themselves. How could they possibly feed several hundred people? Long gone were the days of distinguishing whose grain belonged to whom. They now shared their meager rations as one. Furthermore, not only is there a scarcity of grain, but even water is in short supply. Merely 2 bottles of mineral water remain in her family's storage, both of which are being carried by Song Fuling. Salt? Yes, there exists a small quantity of salt in her family's supplies, and the large jar of soybean paste her grandmother used to prepare has long been consumed. If it weren't for the salt they have been rationing these past few days, the group would have lacked the strength to push their carts. They have mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of another 20 or even 30 days of this hardship. And Song Fushing has resolved to utilize the Korean chili paste purchased by Song Fuling as a dip for their flatbreads when the time comes. Without salt, life would become unbearable. However, the chili paste is a precious commodity that must not be squandered. It can only be used as a last resort due to the absence of fresh peppers in this desolate land. Song Fushing sighed, expressing relief that it seems they are nearing the end of their ordeal. But has that truly arrived? 3 days later, Song Fuling declined the offer of a ride from the Song Lijiang family, opting instead to walk around on a moisture-resistant mat, hoping that moving about might warm her up a little. Behind her, a cart filled with their homemade charcoal provided warmth for the children, who were huddled together under 2 blankets. Misho was among them. Their group had donned every article of clothing they could find, yet their feet remained numb and swollen, unable to be contained by their straw sandals. Each person felt their lips turn icy and their hands grow unmanageable from the cold. It was as if, just days earlier, they had transitioned from the sweltering heat of summer to the frigid grasp of winter. Though these 2 seasons are closely adjacent, the temperature difference was stark, especially in the mornings and evenings. As October draws to a close, the cold intensifies the farther north they travel. The chill feels appropriate. Yet this year's erratic weather, alternating between oppressive heat and biting cold, clearly indicates a great calamity. Song Fuling exhaled a puff of breath and inquired of Granny Ma, "Grandma, are you feeling cold? Come, let us huddle around a mat." Granny Ma, with a basket strapped to her back and a bag slung over her arm, her hands tucked within the sleeves of her garment, sniffled and shook her head, saying, "It's all your father's fault for insisting we discard our luggage. So we did. But last night was so frigid that we could scarcely keep our eyes shut. Everyone was shivering, huddled together for warmth. Who could have predicted that after such heat, the weather would turn so bitterly cold?" Song Fuling raised her binoculars for a moment before hastily stowing them away. Ever since the roads had become crowded with fellow refugees, she had been vigilant about concealing their belongings. In fact, to avoid any complications, her family of 3 dared not bring out their cotton shoes or down jackets, opting instead for the thermal garments they had donned before their departure, selecting those that were less conspicuous. As they approached the mountain stream, the sight of water should have evoked a sense of joy, for after so many days, they could finally quench their thirst and refresh their faces. Yet, upon merely touching the water, a shiver coursed through them. Song Fushing urgently gestured to his daughter, "Do not wash your face. Do not expose yourself to the cold. If we walk a few more days, we shall reach the city, and the first thing I will do is prepare hot water for you to wash. Be obedient." At that moment, Song Fushing's face bore deep lines, as the hardships of their escape had aged him by at least a decade. Just as they finished filling their water containers, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A group of thieves, a band of robust men, accompanied by over 20 others wielding knives, clubs, and daggers, charged towards Song Fushing and his party. This gang had descended from the mountains, having narrowly escaped a punitive expedition that aimed to eradicate them. Thus, they find themselves bereft of any resources, enduring a relentless struggle against hunger and cold, without encountering a wealthy benefactor to provide them with even a meager sustenance, barely sufficient to fill their mouths. Upon seeing Song Fushing and his companions, a surge of fervor ignited within them, prompting thoughts of seizing provisions, stainless steel vessels, silver, and blankets. At that moment, the group was lethargically completing their water-fetching task, their weapons carelessly abandoned, utterly unprepared, particularly the children and women. Song Fushing could merely push Qin Paying aside, and then bellow, "You wretched scoundrel!" Charging forward unarmed. He gritted his teeth in fury, recalling that he should have turned those thieves into mere pulp long ago. Henceforth, he vowed to never spare anyone. Anyone who dared to provoke him or appeared even slightly suspicious would meet their demise. Human life here was of little value. Suddenly, the air was filled with cries of battle as 4 strong men shielded the children in the cart. The women shrieked, seizing anything within reach to hurl at their assailants. "You dare strike my child, my son, my husband." Song Leering wielded his cane, enduring excruciating pain in his waist as he charged at the enemy, exclaiming, "I have nothing left to lose." In that moment, Song Fuling also felt a fleeting desire to abandon her own existence. "Father, step aside." The girl's piercing voice pierced through, prompting Song Fushing to retreat from the fray. Song Fuling then hurled a bottle, which shattered with a resounding bang. Not far from them, Lu Pan, leading his returning group, halted his horse upon hearing the commotion, frowning. "Is that gunpowder?" As if to confirm his suspicion, Song Fuling threw another bottle, narrowly missing her own hand. The liquid within bubbled ominously before exploding once more with a deafening blast. The band of over 20 bandits was utterly petrified, while the pair of thieving brothers hopped about, shrieking in panic. They had never encountered such a spectacle. Even more astonishing was the sight of Granny Ma and Song Fuling, each carrying a basin of water, racing towards them with great speed. Granny Ma raised her basin, exclaiming, "I shall scald you to death, you wretched creature." Scalding hot water cascaded upon them, followed swiftly by another basin, which was hurled without a second thought. In an instant, the bandits found themselves scalded, rolling on the ground in agony, their flesh seared. The sound of marching feet echoed as a troop of soldiers encircled them. Song Fushing knelt, anxiously observing his daughter, pondering, "My dear girl, what on earth have you done? Creating such a ruckus?" Song Fuling, kneeling with her head tilted, cast furtive glances at Song Fushing, signaling him with her eyes, "Father, I mentioned it before, calcium oxide mixed with water, it, generates heat. Just like warming food, it heats up rapidly." Earlier, she and her grandmother had planned to dispose of the quicklime, thinking they wouldn't need it to protect their grain from moisture since they had none left. But alas, misfortune ensued. The crowd was gripped by cold and fear, their anxiety palpable. They dreaded the wrath of the general, concerned that he might blame them, the destitute, for their desperate plight. Although their actions were justifiable, having fought back against their assailants, the sight of their heads being scalded like pig brains was somewhat disconcerting. Kneeling on the ground, trembling in dread, Lu Pan approached Song Fuling directly. As she glanced up, she caught sight of his black boots, but dared not meet his gaze, her eyelashes fluttering in trepidation. "Did you throw that?" he inquired. "Silence," came the terse reply. Song Fuling lay prostrate on the ground, gazing upward, locking eyes with Lu Pan, who was bowing down to observe her. "Is it me?" she exclaimed with a laugh. Suddenly, a sharp pain caused her to gasp, pressing her left hand against the blister on her right palm, which had burst from the heat. In an instant, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed forward, her face landing squarely on Lu Pan's boot, rendering her unconscious. Lu Pan disdainfully kicked her face away, taking a step back with a frown, casting a look of utter disgust at Song Fuling and then at his own boot. Meanwhile, chaos ensued. Song Fushing thought to himself, "Do as you please. After all, she is my daughter." Was she frightened to the point of fainting, or had the ordeal taken a toll on her health? Qin Paying hastily scrambled to her daughter's side, enveloping her in a tight embrace as she cried out in panic, "Fuling, Fuling." No amount of shaking could rouse her. In a moment of desperation, Qin Paying looked up at Lu Pan, shouting, "Just end our lives, I beg you. We've endured enough." At that instant, she completely broke down, truly wishing for her own demise. Having never encountered death before, she now found herself surrounded by it daily, even inadvertently sleeping beside the deceased. She had never witnessed the ruthless theft of life and possessions without a second thought. Here, amidst thousands of people, they fought over meager rations and even water. Wielding knives and clubs, all under constant duress, day and night. By day, they were forced to travel, covering tens of thousands of steps. They dared not express fatigue or illness, their feet blistered and calloused, layers of hardened skin building up until they nearly rivaled the thickness of their soles. In the past, their daughter prepared a meal for her and Lao Song, expressing gratitude for their hard work. They were deeply moved, closing the door to share a tender moment, believing their child had not been spoiled but had matured and grown thoughtful. Now, they subsisted on cornbread daily, and the child was even reluctant to eat more than a few pieces, often tearing them to share with her father or grandmother. Day by day, they wandered aimlessly, sleeping under the open sky, terrified not only by the specter of death, but also by the living who would come shouting threats. Pressured by the situation, the daughter must have seen her father injured, which provoked her into throwing objects and boiling water in a moment of desperation. A frail girl, lacking the strength to defend herself, what could she possibly do? And now she kneels, asking questions that lead nowhere, questioning whom? So what if someone was scalded? Let them perish. Better to die with memories of a civilized society than to endure further suffering here. Let them die together. Let them escape together. Madame Ma cried out in despair, crawling to Lu Pan's feet, tears and snot streaming down her face, begging, "Please, spare my son and his family. Take me instead. It was I, this old woman, who threw it. My granddaughter had nothing to do with it, nor did my son. Yes, it was my idea." Lu Pan remained silent, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Another person had succumbed, and now one more had crawled forth, more fervent in their pleas, their tears and mucus smeared against his boots. The attendant, Shunzi, commanded, "Step back." Song Fuxing no longer wished to live. He remained where he was, kneeling and holding Song full and close, shouting to the 4 strong men, "Bring a quilt." The 4 strong men immediately rose to fetch a blanket, and they also brought along the weeping Qian Mishu. Tears streamed down Qian Mishu's face as her small hands clutched tightly to Song Fulling's garment. "Sister, please wake up. Sister, don't leave me. Mishu begs you. Don't go like grandfather. Don't go like mother and father." The scene left Lu Pan feeling helpless. The child's sorrowful cries resonated deeply, as if she bore the weight of their misfortunes. He exchanged a glance with the accompanying physician. The doctor, upon checking her pulse, concluded that Song Fulling was suffering from extreme convulsions. In reality, Song Fulling was dazed, lying on the floor of the space. With great effort, she slowly opened her eyes, stopping halfway before widening them in shock. "Ah, ah, ah." Her cries echoed throughout the room. She realized she could enter the space now. With a leap, Song Fulling sprang to her feet, oblivious to the fact that outside, she had already been placed on a stretcher, a charcoal brazier lit, and covered with a blanket. While the adults' inquiries persisted, Granny Ma brought out some quicklime, saying, "This, along with water." The attendant, Shunzi, poured in some quicklime. "You've added too much," Granny Ma remarked. When Shunzi added water to the quicklime, she retorted, "You've added too little." Shunzi stood speechless, while Granny Ma thought to herself, "Why are you staring at me? It's simple. Why are you so foolish?" Her little granddaughter, with those small hands, measured precisely. After a few turns, the water began to bubble vigorously, far hotter than merely boiling water. What of her nitpicking? Her granddaughter is currently in a state of confusion. If she does not impose strict standards on Shunzi and fails to achieve the desired outcome, it would be difficult to provide an explanation to the general. Lu Pan accepted the raw eggs handed to him by his subordinate and swiftly placed them into a pot of boiling water. Within moments, the eggs were cooked to perfection. This revelation exposed a gap in Lu Pan's knowledge. Previously, he understood that the extraction of limestone was primarily for the purpose of river maintenance and construction, but he had never considered that it could produce explosive sounds. The experimental results were clear. A specific quantity of quicklime combined with a precise amount of water could boil in an exceedingly short time, reaching temperatures significantly higher than that of boiling water. It appeared that the method employed to scald that group of individuals indeed involved this lime water. Lu Pan crouched to examine the remnants of shattered bottles, and his companion Shunzi promptly inquired, "You are merely fleeing from disaster. Why are you carrying porcelain bottles on your journey? What purpose do these bottles serve?" Song Lijing knelt on the ground and replied, "Those belong to the common folk. They are used for storing medicine. Throughout my travels, I have carried a considerable amount of medicine. These 2 small bottles are heirlooms containing refreshing pills. And I also have ancestral herbs that can prevent epidemics. Song Lijing seemed eager to recount the lineage of his ancestors, detailing who had gifted him the 2 bottles. Given the precious nature of the medicine, why was it entrusted to the slumbering Song Fuling? He pointed at her, questioning her lack of contribution. Song Lijing, with an air of inevitability, responded, "Do not be deceived by my injuries. I still must transport grain. There is a scarcity of water ahead, and I must also carry water. Without livestock to pull the cart, I feared that if the burden were unsteady, the load might fall and shatter. Thus, I entrusted it to my great-granddaughter." The old woman Wang interjected, exclaiming, "My lord, I assure you, we are not deceiving you. All that is fragile and prone to breakage is safely kept with our dear fat girl. She truly neglects her responsibilities and does nothing at all." Upon hearing Wang's boldness, the other women chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. What are you investigating? Our fat girl is a good girl. She merely scalded someone, but that was to save everyone." Many were perplexed, uncertain about the nature of the inquiry. Lu Pan reached out to take the empty porcelain bottle from the physician, pouring in quicklime, and inquired of Old Lady Ma, "Is this what I should pour?" Old Lady Ma's eyes flickered momentarily, avoiding Lu Pan's gaze. "Yes, I suppose. How could she possibly know? At that time, she was merely fetching water to scald that group of scoundrels, and her granddaughter was so swift. She only knew that her granddaughter had thrown out 2 bottles. Well, whether one pours more or less, it should explode," she thought. Ultimately, Lu Pan poured too much, leaving insufficient water. The combination of water, quicklime, and air reacted with remarkable speed. Fortunately, he was also quick, for the porcelain bottle shattered into fragments as it soared into the air. After hearing the explosion, Lu Pan fell silent. His attendant, Shunzi, unable to discern his master's thoughts, tentatively asked the others, "Why did you bring this along on your journey?" "This thing? The story is quite lengthy," someone began. "There was a girl named Chunhua. Yes, she is the stepdaughter of Chunhua." Li Xiao nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I am her stepmother." "Enough, enough. What are you all talking about?" Shunzi interrupted impatiently. "How did you know these 2 substances would react and explode? What a coincidence." Everyone immediately began to supplement the conversation with nonsensical chatter. Indeed, it was observed during a visit to the butcher's home that his pig pen was abundant with quicklime. A fact we all witnessed and are aware of. This substance is known to generate heat and can even explode. In short, there is no need for further scrutiny. We have committed no wrongdoing. Madame Ma added to the commotion. "I saw it during my visit. My daughter, who is from the city, knows nothing of these matters." Lu Pan cast a glance at the spot where Song Fuling lay. This is a clear case of misdirection. Song Fushing, trailing behind Lu Pan, was nearly deafened by the commotion, yet the essence of his words was simple. It pertained to his daughter. The sincerity of the crowd was such that even in deceit, they struggled to fabricate a lie. "General, you have witnessed it yourself. It is indeed quicklime, not gunpowder. We are but ordinary folk. How could we possibly come into contact with gunpowder? Rest assured, we are not bandits." Subsequently, Song Fushing signaled to Song Lijing to produce the official document that recognized him as the village head. Lu Pan's gaze shifted towards the group of robbers, prompting Shunzi to promptly understand the cue and deliver a swift kick towards the second of the thieving brothers. "They possess documentation. What do you have?" The second brother pondered the implications. "We are merely vagabonds. Where would we procure proof? We came from there, seeking to arrive at your place. Without evidence. Their violent robbery rendered them unstable elements in the city. Seize them first," Lu Pan commanded before striding towards the mountain stream to fill his water pouch. As he departed, the modern-day Peiying was left in a state of shock. That young man had merely uttered a few words, and the faces of those robbers bore the marks of his authority, causing them to wail in distress. She felt a bit weak in the legs, having just moments ago expressed a desire for death. Had that young man truly been impatient, would she not already be gone? "Oh, Emma. Oh, Fuling." Song Fuling thought to herself. "Mother, please refrain from your incessant chatter and stop pushing me. I have long since awakened and am merely pretending to be asleep." Chapter 118. The third watch. The soldiers were encamped beside Song Fushing and his group, who were busy preparing their meal over a fire. In contrast, Song Fushing's contingent was engaged in the chaotic task of reorganizing their disarrayed belongings. Several handcarts had been overturned, and numerous arms and legs were stained with blood. Upon receiving the medicinal ointment from the medical officer, Song Lirong, taken aback, led his companions in kneeling once more, prepared to express their gratitude to the general with a heartfelt cry to the heavens. However, Shunzi interjected sharply, "Silence. Do not disturb our general's rest." "Very well." Song Lirong replied, kneeling there, wiping away his tears, his sorrow genuine. Seizing the moment while Shunzi had not yet departed, he turned to Song Fuxing, who was assisting him to rise, and said, "The general is a great benefactor. Such a general brings blessings to the people." He spoke with a tone that feigned casualness, yet was filled with sentiment. Upon hearing this, Shunzi's lips curled into a smile. "Of course, encountering our young master is indeed a stroke of fortune for you old farmers. You must understand that others yearn for this opportunity, but cannot attain it. Our young master is truly a favored child of heaven, a dragon among men, the foremost among the king of Yan's subordinates, the grandson of the Duke of Agua, whose father is a valiant and skilled general. He is the cherished jewel in the old lady's palm, the sole grandson of the elder. There exists no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate within the grand estate. He is the solitary sprout amidst a garden of sisters." Yet, Song Fuxing was not in the mood to entertain others after helping Song Lirong to his feet. He hurriedly rushed off to check on his daughter's condition. This is his sole cherished offspring, the treasure cradled in his palm, nurtured with utmost devotion. "Daughter, daughter?" Old Lady Ma hurried over, exclaiming, "Chubby girl, do not frighten your grandmother. Let me stroke your hair, it will not scare you. Open your eyes and look at me." Song Fuling lay in the cart, gradually opening her eyes. "Grandmother, father, mother," she murmured, her eyes glistening with tears as she blinked at them. Old Lady Ma clutched her chest, sighing heavily, and as she exhaled, her legs gave way, causing her to slide down to the ground beside the cart. "You nearly scared me to death. Scared me to death." Qian Peiying wept as she cradled Song Fuling's head. "Father, are you hurt? I was so worried just now." Song Fuling asked. Seeing her sister awake, Qian Mishu was equally exhilarated, diving into Qian Peiying's embrace, squeezing alongside Song Fuling, wailing like a small, injured beast. In a tone reminiscent of Song Fuxing, she chimed, "Good sister, well done." The family wept earnestly together for a considerable time before resuming their activities. Song Fuxing went to bandage his wound, with Mishu insisting on accompanying him, declaring she would blow on her uncle's injury to alleviate the pain. Old Lady Ma took the others to fetch more water. "The water has splashed everywhere. Oh dear, the basin nearly shattered." Upon witnessing this, Song Fuling promptly leaped off the cart, abandoning her charade of unconsciousness. Grasping Qian Peiying's hand, she pulled her aside, surveying their surroundings to ensure no one could overhear. "Mother, can you guess what extraordinary experience I just had? Eh? Did you not faint? Just watch." Song Fuling hugged her large backpack tightly. Speaking of the backpack, she felt a sense of cleverness, for she had possessed foresight long before. On a moonless, windy night, I shared a blanket with her, pondering the situation. I remarked, "Grandma, there are too many living souls on this road. Not only must we be cautious with my father's treasures and my water jug, but I have also tucked away Uncle Gua's trumpet. Furthermore, this bag of mine is rather conspicuous. Could you perhaps spare 2 more burlap sacks? Let us encase this bag for both my father and myself, simply stitching it with twine as a cover. Look how clever she is. Otherwise, with that little general's eyes like hooks, even if we clarify the lime water, we cannot explain the rainproof backpack. It's one thing to deceive the fellow farmers on this journey, but to fool someone worldly like that little general is quite another matter." Song Fuling directed the opening of the backpack towards Qian Peiying and said, "Mother, pay close attention now," as her small hand flipped over, making the previously touched items vanish. Qian Peiying, breathless, inquired, "Were you not unconscious just now? Did you enter a different space?" You can do that too?" "Yes, mother, am I not impressive?" "Ha ha." Song Fuling paused, quickly checking her backpack. Heavens, how did merely flipping the backpack cause the items to swap places? "What shall we do, mother? I can only send things in. I cannot retrieve them." Ah, Qian Peiying understood now. Her husband could extract items, her daughter could insert them, but what about her? She glanced at her palm. "Mother, what do you need the knife for? Are you being foolish?" Father, something's gone awry. Quickly help me retrieve the bricks for the rice birthday." Song Fuling scurried about, murmuring to herself in a hushed tone. In the distance, Lu Pan glanced at Song Fuling. He had noticed her clearly when she disembarked from the cart. After the little girl regained consciousness, her dirt-streaked face radiated joy. A few minutes later, Lu Pan himself became a sight to behold in the eyes of others. He sat there, savoring a boiled egg. Not far away, led by Song Jinbao and followed by Qian Mishao, a row of small children stood shoulder to shoulder, each watching him intently while sucking their fingers. Having bitten into his egg only halfway, Lu Pan found he could eat no more and waved his hand dismissively. Shunzi immediately called out to the cook, instructing him to provide each child with a boiled egg based on their number. Before long, each child in the row received a warm egg, freshly retrieved from the pot. The little ones were overjoyed. Song Jinbao, gasping from the heat, held the eggs tightly to dissipate the steam, eagerly stuffing one into his mouth without even peeling it first. Among the children, one boy cradled his egg in his clothing, not rushing to eat it. Qian Mixiao, with a trembling heart and excited hands clutching the egg, cautiously took a few steps forward, then another few, and yet another. Upon realizing that no soldier obstructed his path, he hurriedly scampered over. He ran straight to Lu Pan and, with a thud, knelt before him. The 5-year-old placed the egg aside, then respectfully knelt on the ground, bowing his head with a resounding thump. Raising his dirty little face, he sweetly asked Lu Pan, "Sir, could you possibly give me another egg?" Shunzi frowned and replied, "Didn't you just receive one? Go on, go on. You haven't even eaten it yet, and you're already asking for more?" "I'm hoping to give one to my sister," the boy replied. Shunzi turned her head to glance in the direction of Song Fuling. "Is that the one who just fainted? How old is she? She should fend for herself. Your sister won't want any." Qian Mishu blinked her large eyes. "No, my lady, my sister will want some." Lu Pan couldn't help but squint again at Song Fuling. Those people said she was idle and unproductive, which is why they left the fragile items with her. It seems there is more to it than that. Shunzi supplemented the unspoken half of Lu Pan's thoughts, pondering, "Why is your sister so greedy? They should have cooked it." Lu Pan paused. "Bring the pastry box over as well." Shunzi was taken aback. That was specially prepared by the old lady for the young master on the journey. These refugees are truly fortunate, blessed beyond measure. "Yes, bring that scholar over to me." Indeed, when the pastries and eggs arrived, everyone was overjoyed. The little ones felt as if they had escaped hardship and were celebrating the new year, especially the pastries. Although each person could only have a small piece, they had never seen anything so exquisite, let alone tasted it. Even Song Fuling, who had indulged in many fine delicacies, found these pastries to be extraordinarily delicious. After finishing, she swept the crumbs from her mouth and, with a beaming smile, playfully squished Qian Mishu's little face, exclaiming, "Little brother, you are truly remarkable." In the distance, Shunzi shot an extremely disdainful glare at Song Fuling, her ears attentive as she listened to Song Fushing recount the tales of their journey. Amidst the pervasive hunger among the populace, bandits arose in rebellion, with individuals resorting to theft and even cannibalism, while the lifeless bodies of abandoned children lay scattered. The desperation was palpable, as many resorted to consuming the bark of the guanyin tree, leaving the land barren of nourishment. As the common folk traversed a village, they encountered an eerie silence. Not a single dog barked, and 9 out of 10 homes stood empty, with skeletal remains visible at every turn. At night, the haunting sound of wails echoed through the air. Upon pushing open a door, they found a solitary room where the last remnants of humanity had perished, the bodies lying undisturbed on the bed. As Song Fushing spoke, he mused internally that if he continued this monologue for much longer, he would soon run out of words. Lu Pan glanced at the neatly arranged handcarts, noting that while this group appeared to be in dire straits, they were still markedly better off than many other refugees. He recalled hearing that many families had lost numerous children, with some bodies abandoned along the way. Yet this group had suffered no fatalities. He urged Song Fushing to recount how he had received the news and how he managed to organize a contingent of over 100 people during their journey. After a moment's pause, Song Fushing resolutely retrieved a letter written to him by his father-in-law. As Lu Pan began to read the opening lines, he was nearly overcome with amusement at the tone of the elder Qian's words, struggling to suppress a laugh. While listening to Song Fushing narrate the organization of the group, detailing each person's role and responsibilities, Lu Pan finally lifted his gaze to meet Song Fushing's eyes. Subsequently, amidst the reluctant gazes of the little ones, Lu Pan mounted his horse and departed. Perhaps it was a twinge of concern for this relatively unscathed group of over 200 individuals that prompted him to ask a few more questions. Thus, he decisively handed over the letter from his father-in-law, believing that the contents would speak for themselves without further elaboration. This group of individuals belonged to those who had received news earlier than the majority, so their swift departure was entirely expected. 5 days later, they finally arrived before the grand city of Yuzhou. The area surrounding Yuzhou was teeming with people, yet remained remarkably orderly. On either side of the road stood neatly arranged refugee tents, with 10 large black cauldrons emitting steam positioned at the forefront of each row of tents. It was evident to the naked eye that long queues were forming at both sides of the tents. One line appeared to be for medical attention, stretching interminably, likely due to a shortage of medical officers. The other line seemed to be for receiving gruel. It was not just the sides that had queues. In front of the towering city gates, a multitude of refugees congregated around posted notices. In front of the city gate, two lengthy lines were evident, distinct from those waiting for gruel. These lines were composed of families, each carrying bundles, indicating they were awaiting entry into the city. Regrettably, the tables and chairs set up on either side remained unoccupied. Song Fuling inquired, "Are the staff on their midday break?" Qian Peiying replied, "It is akin to queuing for a train. The ticket inspectors do not appear until 20 minutes before departure." The main gate stood firmly closed, with even the side gate locked. Song Lijing nervously tugged at Song Fuxing's clothing, conveying the elder's unspoken concern. This was hardly a welcoming sight. Indeed, he shared the same apprehension, as the imposing gate alone spoke volumes. As anticipated, a soldier stationed nearby called out to them, "Keep up, keep up. Go read the notice." "Why are you dawdling?" Song Fuxing's uncle, with a sense of urgency, asked, "Excuse me, soldier, when might we receive a bowl of gruel?" "The child is hungry." The soldier kicked him in the rear, demanding he read the notice. "Can't you understand?" With a sigh, the elder acquiesced, thinking to himself how ridiculous it was for someone of his age to be treated so roughly. Almost knocked down by the kick, his already unsteady legs faltered further. Why couldn't they communicate politely? Despite his inner grievances, he maintained a facade of composure, smiling apologetically as he pushed the cart forward. The elder's wife, visibly frightened, whispered anxiously for him to keep quiet, advising him to simply follow behind their son. All eyes were on Song Fuxing, particularly as they approached the notice. Even the refugees who did not know him looked to him for help. Many could not read. What does it say up there? Is there no one to explain it? This group of refugees seemed lacking in education. At least the ones gathered before the notice were illiterate, having just endured a kick. Song Fuxing's uncle seemed to regain his vigor, boldly calling out before Song Lerzhang could speak. "Make way. Our son is a scholar." His loud voice commanded attention, clearing a path for Song Fuxing, who stepped forward under the gaze of the crowd, his heart heavy yet committed to his role as interpreter. Turning back to the assembly, he spoke in the most relatable terms. "First, you must line up on either side to see the doctor. The physician will check your pulse to confirm you are free of disease, and he will issue you a wooden token. This token is also necessary for receiving porridge. One token entitles you to one bowl of plain rice porridge. Lose it, and you forfeit your right to a meal." Taking a deep breath,